In the study. How could this happen? Marquis Spencer suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief, and his pupils flooded with blood-red color in that moment. Anxiety and fear naturally appeared in his mind. Zaporov Spencer was the only Sky Knight in their Spencer family. Because of Zaporov Spencer, their family gained enormous benefits and became one of the powerful Marquis families. Losing Zaporov Spencer meant their family was just an ordinary Marquis family. Father. His figure trembled slightly, and his heart was unsettled. Instinctively, he spoke, but he didn't know how to continue. Who? What did they say? Or what are they demanding? His figure moved back and forth, bloodshot spreading in Marquis Spencer's eyes. Then he looked at the knight and spoke again with a trembling voice. The Dressrosa family demands that we pay the 30,000 gold coins as compensation for Moravi's previous invasion of Dressrosa heirs. Additionally, our grandfather destroyed Dressrosa town, which costs 20,000 gold coins. Moreover, they want our Spencer family to hand over Qinghai Lake. He looked at his father, took a deep breath, and finally relayed the information from the Dressrosa family. Clang. No way. Impossible. Are they crazy? 50,000 gold coins? Why don't they just rob us? And they want Qinghai Lake? That's simply impossible. Marquis Spencer's blood-red eyes grew darker, and his pupils widened instantly as he roared. Faced with his father's roar, the figure opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. After a moment, Marquis Spencer sank heavily into his chair. Haru, what should we do? His words carried a sense of despair. Father, we have no choice. Grandfather is in their hands. If we don't give them these, the kingdom's war will be less than 2 years away. Our family's current interests cannot be guaranteed. He looked at his father and forced a bitter smile. His words went unanswered. However, this information is basically a response itself. As he said, the Spencer family had no choice at that moment. They could either pay the ransom or face serious losses in the kingdom's war. Eventually, they might even lose control of their current interests. Compared to that, losing 500,000 gold coins and handing over Qinghai Lake was much less severe. Listening to his son's words, Marquis Spencer opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He understood his son's words naturally, or rather, he had already thought about it when asking. The problem was, 500,000 gold coins was the family's 10 years' savings, accumulated through not eating or drinking, taking nearly 100 years to gather such wealth. And there was Qinghai Lake, a place that could bring continuous income to the family. Every year, it brought in over 30,000 gold coins, providing steady income. He really didn't want to give that up. But clearly, whether he was willing or not, there was no choice now. Finally, Marquis Spencer sighed and made a decision. He sent a messenger to negotiate with the Dressrosa family. The negotiations took about half a month, including travel time, and eventually, the Dressrosa family and the Spencer family reached an agreement. The Spencer family paid 500,000 gold coins as compensation for the attack on the Dressrosa family. Of this, 300,000 coins were for the attack on the Eagle's Nest, and 200,000 for the damages to Qinghai Town. In addition, the Spencer family would hand over Qinghai Lake, located at the border of the Western Moon Province, to the Dressrosa family for management, and would no longer interfere in its affairs. However, the Dressrosa family was required to give the Spencer family 10,000 pounds of blue salt each year. These conditions were almost the same as what the Dressrosa family initially proposed. The only addition was the 10,000 pounds of blue salt, which was actually a small matter. Of course, this was normal, as Zaporov Spencer was under the control of Dressrosa, and the Spencer family had no real bargaining power. Being offered some options was already a sign of respect from Count Engelbert. Otherwise, if they had refused everything, the Spencer family would have had to accept whatever was demanded. Half a month later, a series of carriages arrived at the town of Dressrosa, carrying chests of gold coins and various supplies. Of course, the gold cards did not exist in such large numbers. Similarly, there were not that many coins. The rest could only be settled with supplies. This was not a bad thing for the Dressrosa family. To strengthen their family power, they needed to buy supplies, so receiving them directly was quite good. On the castle, watching the arriving carriages, Count Engelberger couldn't help but smile. Charlie, how much has arrived at Dressrosa so far? Count Engelberger asked Charlie beside him. Master, 19 nobles have sent 27,000 gold coins. The Spencer family has sent all 27,000 coins, plus various supplies worth over 10,000. The rest are still on the way and should arrive gradually in the next few days. Charlie, the steward, spoke respectfully, looking a bit excited. This was nearly 60,000 gold coins, which was almost 20 years' worth of income for the Driehaus family. Exchange the 20,000 gold coins sent by those 19 nobles into gold cards and have Tor deliver them. Also, select half of the supplies and send them as well. Additionally, send someone to the capital to inform Carlo and see if we can request a high-level knight's breathing technique from His Majesty. After a brief pause, Count Engelberger gave his orders. Yes. Charlie was a bit surprised but quickly responded. Soon, the Driehaus family began to act. After a few days, a large group of people headed north toward the Northland province. On the third day after their departure, a knight squad also set out from Pat City. Lubert Driehaus, as the commander, led his knights toward the northern border. Over the past month, Lubert felt like he was dreaming. First, he received news that his uncle had broken through to become a Sky Knight and had defeated Zaporov Spencer. Then, the Pat family surprisingly allowed him to lead the knights to the Northland. Although Marquis Pat had already promised him that he could earn merits and be ennobled during the Kingdom's War, that was during the Kingdom's War. At this moment, he surprisingly agreed to go to the Northern Territory, leading his knight group. This means that as long as he earns enough merit points in the North, he can have the chance to be granted the title of Baron before the Kingdom's War. Unlike wandering knights and family knights, this type of vassal knight cannot become a pioneer knight unless they leave their family, which is completely forbidden by the kingdom. In other words, if he wants to become a noble, the only way is through earning merit. He feels both excited and nervous about the upcoming Kingdom War, unsure if Marquis Pat will allow him to participate. But now, that no longer matters. His thoughts drifted, and Rubidris Rosa thought of his uncle again. He also thought of his cousin Thordris Rosa, whom he saw in Pat City that day. I wonder how Thord is doing now. And father, too. He probably hasn't settled down yet. Perfect. I should go see them, Rubid said with a smile, looking forward with anticipation. A few months ago, he had asked his father to take his son to the northern province. He thought it would take a long time to get there, but surprisingly, they arrived so quickly. Let's go. Full speed ahead. As the words were spoken, the sound of hooves thundered along the road. Rubidris Rosa quickly caught up with the Dries Rosa convoy, and soon they merged into one, heading toward the northern province. At this moment, in the northern province, Thord was unaware of what was happening with his family. News from the kingdom didn't spread that quickly, at least not among the nobles. During this time, after resolving the Northern Alliance issue, he focused all his attention on expanding the Eagle Trading Company. The Northern Alliance had been dealt with, and the children of the three major noble families, including the top noble family preparing to arrive at the northern province, chose not to come again. The expansion of the Eagle Trading Company was no longer a problem. In fact, after defeating the Northern Alliance directly, the company's reputation spread widely. It became easier for the Eagle Trading Company to take action. In just over a month, the company had expanded across most of the western regions, and many lords from the north and east had been incorporated into its territory. At this rate, perhaps within half a year, the entire northern province will be fully included. By then, the Eagle Business Guild could not only expand into other provinces but maybe also reach other kingdoms, such as the nearby Purple Golden Flower Kingdom. Compared to the Tulip Kingdom, the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom is undoubtedly more prosperous and richer in resources. If the Eagle Business Guild can establish trade routes to the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom, it will truly grow strong and become one of the top guilds in the Tulip Kingdom. Of course, reaching this point is still too early. First, the guild hasn't yet controlled the northern border. Second, the guild's strength is still not enough. Currently, the Eagle Business Guild is quite powerful in the northern province, even surpassing Marquis Ryman, but that is only within the northern province. In the entire kingdom, it's not that impressive. And in the Tulip Kingdom, it's even less so. Even within the same northern border, the northern province of the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom is much stronger than that of the Tulip Kingdom. For example, Sky Knights are completely unseen in the Tulip Kingdom's northern province, but in the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom's northern province, they are quite common, along with more Earth Knights. In the study room, the oil lamp cast a warm glow. Ter sat at his desk, organizing matters from the past month. Most of the affairs of the Eagle territory were handled by Joseph, and the Eagle Business Guild's matters were managed by Rajus, but they still needed to report to him. Especially important issues, Tor kept a strict control. In this world of extraordinary power, accidents are rare, but Tor didn't want any problems to arise. At this rate, next month's gold income should increase again. But the population in the northern province is still too small. We need to expand further. I wonder how Rajuz is doing with his plans? Muttering to himself, Tor fell into deep thought. During this time, while expanding the Eagle Business Guild, he also didn't forget about building the territory. To develop the territory to a certain level, population is essential. So far, the population in the northern province is still too low. Even with the addition of several nobles, it's still not enough. A few months ago, they asked Rajuz Assad to meet with the Assad family to establish a new trade route. The main goal was to buy a large number of slaves. Although Marquis Ryman also has many slaves, the quantity is not enough, and the prices are too high. Since Marquis Ryman has lost control of the northern province and his strength is sufficient, he naturally needs to get involved in this industry. His previous actions to free slaves did not mean he opposed slavery. As the most cost-effective and valuable trade, many people are tempted. The trade alone can bring Marquis Ryman over 100,000 gold coins each year. Whether for profit or for development, Thor cannot give up this opportunity. However, building a trade route is not easy. Not only him, but even the Drius Rosa family currently lacks the ability to participate. Among the noble families, only the Assad family has the qualification or is already involved. The northern province, as a new territory, does not require much, but there are two things that are absolutely essential: weapons and population. Without weapons, it's hard to handle the complex situation in the northern province. And population is even more important than weapons. The entire northern province is a wild and barren land. To develop it, a large population is needed. Sometimes, population is more important than weapons. That's why Marquis Ryman doesn't strictly ban weapons but controls the trade tightly. Even just the trade brings more than 100,000 gold coins annually to the Habsburg Merchant Guild, making it the main source of income for the guild. This is also the reason Marquis Ryman's income far surpasses that of ordinary nobles, and even some powerful nobles cannot compare. Thor has always had ideas about this trade. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything before, due to restrictions from Marquis Ryman and his own limited strength. As the Lord of the Northern Province, within 10 years, it is expected that this area will be fully controlled by Marquis Ryman. Even powerful nobles cannot interfere. Marquis Ryman also acts as the vanguard at the Orc border. Not only him, but even the Drius Rosa family and other strong noble families cannot interfere. First, it is about one's own strength. He was not strong enough before, so it was almost impossible for him to get involved. After all, many people want to participate in trading, but currently, only 4 families truly control it, excluding those who interfere. Yes, only 4 families. These are the Tulip Royal Family's Tulip Trading Company, the 3 Great Dukes Trading Companies, and 4 others. Even considering indirect involvement, only 9 families are involved. The other 5 are the 3 top noble families, the Raymond Marquis family and the Assad family. The 3 top noble families are connected to the 3 dukes. The Raymond Marquis relies on the Tulip Trading Company, and the Assad family depends on the Kalnina family. Even the weakest Assad family is far stronger than most powerful Count families and is comparable to some Marquis families. Other families are even more powerful. For Thor, trying to get involved is very difficult, both with his past strength and even now. But progress can be made step by step, and food can be eaten bite by bite. He can't directly get involved with the Raymond Marquis or the Assad family now, but he can try to leverage their connections. Getting anything from the Raymond Marquis is almost impossible, but that doesn't mean he can't gain from the Assad family. Although this would be like middlemen earning a profit, the benefits of trading are many times greater. Even with middlemen taking a cut, it would be enough to meet his needs. As for whether the Assad family would agree, Thor is not too worried. With the expansion of the Northern Territory and the retreat of the Orcs, the task of guarding the Raymond Marquis is no longer necessary, and his privileges will also be taken away. The large northern province is full of opportunities. The power of the 3 dukes and the royal family may not be very interested, but the 3 top noble families, powerful Marquis families, and some trading families will be very interested. After all, just the Naw of the Danube River is enough for them to extend their influence. In this situation, they're offering the Assad family an opportunity would definitely make them eager to cooperate. especially since Thor has shown that he is strong enough this time. Unless something unexpected happens, Thor's eagle leader will surely become the true unchallenged ruler of the entire northern province, making it impossible to ignore. In the study, Thor gently tapped the desk as thoughts flowed through his mind. He was planning the future development of the eagle leader and the entire Eagle Business Guild. His upcoming crisis has indeed been resolved, but competition is about to begin. Although there is still some time, he needs to prepare in advance. While Thor was quietly pondering, Rajuz Assad had already returned with Thor to the Frost Moon province to carry out his mission. The Assad family's territory is located in the east, covering almost more than one-fifth of the Frost Moon province. Compared to the Dressrosa territory, the Assad family's land was almost second only to the Pate family, mainly because the Pate family had a Sky Knight. Without that, the Assad family might be even stronger than the Pate family. Because of this, in the Sahara mine, the Assad family owned over 25% of the shares, second only to the Pate family's 30%. Previously, the Assad family was far ahead of the Dressrosa family. Their heritage has lasted nearly 700 years. Currently, there are known to be 5 Earth Knights in the Assad family, but in reality, there are more than 10. At least 3 of them are at the peak of Earth Knight level. Such a family truly surpasses the Pate family. However, with Count Engel's recent outbreak, the Assad family was also greatly shocked. Now, in the study, as he looked at the detailed report from his subordinates, a blond man still found it hard to calm his mind, even though half a month had passed. The impact of this news was still too great for him. He really broke through. He muttered to himself, recalling the last time when a descendant of the Dressrosa family bought a purple gold grass. It was obvious that Count Engel used that purple gold grass to break through. What once seemed almost impossible now seemed to have become reality. This made his heart difficult to settle recently. The Sky Knights have been pursued by their family for 200 years. Since the fall of an ancestor who was a Sky Knight, the Assad family has not produced another Sky Knight for 2 centuries. The Assad family has also fallen from a powerful Marquis family to an Earl family. But at this moment, the Dressrosa family has made a significant leap. This made his mood very complicated, almost difficult to describe. Amid his complex feelings, there was a gentle knock on the door. Knock, knock. Come in. A blond man took a deep breath to calm his emotions before softly speaking. The door creaked open, and a figure entered. Master, young Master Rachos requests to see you, the figure said respectfully. Rachos? Why has he come back? The blond man asked with curiosity, surprised. He didn't pay much attention to his son before, just an illegitimate child. Several hundred years ago, there was no need to recognize such a child. Now he cared a little more, giving some gold and a nearly useless shop in Loren City. He didn't expect that in just a few years, his son would change so drastically. First, he connected with a descendant of the Dressrosa family, and that Dressrosa descendant quickly developed, giving Rachos more opportunities to grow. Because of this, he paid more attention to his son and gave him some chances. The results proved that his son was indeed talented. In a short time, his son's achievements soared. He helped the Dressrosa descendant establish the Eagle Business Guild, which looked impressive. He couldn't help but pay more attention to this. But it was just curiosity. He saw his son as just a son. A casual investment might bring some gains, or if not, the loss wouldn't matter much. However, no one expected such a surprising turn of events to happen so suddenly. The Dressrosa family suddenly erupted in power. That casual investment turned out to be the smartest move. If he remembered correctly, that Dressrosa descendant was the son of Count Engel, who was highly valued. This time, he even helped him defeat a coalition of 27 powerful noble descendants. This was a coalition of 27 powerful noble heirs, and even their Assad family felt a chill just thinking about it. However, they were defeated by Tordras Rosa. If you ask whether this was due to Tordras Rosa's strength, I don't believe it. The only explanation is that Count Engel gave him a lot of power. Being so valued, Tordras Rosa's future achievements are definitely promising. Rachos, following Tordras, is also bound to have significant accomplishments. Let him come in, a voice said. After a brief moment, the blond man seemed to ponder slightly and then spoke. Yes. The figure nodded and stepped back. Soon after, Rachos was led into the room. Father. Rachos quickly bowed when he saw the blond man. Rachos, it's rare to see you come back to visit me. The blond man smiled as he spoke. Father. Rachos was a bit confused but quickly responded. He didn't quite remember his father ever being so warm before. "All right, I was just talking. Is there something you came back for this time?" Seeing Rachos' stiff expression, the blond man shook his head with a smile and changed the subject. "Father, the Lord wants to cooperate with our Assad family and is wondering if you're interested." Rachos nodded, took a deep breath, and explained the purpose of his return. "Cooperate?" The blond man raised his eyebrows, surprised. "Yes, father. You know the northern expansion, right? Since then, the agreement with Marquis Lehman has been lifted, and other forces of the kingdom can now enter the northern provinces. The Lord wants to work with the Assad Trading Company to quickly gain more market share." Rachos explained some of Tordraz's plans. The blond man was initially surprised, but then showed interest. His thoughts were completely drawn in by Rachos' words. Until Rachos finished speaking, the blond man remained deep in thought. Rachos didn't disturb him and waited quietly. He believes that his father will agree. After all, such temptation is hard to refuse. Thordras Rosa means that we, the Assad family, will provide slaves and supplies. The Eagle Trade Guild's supplies will be purchased mainly through the Assad Guild. Also, we can open shops in Eagle City? After a brief pause, the blond man spoke slowly. "Yes, father, and for now, just in Eagle City. Soon, as other cities develop, the Assad family can go there too." Lejos nodded seriously. "That is very attractive. But, Lejos, you should know, even if I don't cooperate with you, I can still expand the Assad family into the northern province. Why should I work with you?" The blond man nodded, speaking with a meaningful tone. "Father, forgive me for saying this, but most of the resources in the northern province are already in our Eagle Trade Guild's hands. We have built a complete trade route. Even if you are involved, it will be hard to achieve significant results." Lejos shook his head softly. "It seems you have truly grown up. We can discuss cooperation, but the conditions need to change. If Thordras Rosa agrees, then there is no problem." The blond man smiled, satisfied, and nodded. Then his expression became serious. "Father, please speak plainly." Lejos also looked serious and nodded carefully. "I won't need shops. The Assad family can supply materials to your Eagle Trade Guild. However, the trade needs to be separate. The Assad family must hold at least 35% of the shares. You can go back and discuss with the Thordras Rosa family. Just give me your response later. Of course, if you're worried about wasting time, I can send Deli with the first batch of slaves to accompany you. If you agree, we can coordinate immediately. If not, just withdraw." The blond man looked at his son and spoke slowly. While Lachos was discussing trading with his father, another group quietly entered the capital city of Tulip Kingdom. The convoy was unremarkable. It was just an ordinary knight's carriage, guarded by only one high-ranking knight. Normally, such a convoy wouldn't attract anyone's attention in the city. However, as it entered the city, many onlookers couldn't help but turn their heads. Because on the carriage, there was a large eagle emblem, clearly indicating its identity. Drius Rosa. For over half a month, this originally unremarkable noble family had become famous throughout the city. The Spencer family, even in the capital, was well known, but they were easily defeated by the Drius Rosa family. The Drius Rosa family was the first in 100 years to have a count's family promoted to the Sky Knight rank. This naturally made many nobles in the city very curious. Among the convoy was Christine, who couldn't help but recall her lord's instructions. Her lord asked her to bring more pharmacists. At first, she was confident, but now she felt a bit nervous. On the way back, she received news that her mentor, Grand Pharmacist Senpu, had received an invitation from the Campbell family. The Campbell family was a powerful marquis family. Compared to them, the Drius Rosa family was much weaker, not to mention her lord's territory. "Felon, let's go to the North City Academy first," Christine said thoughtfully. "Yes." A knight outside nodded and then drove the carriage toward the North City Academy. Having traveled with the Count before, Felon was very familiar with the city, and he guided the carriage along his memory to the academy. But what puzzled Felon was that today's city felt different. Usually, when traveling through the city, their noble family's carriage would easily make way for others. But today, no such situation occurred. Some nobles, upon seeing their convoy from afar, actively moved aside. Even some noble families seemed to be like this. This made Fellner feel confused. However, he knew that now was not the time to doubt. The caravan continued moving forward and soon reached the location of the northern city. Unlike other noble territories, The entire Tulip Kingdom is very large, divided into 4 parts: East, South, West, and North. Each part has its own academy based on the Empire's school system. These are the East City Academy, West City Academy, North City Academy, and South City Academy. The 4 academies mainly accept the children of nobles. The largest is the East City Academy, usually for royal family members and the children of powerful dukes. Compared to the others, the 3 smaller academies are less prestigious. The North City Academy is of a lower rank. Its students are mostly from counts' families, and some are from barons, viscounts, or court nobles. Great Mage Senpu is a teacher at the North City Academy. The caravan stopped at the gate of the North City Academy. Soon, knights quickly approached to report information. "May I see Great Mage Senpu? Please wait a moment." The night guard glanced at the Dressrosa emblem, nodded, and then walked into the academy. Everyone else waited patiently. Meanwhile, at the center of the North City Academy, inside a large teaching building, there was a sizable laboratory filled with various test tubes and strange potions. "Teacher, the Campbell family has more resources and a 3rd-level mage. If you go there, you will surely be valued. Also, Marquis Campbell promised to give your descendants a chance to become knights. This is already a very generous offer, and it's better than staying here," a middle-aged man said, persuading. But the old man beside him showed no interest, still mixing his potion, his mind only focused on the ingredients. "Teacher." Seeing the old man ignore him, the middle-aged man's expression darkened slightly. Suddenly, a gentle knock on the door stopped his words. The old man also paused for the first time. "Come in." He spoke softly. He did not look at the middle-aged man. This made the middle-aged man's face turn a bit grim. "Great Mage Senpu, someone is here to see you. It is said that your student, Christine, is here." A figure entered the room, looking at Master Senpu with respect as he spoke. Everyone in North City Academy, and even the entire royal capital, holds great admiration for Master Senpu. Thanks to Master Senpu's presence, these lower noble families and knights have a chance. 100 years ago, because the kingdom lacked enough magicians, the price of life potions was much higher than now. Even the lowest level life potions cost over 1,000 gold coins, sometimes several thousand. Mid-level life potions could reach tens of thousands of gold coins. Not just lower nobles, even ordinary counts couldn't afford them. But after Master Senpu appeared, low-level life potions became common and no longer exclusive to magicians. Anyone could make them if they were alchemists, causing prices to drop. At the lowest, they cost less than 50 gold coins. Later, noble monopolies caused prices to rise again, but even now, low-level potions are only about 100 gold coins, at most 200. This gave many people a chance. Even mid-level life potions, thanks to Master Senpu's influence, saw prices fall to around 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins. This single act opened opportunities for many lower nobles. Even middle-tier viscounts and counts now have a good chance. "Christine? Hasn't she gone to the northern province? Why does she have time to visit me?" As thoughts ran through his mind, Master Senpu naturally noticed. He was used to this. Hearing the familiar name brought a smile to his face. Christine was his most proud student, with talent that seemed even greater than his own. Master Senpu felt that she had the potential to become a magician, but unfortunately, he couldn't access magic or inherit magic skills himself, which was a pity. "Let her in," he said with a smile. "Yes." The figure responded respectfully and then stepped back. "Teacher." Seeing the person retreat, a middle-aged man forced down his anger and spoke again. "Seeker, I told you before, I have no interest in subordinate nobles. I don't want to repeat myself." He glanced at the middle-aged man. Senpu snorted coldly. "But, teacher." The middle-aged man instinctively wanted to speak again, but the old man ignored him and continued working on his medicine. This made the middle-aged man's face turn pale and then flush, and finally he clenched his teeth and stepped back. As soon as he left, he saw Christine approaching. "Senior Seeker." Seeing the somewhat troubled expression on her face, Christine spoke with some curiosity. "Christine, long time no see." Holding back his inner frustration, the middle-aged man forced a smile. "Senior Seeker, indeed, it's been a while. Are you here to see the teacher?" Christine asked eagerly. "Yes, Christine. The Campbell family wants to invite the teacher. I think this is a good opportunity, so I came to persuade the teacher. Please help me convince him too. The teacher is getting old, and how many more years can he keep making medicine? Joining the Campbell family would be good for him and for his family. The middle-aged man sighed softly and spoke quietly. Senior Seeker, are you saying the teacher hasn't joined the Campbell family yet? Hearing his words, Christine's face lit up with joy, and she asked excitedly. Yes, the teacher still hasn't agreed. The middle-aged man looked a bit confused but nodded. Understood. Thank you, Senior Seeker. I'll go see the teacher now, Christine hurriedly said. Then she didn't bother with the middle-aged man and rushed toward her teacher. She was already very nervous, but unexpectedly, there was a turn for the better. Since the teacher hadn't agreed yet, there was still hope. Christine quickly left, leaving the middle-aged man somewhat stunned. He instinctively opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. But clearly, Christine didn't care about that now. Her figure soon reached her teacher's door. Taking a deep breath, she gently knocked on the door. Come in. The familiar voice of the teacher responded from inside. Christine gently tidied herself up before slowly pushing the door open and walking inside. Christine, it's rare to see you come back and visit your old grandpa. It's been many years since you last came. The old man's cheerful voice sounded, and he paused his actions. But when his eyes looked at Christine, his pupils suddenly shrank sharply. Christine, you? Senpa kept observing Christine closely, muttering softly, with a look of surprise in his contracted pupils. Have you successfully opened your spirit sea? With a mix of hesitation and shock, the old man stared intently at Christine. Teacher is so amazing. I have indeed opened my spirit sea now and become a qualified apprentice mage. Christine was a bit surprised. She didn't expect her teacher to see through her so easily, but she nodded with a smile. Humph. Your teacher's talent is a bit lacking, but after all these years, it's not for nothing. I can tell. Yes, Christine, it seems your decision to go to the northern province was the right choice. I was worried about you, but it turns out I was overthinking. The old man chuckled and shook his head. Thank you for your concern, teacher. I am doing well. Indeed, going to the northern province was a very good decision. Christine smiled and nodded, her mind involuntarily thinking of the Eagle territory, the generous lord, and the noble mage. Haha, that's good. That's what matters. Come on, lend me a hand. Let's see if you've improved over the years. Don't rely on your mental power. Just feel it yourself. Senpa was slightly stunned but then smiled and spoke. Yes, teacher. Christine quickly responded. At this moment, she didn't rush to explain her purpose, and Senpa didn't ask either. The two began working quickly and busily. One by one, potion liquids for magical plants were prepared and combined. Christine followed her teacher's words exactly, not using her mental power but simply relying on her feelings for the mixing. Even so, her abilities as a mage improved rapidly in all aspects. Her speed in potion mixing also became much faster. Time slowly passed. A bottle of intermediate life potion was quickly prepared. Good. It seems the mage's boost really helps you. Now I am even stronger than the old man. The old man nodded with satisfaction, then spoke with some emotion. Even as a master alchemist, he had to admit that mages are born natural potion makers. Compared to them, ordinary people find it almost impossible to reach a mage's level. Christine had just become a mage, and her abilities seemed to be not much worse than his, especially when using magic potions. Teacher, you're being too modest. I can't compare to you. Christine smiled and shook her head, then spoke seriously. Ha, you're such a clever girl. Tell me, is there something you came to see the old man about this time? Don't be like that guy Sigil. If it's the same, then forget it. You should know I don't want to be dependent on those dirty nobles. The old man also shook his head with a smile, then spoke with seriousness. Cough. In the room, Christine suddenly coughed sharply, unsure of what to say. The old man's words directly stopped her from speaking. Little Christine, you've been contaminated too. Coming here as a lobbyist? Don't forget, I told you I wouldn't join those dirty nobles. The old man looked at Christine's reaction, and his smile faded. He frowned and spoke in a serious tone. Teacher, you misunderstood. It's not like that. That's it. Christine was startled and hurried to explain. She didn't want her teacher to misunderstand. If the teacher thought Tor and those nobles were the same, it would be almost impossible to invite him again. Misunderstanding? I didn't misunderstand at all. Don't you know what those nobles did? Those low-level life potions should be easy to popularize with enough promotion. Not to mention 50 gold coins, maybe the price could even drop to 20. But now, even the cheapest store sells low-level life potions for over 100 gold coins. Even a Baron family probably earns only about 100 gold coins a year, let alone some knight families. And the intermediate life potions, my god. They cost less than 100 gold coins to make, yet they are sold for 1,000. That Marquis Lehman from the northern province even dares to sell them for 3,000 gold coins. For the love of the goddess, they might as well just rob people. Listening to Christine, the old man's expression darkened with anger. Over the past few decades, he had seen how deep the darkness of the nobility really was. The so-called chivalrous virtues have long turned into. They are dirty, arrogant, greedy, and ruthless, like demons from. He felt powerless to change these things, and he didn't want to serve these nobles either. Teacher, the Lord is different. He's not like other nobles. You have to believe that. After the old man's anger subsided, Christine took a deep breath and spoke slowly. He's different. Come on, tell me how he's different. Isn't he just as dirty, greedy, and arrogant? The old man grew more annoyed at his student's words and snorted coldly. Teacher, in the Lord's territory, even slaves and knights wear smiles. They all have endless hope. The Lord even arranged for a third-tier mage to teach us magic personally, and he plans to build a school in the territory so all children can go to school. He wants to invite you to teach the children there. Christine looked at the old man, hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. As he told his story, the old man's angry expression gradually changed to one of focus. Then, from focus to confusion and doubt. Christine, you're not joking, right? How is that possible? Until Christine finished speaking, the old man asked with a frown. Teacher, this is definitely true. If you don't believe it, you can go see for yourself. When you arrive at the Lord's territory, you'll see even more astonishing things. Christine nods seriously. Wow. Seeing Christine's expression, the old man's face suddenly shows some hesitation. His heart tells him it's almost impossible, but he believes Christine wouldn't lie to him. She is his most valued student and his favorite. What is the name of that lord? Which family does he belong to? After a brief pause, the old man suddenly speaks. Toldair's Rosa from the Rosa family. Christine's face lights up with joy, and she quickly responds. The Rosa family? Hearing Christine's words, the old man's eyebrows raise in surprise. He has heard of the Rosa family before, or rather, he is quite familiar with them, not because of their recent fame in the royal city, but from long ago. Over 20 years ago, he had even visited the Rosa territory. Undeniably, the Rosa family's land is more stable and peaceful than 99% of noble territories he has seen. They are also among the few nobles who care about their common people. His inner resistance slightly diminishes. After a moment of thought, the old man speaks again. Christine, are you sure that Toldair's Rosa is willing to accept ordinary children, even children of free citizens and lower-tier knights? His words are questions, but his gaze is fixed on Christine. Yes, teacher. This was personally approved by the Lord. But there are certain conditions. Christine's face brightens with joy, and she quickly responds. In her agreement, she seems to have thought of something, hesitating slightly before adding, conditions? The old man's eyes widen, but he doesn't seem to care much. What would be strange is if there were no conditions. In the Lord's territory, everything is based on merit. Merit points can be earned through daily work. Even slaves can earn them. With enough merit points, a can become a free citizen. And free citizens with enough merit can have their children join the Knight Order. The academy established by the Lord probably also requires a certain amount of merit points. Christine spoke softly, explaining herself to her teacher. Although she wanted to take her teacher along, as the old man said, he wouldn't deceive to bring him. The main reason was that he believed the teacher wouldn't mind. Compared to other nobles, these actions were much better. And indeed, that was true. Merit, huh? A good way. Yes, it definitely is. The old man nodded slightly. So, teacher? Christine looked happy and couldn't help but speak again. I can go with you to see, but if not, I will leave. After thinking for a moment, the old man nodded in agreement. He was already finding it harder to do anything at the academy and was considering leaving. Now was a good chance to go see. Great. Teacher, you won't be disappointed if you go. Christine quickly spoke, not expecting everything to go so smoothly. When the old man just started talking, her heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, everything went fairly well. 3 days later, the Dressrosa convoy set out again, led by the Grand Alchemist Simpu and his dozen disciples, following Christine to the Eagle territory in the northern province. As soon as the news spread, Sigil couldn't hold back. Bang! That old guy followed Christine. Didn't he say he wouldn't serve the nobles? Sigel's face looked grim. He had promised Campbell, the young master, to bring Grand Alchemist Simpu into the Campbell family. Campbell was even willing to give his son a knightly squire and pay 1,000 gold coins. If Simpa left, everything would fall apart. No, we can't let them go. House Dressrosa. Sigel's eyes sparkled. He clenched his teeth and quickly took action. He hurried to a mansion in the capital. Inside a large mansion. Bang. What did you say? Simpa followed the Dressrosa family? A young noble suddenly stood up, looking unhappy. Yes, I saw the badge of the Dressrosa family, young Master Bell. The Dressrosa family dares to take your people. Maybe we should stop them first. Hygir quickly spoke, pretending to be angry. But then, in the next moment, boom, a dull sound rang out. Hygir felt a sharp pain on his face, and he even saw a cracking bone image in his mind. In the next moment, he was flung out sideways. His figure crashed far away, twitching slightly, then stopped moving. He said, "Foolish. Ford, get rid of this guy." The man snorted coldly. "Yes." An old butler quickly responded. With a wave of his hand, a knight stepped forward and dragged Hygir away. "Young Master Bell, the old master said we shouldn't cause trouble with the Dressrosa family recently," the butler whispered after the knights left. "I know. They're really lucky. But forget it. He's just a great pharmacist. If he's gone, he's gone." The man nodded and took a deep breath. Though he felt a bit unwilling, he understood clearly that with Count Engelbert's outburst, their family's strength might not be enough to compare with the Dressrosa family. Someone strong enough to easily defeat a Sky Knight could also easily defeat their family's Sky Knight. Just Count Engelbert alone had already narrowed the gap between the Dressrosa family and a powerful Marquis family like theirs. More importantly, Count Engelbert had a broader future. It was unlikely he would break through to become a Saint Domain Knight, but reaching the peak of a Sky Knight at his age was not impossible. If Count Engelbert could reach the peak of a Sky Knight, he would become a top-tier Marquis family, which their Campbell family couldn't afford to provoke. It's not worth risking for just a great pharmacist. After all, a great pharmacist mainly makes intermediate life potions. Their Campbell family's first-level mage can do the same, just with a lower success rate, which isn't a big problem. Of course, Christine and the great pharmacist Sinpa didn't know about this scene now. The group left the capital safely and headed north toward the northern province. During the journey, Grand Mage Sinpu was talking with his students and became increasingly curious about Tuar's territory. Meanwhile, Christine was shocked by the information about the Dressrosa family that her teacher had shared. For lower-tier nobles or small noble families, they might not know about the conflict between the Dressrosa family and the Spencer family. However, Grand Mage Sinpu, because of his connections, knew very well. This surprised Christine greatly. She did not expect the Lord's father to be so powerful. For Sinpu's more than 10 students, Christine's story made them more eager to explore Tuar's territory. The mages, they realized, might have a chance to become true mages. "Senior Sister Christine, do we really have a chance to become mages?" One young student asked excitedly. "Yes, the Lord gives everyone a chance. As long as you earn enough merit points, I can teach you meditation, help you open your mental sea, or even exchange treasures with the Lord to open your mental sea," Christine replied with a smile. "Great. I can become a mage too," the young student said, blushing with excitement. The others didn't look much better. As potion makers, they knew how incredible mages were. Every potion maker hoped to become a mage, and now they really had a chance. Although they still needed to earn merit points, having a chance was completely different from not having one. "Senior Sister Christine, how many merit points do we need to get?" "Yeah, Christine, how many merit points do we need?" "Not too many, just 50 points, Christine answered confidently. 50 points? How do we earn merit points? Inside the carriage, more than 10 students excitedly asked Christine. She answered seriously, without any impatience. Seeing how eager her students were, the old man understood that even if that territory wasn't ideal, it would be hard to take these students away. Of course, he might not need to take them away. He might be dissatisfied, but he wouldn't block his students' future. For example, he always disliked nobles, but he didn't oppose his students serving as nobles. After all, in this world, joining the nobility is almost the only way for most pharmacists to succeed. Relying solely on oneself is nearly impossible. The army set out grandly, heading from the royal capital to the northern province. It would take 2 or 3 months to reach the Eagle territory. At this moment, Thor was unaware of the arrival of his great gift as an alchemist. His mind was focused on building his territory and expanding the Eagle territory. A month later, he was the first to receive the troops brought by Rachos from the Assad family. In the study, listening to Rachos Assad's report, Thor fell into deep thought, gently tapping his desk with his right hand. Dong dong dong. The clear sound echoed through the room. Rachos Assad felt a bit nervous inside. He couldn't be sure whether Thor would agree to his father's request. Honestly, he was very eager to see the family and the Lord establish a deeper cooperation. This would bring great benefits to his family and also to the Lord. But there was little he could do. The final decision was up to Thor. All right, you can go back and tell the butler Deli that I agree. The Eagle Trade Guild will split the trade, jointly operated by our two families. As Count Assad mentioned, the shares will be 30%. Despite Rachos' nervousness, Thor couldn't help but smile and nodded in agreement. He roughly guessed Count Assad's idea. Honestly, his first instinct was to refuse. Even just sharing the trade meant tying himself to the Assad family, which wouldn't be very beneficial for future development. If he didn't want to be tied down and simply took over later, he could develop to a certain point and then break free from the Assad family to truly get involved in the trade. But he only considered this idea briefly before dismissing it. Even with his current progress, he wasn't sure how long it would take to truly get involved in the trade. At present, only the Tulip Merchant Guild and the three major duchy families are involved in the trade within the kingdom. Most of these three families rely on the Tulip Merchant Guild. There is little hope in a short amount of time. Even if they reach that point, collaborating with the Assad family wouldn't make much difference. Could the Assad family still control him at that time? This kind of agreement doesn't harm him. In fact, it benefits him. After all, the Assad family's involvement in trading means one less middleman. According to his previous plan, not only would the Karlina family act as middlemen, but the Assad family would also be involved. Now, only the Karlina family remains, which will surely lower costs. More importantly, having the Assad family involved means more slaves can be brought in. As for sharing some profits, that's not a big deal. Their involvement in trading isn't just because of high profits. More importantly, population is the key to the northern province. Yes, sir, I will handle it immediately. Hearing Tor's words, Rachos looked happy and nodded quickly. Go ahead. Handle it as soon as possible. I believe it won't be long before other noble merchant guilds arrive in the northern province. It will be much harder to develop then. Tor nodded and then gave instructions to Rachos. Understood. Rachos nodded seriously. Then he carefully left the room. Watching Rachos leave, Thor turned his attention back to some events on his desk. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. With Tor's approval, Rachos and the Assad family quickly finalized a new trade group. This trade group operates independently of the Eagle Guild and deals in trading. The Assad family will provide an unspecified number of slaves every 3 months at cost price. After the slaves are sold, 70% of the profits go to the Eagle Guild and 30% go to the Assad family. The Assad family will establish a market in Eagle City for buying and selling slaves. Prices will be split evenly between the two families and included in the costs. After negotiations, they began to take action. Tor didn't interfere with this. He left everything to Rachos to handle. Even though Rajuz is a member of the Assad family, over time, he has gained Tor's trust and there are no issues with him. While Tor is handling matters related to the Assad family and the construction of the Eagle trading grounds, news from the northern border finally arrives. In the study, Tor looks at Steve returning and listens to his words. A smile appears on Tor's face. Finally, the verification is complete. I thought I would have to wait longer. It seems the northern border is now stable. Tor sighs with relief. Yes, sir. Currently, the 3 great kingdoms in the north are no longer expanding. They have stopped spreading, and a few days ago, they started counting merit points. Your merit points, along with those of the noble heirs from that period, were completed about 7 or 8 days ago. Steve nods and explains softly to Tor. Understood. How many merit points did I earn this time? Tor nods without showing much surprise. Even though he exiled the Baiman King and killed a 7th-rank Baiman beast, it doesn't mean humans can conquer the entire orc tribe easily. In fact, they only managed to take less than 1/10 of it. Beyond that is the Sacred Mountain, where the Titan god fell, and also the Sacred Mountain of the Baiman beasts. If they try to take it, it's not just about whether they can do it, but the losses would be unimaginable. The three great kingdoms clearly understand what is possible. Sir, your merit points are estimated to be 2,700. When your merit points appeared in Lorenz City, the whole city was in an uproar. That's 2,700 merit points, sir. You can apply to upgrade to Viscount, and you might even get half again as many merit points. Hearing Tor's words, Steve's face flushes with excitement, and he speaks passionately. 2,700 points? But compared to Steve's excitement, Tor frowns slightly. He has killed many third-rank beasts, yet he never expected that even with all that, his merit points wouldn't exceed 3,000. It seems merit points are more difficult to earn than he thought. Of course, Thor also understood that the main reason was that he relied on the defensive points to fight against the orcs. If he had defeated them solely with his own strength, his merit points might have increased 2 or even 3 times or more. However, achieving this would have been much more difficult. At that time, even with his strength, he might have struggled to hold on. This was still thanks to the defensive points. Without them, he probably wouldn't have managed even now. After all, that huge orc tribe still makes people feel a chill down their spine just thinking about it. Yes, sir. Let me ask you, are you planning to exchange your merit points for a noble title, or keep them for now? Steve didn't notice Thor's expression and spoke again. Exchange for the noble title, then. In a few days, you will come with me to Lorenz City. Thor thought for a moment, and then spoke softly. With over 2,000 merit points, his first choice was naturally to exchange for a noble title. As for other exchanges, the list from the Tulip Kingdom had many tempting options, and 2,000 points could buy quite a few things. But compared to that, a noble title was the most important right now. There was only a little over a year until the kingdom's war. Raising his noble rank as much as possible would give him more independence during the war. Although barons already had some autonomy, it was limited. A viscount, however, would be even better. And being a viscount would make it easier to operate in the northern province. In the entire northern province, there were many barons, but he didn't have a single viscount title yet. In a world with order and structure, noble status still mattered a lot. Understood. Steve nodded excitedly. In the following days, Thor took care of some matters in Eagle's Nest before leading the Knight Order to Lorenz City. As a lower noble rank, Baron and Viscount titles didn't require traveling to the capital for the ceremony. They could be held in Lorenz City. The ceremony was similar to when he was made a Baron. After staying in Lorenz City for 7 days, the noble title ceremony began again. At this moment, just like before, the entire city of Lorenz was buzzing with excitement. A Viscount had been born in the northern province for the first time in 20 years. The impact on the entire northern province, or rather on its noble class, was undoubtedly unprecedented and huge. For a moment, countless people gathered in Lorenz City. Their numbers were even greater than when Thor was first made a Baron. After all, more than 50 barons had been created in the northern province, so 3 more was not surprising. But at this moment, the attention was on the Viscount above the barons, which was naturally unprecedented. Night gradually passed. When dawn's sunlight spread, Thor, like the first time he was made a Baron, rode a white horse slowly toward the city hall. The square in front of the city hall was already crowded with people. Many commoners and pioneering lords gathered here. Under the sunlight, the statue of the goddess of life emitted a gentle, soft glow. From its base, a huge red carpet stretched far into the distance. The noble's coronation was undoubtedly the most grand event. Compared to the baron's coronation, the Viscount's ceremony was even more elaborate. Flowers covered the entire ground. The band played lively music. Magic crystal cannons fired as Thor arrived, echoing in the sky, while thousands of white doves were released. Thor stepped onto the red carpet, riding his white horse without dismounting, moving forward gradually, facing many eyes. In the distance, 3 court counts had become 5. Not only Marquis Ryman was present, but also 2 other marquises returning from the northern border. All 8 figures looked at Thor with smiles. When Thor reached the center of the red carpet, he extended his left hand, making a fist and placing it over his heart. One of the 5 court counts opened a holy book. Young knight, you have perfectly followed the 8 virtues and 9 commandments of knighthood under the witness of the goddess of life. Your brilliance shines as brightly as the sun. Your virtues are so admirable that even the goddess of life praises you. The kingdom recognizes your efforts and will officially make you a viscount. Do you accept the coronation? A gentle voice sounded. The entire area suddenly became quiet. The atmosphere grew solemn. I accept. I will continue to uphold my virtues with the knight's sword in my hand. I will let the brilliance of the kingdom shine on every land. I will ensure that my people enjoy the light of the goddess of life. In solemn silence, Thor drew his knight's sword, and a deep, steady voice slowly echoed. Under the glow, at this moment, he seemed to be bathed in a divine light. At this moment, countless people looked at the figure riding a white horse along the red carpet, feeling excited inside. The Viscount. That's the Viscount. Finally, the Northern Province has its first Viscount. Does this mean they also have a chance to become Viscounts? Meanwhile, in their excited hearts, Marquis Ryman stepped forward and handed Thor a noble medal. The ceremony to officially grant him the title of Viscount also concluded. From today on, Thor de Lesrosa is a Viscount. His noble status in the Tulip Kingdom has risen once again. Of course, compared to before, there hasn't been much change. Being a baron was a leap, but becoming a Viscount isn't quite the same, since a Viscount is still a lower noble rank. However, having the title of Viscount is a big step forward and is very useful in the kingdom's wars. The granting of the Viscount title caused a huge stir across the entire northern province. The most direct sign was that many new lords headed toward the northern frontier. After all, earning 1,000 points of merit is nearly impossible in the northern province, especially now that the orcs are retreating northward, reducing the impact on the province. To earn merit, they had to go to the northern lands. 7 days later, Thor and Steve's group returned to Eagle's Nest, and Thor officially became a qualified Viscount. The entire Eagle's Nest celebrated for 3 days. Many nobles from the northern province arrived to congratulate Thor. As a result, Thor ordered the Eagle Trade Guild to offer all items at a 30% discount for those 3 days. This discount made many new lords smile happily, especially the newly established lords, whose joy was impossible to hide. As new leaders of the expansion, they need to buy many things. They get a 30% discount, which helps them save a lot of money. Not just supplies, but population growth alone costs a lot of gold coins. In the next few days, most nobles in the northern province are smiling happily. Even more, the leaders of the Eagle Business Guild are smiling widely because on the day Thor became a Viscount, he announced that every year, all the leaders within the Eagle territory could exchange for one medium-level life potion. Yes, a medium-level life potion. At that moment, many leaders from the Eagle Guild felt like they might be hearing things wrong. It wasn't until Thor confirmed several times that they could be sure they heard correctly. This news caused great excitement. Even powerful counts find it hard to get a medium-level life potion, but now they can get one every year. Even Rajuz Assad was deeply moved. Of course, Thor didn't care about their excitement and reactions. In just a few months, the giant pike fish raised in the dam have multiplied. With the help of forest elves and Ellen's blessing, the giant pike now number at least 100. They can harvest at least 30 each year. Even if they only consider a 50% success rate, they can produce at least 15 bottles of medium-level life potion. This is based on Christine trying, not Elvira and Anna. Otherwise, 20 giant pike fish could produce more than 18 bottles, and with good luck, even 20 bottles. Thor's plan estimates that producing about 20 bottles a year is not a problem. Besides Thor, only 11 other leaders initially joined the Eagle Guild, along with Stuckter's Rosa and Soldre's Rosa. 1 bottle per year means only 13 bottles in total. 20 bottles of medium-level life potion would ensure he has over 7 bottles left each year. This would be enough to meet the needs of the Eagle territory and sell some for profit. It's already more than enough. Even one of his earlier ideas is now likely to become a reality. The initial business model of the Eagle Guild was created by Thor. Compared to the Hubs Guild, Spencer, and the Campbell family's methods, it is more efficient. However, this does not mean their approach has no benefits. The entire Tulip Kingdom, as well as neighboring kingdoms and even the Empire, follow this model, which clearly shows its value. The auction system not only attracts many people but also helps the territory grow and develop quickly. A large population gathering can make all aspects of the territory improve rapidly. For example, Lawrence City, the biggest city in the northern province, is not important because the city hall is there. After all, the city hall might be there once, but not always. The real reason Lawrence City developed is because of the Habsburg Trading Company and its quarterly auctions. Many lords are expanding the territory in the northern province. Even if only a small part, like 1/10, 1/20th, or even 100th of those lords' efforts, it would still make Lurin City grow very fast. This is a long-term process. Thor also wanted to do this before, but at that time, the Eagle territory didn't have the right to do so. They could only offer silver armor, and later, with low-level life potions, the Eagle town wasn't ready to handle such activities. Now, after a few months, most of the Eagle territory's construction is complete. The huge city stands in the main river valley. It can now comfortably hold 10,000 people, and with ongoing expansion, it can hold even more. With the addition of intermediate life potions, the population needs are fully met. Not only can the auction begin, but other projects can also start. For example, building schools. This is not a joke, as he previously discussed with Christine. He truly plans to build schools. As a traveler, his greatest advantage is not just his special abilities, but also the knowledge from his past life. Compared to this era's training system, his previous experience was much better. Thor naturally wouldn't ignore this opportunity, but before, he lacked the chance and enough people. Now he can manage it. A few days ago, he received a letter from Christine, informing him that Grandmaster Senpu had arrived. This made him even more eager to proceed. In the past few days, he has been fully focused on building the school. Regarding the auction, everything was entrusted to Rajuz. As a member of the Assad family, he knew more about auctions than anyone else, at least in the Eagle territory. In fact, that was true. Within just a few days, Rajuz had prepared a very detailed construction report. In the study, Thor put down his plans and began to read Rajuz's report. As he read, even Thor's eyes brightened. He had thought he would need to add his own ideas, since, even as a traveler, he had some experience. After all, he had seen pigs run, even if he hadn't eaten one. But he was surprised to find Rajuz Assad's report was very complete, even more so than he expected. Excellent. No wonder you are a member of the Assad family. Let's proceed with this plan. I will ask Joseph to give you the eastern area. Can you finish it in 3 months? Thor nodded and looked at Rajuz with a questioning gaze. Sir, I will definitely complete it, Rajuz replied happily. Good. Then let's do that. If you need more people or anything else, I'll ask Joseph to help you as much as possible. But make sure it's finished within 3 months, Thor said with a smile. Understood. Rajuz respectfully responded and stepped back. After a moment, another person entered the room. Sir, you called me? Joseph was sweating on his forehead. Over the past few months, he had been fully immersed in building the territory. His efforts had turned Eagle Town into Eagle City, which made him very proud. Thor looked at Joseph and was quite satisfied with his work as the chief officer. Over these months, Joseph handled everything well. Even if there were some mistakes, overall, nothing serious happened. What was even more impressive was that the construction of Eagle City was still on track. That was rare. Transfer the eastern area to Rajuz. Also, if Rajuz has any needs, remember to cooperate fully, Thor ordered. Besides that, how is the construction of the houses in the central right area coming along? How much longer will it take to finish? Once the conversation began, Thor gave instructions to Joseph. Then, seeming to remember something, he asked a follow-up question. Yes, I will handle it immediately later. Sir, the construction at the central location should be fully completed the day after tomorrow. Joseph responded respectfully and started to reply. The day after tomorrow? That's pretty quick. But the territory's development should be sped up as much as possible. I will send you an additional 5,000 goblin slaves. Don't worry about damage. They are disposable. Thor nodded slightly and then gave Joseph more orders. He doesn't really lack goblin slaves now. Not only is his eastern area clearing goblins, but the western and northern areas are also doing the same. Goblins have even become a significant gold source for many nobles in the northern province, with the Eagle Trading Company spending some gold to buy them. Now, most mineral resources have been replaced by goblins. The remaining goblins are starting to fill various industries of the Eagle Trading Company. As low-level labor, goblins are quite useful. They are cheap, and there's no need to worry about injuries. They can be used to the limit. As for humanity, in this world, not everyone among humans has compassion, let alone goblins, who are not considered human. Yes. Joseph nodded, feeling a bit tense. After Thor arranged a few more matters, he dismissed Joseph. His gaze turned back to the document in front of him. The document detailed the plans for the school. So far, he has decided to set up 3 departments: the Knight Department, the Administrative Department, and the Alchemist Department. There are also corresponding reforms based on merit points. Previously, free citizens could qualify to join the Reserve Knight Corps. Generally, earning 50 merit points among free citizens would grant a qualification to join the Reserve Knight Corps. Even if a commoner earns 50 merit points, they only qualify to enter the Knight Academy. Only after graduating from the Knight Academy can they join the Young Eagle Knights. Recently, many people have joined the Young Eagle Knights, but few have enough talent. This has caused the Knights to become somewhat crowded. Although it's not obvious yet, if changes are made, the impact could be bigger. If the Young Eagle Knights become like a kindergarten, it would be funny. It was hard to change things before, but adjustments are still needed later on. The administrative college is for training officials. Usually, children of commoners can participate without merit points, just paying a certain tuition fee. The Alchemy Academy also doesn't require merit points or tuition, but it does need a talent test. Alchemy requires many resources, so people without talent are not very useful there. At least, they should have some talent for being an alchemist, not necessarily a mage. These three colleges are still in the early planning stage. As the territory develops, they will be improved further. Progress takes time, step by step, bite by bite. The Eagle territory has grown a lot now, but it's just the beginning. Fully developing it will not be easy. In the study, Thur gently tapped the desk, scanning through various plans to check for problems. Tom quietly passed by in this way. 2 days went by quickly. In the center right of Eagle City, a long building was completed. It looked like a medieval magic school and attracted many onlookers. Since construction began, many people noticed this large area, but most didn't know what it was for. Until today's opening, many still wondered. A lot of commoners gathered around, pointing and whispering, curious about what was happening. Finally, a large stone tablet was uncovered, revealing a red cloth. Eagle Academy. Someone who could read immediately read the words aloud, causing the crowd to react with surprise. My goddess, is this a school? Oh my gosh, the Lord built a school? Is this our offspring's territory where they can enter the academy? Sounds of voices mixed together, and many free citizens' eyes began to shine brightly at this moment. It was excitement and joy reflected in their expressions. Especially those who knew about the academy felt even more thrilled. No one expected Thor to build an academy in the Eagle territory. While the academy was being completed and Rajuz was busy organizing the auction, 2 convoy teams were heading toward the Northern Land Province, or more precisely, toward the Eagle territory. Leading the way was the Dressrosa convoy. Count Engel had sent many supplies to the Eagle territory, and Ruby Dressrosa, on her way to the Northern Land Province, happened to meet up with them. Now they were traveling together. 10 days earlier, the group arrived at Lorenz City. From Lorenz City, they traveled for 10 days and finally reached the Eagle territory. But when they arrived, not only Count Engel's team, who was transporting supplies, was shocked. Even Ruby Dressrosa felt like she was dreaming. In their eyes, there was no sign of a dilapidated land. Instead, endless fields of farmland stretched out, with water channels spreading across the area, turning everything into fertile land. In the farmland, newly sprouted wheat in the soil looked lively under the sunlight. In the distance, a tall city gradually came into view. Compared to Lorenz City, which was still under construction, the scale and grandeur of this city were far beyond Lorenz. Ruby Dressrosa even faintly saw hints of Pate City. But this was the Northern Land Province, and it was her cousin's territory. Are we sure we're not lost? Ruby murmured to herself, instinctively looking at the knight captain responsible for transporting supplies from the Dressrosa family. Young Master Ruby, there's no mistake. This is indeed Lord Thor's territory. The last time I came here, it wasn't this big. I never thought it would grow so much in less than a year. The knight captain spoke with emotion, feeling a bit overwhelmed inside. He is not lying. 6 months ago, he did come here to deliver supplies. At that time, the Eagle territory had already given him a big shock. In less than 2 years, young Master Tor had managed to develop the Eagle territory to that extent. Unexpectedly, only half a year later, the changes in the Eagle territory are even greater than when he first visited. Now, the size of the territory makes him feel that even the Dressrosa family's land might be somewhat inferior. Well, hearing the words of the family's knight in charge of transporting supplies, Ruby Dressrosa was stunned, opening his mouth wide. He was deeply shocked inside. As a Knight family affiliated with the Pat family, he didn't know about the amazing things his cousin had done in the Northern Province before. In his memory, his cousin had only been to the Northern Province for about 2 years. Although he was granted the title of Baron, which seemed incredible, it was because of his achievements, not because of land development. In his view, in just 2 years, it's hard to see significant progress in land development. Even building a small town would be a big question. But now he saw something. It was not a small town at all, but a large city almost comparable in size to Pat City. This completely overwhelmed his thoughts. While he was still stunned, dust rose in the distance. A large Knight group quickly appeared in sight. Thor led the Knight group to come and greet them. He attached great importance to his cousin and personally came to welcome him. "Brother Ruby." Thor dismounted with a smile and spoke. "Thor, you really surprised me." Ruby calmed his emotions and spoke with emotion. The two brothers embraced. Then, under Thor's lead, everyone entered Eagle City. Once inside the city, Ruby and others were even more shocked. The city was no longer just taking shape, it was truly forming. There were many people active inside. Although it was still not as lively as Lorenz City, it was clearly more vibrant than Lorenz City. Thor led his cousin through the city, explaining the current situation of the Eagle Territory, the Northern Province, and the Northern Lands. Ruby told Thor about recent events and the reasons for his arrival. Hearing Ruby's words, Thor was quite surprised. He didn't expect his father to be so powerful, easily defeating a mid-level Sky Knight from the Spencer family. Now he understood why the Pate family was willing to let Ruby go. In other situations, the Pate family might not have been so willing. But with his father's strength, if the Pate family refused to release him, problems could arise. The Dressrosa family is surprisingly united. They were strong within the Count family, but only average among the Marquis families. The Pate family also has a Sky Knight, so there's less to worry about. However, this time, the Dressrosa family even defeated a Spencer Sky Knight and wouldn't mind having one more. This time, I have to thank Count Angle. Without him, I might not have been able to leave. Ruby Dressrosa said gratefully. He knew that even if Marquis Pate promised him an opportunity during the Kingdom War, it was just words and a chance. To truly succeed, even if Marquis Pate didn't change his mind, he and his father would have to fight hard just to have a slim chance. Attached Knight families enjoy benefits that most Knight families can't imagine. Some noble families might not even compare. But leaving such families is extremely difficult. If the main family doesn't make it hard, then leaving is almost impossible. This time, Ruby only had a chance thanks to Count Angle's support. "Brother Ruby, you're being too modest. We're all children of Dressrosa, so it's not a big deal. So, I should also thank Brother Ruby for his help last time, or I'd be in big trouble." Thor smiled and shook his head. "That was just a small matter. Let's not talk about that. This time, I'll probably be in the northern border for a long time. My goal is to at least become a Viscount. Thor, if anything happens in Eagle's territory, feel free to come find me." Ruby Dressrosa said seriously. "Thank you very much, Brother Ruby." Thor was slightly surprised but then smiled and nodded. Although he no longer lacked a great Earth Knight, he naturally wouldn't refuse Ruby Dressrosa's kind gesture. "Thanks, but you already said it. We are all descendants of Dressrosa, and Sol will need your help as an uncle in the future." The two of them smiled and then entered the castle. Inside the castle, a feast had already been prepared. The brothers and the knights responsible for transporting the supplies received warm hospitality. It wasn't until the next day that Thor sent Ruby Dressrosa out of the territory. Since Ruby Dressrosa needed to report to the northern border, he couldn't stay long in the Eagle territory. But that wasn't a big problem. The northern border isn't far from the northern province, and they would meet many more times in the future. After sending Ruby Dressrosa away, Thor began counting the supplies and gold coins sent by his father. Having received some information from Ruby, he had been looking forward to this moment all day. Now he finally had time to carefully check everything. This check immediately made his eyes light up. The gold coins sent by his father this time exceeded 200,000, reaching nearly 250,000 gold coins. Besides that, the miscellaneous supplies were worth over 50,000 gold coins in the Frost Moon province, and even in the northern province, their value would be over 100,000 gold coins. In total, the value of what his father brought him was an astonishing 350,000 gold coins. This was undoubtedly a terrifying amount. Even Marquis Ryman would need more than 3 years of hard work to earn that much. For Thor's Eagle territory, this amount was even more frightening. Even the current Eagle Business Guild would need a long time to gather such wealth. But at this moment, Count Engel had brought everything directly to him. More importantly, it wasn't just about the value. Many of the supplies were urgently needed by him right now. Without saying more, this entire Eagle Business Guild had gained a significant boost this time. He has cooperated with the Assad family, but resource connections still require more time. For the current northern province, every day is very important. Many trade associations have already begun moving toward the northern province. If they don't act quickly to seize the opportunity, it will be much harder later. Even if he has some advantages, he will gradually be pushed out. Compared to his new trade association, others are not only stronger but also more complete. Looking at Lajos Assad, it's clear that other trade associations are likely similar. If Assad is so powerful, it will be much harder to grow later. Meanwhile, Thor was busy making arrangements to expand the Eagle Trade Association as much as possible. A few days later, another convoy arrived at Eagle territory. It was Christine's returning convoy. When they arrived, both Grand Pharmacist Senpu and his students, as well as Christine, were surprised. In just a few months since she left, Eagle territory had changed so much. Amid their surprise, Thor also came out to greet them. Even though he was now a viscount, usually a pharmacist like him wouldn't attract much attention from high nobles, but Thor valued this greatly. He knew how important a grand pharmacist like Senpu was, someone capable of training many pharmacists. It could be said that just one grand pharmacist, Senpu, was enough to build a successful pharmacy school. Once the pharmacy school was established, the entire Eagle territory wouldn't lack magical potions, especially life potions. They could produce a steady supply of life potions, which made people excited just thinking about it. Not to mention, Grand Pharmacist Senpu alone could quickly increase the production of intermediate life potions in the territory. Faced with Thor's warm welcome, many of Senpu's students were excited, and Senpu himself showed a hint of surprise. When they were led into Eagle City, everyone was even more shocked. They had prepared for a tough life upon arriving in the northern province, but the situation was completely different. Although the scale was not as large as the capital, it was much better than many other provincial main cities. Most importantly, everything here was orderly and well-maintained, with clean and tidy streets. Even within the royal capital, as long as you're not on the main road, the area is filled with foul smells, trash is scattered everywhere, and no one seems to clean up. But here, everything is very clean. The people here, even the slaves, wear smiles on their faces. The knights don't have that arrogant, disgusting look. Instead, they are friendly and approachable, even willing to help free citizens. He saw a knight helping a free citizen move a large stone. This place feels completely different. Even from the first impression, Master Pharmacist Senpu clearly sensed it. Here, he muttered to himself, a glimmer of light appearing in his cloudy old eyes. Lord Viscount, I heard you built a school for training pharmacists? Taking a deep breath, Master Pharmacist Senpu looked at Thor with curiosity. Yes, to be precise, I built 3 schools, a Knight Academy, a Pharmacist Academy, and an Administrative Academy. Thor spoke with a smile and then slowly explained his plans, including admission standards, the learning process, and some arrangements. Listening to Thor, Master Pharmacist Senpu's old eyes shone even brighter. By the goddess above, I now believe what Christine said, that you are someone blessed by the goddess of life, your virtues shining like the sun. Master Pharmacist Senpu said emotionally, and at that moment, his heart felt completely at peace. This is my territory, and I have a duty to ensure my people live better lives. Seeing the old man's feelings, Thor couldn't help but smile and shake his head. No, although that is your duty, honestly, over these decades, you are the first noble I have met with such a broad mind. Senpu shook his head and spoke seriously. Thor smiled but didn't argue further. Some things are almost impossible for many nobles in this world to do, but for a traveler like him, it's not a problem. This is only the beginning. As a traveler, the changes he can bring are not limited to these. However, there's no need to tell this to the person in front of him. The two continued their conversation. Then they arranged for the chief apothecary, Senpu, and the dozen or so students he brought. Under Thor's arrangement, Senpu became the head of the Potion Academy, and the students became instructors there. Senpu earned 10 gold coins and 50 merit points each month, while each student received 5 merit points and 10 silver coins monthly. This pay was not very high, but it was not low either, especially since this was just their teaching salary. They could also participate in the Eagle Rock Territory's potion-making tasks, which would be paid separately. After Thor explained, many students' eyes lit up. Participating in the Eagle Rock Territory's potion crafting not only improved their skills, but also brought rewards. Plus, if they taught at the Potion Academy, it would be a significant income. More importantly, joining the Eagle Rock Territory meant their children might enter the Knight Academy and step into the knightly class. Most students who followed Senpu were children of lower noble families or even commoners adopted by Senpu. Regardless of their background, even if they were from lower noble families, their status was only that of knights' attendants, not knights themselves. If their children could become knights, it would be a big temptation. If luck was on their side, their children might follow the Lord himself, with a bright future ahead. The current Lord was only in his early 20s but already a Viscount. No one could guarantee that he would remain just a Viscount forever. Once they become counts, their descendants can serve as vassal knights for the Lord, even if they do not become nobles. This is a new and bright path for them. Tur naturally understands this when he sees their excitement. Whether it is the merit system or the academy system, both are deliberately designed to give everyone in the territory hope. This hope can drive the entire territory to develop quickly. For someone just starting to grow, this impact is incredibly important. Other nobles don't care much about these things. In this extraordinary world, bloodline is actually more important than many other factors. Noble children are born as knights, while farmers' children are likely to remain farmers. But even a small chance is still a chance. If he can mobilize all the people in the territory, even a 1 in 10,000 chance of success is worth it for Tor. If some talented individuals can be discovered, it's a huge gain. Moreover, it can give everyone in the territory a lot of hope. Night gradually falls. Stars begin to fill the sky. With the help of Grand Alchemist Senpu and his dozen students, the Alchemy Academy was quickly completed, and the production of life potions in the Eagle Territory increased significantly. 4 low-level life potions. The dozen students almost had no objections and all joined the Eagle Territory's potion-making efforts. Originally, the monthly output was less than 100 bottles of low-level life potions, but with the addition of the students, the capacity increased to 200 bottles. This was without considering the limited supply of life grass, so the capacity could be further improved. 200 bottles of low-level life potions are enough to meet the daily needs of the Eagle Territory and even supply the entire Eagle Merchant Guild. As a result, Tor lowered the required merit points for exchanging low-level life potions and began selling them externally. This instantly boosted the reputation of the Eagle Merchant Guild. Low-level life potions are needed by almost all frontier lords. Even great knights found them useful, so no one thought there were too many. Now, expanding the guild became much easier. Besides the Potion Academy, the other 2 academies were also quickly completed. The Knight Academy, led by Dean Marshall, with Steve, Pelos, and Mark as mentors, allows free citizens who have 50 merit points to send their children to study there. The Academy is a 3-year program. If students pass, they can join the Young Eagle Knights. If they fail, they can become Knight Apprentices or Academy Instructors. The Affairs Academy is run by several officials led by the Eagle Leader, with Joseph as Dean. All free citizens can attend. It is also a 3-year program, with an annual fee of 5 silver coins. After completing the 3 years and passing the exam, students can become trainee officials. This is the only academy that officially charges money. However, this is only on the surface. In reality, all 3 academies require spending money. The Knight Academy, although free to attend, needs a lot of meat and resources for students to quickly learn the night breathing technique. The Potion Academy requires a lot of magical plants for practice to reach certain levels. Each expense is significant, and the Affairs Academy might be the least costly of the 3. Even so, for the entire Tulip Kingdom, this is a groundbreaking development. So far, there has been no academy for commoners, and ordinary people have no chance. This at least gives everyone some hope. When news spread throughout the Eagle Territory, everyone was excited. Many free citizens discussed eagerly, and even the slaves in the Eagle Territory looked hopeful because free citizens had a chance, which also meant they might have a chance. In the Eagle Territory, everyone saw a way to break free. The excitement caused the territory's efficiency to greatly increase, and everyone carried hope and dreams for the future. Time passed slowly amid everyone's hopes and expectations. In just a year, the Eagle Territory and the Eagle Merchant Guild experienced rapid growth. Thor was promoted to Viscount, and the Eagle territory faced almost no rivals in the northern province. After defeating the Northern Alliance, even the top noble heirs who once posed threats withdrew. Marquis Ryman could no longer suppress the Eagle Merchant Guild. The entire Eagle Merchant Guild and the Eagle territory were like wild horses running free, changing every day. Over the course of a year, the Eagle Business Guild has spread throughout the entire Northern Land province. More than 70% of the frontier lords have established trade routes with the guild. This is a huge area, covering 70% of the province, which is almost unimaginable in scale. The profits are also incredibly impressive. Last month, the guild earned over 200,000 gold coins. Yes, 200,000 gold coins, an astonishing number. If this continues, it could mean more than 2 million gold coins a year. Even after sharing profits, Tor could still earn over 1 million gold coins. This income far exceeds what a marquis family would typically have. Even powerful marquis families like the Spencer family would find it impossible to earn this much in 10 years, even if they went without food. It would take the former Marquis Ryman 10 years to generate such revenue, even controlling the entire Northern Land province. Of course, this level of profit is due to the guild's expansion and the influx of many new frontier lords. Reaching this figure again in the future is nearly impossible. But even if the earnings drop to half, or a third, or a fifth of this amount, it would still be a number that makes the heart race. Moreover, Tor and Rachos estimate that, even considering trade stability and the addition of other guilds, the Eagle Business Guild's annual income should be at least 600,000 to 800,000 gold coins. If they maintain their current scale, their income could surpass 1 million gold coins. With Tor's share, that's about 500,000 gold coins a year. Not counting the dukes, such income would definitely surpass that of the top 3 marquis families. And this is without the guild openly supplying life potions. Most of these potions are used internally. If they expanded their supply, income could increase even further. After all, the output of Now is controlled by the guild, even if Tor doesn't expand further. 70% of Now is already under the guild's control. Over the year, the master alchemist Senpu and his team of a dozen pharmacists have made great progress in their potion-making skills. Their success rate has increased to about 50%. Even considering the yield of the life grass, 1 month's production exceeds 500 bottles. At 100 gold coins per bottle, that's 50,000 gold coins a month, totaling 600,000 gold coins a year. If calculated at the price from the Habsburg Trading Guild, it would be 1.2 million gold coins annually. However, due to internal consumption, even among the lords of the Eagle Guild, the price per bottle is far below 100 gold coins, only about 50. The Eagle Lord's contribution mainly counts as merit points, and they have consumed about 90% of the bottles. Of the 500 bottles produced in a month, nearly 400 are used by the Eagle Lord, 90 by other lords of the Eagle Guild, and only 10 are sold. Although this results in a lower overall value of the output, it significantly boosts the strength of the Eagle Lord and the entire Eagle Guild. A year ago, the entire Eagle Guild's Earth Knights numbered only 3: Thor, Rain, and Marshall. The Grant Knights, Steve, Pelos, and Mark totaled 3. There were over 50 official knights and more than 150 apprentice knights. Now, a year later, the Earth Knights have not increased and still number only 3, but the number of Grand Knights has risen to 10, and official knights have reached 102. The most impressive increase is among apprentice knights, which grew from over 150 to more than 270, an increase of over 100, tripling the previous 2-year growth. This explosive growth is ongoing, and it is expected that the number and strength of knights in the Eagle Lord's territory will continue to improve. Night gradually falls. Another day is about to pass. In the study, Thor gently taps on the desk, looking at the letter he received today. It was sent by Count Engelbert a month ago. Kingdom War. His voice is a soft whisper, and Thor's expression shows a slight seriousness. Although he has been preparing for this, when the Kingdom War actually arrives, he cannot help but feel a touch of gravity. Such a scale, even with his current strength, he may not be fully confident to participate. He is very strong now, not much weaker than a typical marquis family. But the Kingdom War involves not only the Tulip nobles, but also countless kingdoms and duchies across the entire continent. The Tulip Kingdom is not the strongest among these kingdoms and duchies. Similarly, the nobility of the Tulip Kingdom is also not the most powerful on the entire continent. There are two great empires, standing at opposite ends and overlooking the land. Beneath these empires are countless kingdoms and duchies. No one knows if the two empires have conflicts. But one thing is certain, the conflicts between kingdoms are quite intense. Plus, kingdoms need to grow and expand. This has led to the birth of kingdom wars. Every 100 years, major kingdoms and duchies hold a kingdom war to protect their interests and gain more benefits. The Dressrosa family rose to power largely thanks to these wars. During one such war, they earned great merit and became counts. This is also the fastest way for nobles to improve their titles. Marquis Lehmann's rise was a miracle, and such success is very hard to copy. In the entire kingdom, most new noble titles, dukes, viscounts, and barons, are created during these wars. Thor has now been promoted to a viscount. To become a count, the difficulty is very high. Only during wars against orcs or kingdom wars can such promotions happen. After all, it requires 100,000 merit points. A second-tier Minotaur's merit points are only worth 10 points. To reach 100,000 points, you'd need 10,000 second-tier Minotaurs. This is under ideal conditions. In reality, whether it's second, third, or even fourth-tier Minotaurs, there's a limit to how many merit points they can earn, so you can't just keep gaining endlessly. This makes it even more difficult. Not to mention, the recent expansion into the northern border has spread over thousands of miles. It's unlikely any count family has been established there. At most, some viscount families. Ding ding ding. The sound of fingers lightly tapping the table echoed as Thor's thoughts drifted, his gaze fixed on the letter. This letter from Count Angle not only informed him that the Kingdom War was about to begin, but also provided detailed information about the war itself. This information is extremely important to Thor. Although he had read many books before, there was very little about the specifics of Kingdom Wars. Thor didn't know much either. This time, Count Engelbert's letter was undoubtedly enough to fill in many of his gaps. His eyes quickly scanned the words. Thor's tapping fingers slowly stopped at some point. All his thoughts were completely absorbed in the letter. Until a long while later. He exhaled a deep breath, feeling a slight shock inside. The Kingdom War was not what he had imagined. He thought that the Kingdom War probably meant each kingdom sending troops to fight in one place, like during the spring and autumn period. In a way, this era does seem similar to the spring and autumn period. But the situation is completely different. The Kingdom War does not happen on the continent, but in a separate world. Yes, a separate world. When Thor saw this part, his first reaction was whether he was seeing things other worlds had appeared. But after confirming several times, along with the subsequent text, he was sure it was not his eyes playing tricks, nor was Count Engelbert mistaken. It is indeed true. The Kingdom War takes place in another world. The major kingdoms and noble duchies will fight in this alien world. The more they win, the more merit points they earn. At the same time, the kingdom gains more benefits. He didn't know all the benefits, but one thing was certain. The outcome of the Kingdom War determines a kingdom's territory, population, and various resources. Besides that, there seemed to be other benefits, but Count Engelbert, or the Dressrosa family, did not know about them. Looking at this information, Thor's heart was stirred intensely. Another world. There really is another world. He originally thought this world was already huge enough. Just the Tulip Kingdom alone had already surpassed the territory of China in his previous life. And the combined area of the three northern countries was about half the size of Earth. Adding the northern orcs and the icy lands of the north, the area would definitely not be smaller than Earth in his previous life. Such a vast area, even if it didn't occupy more than 1/10 of the continent, would be an exaggeration. Most likely, it would be no more than 1/5. This means the entire continent is at least 5 times the size of Earth. But now he is told that this is not the whole story. There is actually another world beyond this world. Being able to consider a world or a region as the site of a kingdom war, the entire continent's scope is beyond what Thor, a traveler, can imagine. Adding to this are the previously known divine ruins, divine awakening, the heretical church, the kings of the 3 great kingdoms, and the sacred domains. This world is even more complex than he thought. His thoughts drifted for a long time until he gradually calmed himself. These things are still too far from him. They are not what he needs to focus on now. Instead, he should think about how to develop next and how to prepare for the Kingdom War. According to his father's words, there are less than 3 months before the war begins, and they need to leave 2 months early. That means he has less than a month to prepare. He had already made some preparations, But after hearing his father's explanation, Thor felt it was still not enough. At least, the strength he plans to bring is clearly insufficient. Initially, he only intended to take Rainer and 20 knights to go. But now, it's obvious that he needs to change his plan. The reason is simple. A brand new world is unknown to others, but for him, the gains could be unimaginable. Even if it's just a new place on the entire continent, the chances of gaining something are usually small, especially after experiencing multiple kingdom wars. But now, things are different. According to the information his father provided, each kingdom war occurs in a different world, which means his gains will also be entirely new. Bringing more people would clearly be beneficial for him. As for the dangers, with daily intelligence updates, Thor is least afraid of danger. Someone, come here. His thoughts flowing, Thor called out to the door. Creak. The door was pushed open, and a maid entered. Master. The maid respectfully spoke. Go and ask Anna and Evelyn to come here. Never mind, just ask Anna to come. Thor gave the order to the maid. Yes. The maid responded respectfully and quickly left. After a moment, Anna entered the room. Master. Anna respectfully greeted, with a look of some confusion. 1 year has passed, and Anna has officially become a third-level mage. She is not just barely reaching third level, she is clearly close to entering the mid-third level stage. During this time, you can put aside your current tasks. The Kingdom's War is about to begin, and I plan to take you with me, Thor softly said, giving instructions to Anna. Yes, Master, Anna replied happily, quickly responding. For her, being able to stay close to Thor at all times makes her the happiest. By the way, Ivira, let her stay in the territory a bit longer. After the Kingdom's War, I will take both of you to the natural forest. Thor nodded and thought for a moment before speaking slowly. As an elf, Ivira must return to the natural forest. As for Anna, since she has also become a pure elf, to quickly reach the 4th level, she should undergo the nourishment of the ancient tree of life. Ivira has been wanting to take Anna to the natural forest during this time. However, even with Ivira's assurance, Thor still feels a bit uneasy. But Anna's progress cannot be ignored. After some thought, he decided to take Anna with him when the time comes. After experiencing the Kingdom's War, his strength should be able to improve to another level. Plus, when he advances to Count, the elves probably won't dare to do anything to him. Understood, Master. Anna smiled happily and nodded firmly. Anna is very curious about the elf's homeland, but she is even less willing to leave Thor. Go ahead and prepare. In half a month, we should set out for the capital. Thor nodded and waved his hand. Anna then stepped back. While waiting for Anna to leave, Thor called over Maxwell, Steve, and Pelos to discuss some matters. In the end, he finalized the group to be Ryan, Maxwell, Anna, and 54 knights. Compared to the initial size, it had more than doubled. Their strength was now completely different. Not only was there Maxwell, a land knight, but also Anna, a third-level mage. This level of power, not to mention the Count's family, even among Marquis families, would not be weak. After all, although the Marquis family has many land knights, none can compare to Thor and Rain. Over the past year, both have made further progress and are now just one step away from becoming mid-level land knights. And there is also a third-tier mage among them. Even among top noble families, third-tier mages are rare. Most only have first or second-tier mages. A third-tier mage is even more valuable than an ordinary Sky Knight. Of course, to avoid trouble, Thor still disguised and concealed Anna. He wouldn't let Anna act unless absolutely necessary. Sending Anna ahead was also to prevent accidents or the need for a mage in critical moments. A new world offers endless possibilities, so Thor instinctively prepared thoroughly. Once the personnel were ready, it was time for supplies. All official knights participating in the Kingdom War automatically received 500 merit points and could exchange items regardless of their level. These 500 merit points could be directly withdrawn or transferred to others. Of course, the level restriction didn't apply when transferring. Only the person receiving could use the items. For example, silver armor could only be purchased by land knights spending 200 merit points, and ordinary knights couldn't. But at this moment, they had the authority to exchange. In fact, most of the 54 official knights chose to exchange their merit points. The remaining 300 points were split, some transferred to relatives, others used by themselves. Thor didn't interfere with their choices, it was entirely up to them. For the next half-month, Thor focused on planning his territory in the Eagle Trading Company. The Kingdom War would last a long time, so the territory still needed to operate. Fortunately, not only Thor was participating, all nobles and expansion lords had to join. In this situation, the world was relatively at a standstill, and there weren't many issues to handle. There was also less concern about other trading companies seizing his share during this time. Time slowly passed, and once Thor finished everything, the Eagle Business Guild's expansion leaders have gathered in Eagle City. As expansion leaders, except for Stuck, who just became a leader less than 3 years ago, and Saul, who doesn't need to participate in the Kingdom's wars, the other 11 leaders must join the battles. At this moment, 11 large knight teams have assembled. Compared to the beginning, these expansion leaders of the Eagle Business Guild have undoubtedly improved greatly. With Thor's development and the spread of the guild, the large amounts of life potions and gold coins gained over the year have given all the major expansion leaders a huge boost. In just 1 year, the changes have been incredible. Thor, the elder brother, has made a significant leap in strength. In less than a year, he has already reached the peak of the Great Knight, with 5 Great Knights under his command. Of course, this is partly because Thor has been favored, and others haven't improved as dramatically. But even if they are slightly behind, at this moment, compared to the beginning, everyone's strength has almost doubled. Over the year, a continuous supply of life potions has been provided, and even the other expansion leaders of the Eagle Business Guild haven't lacked them. In this year, not only has their strength improved, but their status has also changed. Now, except for Stuck and Saul, everyone has become a baron. This outcome is beyond what most people could imagine. They are deeply grateful to Thor. Without Thor, they wouldn't have reached this point, and it's uncertain how long it would have taken, or if they could have reached it at all. After all, the entire northern province is full of endless opportunities, but also endless dangers. Orcs, monsters, other expansion leaders, each one poses a threat. Without Thor and the Eagle Business Guild he built, their future would be impossible to achieve. Toner, not bad. Your life source power seems to be stronger than mine. Byrne sighed and said, Uncle Byrne, you're exaggerating. I'm still far from you. Toner smiled and shook his head. Ha ha ha, that's not exaggerating. Your life source power is already at the peak of the Great Knight, right? Keep it up. Aim to break through to the Earth Knight before 50, Jelly said with a smile. Uncle Jelly, I will work hard. Lord Pat. Your Excellency Jose. Rajus, ha ha ha. Long time no see. I've been busy with your auction lately. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. After the Kingdom War, I definitely want to come and see it. Good. I've been waiting for you. At the castle, a group of Eagle Merchant Guild's pioneering lords were talking among themselves. Everyone's smiles were very warm. Until Thor stepped out, and the crowd gradually stopped talking, turning their eyes to him. Everyone, it seems you can't wait any longer. Looking at the crowd, Thor smiled and spoke. Thor. Thor, cousin. Your Excellency Thor. One voice after another spoke, and each pioneering lord couldn't help but show a smile. Are you all ready? If so, we'll set out now, Thor said with a nod and then asked the crowd. Ready. Ready. The people responded, and Thor waved his hand. In the next moment, the group started moving. 12 pioneering lords gathered together. Even if each didn't use all their strength, just a tenth of their power, 12 of them combined was a huge force. And it was more than just a tenth. For the Kingdom War, each pioneering lord of the Eagle Merchant Guild had their own plans. They might not all aim to make their families rise again to count level like Thor, but they all wanted enough merit points to become viscounts or even earn resources through exchanges. Most of the pioneering lords had mobilized about 30 to 50% of their strength. Jose Anabai and Babulus, for example, had almost mobilized about 80% of their territory's power. All for this chance. As a result, their team was even larger. In Eagle City, the citizens watched nervously and anxiously as the huge knight team slowly left the city, heading toward Lorenz City. Next, they would first arrive at Lorenz City, then cross the northern province to reach the Frost Moon province, and finally pass through the Frost Moon province to reach the capital. Even if it were all knights, this journey would definitely take more than a month. Fortunately, everyone doesn't need to rush. There are still over 2 months until the Kingdom's War, which is plenty of time. After 7 days, the group arrived at Lorenz City. The huge knightly team instantly caused in Lorenz City. Many frontier lords looked on with surprise until they saw the soaring flag of the Drius Rosa Eagle, and then they understood. Of course, some understood, but others were still shocked. Wow, who is that? It's so big. You probably don't know. Let me tell you, this is one of the top groups in our northern province. Top group? Really? Isn't the strongest in the northern province supposed to be Marquis Lehman? Hiki, not anymore. The Eagle Business Guild. You haven't heard of it, right? The Eagle Business Guild? Yes, that's the one. It's the true king of the northern province, even stronger than Marquis Lehman. Really? I heard the Eagle Business Guild is now as powerful as some of the strongest marquises. No way? Nothing is impossible. Do you know the Spencer family? And the Campbell family? A year ago, they all attacked the Eagle Business Guild together, but they were all defeated. Many lords even withdrew from the northern province. Oh my goddess, this is... The voices mixed with conversations, and the crowd's shock grew even more. Many people's eyes widened in amazement. Even those familiar with the Dressrosa family and some frontier lords who knew about the Eagle Guild looked at the knightly team of the Eagle Business Guild with admiration. Not only them. At the center of Lorenz City, in a huge mansion with tall towers, Marquis Lehman quietly sipped his red wine, watching the enormous knightly team. Lord Marquis, a knight respectfully whispered from beside him, sweat beading on his back. He was afraid Marquis Lehman might lose his temper at the sight. But luckily, nothing happened. Get ready. It's time for us to leave, Marquis Lehman said softly. Yes. The knight quickly responded respectfully and stepped back as if granted mercy. Dressrosa, Tor, Eagle Trade Guild. Really well prepared. Fortunately, my goal was never the Northland province, or I would have suffered a big loss this time. Marquis Lehman chuckled softly, then shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Suddenly, his figure vanished from the spot. Among the knightly group, Tor seemed to sense something and instinctively looked toward a distant place. Just then, he saw the tall building where Marquis Lehman had just been standing. Marquis Lehman? Tor furrowed his brow, looking a bit confused. He had always been cautious about this person. The reason was simple. Marquis Lehman was different from ordinary nobles or land knights. His strength might not surpass Count Angle, but he was surrounded by a thick fog. First, his noble status had risen significantly. He was one of the most legendary figures in the kingdom in nearly 30 years. He had risen from a minor viscount family at an incredible speed, almost unnatural. It seemed he also had some special connection with the Tulip royal family. Guarding the Northland province was a lucrative position, especially now, when orc wars hadn't broken out for a while. It brought in over 100,000 gold coins annually, something even powerful marquises couldn't always achieve. Only top-tier marquises could have such income. So, giving such a position to a newly risen marquis was almost impossible by normal standards. But it was a fact. Marquis Lehman had held this post for over 10 years, and the gold he accumulated was staggering. Without him, this person might be more like the main character of this world. Of course, if that was all, Tor wouldn't pay much attention. The world was vast, and every person and family had their own opportunities. Whether they could seize them depended on their own strength and that of their family. What caught Tor's attention was that, even though the Eagle Trade Guild had taken a lot of benefits from Lorenz City, the original Habsburg Guild, which earned over 100,000 gold coins a year, now struggled to reach 70 or 80,000. In theory, Marquis Lehman would surely cause trouble for him. Tor had even prepared for such trouble. But a year passed, and nothing happened. This particular event did not happen, which made Thor even more confused. If the daily intelligence reports hadn't warned him, Thor would have suspected that this person might have other methods. He was ready to strike back hard. Unfortunately, the daily reports gave no indication. A year had passed, and Marquis Lehman had done nothing, as if he hadn't paid any attention to these matters at all. Now, when Thor sensed that person again, his doubts grew even more. But clearly, no one could answer his questions. Thor thought for a moment but decided not to take any action. With the daily intelligence in hand, he had nothing to worry about. Since the other side wasn't doing anything now, there was no need to bother. There was no point in causing himself trouble. Amid the discussions and rumors, the large convoy gradually left Lorenz City and continued heading south. Next, they needed to cross the Frostmoon province and pass through part of the Western Moon province to reach the capital city. The day after Thor and his group left Lorenz City, another large knightly order also departed from the city. It was Marquis Lehman's group. But at this moment, Thor and the others didn't know this. After leaving Lorenz City, they continued southward. After about 10 days, they finally reached the border between the Northern Land province and the Frostmoon province. Crossing this area would lead them into the Frostmoon province. Previously, a nightly order sent by Marquis Layman had been here, but now they had disappeared completely. For a long time in the future, they wouldn't appear again. After successfully crossing the border, Thor and his group entered the Frostmoon province. Initially, Thor planned to return to the Dressrosa territory to check on things, but Earl Engelbar had already told him that they had gone ahead to the capital city. So, Thor didn't need to detour to Dressrosa. They just needed to cross the right part of the Frostmoon province to reach the Western Moon province. At their current speed, it would take no more than 30 days to reach the capital. If they moved quickly, about 20 days should be enough. Compared to that, taking a detour might take about a month and a half. Right now, they had more time. Thor could also use the daily intelligence reports to gather more information again. Uncertain whether it was because they avoided the nobility in the main areas of human activity, this time, during their journey across the entire Frostmoon province, Thor's harvest was actually greater. They had only been in Frostmoon province for 10 days. During this time, they obtained 3 divine wood fruits and 1 star moon fruit. Yes, just 1 star moon fruit. It was originally a star moon tree, but unfortunately, the seedling had lost all vitality, leaving only a single star moon fruit hanging on it. If not, the harvest could have been even larger. Still, even just 1 star moon fruit was a big gain for Thor. And this was just the beginning. Thor looked forward to what was coming next. The journey ahead did not disappoint his expectations. Over the course of more than 10 days, when Thor and his companions reached the capital city, their total gains from the trip were worth nearly 20 or 30,000 gold coins. This amount was already quite significant for Thor now. More importantly, they also collected several rare magic plant seeds, which would greatly help the development of the Potion Academy. In Thor's plan, the Potion Academy was not just about life potions. His goal was to produce even basic life potions with alchemists. This would require a large number of magic plants. Currently, the Eagle territory was not enough, but that didn't stop him from moving in that direction. A smile spread across his face as a towering city gradually appeared in the distance. Compared to Eagle City or Pat City, this city was undoubtedly much larger, standing tall on the horizon like a prehistoric beast lying on the ground, giving a heavy sense of pressure. We've arrived. Thor quietly opened the car curtain and looked at the distant towering city, a hint of emotion in his expression. According to his memory, this was his second time reaching the capital city. As a child, his father had brought him here. But in reality, this was his first time arriving at the capital city. Even as a traveler, he couldn't help but feel amazed by this huge city. Even from afar, Thor could sense the size and weight of this city. In the Tulip capital, a huge city nearly 4 times the size of Pat City, people could feel its grandeur and vastness as they entered. At this moment, perhaps because the kingdom's war is about to begin, many people gathered at the city gates. Like Lorenz City, the capital also has a special path for nobles. However, due to the large number of nobles gathering, even the noble path was crowded. When Thor and his group arrived, they could only join the end of the line. But his large knight squad still drew many nobles' attention. Is that the eagle emblem? Is that Dressrosa? Seeing the high-flying flag, the nobles who were attracted by it were all surprised, especially some top nobles. Even after a year had passed, with the Dressrosa family expanding, this newly rising Count family was gradually catching everyone's eye. Anyone with even a little news knew that the current Earl Engel of the Dressrosa family had broken through to become a Sky Knight and had even defeated the powerful Spencer family, a well-established Marquis family. Is that the Dressrosa family? It should be a branch of the Dressrosa family. I heard Earl Engel has already arrived in the capital. The Dressrosa family is so lucky. This time, with the Kingdom's War, they might be promoted to Marquis. Yeah, a Sky Knight. That's a Sky Knight. If only our family had one. Voices mixed with each other, and many people looked over. Thor didn't pay much attention to these. He had already passed through the Northern Province, the Frostmoon Province, and part of the Western Moon Province. Now, he naturally knew the reputation of the Dressrosa family in the kingdom. Is this the capital? It's so big. Rain muttered to himself. Thor smiled, and his mind involuntarily recalled a scene from his memory. Back then, he was traveling with his father. His father led him, his 7th brother, and his 4th brother to visit their eldest brother in the capital. Honestly, he hadn't seen his eldest brother for nearly 10 years. As the heir of the Dressrosa family, my older brother was sent to the capital city at the age of 12 to study at the Eastern City Academy. Later, he also learned about noble affairs from a court count. Even the memories of his past self are now somewhat blurry. That's good. I'll go take a look. Muttering to himself, Thor remembered that his older brother seemed to be quite kind to him. At least, during their brief interactions, his memories of the past were very clear. While Thor was lost in thought, a commotion suddenly broke out among the Night Squad. What's going on? He pulled back his thoughts and asked with a frown. Sir, a noble wishes to see you. His name is German Vieira. He is your brother. As Thor listened, a knight quickly stepped forward respectfully and spoke. German Vieira? Thor raised an eyebrow, looking a bit surprised. This wasn't about the German Vieira he remembered, but about the surname. Vieira is the surname of his mother, Renise Vieira. Let him come over. After a brief pause, Thor nodded and signaled for the knight to bring the visitor over. Soon, two figures appeared before him. One was a girl around 15 or 16, and the other was a young man about 27 or 28. Both had light blue hair and eyes like sapphires, giving off a very pleasant feeling. Especially the girl, Thor faintly saw some resemblance to his mother in her. Is that really you, Thor? My dear brother. It's been so long. As they approached and saw Thor, German Vieira spoke excitedly. Who are you? Thor felt a bit awkward, but still asked out of curiosity. In his memories, he didn't recognize this person at all. I am your goddess. Thor, you really hurt me. I am your older brother. 10 years ago, when you went to the Vieira territory, I gave you my most precious Sal. German Vieira spoke as if pretending to be sad upon hearing Thor's words. Nice to meet you, older brother Thor. This is my brother, German Vieira. I am Erika Vieira. Our father is Cern Vieira. Compared to Garmin Vieira's exaggerated expressions, the girl appeared much more composed. Seeing Thor's puzzled look, she slightly bowed and spoke softly. Uncle Sornel, sorry, it's been so long that I might have forgotten some things. Thor felt a bit embarrassed. Sornel Vieira was his mother's older brother and the current count of the Vieira family in the southern Moon province. Ha ha ha, Thor, my dear brother, I was just joking. It's been so long I almost didn't recognize you. If I hadn't seen that knightly sword and heard about your brave deeds, I might not have come. Garmin Vieira said with a smile. Brother Thor, sister Erika, come up first. Thor nodded with a smile and then invited the two to join him. They both smiled and stepped into Thor's carriage. Brother Thor, I've been hearing a lot about how highly our father speaks of you. You're truly impressive. Yes, Brother Thor. Inside the carriage, the three talked. Thor understood why they came. Garmin was here to meet with his father to join the kingdom's war effort. Erika was following along, preparing to attend East City Academy for her studies. To Thor's surprise, Erika's knightly skills had already reached the peak of a formal knight, even though she was only 16. Such talent was truly remarkable. As for Garmin and Erika, they were full of curiosity about Thor. Recently, they kept thinking about either their uncle or the young man before them. Thor's actions were not a secret among the high-ranking nobles. Because of the relationship between Dries Rosa and the Vieira family, Thor was almost considered a family member by others. Erika was fine, but Garmin Vieira had received quite a few scoldings from his father. This didn't cause any resentment, but their curiosity was natural. When they finally met, both were shocked. They couldn't sense Thor's knightly power, which meant his strength was much higher than theirs. Thor was only about 21 years old. Their hearts were stirred. The line they were in was slowly moving forward. As the evening gradually turned to night, the group finally passed through the city gates and entered the royal capital. Upon entering the capital, the first thing that caught the eye was a huge main street. But at this moment, it was filled with many people and soldiers. Clearly, with the start of the kingdom's war, even the large capital had become quite crowded. German and Erika had been following for a while, then decided to part ways. German still needed to his sister to the Eastern City Academy, so he couldn't stay with them. Brother Thor, see you later. Goodbye. They waved farewell as they left. Watching them go, Thor was deep in thought. From their simple exchange, he probably understood what they meant. But he wasn't interested in such matters. Shaking his head, he continued forward with his troops. The gathering place for the Dressrosa family was in the northern part of the city, but before going there, he needed to register at the Royal Affairs Office. In the kingdom, families were like clans, but once they became nobles, they were relatively independent. Registration was done separately. Not only he and the Dressrosa family, but other leaders of the Eagle territory also registered this way. Fortunately, because the kingdom's war had just begun, the affairs office was open almost all night. After finishing everything, night had fallen. Thor then led his troops to the Dressrosa family gathering spot in the northern city. At this time, many members of the Dressrosa family had already gathered there. Thor also saw his father again. "Father," he bowed to Count Engelbert. "Good. It seems you've grown a lot. Did you see Erika on your way here?" Count Engelbert nodded with satisfaction and then smiled. "Father." Thor's face twitched. He never expected that after crossing into this world, he would become a viscount and still be pressured to marry. He had sensed something was off earlier. How could it be such a coincidence? Clearly, this was all arranged long ago. "Ha ha ha, you're not young anymore. As a member of the Dressrosa family, you need to help with the family's future. When you were 18, your older brother was already born, your father told you." Seeing Thor's mouth twitch, Count Engelbert couldn't help but smile. "Father, Erika should be considered my sister, right?" Thor spoke with some helplessness. "It's no big deal. Erika has strong talent, and your talent is also quite good now. When you have children, they will inherit your strengths," Count Engelbert said casually. In this world, siblings could marry each other hundreds of years ago, but eventually, the Empire banned it. Still, it mainly applied to close siblings. Cousins could marry without issue. To keep bloodlines pure, nobles rarely married lower-class nobles or commoners. Such internal marriages were common. But Thor found this hard to accept. He wasn't a beast. "Father, let's focus on the kingdom's war first. This time, it's very important for our Dressrosa family." Thor shook his head quickly and changed the subject. He couldn't handle this topic anymore. His words were quite correct. Count Engelbert was soon drawn in by what Thor said. "I understand that. But this kingdom's war seems different from usual. There might be some trouble." His tone was serious, and Count Engelbert looked very serious too. He had been here for a while and had a basic understanding of the war. But this initial understanding disrupted many of his ideas. His brows remained furrowed without easing. Different from usual? Thor was surprised. In Engelbert's letters, he also learned about the war, which usually didn't change much in its pattern. But he didn't expect it to change this time. "Yes, there are some changes. Look at this." Count Engelbert took out a rolled sheepskin scroll and handed it to Thor. "What is this?" Thor instinctively took it, looking puzzled. The scroll was blank. "You should understand how to use your mental energy. Use your mind to see," Count Engelbert said softly. His words carried certainty, even though such mental strength was almost exclusive to Sky Knights. Still, he believed his son could definitely succeed. Thinking back to a year ago, when Michael and the others returned and told him what had happened, Count Engelbert still remembered his shock and disbelief at that time. The Earth Knight. His son had actually broken through to become an Earth Knight. A 20-year-old Earth Knight, such talent would be dazzling even within the Empire. In the kingdom, it was even more unbelievable. And the breakthrough was not the only remarkable thing. If it was just becoming an Earth Knight, he would be surprised. But since his son had contracted a nature spirit and was favored by the goddess of life, his cultivation speed was not too shocking. The real issue was his son's true strength. It was enough to match 10 or more Earth Knights. Without considering flying abilities, even if he himself broke through to become a Sky Knight, he might not be able to handle all of them alone. Yet, his son had easily defeated him. How strong has Thor really become? Even Count Engelbert couldn't be sure. That was the situation a year ago. Now, a year later, even if Thor told him he had broken through to become a Sky Knight, Count Engelbert probably wouldn't be very surprised. Buzz. Of course, Thor didn't know what his father was thinking at this moment. His mental energy instantly reached the scroll. A ripple of consciousness spread out, and then a flood of information poured into his mind. It was a series of images. A vast, primitive world appeared in his mind: jungles, mountains, rivers, and all kinds of creatures. "Is this?" he muttered to himself, surprised. But soon, as more images appeared, he finally understood what was different about what his father had said. Usually, the kingdom's wars resembled the guild wars of his past life, with the major kingdoms projecting their forces into these new worlds to fight each other. The more victories they gained, the more benefits the kingdoms would receive. This time, however, the power is spread out among individual nobles across the entire world, rather than being projected by the strength of a kingdom as a whole. This means each noble team will be scattered, and no one can be sure who will be nearby. Even nobles from the Tulip Kingdom might turn against each other, let alone encounter nobles from other kingdoms. Compared to previous kingdom wars, this one is more dangerous and more difficult. Each kingdom cannot unify its forces. In this vast world, Gathering scattered nobles from the same faction is almost impossible, especially without royal involvement, making it even harder. The parchment in Tor's hand was slowly lowered, his expression serious. It seemed he understood the content. Count Engel sighed. "You know what this means," he said softly. "This will probably be the most intense fight yet. For Count Engel and the entire Dressrosa family, this is bad news. If things had gone as before, with Tor's strength, plus Engel's own breakthrough to the Sky Knight level, along with the expanded power of the Dressrosa family in the Eagle territory, it would have been their stage. But now, all the major nobles are dispersing, including the branches of the Dressrosa family, which are being separated. This could lead to heavy losses for the family branches, not just a failure to achieve results. Recently, the Dressrosa family has gained a lot of fame. Their power hasn't fully shown yet, but no one wants their interests to be taken away in the future. Even the Tulip Kingdom, Engel doesn't doubt that once they encounter the Dressrosa family, many families will act against them. Tor remained silent. Engel's words were simple, but he understood the key point. He wasn't worried about these issues himself. After all, even if his strength wasn't enough, he had daily intelligence reports, and it was unlikely he would be caught off guard. However, just because he wasn't worried didn't mean the other branches of the Dressrosa family felt the same. The entire Dressrosa family is very large. Over the past 200 years, the family has expanded continuously. Before, they had a total of 59 territories. Due to a series of events related to divine inspiration, the number of territories has actually increased, now reaching 59 again. Besides some new lords who recently became explorers, there are currently 38 nobles and explorers involved in the kingdom's war. Not all of these 38 nobles and explorers are as strong as Thor or Count Engelbert. Most of the barons and viscounts, and even entire branch families, may not have a single Earth Knight. We can only do our best to take care of them. There's not much more we can do. Thor sighed and shook his head. Even he, along with the 36 nobles and explorers, has limited options. Especially with this random dispatch, even if he wanted to help, it was very difficult, unless he could gather these people together. But the problem is, his golden finger is a daily intelligence system, not real-time communication. On such a vast map, he simply can't find them all. Hearing Thor's words, Count Engelbert also sighed. No one expected that this kingdom war would bring such changes. It was completely unexpected. All his previous preparations were rendered useless. This time, it wasn't just about whether they could advance to become a marquee family. It was already fortunate if the Dressrosa family didn't suffer heavy losses. As they sighed, father and son continued to talk for a while. Later, Thor led his troops to rest at a location arranged by Engelbert. Night gradually passed. A new day arrived as scheduled. Just after waking up, Thor saw a figure approaching, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Thor brother, Erika, with a sweet smile, appeared. Looking at her delicate face, Thor couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This wasn't because he couldn't accept a girl of 15 or 16. The key issue was, this girl is his sister, something that, in his previous life, would have landed him in prison for a long time. Erika, sister, aren't you going to school today? Thor forced himself to approach and greet her. Not yet. The academy will only open after the kingdom's war begins. This time, I came to ask Brother Thor about some night training methods. The girl with a gentle smile looked especially cute. Is this the night training method? All right then. Thor felt a bit helpless, but at this moment, he could only take Erika to the training ground to practice the night breathing technique. However, what Thor didn't expect was that over the next month, Erika almost came to see him every day, trying all kinds of ways to find him. This situation made him feel even more helpless. There was no other way. After all, every time she offered something, he found it hard to refuse. But after a month, his headache eased a little. Of course, it only got a little better, mainly because the girl seemed to see him only as a sister, which made him feel less uncomfortable. During this month, Thor also took the time to explore the entire capital thoroughly. He met many nobles. At least, he gained a clearer understanding of the whole kingdom. As for his older brother, Carlo, Thor had planned to visit him on the second day after arriving, but Carlo had already been taken on a study tour by his teacher, so he had to give up. Night fell gradually. The entire capital was now crowded with people. Many nobles and knight groups gathered, making the city a bit chaotic. But it was only a little chaotic. No one dared to cause trouble in the capital, even though nearly 90% of the nobles from the Tulip Kingdom had gathered there. because the real power in the capital belonged to the royal family and the three great dukes. Even if all the forces of the Tulip Kingdom combined, they wouldn't be able to challenge them. Under these circumstances, all the nobles behaved very obediently. Especially during this period, to prevent chaos, many royal knight teams maintained order throughout the city. Even the direct descendants of marquises could end up in the city prison if they caused trouble. It's not just about the people, fines and gold coins wouldn't be small either. Now, the kingdom's battle was about to begin tomorrow. Under the night sky, nobles and figures moved with a sense of unease. Especially after news spread that the format of the kingdom's war had changed. For some small noble families, this might not be a bad thing. After all, if they gather together, these small nobles could easily become cannon fodder. Although it's more dangerous now, at least they won't be the ones sacrificed. However, for the larger noble families, this is a big problem. The issues within the Dressrosa family will naturally affect them too. But it's not only the Dressrosa family that has branches. In this world and under this system, to ensure the continuation of their bloodlines and families, any noble with some strength will split their family. Originally, splitting like this wasn't a big problem. During kingdom wars, they could unite. Outside of wars, it gave families more possibilities. But now, with kingdom wars, these powerful families that have split apart cause big trouble. They used to only face other kingdoms and noble families. Now, they also have to deal with their own country's nobles. Every noble who becomes strong has made many enemies. If they can't handle their main family, they surely can't deal with their branches. Many nobles are feeling overwhelmed by this situation. Even after thinking about it for a whole month, some nobles have considered solutions for over 2 months but still can't find a good way to handle it. Nobles are too scattered. Even if they form alliances or sign contracts with other nobles, these agreements might not be very effective. There are ways to bypass these rules. It's not just a few families, it's the entire royal capital's nobles. How many are there? The number is so large it's terrifying. Just the barons in the Frost Moon province number over 1,000, with hundreds of viscounts, and other provinces' nobles aren't few either. Through marriages and connections, everyone is linked in ways they don't fully understand. As long as they can't control all the nobles, these so-called alliances and contracts are meaningless. And trying to control all nobles is impossible. Such a vast scope of agreements would be unmanageable even for 3rd or 4th tier mages. Even 5th tier sanctum mages, let alone higher level mages, would struggle. In the entire royal capital, even the royal family might not have a 5th tier sanctum mage, let alone those above the sanctum. This situation is a deadlock. Amid this tangled and overwhelming situation, the morning sun rises as usual the next day. In the center of the royal city, on a huge square, the area was now crowded with people. Many nobles had gathered here. Nearly 1/3 of the tens of thousands of nobles and pioneering lords from the Tulip Kingdom were present, with over 200,000 people in total. The crowd was packed tightly, almost everyone was there. Even though the square was large, it could only hold about 200,000 people at once. To manage this, the kingdom divided the crowd into 3 groups for teleportation. Starting today, over the next 3 days, nobles would be gradually sent to a different world. Today was clearly the first group. Tor and the others were not among the first to be teleported. He looked into the distance. Suddenly, a golden scroll appeared in the sky. The next moment, a bright white light covered the entire square. As the white light spread, figures began to disappear quickly. It was clear that the teleportation had started. Because there were so many people, even this teleportation method was slow. Time slowly passed. By nightfall, over 200,000 people had vanished from the square, indicating they had entered the other world. The next day, it was the turn of Count Engelbert, Tono, Bablis, Rachos, Born, and Tor. Looks like our luck is pretty good. One of them said. I just hope we are close enough to get in together, Engelbert added, glancing at his 2 sons and sighing. Even though they were teleported at the same time, it didn't mean they would arrive close to each other. Most likely, they would be separated. He could only hope they would be nearby. Brother Tor, this is for you, Erica said, blushing slightly as she handed him a pendant. Then she quickly ran away. Haha, Tor. Erica is pretty, right? Engelbert smiled happily, speaking cheerfully. Tor looked at the pendant in his hand and shook his head with a smile, then put it into his pocket. At that moment, the scroll shimmered again, and white light covered the square. At 8 o'clock, I requested leave. I am still moving house. Amidst the white light, figures disappeared one after another. Thor felt as if his vision was suddenly replaced by a vast whiteness. Then, a sensation of weightlessness entered his body, like riding a roller coaster in a past life, but it didn't last long. It only took a few breaths. The white world quickly faded away. The feeling of weightlessness disappeared from his body. His sight refocused, revealing a jungle. Sunlight filtered gently through tall trees. The air was filled with the scent of soil, leaves, and decaying branches. Master! Lord! Young Master Thor! Various voices called out. As Thor regained consciousness, the knights around him also woke up. Rain, Anna, Marshall, and several other knights gathered around. Rain, take these people to the right and check the situation, Thor ordered. Most likely, they had already arrived in this strange world. The first thing to do was to understand the situation, because even in the previous scrolls, there was no clear explanation of what this strange world was. Yes. Rain responded respectfully and quickly moved away. Uncle Marshall, take some people to the left and investigate. Thor then looked at Marshall. Understood. Marshall nodded, and with a few knights, he left to explore. While they went to check, Thor began to instruct the knights to cut trees and set up camp. Since it was only the first day, Thor didn't plan to do much. He intended to rest here for a few days, wait for the daily intelligence updates, and then start moving. After all, this strange world held unknown opportunities and dangers. Without knowing the risks, rushing into action would only invite trouble. The knights quickly began their work. Thanks to their extraordinary strength, they built the camp much faster. In less than 2 hours, they had a suitable shelter for resting. At this moment, Ryan and Marshall, who were responsible for exploring, had already returned one after the other. Both of them brought back quite a few magical beasts. How's the situation? Looking at the two, Thor asked with curiosity. Sir, deeper on the right side is a jungle. The further inside we go, the taller the trees become. Some trees seem to be over 1,000 years old. We encountered some magical beasts, mostly first and second rank. But I sense there is an extremely terrifying presence within the jungle, likely a higher-ranked magical beast, Ryan respectfully explained, sharing the information he gathered over the past 2 hours. Magical beasts. Thor nodded. He wasn't surprised that this strange world had magical beasts. Even if he didn't know about this world, having read countless novels in his previous life, he naturally understood that foreign worlds connected to the continent probably had many ties to it. His gaze shifted to Marshall. On the left side, beyond a 10-mile radius, there is a large river. The river is very wide, even wider than the main river. There are some magical beasts near the river, with higher levels than those Ryan saw. I saw quite a few third-rank magical beasts. The river is very turbulent, so crossing it will be difficult, Marshall said in a deep voice as he looked at Thor. All right then, Thor said after a moment of thought. Ryan, Uncle Marshall, use the camp as the center and continue exploring. Draw a map of the surrounding 10 miles. Thor paused briefly before giving another order. Although he planned to wait for daily updates on the situation, that didn't mean he wouldn't do anything himself. Yes, Ryan and Marshall nodded without any hesitation. Soon, they set out again. Meanwhile, Thor began to gather everyone to start a fire and prepare meals. Until night fell gradually. Ryan and Marshall returned once more, and inside the room, Thor had already laid out a simple topographical map. Looking at this basic map, it was impossible to see much. But Thor was not in a hurry. He planned to stay here for a few more days. By then, Ryan and Marshall would have fully completed the map. The night sky was dotted with stars. Unlike the sky over the continent, there was no moon here. In front of a large bonfire, Thor, Rain, Marshall, Anna, Thor, and a formal knight all enjoyed a hearty meal. The many monsters Rain and Marshall hunted quickly found their way into everyone's stomachs. Sir, the meat from these monsters is surprisingly delicious. Rain exclaimed happily, savoring his food. Yes, sir, the monsters here seem to taste better than those from the northern province, another knight added with a bright smile. Ha ha ha, these must be different breeds than those from the northern province. Thor said with a smile, chatting with everyone. It wasn't until night fully fell that the meal ended, and everyone began to rest. As it was their first day in this strange world, they took turns on watch. Thor then started waiting for the first daily intelligence report from this new world. Ding, the daily intelligence has been updated. Would you like to open it? At midnight, a familiar mechanical voice sounded again. Open it. Thor's expression showed excitement and anticipation as he quickly spoke. Buzz. As Thor finished speaking, something seemed to ripple with a different energy. A wave spread out from Thor, reaching across the entire strange world. Thor felt as if he was forming a strange connection with this world. What is this? His eyes flashed, and Thor's mind was suddenly filled with waves of emotion. But before he could think further, lines of text appeared before his eyes. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. In 3 hours, a group of land-bound dragons will pass by your northern side, about 300 miles away. Their leader has reached the peak of the 4th rank. 2. In 12 hours, a group of Griffin River monsters will stay about 10 miles to the left. They have tasty meat, look like griffins, but have duck-like heads, and possess a slight permanent boost to their personal talents. 3. In 2 days, a king from the Deep Lame Forest, a giant earth mother bear, will be mating. 4. In 3 days, your camp will be attacked by a group of fierce dwarves due to your presence. 5. In 10 days, the evil from the world, the abyssal wind, will sweep across the entire continent. You need to find a safe shelter. 6. To your right, 20 miles away, there are 5 ancient trees with divine fruits. 7. 2,000 miles away, a group of ethereal dragons will appear in the Silver Moon Forest. They are mostly at the 5th rank. A noble team from the Hayden Kingdom will accidentally find the mother nest of the ethereal dragons, steal an egg, and trigger a dragon uprising. 9. 3,000 miles away, a sea monster from the depths of the Aegean Sea will land on the continent tomorrow. 3 noble knight orders will be destroyed. The daily intelligence flickers. As each line of information appears before Thor's eyes, his thoughts are completely absorbed. However, when he sees these details, even Thor's brow furrows slightly. Because at this moment, the daily intelligence is no longer limited to 1,000 miles. It now extends to 2,000, even 3,000 miles. Range has expanded. Is it a different world? He mutters to himself, his expression showing a hint of contemplation. Before this, or rather, before entering this strange world, even when he was in the royal capital, his daily intelligence always covered events within 1,000 miles over 3 months. It never exceeded this range. But this time, on the very first day of arriving in this strange world, the situation is different. It's too soon to tell the full picture, since it's only the first day, and the forecast for 30 days ahead isn't shown yet. But the range has clearly tripled. This couldn't be a problem with the Golden Finger. The bigger issue was likely the world itself. Of course, even with doubts, Thor knew it wasn't the right time to explore the Golden Finger now. In Thor's estimation, he would need to reach at least the Divine Realm, or even higher, to understand this fully. After all, even if he hadn't eaten pig meat, he'd seen pigs run. The daily intelligence reports clearly involve top-level laws of fate, time, and causality. Even if the Divine Realm could control the laws, it wouldn't be able to master such high-level law powers. Thud, thud, thud. Thor gently tapped the table with his right hand, gradually falling into thought. His gaze swept over the reports, reading each piece carefully. On the first day entering a foreign world, the daily reports provided quite a lot of information. Even items from nearby areas, like the Divine Tree Fruit and the Griffin River Demon, were included. The Divine Tree Fruit is one of the main ingredients for mid-level life potions and a key component for high-level life potions, so Thor didn't mind having more of it. The Griffin River Demon can enhance a knight's talent for cultivation. It was the second magical beast Thor had encountered, after the butterfly fish. Compared to his knowledge of the butterfly fish, Thor didn't really know what the Griffin River Demon was or its level. Tomorrow, I'll take the Divine Tree Fruit and let Reen check the level of those Griffin River Demons. His eyes sparkled as Thor quickly made a decision. He wouldn't miss the chance to improve his knight's talent with such items. If the Griffin River Demon is high level, that's fine. But even if it's only 3rd or early 4th level, Thor was prepared to find a way to get these items. Not to mention, improving his subordinate knight's talents would greatly benefit his future development. In this world of nobility and bloodlines, talent is often inherited. Noble children tend to have high talent naturally, while commoners, unless they have an accident or are blessed by the goddess of life, usually can't have high talent. In theory, the children of powerful nobles also have strong talent. The children of ordinary nobles can't have exceptional talent. This is why, over the past year, Thor invested heavily in resources to strengthen his territory, but the progress wasn't extremely impressive. Remember, he was still in the official knight stage, at most a grand knight. Generally, beings with the qualification to gather the seed of life only need to work hard and have plenty of resources to break through to the peak of a formal knight or even a grand knight. But that's all there is to it. To advance to a land knight, it's no longer just about resources but also about talent. Aside from that, Within Thor's entire territory, few knights have the talent to become land knights. Steve might have a chance, but Pelos and Marco, without any extra surprises, will remain Grand Knights for their whole lives. Most of the formal knights Thor brought are similar. If the Griffin River Demon could improve their knight talent, Thor could potentially gain more land knights later. Even just one extra would be a big surprise. Nightfall gradually passed. The next day arrived as scheduled. Prepared in advance, Thor quickly began giving orders. The forest exploration was temporarily halted because going deeper was too dangerous and unnecessary. It was a good opportunity to send Ryan and Marcel to investigate the big river. Ryan, this time, go this way. Remember to watch for river demons that look like this, and try to determine their level. In the room, Thor was instructing Ryan. Sending Ryan was because his strength could handle even 4th-tier monsters, avoiding any accidents. Compared to Ryan, Marcel was much weaker. Even with Thor's many resources poured into him, Marcel had not yet broken through to the mid-stage of a land knight and was only average in strength. Yes, Ryan respectfully responded. On the way to the northern province, he had experienced this scene countless times before and was not curious or asked questions this time. Soon, the two groups set out again, both heading toward the big river. While Thor and his team were busy, nobles from the entire exotic world arrived one after another. A Tulip Kingdom alone had over 10,000 nobles, along with pioneer lords. The 3 northern countries together had more than 30,000 nobles and pioneer lords. On the vast continent, there were many kingdoms and duchies, some weaker than the 3 northern countries, and some stronger. Among these kingdoms, there are many nobles and pioneering lords. When the Kingdom Wars began, these people were gradually sent to this unknown continent. There are jungles, fields, peaceful plains, and river valleys, all visited by nobles. When a bright light flashes, Count Engel and his group arrive at a river valley. Compared to Tuar, Count Engel's group is not as lucky. They encounter a group of magical beasts. A battle quickly starts. This scene is not unique to Count Engel's group. Many nobles who enter this strange foreign land face similar situations. Some nobles are strong enough, like Count Engel, to easily defeat the beasts, but others are not so powerful and are quickly eaten by the monsters. For all pioneers entering this foreign world, the first step is survival. This vast alien land is full of magical beasts. It seems to be a world of monsters. Whether in forests, fields, river valleys, or deserts, everywhere is filled with various magical creatures. They range from low-level beings to 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and even 5th-level monsters. In the Kingdom Wars, the strongest fighters are only at the peak of Sky Knight level. If they encounter a 5th-level beast, even peak Sky Knights will struggle to escape unscathed. If there are many such monsters, the situation becomes very tragic. On the western edge, a knight order led by a duke from the Sapphire Kingdom faced a 5th-level peak monster. They fought for less than an hour before most of the knights were defeated, with only a few escaping. To the north, a Marquis family from the Crispo Kingdom, which has 3 Sky Knights including one at the peak level, also faced a group of 5th-level monsters. None of the thousands of knights managed to escape. The entire knight order was wiped out. Of course, some nobles are unlucky, but others are lucky. On the very first day of entering this foreign world, many nobles and pioneering lords broke through to new levels. A brand new world is full of unknown dangers, but it also offers unknown opportunities. Those favored by the goddess of life are unlikely to be just 1 or 2 people across the vast continent. There are always some lucky ones. This time, for these people, it might be a great opportunity. Of course, Thor doesn't know this right now, and even if he did, he might not care. For others, gaining something depends solely on the goddess's protection, but he is different. With his daily intelligence system, his gains are just beginning. A whole new foreign world is like an endless treasure for him. At this moment, his gains are expected to be unprecedented. The morning sun shines down as Thor trains in night breathing exercises, while Anna sits cross-legged nearby, meditating. A faint magical aura surrounds her, and cold icy energy spreads out, making Anna's aura seem even colder. Similarly, cold air also emanates from around Thor, and compared to before, his cold aura seems stronger. Unlike before, when he relied on the Ice Elf's power, now he has mastered the Ice attribute Lawmark. Even without the Ice Elf's support, his cold energy isn't affected much. Of course, the Ice Elf's power was still very useful. As a nature spirit, the Ice Elf played a big role. Without its power, it would have been very hard for him to initially grasp the Lawmark. Back then, it was almost a dream to think he could handle so many Earth Knights alone. Even now, the Ice Elf's power still helps him quickly master the Law of Power. But it only speeds up his understanding of the law. It no longer adds to his ice attribute strength. Phew. Thor exhales slowly, finishing his training. It should only take a few more days to reach the mid-stage of the Earth Knight level, he mutters to himself, a faint smile appearing on his face. His current progress is completely different from before. Before, breaking through to the Earth Knight was a luxury, but now, after just over a year, he's close to reaching the mid-stage. With this speed, he will definitely reach the late stage of the Earth Knight within 3 years, the peak within 5 years, and break through to the Sky Knight within 10 years. By that time, he was just over 30 years old. A 30-year-old Sky Knight with such talent was truly remarkable, even within the Empire. This meant he was almost certain to break through to the Sacred Realm Knight, and before turning 100, he might even reach the Divine Realm. Such a person was rare, even in the Empire. Moreover, in the kingdom, this was almost a unique existence. Swish, swish. Laughter filled the air, and from the distant forest, a rustling sound could be heard. Soon, a group of people returned. It was Marshall and others. Today's exploration helped them improve the surrounding terrain map a bit more. Less than half an hour after Marshall returned, Ryan also came back to the camp. What caught Thor's eye was that Ryan was carrying several strange magical beasts. They looked like griffins, but had the heads of ducks. They were clearly Griffin River demons. Oh, you actually caught them. How strong are they? Thor raised an eyebrow, surprised. He didn't expect Ryan to bring back these creatures. Sir, these are roughly 3rd rank in strength. They are not very powerful, but very quick. When danger appears, they dive into the big river, making them hard to catch, Ryan explained softly to Thor. 3rd rank? Thor's eyes lit up. Being only 3rd rank meant they posed little threat to him. His main concern was that these Griffin River demons might be too high in rank, which would make capturing them difficult. Right now, he could handle ordinary 4th rank magical beasts, but those above mid-4th rank were very challenging. If they were only 3rd rank, it was a different story altogether. Yes, only 3rd rank, and not very strong in battle, Ryan nodded again to confirm. Good, let's prepare to go catch more tomorrow, Thor said with a smile. Also, these creatures are valuable, like they can boost everyone's night cultivation talent. Let's try it today and see how effective it is, he added with a smile, apparently having an idea. His words immediately made several figures' eyes brighten. Young Master Thor, can these really improve night cultivation talent? Marshall even couldn't help but speak first, his gaze naturally drawn to the few Griffin River monsters in Ryan's hands. Yes, but the actual effects still depend on what happens after eating. Thor nodded with a smile. This made more people excited, especially those who had previously eaten the butterfly fish. Although they had only eaten a small amount back then, they truly felt the effects of the butterfly fish. Now, with the appearance of a magical beast that could enhance a knight's talent, everyone couldn't help but salivate. Thor didn't stop everyone's eagerness. He waved his hand. Soon, everyone started to get busy. As night fell, around the campfire, Thor, Ryan, Anna, Marshall, and several official knights each received a good amount of Griffin River monster meat and blood. When they swallowed the meat and blood, everyone could feel a warm current spreading through their limbs and bones. Even Thor furrowed his brow slightly, showing a hint of surprise. He originally thought that the talent boost from the Griffin River monster was no longer effective for someone at his level. After all, his talent was already terrifying, enhanced by the contract with the natural elf, and gifted with the law mark in the divine ruins. His talent was no longer ordinary. Improving it was already very difficult, but surprisingly, the blood and meat of the Griffin River monster still had some effect. Although small, Thor could still sense it. If Thor felt this way, others felt it even more strongly. Especially Marshall, whose eyes immediately lit up. His talent wasn't weak within the Dressrosa family. Reaching the level of a land knight already proved his strength. But if he said he was very strong, he wouldn't compare to Thor or Ryan. Those two were in a completely different league. So, at this moment, the boost from the Griffin River monster was quite obvious for him. As for the other knights, they only felt a surge of heat within their bodies, and their life seats became increasingly restless. Everyone's eating speed suddenly increased a bit. Soon, all the meat and blood from several Griffin River monsters were swallowed by the crowd. Thor and Ryan almost finished an entire one themselves. Even their faces showed a slight flush. Amidst the redness, energy surged wildly, seemingly reaching a limit. Boom. A powerful surge of life energy burst out from Thor, causing the icy world buried within the seed of life to suddenly become more solid. Mid-stage Earth Knight, he muttered to himself. Thor's eyes, which he had unknowingly closed, opened again with a look of joy. He had thought it would take several days to reach the mid-stage of the Earth Knight, but unexpectedly, after just consuming half of a Griffin River demon, he had already crossed that threshold. The gains from this world might be even greater than he had imagined. For him, this mysterious foreign land was just waiting to reveal a huge treasure. Just on the second day, he had already gained from a Griffin River demon. How much more could he gain in the next period? He knew he had barely begun exploring. His daily intelligence system, his golden finger, hadn't fully activated yet. The longer he stayed, the more he would gain. Around the campfire. Right now, it wasn't just Thor making progress. Several Griffin River demons had been defeated. Although the formal knights didn't consume much of them, their levels weren't very high. Many formal knights had already broken through their current bottleneck and entered a new level. One of them even reached the peak of a formal knight and became a grand knight. Even those who hadn't broken through clearly felt some changes. Rain, how many Griffin River demons are there in total over there? Taking a deep breath, Thor forced himself to stay calm and looked at Rain. Sir, there should be about 20, no more than 30. Rain hesitated slightly before answering slowly. About 20, huh? Thor nodded, not feeling too disappointed. Having around 20 was already quite good. The effect of Griffin River demons is much stronger than that of butterfly fish. Butterfly fish are worth over thousands of gold coins, and if Griffin River demons appeared in the Tulip Kingdom, they could be worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. They are a permanent boost to a knight's talent. Once they appear, it would cause a huge stir. Especially since Thor's own talent could be improved, others' talents would become even more obvious. Capturing most of the 20 or so Griffin River demons would greatly enhance his knight group's talent and strength. After the Kingdom's War, it wouldn't be impossible for everyone to reach the level of a Grand Knight. There is a good chance to break through as a Land Knight. Thor is excited. Everyone else is also very excited. Night gradually passes. When dawn arrives, the familiar mechanical alert sounds again. The daily information has been updated. Would you like to open it? The morning sun shines down, bringing a new day. Thor and the others step into this strange world, marking the third day. Unlike usual, early in the morning, Thor does not send Maxwell and Ryan to explore. Instead, he leads everyone directly toward the big river. Since they discovered the great effect of the Griffin River demon, Thor has no intention of letting it go. In just 1 hour, with everyone being at least knights, they covered 10 miles and already heard the rushing sound of the river. After a moment, passing through a forest, they finally see the wide river in the distance. From what they see, this river is much larger than the main river. Even during the flood season, Main River is not half as wide as this one. The water flows very fast. Just one look makes Thor understand why Ryan said it's almost impossible to catch the Griffin River demon once it enters the water. Such a wide river with such fast-flowing water, no matter if Ryan is a land knight or even a sky knight, it would be very difficult. Master, Ryan cautiously speaks, his gaze fixed on the beach not far away, where several figures are present. Clearly, they are Griffin River demons. There are about 17 or 18 of them, feeding on the shore. In the distant rushing river, faint shadows of more Griffin River demons can be seen. Judging by the number, there are probably over 23. Even Thor's eyes light up with excitement. The others also have shining eyes as they look at the Griffin River demons. Young Master Thor, it might be hard to catch them all. The river is too close. Maxwell speaks in a deep voice, his brow furrowing. Such a wide river and rushing water mean that if anything goes wrong, these Griffin River demons could instantly enter the river. It might be easy to catch 1 or 2, but capturing all of them is almost impossible. Marshall frowned, and Ryan also looked thoughtful. Yesterday, when he caught some, he understood how difficult it really was. Yesterday, he managed to surprise them and catch a few, but today, if he tried again, he felt it would be very hard to catch even one. While the two were pondering, Thor spoke. Leave the river area to me. Uncle Marshall, Ryan, when I fall down to the lower area later, you can act immediately. Catch as many as you can. His voice was calm, and when he spoke, both Ryan and Marshall looked at him. Sir, Ryan instinctively started to speak, but Thor waved his hand to stop him. Just follow my instructions, Thor said in a deep voice. After hearing Thor again, Ryan and Marshall looked at each other, but in the end, They quickly nodded in agreement. While waiting for their answer, Thor looked at Anna. Anna, can I briefly fly over the river? Thor asked softly, with a hint of asking. It should be possible, but not for too long. I just reached level 3 in magic. Anna frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, later, you take me to the top of the river. When we fall down, you use level 3 magic, Blizzard. I will cooperate and unleash my full power. Thor nodded and quietly made plans. Since these Griffin River monsters want to go into the water, once they do, it will be impossible to catch them. So they won't give them the chance to enter the water. Although freezing the entire big river is very difficult, he doesn't need to freeze the whole river, or even a small part for a long time. Just a moment is enough. At that moment, the Griffin River monsters won't be able to escape. Facing him, Anna, Ryan, and Marshall, it might not be easy to catch all of them, but capturing most of them shouldn't be a big problem. And that will be enough. The gentle wind, the power of all things beginning at the end, shining stars in the night sky, please guide me on the path to the distant land. By the Dark Night King and the spirit of the air, wind, I ask you, send me on my way. A soft voice whispers. On the magic staff, strands of wind elements gather. In the next moment, Thor and Anna are surrounded by swirling wind, their figures growing taller and taller until they suddenly lift off into the air before everyone's eyes. Soon, Thor's figure is soaring high in the sky. Then, the two of them fly toward the middle of the river. The wind elements intertwine, and strange beings appear in the high sky, causing the Griffin River monsters to become restless. Many of them even retreat back into the river. Other Griffin River monsters are also ready to dive in at any moment. If anything unexpected happens, the remaining monsters will quickly retreat into the river. Fortunately, nothing happens. Thor and Anna fly over the heads of the monsters and drift toward the center of the river. This scene causes the initially very alert Griffin River monsters to look confused. But soon, the river surges, and the monsters return to the shore to feed. Time slowly passes. More and more monsters appear on the shore. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. Most of the monsters return to the shore, but a few stay in the river. In the middle of the river, the wind around Anna and Thor flickers slightly. At this rate, soon, this wind magic won't be sustainable. But it won't take long. As another monster climbs out of the river, almost no monsters are visible in the water below. Attack now. Thor's deep voice sounds. With his words, both of them fall swiftly downward, and Anna raises her magic staff again. Pure white snowflakes, sparkling ice, gather around me. Feel my pain, and with my powerful magic, block everything that came before. The crisp voice rings out again. A surge of magic begins to flow, and strands of ice element power start to gather. While Anna was casting her magic, Thor at that moment also activated the ice element law mark on his forehead. Buzz. A ripple spread out, and a terrifying coldness began to expand around Thor. Bang! The two fell into the river, landing at its very center. As they fell, layers of ice instantly spread out from under Thor's feet at a visible speed. The rushing river hadn't yet submerged their ankles when the icy cold froze them instantly. Moreover, the cold rapidly spread in all directions at a frightening speed. In just a blink, the ice had expanded about 10 meters outward, and the speed was still increasing quickly. Buzz. At the same time, Anna's terrifying ice element magic also burst forth. A whirlwind began to swirl in the sky, and frost gathered in the air. The surrounding temperature dropped quickly, almost visibly. Not only that, but a tiny ice spirit appeared around Anna, circling her and helping the cold spread even further. From high above, you could see that around Thor and Anna, everything turned into a white world. The rushing river froze, snowflakes drifted in the air, and the cold filled the entire area. At this moment, the combined power of the law mark and the ice spirit turned the whole world into a land of ice and snow. The Griffin River monsters instinctively became restless, but before they could react, the wide river suddenly froze completely. The Griffin River monsters looked confused, their pupils wide with surprise, unable to understand what was happening. Fortunately, while they were confused, Ryan and Marshall were not. As the snow and ice surged, they immediately moved, rushing toward the Griffin River monsters. Boom! Vigorous life energy burst out, releasing a terrifying aura. One by one, the Griffin River monsters finally reacted. But when they tried to step into the river, they couldn't do it, and chaos broke out among them. Some ran toward the ice, while others scattered in different directions. For a moment, The entire scene seemed a bit chaotic. Of course, for Thor and the others, this was undoubtedly good news. Rain and Marshall launched surprise attacks from behind, while Thor and Anna flanked from the river surface. In the end, more than 20 Griffin River monsters were captured, with only 2 or 3 managing to escape. The rest had either already vanished into the deepest parts of the river amid the spreading ice or never appeared at all. For Thor, this harvest was already enough. 19 Griffin River monsters captured. This was enough to greatly improve the talents of the entire Knight group. A clear sound rang out as the frozen river surface began to break apart, layer by layer, the ice melting away. Without Thor's power of law or the strength of the ice spirits, the rushing river was hard to freeze completely. But that no longer mattered. Not to Thor, and not to the others in the Knight group. Everyone looked at the captured Griffin River monsters, saliva involuntarily flowing from their mouths. Even just tasting these creatures last night, everyone felt their huge benefits. Now that 19 had been caught, they could feast happily. Perhaps many of them could even see their knightly skills improve further today. And indeed, that was the case. As night fell, a bonfire was lit, and the 19 Griffin River monsters were cooked and eaten. 2 people directly advanced to become great knights, and 5 more reached the peak of the formal knight level. It was believed that soon, these 5, along with the remaining 3 at the formal knight peak, would all break through to become great knights. Besides them, the most obvious improvement was Rain. Following Thor's second breakthrough, Rain, after consuming a lot of Griffin River monster meat, also advanced to the mid-stage of the Earth Knight level. Marshall's aura also fluctuated, and it was believed that soon he would reach the mid-stage of the Earth Knight level as well. Time slowly passed. In the following days, with the help of the daily intelligence system, Thor and his team almost daily made sales in this new foreign world. These gains gradually turned into strength, and the entire Knight group's power was visibly increasing. The resources and opportunities in this foreign land were even more abundant than those in the northern province. In the entire foreign world, people are just the same. However, only a few are truly blessed by the goddess of life. Most people are not so lucky. Although over time, the unlucky ones from the first day have become fewer, dangers are still everywhere in this completely unknown world. Not everyone has a daily intelligence system like Thor. Faced with this strange world and its dangers, many knight orders and powerful nobles are struggling. Even in tough times, they barely manage to keep their teams together. But this is not the real danger yet. Malice from the world and the Abyss Wind are gathering quickly. Soon, they will sweep across the land. To survive, they must move toward the center and find a safe harbor. Otherwise, the Abyss Wind will be too strong for even Sky Knights to withstand, let alone ordinary knights. Some people have sensed this news, as the Abyss Wind has started causing some monsters to migrate. Others have not noticed anything. Thor noticed the Abyss Wind early on, as it appeared in the daily intelligence report on the first day. Over the following days, reports about the Abyss Wind kept coming, and Thor understood how important this was. Time slowly passes. The smell of the Abyss Wind is spreading, and a sense of destruction is filling the entire world. This malice is from the world itself. 10 days after entering this strange world, the Abyss Wind will be fully formed and will sweep across everything. Nobles must reach the center within 10 days and find a safe haven. If not, the terrible Abyss Wind could drag them into the abyss. As mentioned before, some people know about this, and some do not. But this does not concern Thor. After capturing the Griffin River Demon on the 3rd day, after thoroughly exploring the surroundings, he led the entire Knight Order toward the center. For others, it might be hard to find the core, but for Thor, with the daily intelligence reports, finding the core was not too difficult. Based on several days of intelligence and the investigations by Marshall and Ryan, he had basically confirmed the location of the core. The group headed northward. Along the way, daily updates continued to come in. Meanwhile, their gains around them seemed to grow as they approached the core. The Griffin River Demon, a creature capable of permanently boosting a knight's talent, had not been encountered again. However, various magical plants and other rewards were not few. Thor even discovered a strange fruit tree in a cave. According to daily intelligence, it was a Troy fruit tree, which could enhance mental strength and improve a mage's talent. Even ordinary people eating the fruit had a chance to awaken magical talents and permanently increase mental power. For mages, the effect was even more obvious. This Troy fruit tree bore 3 fruits. It was unclear whether the roots were damaged or if nutrients were lacking, or if this type of Troy fruit was naturally seasonal. As the 3 fruits ripened, the entire tree gradually withered. In the end, Thor could only pick the 3 Troy fruits before leaving. The harvest along the way did not stop until they reached the core location. At this point, less than 3 days remained before the abyssal gale swept through. In just a few days of travel, Thor's group finally arrived at the first safe haven listed in the Daily Intelligence. It was a cliff nestled within a mountain valley. The strange cliff face looked as if it had been cut with a sword or axe, very neat. Inside the large cave, there was enough space to accommodate hundreds of people. Despite the relatively hot weather outside, the inside of the cave was surprisingly cool. The cave was not deep. It was almost possible to see the end with a glance. In the center, there was a small pond. Water kept flowing out, clearly connected to an underground river. A bonfire burned brightly, illuminating the entire cave as if it were daytime. Thor looked around, then turned his gaze to Ryan and Marshall. "Ryan, Uncle Marshall," he called out. "Master, young Master Thor." They looked a bit confused, but quickly stepped forward. "Uncle Marshall, go to the right side. There are a group of fire elephants there. Try to hunt some today. Reen, go east. There is a group of magical ape elephants. Try to hunt as many as you can and bring them back," Thor ordered, giving instructions. "The abyssal windstorm will last for 15 days. During this time, they must stay in this cave. In such a situation, having enough food is the most important thing. Even the Earth Knights need to replenish their supplies." "Yes." The two exchanged a quick look and nodded promptly. After agreeing, they immediately began to act. 54 knights, with Marshall and Reen each leading 20, leaving 14 knights behind. Thor commanded these remaining knights to start working quickly. They would spend the next half-month here, so proper preparation was necessary. They needed wood for building shelters and storage. Atop the mountain, a large amount of wood was cut down. It was used to build homes and store supplies. As night fell and the shelters were finished, Reen and Marshall returned. Each of them, along with the 40 knights they brought, carried many hunted animals. Neither of them understood why so many animals needed to be killed, but since Thor asked for it, they obeyed. However, Thor didn't stop them after a day of hunting. The next day, they continued hunting as usual, while Thor kept preparing. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Thor stopped giving orders. Instead, he gathered everyone back into the cave. Now, the once empty cave was full. Large piles of wood and simple shelters were built inside. Around them, the bodies of magical beasts were laid out, creating a strong, unpleasant smell. "Master." Reen couldn't help but look at Thor with curiosity at this scene. "Here they come," Thor said softly, glancing at the distant sky. In that moment, at the edge of the world, there were many abyssal rifts, as if the entire world had been cut apart. The enormous abyss seems endless, and even standing here makes the soul feel trembling. At this moment, buzz. A ripple spreads out. Inside the abyss, the fierce winds seem to have reached their limit, and in an instant, they begin sweeping across the entire world, spreading over the continent. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoes. Dark clouds have covered the sky, and the terrifying, powerful winds carry immense force, radiating out into the strange world. The fierce wind comes from all directions, sweeping in from every side. Along the way, tall trees emit a faint glow, seemingly unaffected. But under these trees, creatures are caught in the storm. Their bodies start to disintegrate, flesh melting away, bones dissolving. In just a moment, a beast that couldn't escape turns to dust. It's not only beasts that are affected. There are many humans among them. A few days ago, some beasts started acting strangely. Some people noticed, but others remained unaware, still standing in place. Now, as the fierce wind blows, their flesh begins to melt away just like the beasts. In the blink of an eye, their bodies turn to dust. One figure, then another. One noble, then 2 nobles. Many nobles' bodies are disappearing. Far away, nobles witnessing this scene are filled with horror, and they quickly rush toward the core area. The wind is raging. Dark clouds gather. Many nobles fall, turning to dust. More nobles are moving toward the center. For a moment, the once quiet, strange world becomes chaotic. Many beasts flee, and many human nobles run in all directions. Fortunately, the wind isn't fast enough to prevent everyone from escaping. Boom. Rumble. The ground trembles. At first, Rain was wondering what was happening, but soon his expression tightened. He quickly flickered and appeared at the cave entrance. "Don't worry," Those beasts probably won't reach here. This place can't hold them either. Thor softly whispered and explained to Ryan. Right now, the abyssal wind has already swept through the outside world. Even in the heart of this strange land, a safe haven is needed to ensure absolute safety. If someone appears outside, they might be carried away by the abyssal wind into the abyss. For the next half-month, we should stay here and focus on absorbing what we've gained. See if we can continue to improve. Seeing the puzzled looks, Thor hesitated briefly but still offered an explanation. The abyssal wind? The core area? Ryan and Marshall looked thoughtful and other knights nodded in agreement. Having followed Thor, they had already fully trusted him. After arranging everyone, Thor went to Anna's side. Anna, eat this. It might help improve your mage talent. He handed her a Troy fruit. Master. Anna instinctively took it, but quickly realized and spoke hurriedly. Eat it. There's still a lot to do next. Thor shook his head and took a Troy fruit himself, biting into it. 10 days of daily intelligence updates gave them a broad understanding of the upcoming Kingdom War, enough to grasp the general situation. Thor knew very well that this was just the beginning. The real Kingdom War had not yet fully started. After 15 days, the abyssal wind would gradually subside, eventually only affecting the outer areas. The inner zone would no longer be affected by the abyssal wind, and many nobles would gather in the core area. The density of nobles would become extremely intense, and even without major conflicts, disputes among them would still be frequent. Moreover, Thor already knew that once the abyssal wind ended, the Kingdom War would truly begin. At that time, fragments of the law would fall from the sky. These law fragments are the core of the Kingdom War. Whoever can gather enough law fragments will have a better chance of winning in the war. They are also key to evaluating the outcome of the war. The results are easy to imagine. Even with Thor's current strength, or the strength of his knight group, he wouldn't be confident in fighting for the law fragments. The War of the Kingdom was really just a formality, and Thor was not willing to accept that. So during this time, he planned to use all his resources to improve himself and the strength of the entire knight group as much as possible. Only in this way could there be more possibilities in the future. Hearing Thor's words, Anna hesitated for a moment but still bit into the Troy fruit. Of course, Thor no longer paid attention to Anna. As she bit into the Troy fruit, a cool sensation immediately rushed into his mind, causing his body to tremble slightly. In that moment, he seemed to feel a clearer connection to the outside world. What's this? Is it mental power? He muttered to himself, his eyes brightening. Without hesitation, he quickly swallowed all the remaining pulp of the Troy fruit. As the pulp entered his mouth, a refreshing coolness spread through him. Unconsciously, Thor closed his eyes. He didn't know how long had passed or how long he had been doing this. He exhaled a deep breath, opened his eyes, and shook his head. Just now, one Troy fruit clearly enhanced his mental power. He even felt that he was only one step away from opening his mental sea. He involuntarily looked again at that Troy fruit. He hesitated slightly. Glancing at Ryan and Marshall in the distance, he pondered for a moment before biting down again. The Troy fruit could indeed help Ryan and Marshall improve their talents, especially Ryan. With Ryan's talent, he also had a chance to open his mental sea. But the problem was, Ryan's chance was not as big as Thor's. He hadn't even opened his mental sea after swallowing one, so his chances were even smaller. It might be better to take a bold step and see if 2 Troy fruits could open his mental sea. If he could become a mage, his strength could take another leap forward. But it was obvious he was overthinking it. The talent to become a mage was not so easy to acquire. Otherwise, the number of mages in the entire Tulip Kingdom wouldn't be so rare. There might even be fewer mages than land knights in the whole Tulip Kingdom. Although Troy fruits have the ability to unlock mage talent, they only have the potential, not a 100% guarantee. After the second Trojan fruit was swallowed, a cool breeze spread again. However, this time, the coolness was much weaker, and the mental sea trembled slightly. It still couldn't be fully opened. Thor exhaled a deep breath and shook his head. Although he was mentally prepared, after swallowing 2 Trojan fruits, he still couldn't open his mental sea. This was very disappointing for him. If he could open his mental sea and be strengthened by the power of the law mark, his strength would be much greater. He planned to face some powerful Sky Knights. As long as they weren't peak Sky Knights or half-step Saint Domain beings, he had ways to handle them. But clearly, luck was not on his side this time. He shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. Then he began to give orders for everyone to work quickly. Time slowly passed. Nightfall gradually arrived. The ground's rumbling never stopped. From a high altitude, one would see that this vast continent was being swept by strong winds across almost all of its outer regions. The power from the abyss was invading everything. All creatures except plants, once touched, had their bodies, bones, and flesh start to dissolve. Even fourth-tier peak magical beasts couldn't resist the wild winds from the abyss. Even fifth-tier beings had to unleash their domain powers to seal off their surroundings completely to avoid the abyssal wind. A huge bonfire rose into the sky. Dead magical beast bodies were gathered and placed on the fire. Then everyone began to enjoy their first meal at the safe haven. Despite the constant rumbling outside, everyone's hearts couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But after Tor distributed the rewards he had received earlier, their unease quickly turned into excitement. Especially after feeling how much these rewards improved their strength, many people's eyes shone with hope. This was exactly what Tor needed. As he mentioned before, he wanted to quickly raise the overall strength of the Knight group. But now, it was still not enough. The strongest member of the entire Knight Order, him and Rain, maybe can compare, but the rest of the Knights are not strong enough. The strongest Marshal is only at the early stage of the Earth Knight level. The others are just barely promoted to full Knights, with 51 official Knights. Most of these people are only at the beginner level of full Knights. With such strength, they can't compare to the Knight Orders of other kingdoms. Even in the Tulip Kingdom, they might not stand out much. The Tulip Kingdom has nobles with the power of 3 great dukes and 3 top marquises. The leaders of these nobles are not weaker than him. They are stronger. The Knight Orders they lead are also likely to be more powerful than his. Even the 7 powerful Marquis family's Knight Orders probably surpass his strength. Because of the conflicts between the Dressrosa family and these nobles, if they clash, the consequences would be severe. Uncle Marshal, here you go. After taking a deep breath and distributing the items, Tor brought a wooden box to Marshal. What is this? Marshal was a bit confused but still opened the wooden box. As soon as he opened it, his pupils suddenly shrank. What is this? Marshal felt his heart pounding faster. Uncle Marshal, please take this quickly and see if it can help you reach the high stage of Earth Knight in one go. Facing Marshal's shock, Tor spoke calmly and softly. Young Master Tor, this is too precious. Marshal felt his throat go dry and instinctively refused. This is a critical time. It's best for Uncle Marshal to use it now, Tor said softly, then still placed the wooden box into Marshal's arms. This. Looking at the wooden box in his hands, Marshal felt like his mind was short-circuiting, unsure how to react. He knew very well what was inside the box. A life fruit, one of the main ingredients of high-level life potions, and one of the most important ingredients. Such items are priceless and rare in the entire Tulip Kingdom. They cannot be measured by price. Even hearing about a single one can cause a rush among the nobles. The only known way to obtain it is through military merit exchange. A single life fruit is worth over 1 million contribution points. Yes, more than 1 million contribution points. 10,000 contribution points are enough for a family to gain the title of Earl, and 10 times that amount can exchange for one life fruit, which shows how valuable it is. But at this moment, such a life fruit appears right in front of him, and he is naturally shocked. However, it's clear that Marshal is stunned, while Tor simply walks away from him. For others, the life fruit is very precious, but for him, it has become more stable in production. The previously transplanted life tree, with the help of Alan and Ivora, has fully survived. With the blessing of the natural spirits, what normally would take at least 5 or even 10 years to produce a life fruit now only takes a year. Although the current level of the life tree is not high, and it only produces 1 fruit per year, this is just the beginning. As the tree's level increases, the number of fruits produced will gradually grow over time. One life fruit no longer has much impact on him. This time, he takes out the fruit produced last year, preparing for emergencies. Now, the risks will increase further, so he needs to maximize the value of this fruit. As for giving it to Marshal, it's because among the 3 Earth Knights, Marshal is the easiest to break through. As an ordinary Earth Knight, he has a high chance of advancing to the late stage of Earth Knight within half a month after consuming the life fruit. In comparison, it's much harder for him and Ryan to break through. More importantly, simply increasing their level doesn't significantly boost their strength anymore. Thor needs to deepen his understanding of the Law Imprint's power, while Ryan needs to try to grasp the Law Imprint's power himself. Only then can their strength improve. Otherwise, just increasing their life source power would only make them last longer in battle, with almost no improvement in their maximum strength. Currently, Marshall doesn't know about these details. He is overwhelmed with excitement and blushes, looking at Thor with gratitude. He understands very well how much this life fruit means to him. Originally, his body could only reach the peak of the Earth Knight at most. Breaking through to become a Sky Knight was nearly impossible. Now, he's already 60 years old. Before 90, even if he had more chances, he could only reach the Earth Knight's peak. At 90, trying to become a Sky Knight would be like a pipe dream, as his life force would have already begun to weaken. He wouldn't have any real hope anymore. But now, things are different. If a life fruit can help him advance to a higher level of the Earth Knight, then before he turns 70, he will surely reach the Earth Knight's peak. There is now a small chance to step into the realm of the Sky Knight in the future. This change is completely revolutionary. Even just thinking about becoming a Sky Knight, even with a slight possibility, makes Marshall feel excited. He takes a deep breath, bows slightly toward the distant Thor, and no longer hesitates. He begins to sit cross-legged, adjusting his condition to the best possible state. He knows why Thor gave him the life fruit now. He definitely won't waste this chance. After Marshall consumes the life fruit, figures begin to appear around him, also taking some supplies brought by Thor and resources gathered nearby during this time. A large amount of supplies is consumed. More and more figures, and their life sources, start to surge wildly. Time slowly passes. When dawn arrives, Daily Intelligence updated. Begin. Daily Intelligence updated 1. Malice from the world. Abyssal wind sweeps across the entire world. Your safe haven will be attacked by a group of wild boar tigers in 12 hours. You successfully repelled them, but their meat does not suit human tastes. You left them outside the cave, which soon attracted new monsters. A group of 4th-level magical beasts from another realm, the Black Cheong Elephant, launched an attack on your territory. Your knight group suffered heavy losses. After 15 hours, a group of silver-horned deer horses appeared 30 miles outside your safe haven. Their meat is delicious and can boost life energy. 3 days later, a noble group from the Purple Golden Flower will pass through the area to the northwest. They are struggling to find a way to escape the deep abyss wind but are eventually swallowed by it. Only half of their knight group survives. 5 days later. 7 days later. 12 days later, a mature earth bear gives birth to its offspring in a jungle within 100 miles of the large tree on the right side of your safe haven. Due to the arrival of the abyss wind, many magical beasts gather. A land dragon targets the weakened earth bear. To distract the land dragons, the earth bear, weak but brave, attacks the dragons. 13 days later, the first fragments of the law fall into this strange world. One fragment lands exactly in the earth bear's nest. A duke's heir from the Kingdom of Macedonia unexpectedly obtains this fragment and makes a contract with the earth bear, greatly increasing his strength. 15 days later, the abyss wind calms. News of the law fragment spreads among all the nobles. The fighting begins. You are attacked. A knight group from the Spencer family finds your traces and launches an attack on you. New information appears. Compared to before, this time the news seems to have changed significantly. Resources are somewhat scarcer, but the danger is much greater. The very first piece of news already mentions danger. Even in daily reports, their knight group is described as suffering heavy losses. It's clear that the losses are enormous. More importantly, it's not just the first piece of news. The 4th, 5th, 8th, and 9th pieces also mention danger. The first involves magical beasts, and the others involve nobles. He had already suspected problems, and now it has become reality. Once the Spencer family discovers him, they will surely attack. After all, he is the cause of everything, and he even eliminated a direct descendant of the Spencer family. For Thor himself, he has no reason not to act, and the Spencer family definitely won't hold back. Of course, in such a dangerous situation, Thor also received some unexpected news. His gaze naturally shifted to the 2nd, 6th, and 7th options. The second option wasn't much, and although it didn't improve knight talents, it could increase the source of life energy. For Thor and his fellow knights, this was quite valuable. However, this opportunity was too far away. With the abyss wind still raging, it was clear that it no longer concerned him. As for the 6th and 7th options, they involved a land earth bear and a fragment of the law. Thor knew what the land earth bear was. It was a top-tier magical beast that existed on the original continent. An adult land earth bear was at least a 5th-rank creature, possibly reaching the 6th rank. On the entire continent, Land earth bears were powerful enough to rival dragons. Thor hadn't expected to encounter such a mighty beast in this strange world. More importantly, there was a newly born land earth bear. If he could seize the chance, he might be able to form a contract with this young beast. Just like the Duke's heir from the Macedonian kingdom. That was a 5th rank land earth bear, with the potential to become 6th rank in the future. Even Thor couldn't help feeling a little excited inside. And it wasn't just the land earth bear. There was also a fragment of the law in that place. He knew that the main goal of this kingdom war was precisely those law fragments. If he could go there, he might not only have a chance to obtain a law fragment, but also to contract the land earth bear. This possibility made Thor feel a surge of excitement deep inside. His gaze gathered, and Thor's heart was constantly fluctuating and intertwining. The presence of the land earth bear alone was enough to make his eyes light up. That was a land earth bear. If he could contract it, it meant he would have a magical beast that could grow to at least 5th rank, possibly reaching 6th. Such temptation was probably irresistible to most nobles. Moreover, it wasn't just about the land earth bear. There was also a law fragment involved. This was the core of the kingdom war. How many law fragments he could obtain would essentially determine how much he gained from this war. And more importantly, unlike others, he possesses the mark of the law. If he can obtain fragments of the law, it might strengthen his mark further. Currently, improving the power of his law mark would be the most obvious way to increase his strength. Looking at the rows of information, Thor's expression grew serious. Compared to that lucky person, he was clearly less fortunate. The distance to the giant ground bear's den was over 100 miles. Even without considering other issues, it would take a full day to reach the bear's lair from here. If he truly waited for the abyssal wind to die down, he might have little chance. But if he didn't wait and rashly left the shelter, the risks would be serious. Even inside the core, he could be swept away by the abyssal wind. Thinking of this, Thor also became serious. He was considering how to respond next. Meanwhile, time quietly passed. After a moment, boom. A powerful surge of life energy burst forth. Marshall's body was filled with waves of life force that suddenly skyrocketed, and his aura began to spread outward. Mid-stage, Earth Knight. Thor's focused gaze was drawn to Marshall. He instinctively looked at him from afar and whispered softly, then stopped paying attention. With the fruit of life, Marshall had already reached the peak of the early stage of Earth Knight. Reaching the mid-stage was not surprising, as he had only just taken the first step. Inside the cave, over time, more waves of aura crossed different levels. A lot of supplies were scattered around. In the northern province, such a scene could cause a scramble, but now, these supplies were quickly absorbed by the knights. Gradually, changes began to happen. Although no one advanced to the Great Knight this time, the progress among the regular knights was very fast. In a short time, more people reached the peak of the regular knight level. It's expected that soon, they will step into the Great Knight level. Of course, this still takes time. Maybe a day or two, maybe 10 days, or even longer. Even after consuming the blood and flesh of the Griffin River demon, everyone's talents were improved. However, this improvement was not equal for everyone. Those with strong talents became even stronger, while those with weaker talents saw only slight gains. After many resources were poured in, more than 50 knights showed obvious changes. But these changes were not yet very noticeable. Night gradually passed. A new day arrived as expected. The outside world was already dull and gray. Only faint light seeped through the cloudy sky, giving a strange feeling of oppression. Get ready. There will be some monsters attacking soon. Don't let them enter the cave. Thor stood up and looked at Marshall Maxwell, who was still with his eyes closed. He didn't disturb him, but gave instructions to Ryan. Understood. Ryan nodded and agreed immediately. Then he led some knights who had finished their training to the cave entrance. As soon as they reached the entrance, everyone felt the icy cold and the sky seeming to collapse. Even though many had seen this since yesterday, seeing it again still made their hearts feel heavy. Everyone, stay inside the cave. Try to deal with all the monsters that rush in, Ryan said quickly, giving orders to the dozen or so knights following him. Not long after he finished his orders, a loud roar suddenly sounded. In the next moment, fierce winds carried red-eyed monsters with a terrible stench that made people almost gag. The wind blew fiercely, and knights felt their hair stand on end. Be careful. This is a large monster group, Ryan said seriously, his expression becoming grim. His right hand instinctively gripped his spear tightly. Even with the strong wind blocking their view, Ryan could feel the presence of countless monsters in the wind, definitely over 100. Such a huge group of monsters likely included some very powerful ones. Yes. Understood. Figures responded one after another, each with a serious look on their face. A large group of magical beasts, they naturally understand what they are, but he is not too worried about it. After all, there is Ryan and their lord present here. Roar. Once again, a huge beast roar echoes out. In the next moment, a dark shadow suddenly rushes out of the wind, charging into the cave. Then, more shadows follow. These are strange magical beasts that look very much like wild boars, but with tiger heads. Under their crimson eyes, they have large mouths full of sharp teeth, and they are drooling heavily at the moment. Food, imagine how delicious it must be inside the cave. As soon as they rush in, the food inside belongs to them, and the cave is theirs. Boom. A long spear flashes like a rainbow, and a terrifying burst of life energy erupts. Ryan swings his knight's spear, and a black shadow rushing toward him is hit as if by a giant dragon, flying backward. Ryan doesn't pay attention to the flying shadow but swings his spear again, knocking away 3 more shadows that had just charged out. These wild boars and tiger beasts are quite strong. Most have already reached the 2nd level. However, strength is relative. Compared to Ryan, they are no match. Even though Ryan can't use the Law Seals now, his strength far surpasses most peak Earth Knights. The 2nd level wild boars and tiger beasts can't stop him. Moreover, because Ryan is here, it's almost impossible for these beasts to break through others' defenses. Many of the wild boars and tiger beasts are knocked flying, and quite a few are killed instantly. Ryan and his companions seem to form a solid wall, blocking all attacks. Time slowly passes. More and more wild boars and tiger beasts appear in the wind. Ryan is fine, but the knights are starting to struggle. Most of them are just formal knights, and facing 2nd level magical beasts, they find it very difficult to hold their ground. Fortunately, just when they are about to give up, the figures inside the cave, who had been training, suddenly wake up and join the fight. With more knights joining, those who were struggling to hold their positions suddenly feel much easier. But just as everyone breathes a sigh of relief, be careful. Anna let out a loud cry, and Thor reacted instantly, turning his gaze toward Ryan. At that moment, 2 dark shadows suddenly attacked Ryan from the left and right. The 2 shadows moved very quickly, tearing through the wind in an instant and reaching Ryan's front. Their sharp claws aimed straight at his head and heart. It was fast, unimaginably fast. The 2 larger wild boar tiger beasts seemed to be prepared. Just as everyone relaxed, they launched their deadly attack. As 3rd-tier magical beasts, even Earth Knights of the same level would find it hard to dodge. But clearly, these 2 3rd-tier peak wild boar tiger beasts did not seem to understand the current situation. This kind of surprise attack might work on ordinary Earth Knights, but it was useless against Ryan. Boom. A powerful surge of life energy erupted again. In the next moment, Ryan moved. His figure seemed to turn into a streak of lightning and disappeared instantly. Boom. Rumble. A loud explosion echoed, and the ground trembled violently. The 2 wild boar tiger beasts looked confused. Their paws didn't seem to feel any solid substance. But they didn't have time to think. A clear sound rang out. One of the 3rd-tier peak wild boar tiger beasts, before it could react, felt a sharp pain in its skull. Its vision dimmed, and it eventually fainted completely. The other beast trembled. Its pupils showed a hint of fear. It saw the human it had just pierced through appear beside its companion. The weapon in its hand had somehow pierced through its partner's skull. So fast, unimaginably fast. Even it hadn't reacted, unable to understand how the enemy disappeared and reappeared so quickly. Fear spread through its body. It wanted to move, but at that moment, it felt a terrifying trap lock onto it. It couldn't escape. Ugh. A deep roar turned into a whimper as it slowly crouched down. Now you know fear, too late. Ryan chuckled softly, but his figure showed no hesitation. In the next moment, he moved again. The figure disappeared again. The wild boar tiger beast no longer cared about anything else. It turned around and tried to escape into the raging wind. Entering the deep abyss wind, it might not necessarily die, but if it stayed, it would surely die. At this moment, even retreating was a luxury. A clear sound was heard again, followed by intense pain in its abdomen. Its pupils also became unfocused. Clang. A dull sound rang out as its body fell again. With the 2 beast leaders defeated, the entire wild boar tiger beast was thrown into chaos. Many retreated into the wind, sobbing, while those remaining were all killed by the knights. In the end, more than 50 bodies of wild boar tiger beasts were left behind, and about half escaped. Ryan did not pursue, nor did Thor ask for a chase. The abyss wind was extremely fierce now. Chasing after the beast would be like inviting death. Moreover, Thor remembered that wild boar tiger beasts could attract powerful monsters. To avoid daily losses reported in the intelligence, they needed to deal with these beasts quickly. Otherwise, the scene from the daily report would happen again. As for how to handle them, Thor had an idea. He ordered some knights to take out the magic cores of these beasts. Then, Thor asked Anna to cast a spell, freezing the wild boar tiger beasts completely. The cold ice covered them, and their scent was also frozen. For a while, as long as the magic was reinforced, the beast's presence would not leak out. In fact, this was true. After being frozen by ice magic, the danger in the daily report did not appear. Later, some other monsters attacked, but with Ryan and the knights blocking them, they were easily repelled. Especially after 3 days, Marshall finished his training. His strength had reached the late stage of Earth Knight, making future monster attacks even easier. Sometimes, Marshall didn't even need to act. It was enough to handle things himself. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. During these 10 days, the outside world grew darker. The wind swept across the land, and even inside the caves, everyone could feel the strong, relentless wind. It was hard to imagine what the scene outside was like at this moment. At least Thor feels that even with his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to survive in these fierce winds. However, as time passes, Thor clearly senses that the aura of the abyssal wind has begun to weaken. As described in the daily reports, this deep abyssal wind centered in the core is likely to last about 15 days. After this period of weakening, it will completely disappear. Time moves forward. During this period, everyone in Thor's knight group has noticeably improved their strength. The number of great knights increased from 3 to 5, and the number of knights at the peak of the formal knight level also grew. Most of them have advanced beyond the early stage of being a formal knight, reaching at least the mid-level of a formal knight. More importantly, this is not just a level upgrade but a transformation in practical combat ability. Over 10 days, the entire cave has frequently been attacked by large groups of monsters. As a safe haven, many monsters have targeted this place, leading to unavoidable conflicts. Initially, Thor let Ryan take action, but since the monsters weren't very strong, Thor started to have his own knights handle the threats. Through many battles, injuries were inevitable, but so was the improvement in strength. Compared to 10 days ago, the entire knight group has undergone a significant change in demeanor. It can be expected that even without any other factors, the future for these 50-plus people under Thor's leadership will be brighter. Not only the knight group of 54 members has improved, but even Marshall, the Earth Knight, has gained noticeable combat experience. Although Marshall is already a powerful Earth Knight, he lacked extensive battlefield experience with Earth Knights. During these 10 days of fighting monsters, many of which are third-tier, Marshall's role has been very important. Under the dim sky, faint light begins to spread, signaling the start of a new day. It is now the 11th day. The power of the abyssal wind outside seems to have decreased again. The number of monsters attacking the cave each day has noticeably reduced. Until night fell, the only experience was a wave of beast attacks. Most of the beasts were only at level 1 or 2, and no level 3 beasts appeared. Just one more day. Thor exhaled a deep breath and looked at the distant sky, his expression slightly serious. But at this moment, he made up his mind. After several days, he had thought a lot and considered many options. For him, that land where the Earth Bear Beast was located was a great opportunity. Not only was there a fragment of the law, but also the Earth Bear Beast itself. If he could get it, the benefits would be unimaginable. As for the risks, the raging wind in the abyss was now within his ability to withstand. Of course, to avoid accidents, Thor decided to wait one more day. Since he had made his decision, he could wait for the daily updates. This way, even if there was danger, he could avoid it. Time slowly passed, and night deepened. The familiar mechanical sound rang out again. Soon, lines of text appeared. Daily intelligence has been updated 1. In 3 hours, a group of nobles from the Fiery Kingdom in the north discovered that the abyssal wind had decreased. They left the shelter to explore the surroundings, but unexpectedly encountered a group of level 4 beasts. The entire knight group was wiped out. 2. 1 day later. 3. 1 day later. 4. The day before yesterday, in a jungle about 100 miles in front of the large tree on the right side of the shelter, an adult Earth Bear Beast gave birth to its offspring. Due to the arrival of the abyssal wind, many beasts gathered. A land dragon targeted the weakened Earth Bear Beast. To lure the land dragons away, the Earth Bear Beast, with its weakened body, attacked the land dragons. 5. The day after tomorrow, the first fragment of the law will land in this strange world. One fragment will fall into the Earth Bear Beast's nest. Although you found that this law fragment is not related to ice, thunder, or death, you discovered that the law fragments are connected by some kind of sensing. At this moment, a duke's descendant from the Kingdom of Macedonia unexpectedly arrived. You also found that he carries a law fragment. 6. You obtained an ice element law fragment, greatly enhancing your law mark. 7. After 4 days, the abyss storm subsided, and news of the law fragment spread among all nobles. The fighting began. You were attacked by knights from the Spencer family who found your trail. Your gaze instantly fixed on the lines of text. When your eyes first landed on the first line, Thor's eyebrows twitched unexpectedly. He didn't expect an unlucky person to have the same idea as him, and to end up completely defeated. Clearly, even as the abyss storm weakened, the danger in the core area remained very high. Fortunately, it seemed that this was the only unlucky person. The subsequent intelligence reports did not indicate any new dangers. At least, in this decision, there were no new threats. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. As he relaxed, his eyes brightened completely. Within the lines of information, he saw more than just the basic details. For example, the earth-raging bear he hunted was likely defeated by him. Besides that, he also gained 2 law fragments, including one with an ice element. That ice law fragment was extremely important to him. Nothing was more crucial for quick strength improvement. For others, law fragments could only be collected and handed over to the kingdom for merit points. But for Thor, as long as he had the corresponding law fragment, he could absorb it directly. Death, ice element, anything was possible. Not only him, but Ryan could do the same. Ryan was just 1 step away from condensing his Thunder Law mark. If he could get a Thunder Law fragment, it might be enough to ingrain the Thunder Law mark. Although it's still uncertain what the Law fragment inside the Earth-Raging Bear's nest was, just the Ice Law fragment was enough for Thor to hesitate no longer. Feeling excited, night gradually passed. As the morning light spread, 12 days had passed. The power of the abyssal wind had weakened further. Between heaven and earth, there was no longer any dust flying. The wind was so clear now that they could see distant mountains and valleys, though everything still looked a bit hazy. Get ready, we need to leave now. Waiting for the figures to open their eyes, Thor spoke to everyone. Yes, Rain, Marshall, Anna, and several knights all agreed without hesitation, even though the outside wind was still strong. They had already fully trusted Thor. Even Marshall, who arrived later, felt the same. Soon, they packed up the cave. After a short while, over 50 people were ready to move. To prevent accidents in the strong wind, Thor ordered a knight to tie his left hand with a grass rope, forming a chain. Only at this moment did everyone step out of the cave. The instant they stepped outside, a fierce wind swept over them, making their bodies feel like they might lift off the ground. Resist with life energy, Thor ordered, taking the lead and stepping forward. Even he could feel the strong wind now. It was the 12th day, so it was easy to imagine how terrifying the abyssal wind was on the first day. On the first day, even near the core, the weakened abyssal wind could easily away ordinary land knights. Only a few sky knights could barely hold their ground, and outside the core, even sky knights might not survive. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of life energy burst out, glowing faintly green, as the group of over 50 struggled forward. After walking for a while, Thor had to give up. Even with great preparation, most knights couldn't withstand such fierce wind. Marshall, Rain. In the wind, Thor used his life energy to send his voice to Marshall and Rain. Sir, young Master Thor. Both of them also struggled to send their life energy out. Marshall, Rain, take the knights back. I will return within 5 days. Thor spoke and gave instructions to the 2 people. Yes. Rain and Marshall exchanged glances and nodded. Then the crowd parted, and Rain and Marshall, along with 54 knights, headed back to the cave, while Thor continued forward with Anna. They didn't need to worry about the knights, so their speed was much faster. Soon, they heard chants and saw magic halos shining on Thor and Anna, which eased their pressure a lot. A strong wind swept through, and their figures gradually disappeared into the storm. Rain and Marshall led the knights back into the cave. When they returned, everyone felt a bit frustrated. But they knew they couldn't help Thor now, so they all started to train harder. Time slowly passed. Thor and Anna moved quickly. 100 miles is not a short distance. In the storm, it would take at least 2 days to reach. especially without losing any nights. The daily reports probably only cover the two of them traveling alone, which fits the information given. Daily reports are updated every day, but different choices can change what they say. They also consider the choices made by the travelers. For example, the current situation is part of the daily report. That's why Thor believes that not only time but also cause and effect are important. Time keeps moving forward. They step into the storm. Even with just two people, they still face many obstacles. The main problems are visibility and direction. Luckily, Anna is with him, and even in the storm, her eye self-powers help determine the way. But being able to tell direction doesn't mean the storm is easy to pass through. The daily report says they arrived safely, but that doesn't mean they didn't face dangers along the way. Actually, less than an hour after entering the storm, they were attacked by some monsters, mostly third-level beasts. But even third-level monsters are not very dangerous to Thor at this moment. He quickly defeated them one by one. His body naturally slowed him down. The distance of 100 miles, which was expected to take only half a day for two people at their speed, actually took longer. By the time they arrived, it was already completely dark. A whole day had quietly passed. Fortunately, they finally reached their destination. Even Thor couldn't help feeling a bit excited inside. Master, it seems like there are high-level magical creatures nearby. When they arrived, Anna immediately became nervous and spoke quickly. The strength of the elf made Anna sense danger right away. Don't worry, it should be fine. Thor shook his head. Hearing Anna, he felt even happier. Her words proved that this place was safe, and there were no problems. As for the high-level magical creature, the giant earth bear was probably already gone. A weak earth bear wouldn't stand a chance against a group of earth dragons, so the outcome was obvious. Nothing's wrong? Anna was a bit confused, but after Thor spoke, she lowered her guard. Let's go and see if we can find the magical beast's nest. We might really get a big reward today. Thor smiled lightly, showing a happy expression. The earth bear was at least a 5th or 6th level magical beast. Even for him now, its value was incredibly high. He was eager to find it. Yes, Anna respectfully responded. Soon, the two started searching. The earth bear's nest was hidden, but with Anna there, it wasn't too hard to find. They quickly found the cave entrance. The earth bear's nest was inside a mountain valley, with a large, obvious cave entrance. With Anna present, they quickly found the entrance. When they arrived at the cave, Anna's expression suddenly became tense. The powerful perception of the elf made her instinctively feel a threatening presence that almost suffocated her. Master, Anna instinctively called out. Don't worry, Thor said softly, comforting Anna. Then he stepped into the cave first. Anna's heart was pounding, but her body still followed Thor into the cave. The cave was large and not dark, giving a sense of openness. As soon as Thor stepped inside, his eyes began to scan the surroundings, searching for his target. Fortunately, he didn't have to look for long. Soon, Thor heard faint snoring sounds. His eyes brightened, and he quickly moved toward the source of the sound. In a short time, Thor discovered a large nest made of dried grass in the center of the cave. But the real focus was not just the nest, but what was lying on top of it, a creature about the size of an adult yellow dog. It was curled up into a ball, its fluffy body wrapped in soft brown fur, looking like a giant plush toy. Its breathing was steady and even, and it was peacefully asleep. Above the cave, sunlight shone through cracks in the stone, casting dappled light on the creature. A gentle breeze brought a cool sensation, as if a thin veil was softly covering it. Looking at this small thing, Thor's breathing grew heavier. Because this fluffy creature was actually a cub of the earth wild bear. Judging by its size, it was probably only a day or two old, with its eyes still closed. This was the perfect time for a contract. The earth wild bear, as a mature beast of at least the 5th rank in the sacred domain, was quite intelligent. Even as a cub, once it opened its eyes, forming a contract would be very difficult. Despite daily intelligence reports, Thor still couldn't help but take a deep, heavy breath when he confirmed this moment. Master, what is this? Thor exhaled slowly, and Anna blinked her beautiful eyes, looking incredulous. She knew about the earth wild bear from the elven inheritance memories. She never expected that Thor, after crossing the abyss storm, would find a bear's den and even get a cub. Anna, now it's your turn to act. I need to form a contract with it. Thor looked at Anna without explaining much, speaking in a serious tone. He hadn't forgotten that soon, a prince from the kingdom of Macedonia would arrive here. It was better to act first to avoid any surprises. Yes, master. Anna quickly calmed down and spoke up. However, after responding, Anna hesitated for a moment before asking, "Master, should I use a pet beast contract or a contract?" Anna asked with curiosity. There are choices for pet beast contracts, at least in Anna's tradition. They are either a pet beast contract or a contract. Most contracts nowadays are contracts, but that doesn't mean pet beast contracts are impossible. Can you make a pet beast contract? Hearing this, Thor looked a bit surprised and instinctively looked at Anna, asking with curiosity. Thor naturally knew about pet beast contracts. They are one of the main types of contracts between humans and magical beasts from ancient times. After signing a pet beast contract, the magical beast becomes a pet and partner of the human, and both grow and improve together. Usually, when the pet beast improves, the contract's blessing helps the human to improve as well, and when the human improves, the pet beast also benefits. However, over time, humans gradually became the dominant force on the continent, and for various reasons, pet beast contracts became rare. Now, most magical beasts are bound by contracts. Unlike pet beast contracts, contracts do not allow mutual growth. But contracts have an advantage. The magical beast almost always obeys unconditionally. Even if it means death, a magical beast under a contract will not resist at all. Yes, Master. The inheritance of the elves contains this information. Hearing Thor's surprised question, Anna nodded. Then let's do a pet beast contract. Seeing Anna nod, Thor pondered for a moment and then spoke softly. The earthquake bear is strong enough, even capable of reaching the 6th rank. After some thought, Thor decided to use a pet beast contract. This way, the earthquake bear can grow quickly, and it will also help his cultivation. All right. Anna nodded, then no longer hesitated and quickly began drawing his magic staff. He activated several magic cores. Soon, within the cave, a magic circle was drawn by him. Master, you just need to drop a drop of fresh blood into it, and then let the blood of the great earth beast also drip in. Anna was a bit breathless, but she had finally finished. She looked at Thor softly and gave a gentle instruction. Okay. Thor nodded. He focused his mind, and a drop of blood appeared in his palm. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and the sleeping earth beast in the distance felt a slight from its paw. However, since it had just fallen asleep, it did not wake up so early. It twitched slightly, curled up again, and continued to sleep. Meanwhile, a drop of blood was already floating in the air. Buzz. The moment the blood appeared, the entire magic circle seemed to activate instantly. Blue icy light shone brightly, then gradually turned into a shade of red. Thor didn't hesitate at all. The drop of blood in his hand also fell. Buzz. Ripples spread out, and soon, 2 streaks of red began to intertwine. Thor felt a sudden jolt within himself. A warm current quickly spread through his entire body. Powerful life energy surged, and Thor faintly sensed that his body was beginning to undergo a kind of transformation. No, it wasn't just a transformation. That strong life force was continuously strengthening his body, bones, and cells. Thor didn't know when he slowly closed his eyes. Time passed slowly. The light of the magic circle flickered. Between Thor and the young earth beast, a mysterious connection was formed. Anna watched nervously nearby. Night gradually passed. A familiar mechanical sound rang out. A list appeared one after another. But at this moment, Thor was completely unaware of the feeling of forming the contract. He couldn't check it either. Night slowly turned into dawn. The fierce wind outside weakened a little again. And when the first light of dawn broke through the horizon, boom, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Thor. He reached the late stage of the Earth Knight level. With the help of the contract with his pet beast and the immense life force contained within the Earth Beast, Thor advanced from mid-level to late-level Earth Knight in one step. Of course, at this moment, the biggest change for Thor is not his knightly cultivation, but the transformation of his body. The beast contract benefits both parties. The life essence of the earth-roaring bear has begun to cause his body to undergo a continuous transformation. Thor's body is constantly improving. As the earth-roaring bear grows, Thor's body strength can continue to improve beyond its current level. Eventually, it will reach a point where it can rival the earth-roaring bear itself. By then, even without considering any additional strength or the support of life energy, Thor's power might compare to top-tier humanoid magical beasts. This shows how powerful a beast contract can be. If one can contract a powerful magical beast, it will be an incredible boost for the human involved. The only problem is whether it is possible to contract such a strong beast. After all, the number of powerful magical beasts across the entire continent is limited, and not everyone will have the chance. Moreover, the conditions are very strict. For example, contracting a strong beast like the earth-roaring bear requires completing the contract within 5 days of its birth. For dragons, the process must start from the egg. Other top-tier magical beasts also have similar restrictions. The difficulty isn't just about strength. Especially as time passes, the ancient era ends, and the number of powerful magical beasts becomes even scarcer. This makes the task even more difficult. Inside the cave, the magic array gradually dimmed. Thor slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the earth-roaring bear. At this moment, he could clearly sense a faint, weak consciousness in his mind. Thor couldn't help but smile and then stepped forward to pick up the earth-roaring bear cub. Feeling someone moving, the cub opened its eyes, looked at Thor with a cute expression, and then sent out a wave of consciousness. Hungry. It was a very simple wave, but with the beast contract in place, Thor naturally understood what it meant. After a moment of thought, he took out a second-tier magic core from his pocket. His right hand surged with life energy. The magic core turned into dust. The earth-roaring bear cub sniffed Thor's hand, and then its eyes suddenly lit up. It quickly began to lick and eat. Accompanied by licking, faint yellow light began to surround the earth-savage bear, while streams of life energy surged within. Thor could clearly feel his body, as if it was starting to improve again. After a short while, a second-tier magic core was completely licked up by the young earth-savage bear cub in front of him. Thor didn't hesitate. He quickly took out 3 more second-tier magic cores and used his life energy to turn them into powder, allowing the little cub to continue licking. This time, it only stopped when almost all the powder was consumed. The cub looked at Thor again, closed its eyes, and a small snore escaped, seeming to sleep very soundly. The young earth-savage bear remains in a deep sleep for a long time. Only after it has absorbed enough energy will it begin to grow and quickly evolve to the 3rd stage. Usually, an earth-savage bear can reach the 3rd stage in less than 3 months after absorbing enough energy, and within a year, it can reach the 5th stage. Its future growth depends on its opportunities. If it can fully activate its bloodline, it might reach the 6th stage. If not, it can still reach the peak of the 5th stage. This is what makes earth-savage bears so terrifying. Even dragons, to grow to the 5th stage, usually take more than a year. But earth-savage bears can reach the 5th stage in just 1 year, which in some cases is even more frightening than dragons. Moreover, if they can activate their bloodline, they might reach the 6th stage. Even among dragons, only a few can attain the 6th stage, since the Dragon King is only at the 7th stage. Huff. From now on, I'll call you Clay. Thor exhaled a breath of relief and gently placed the earth-savage bear cub back down. He could still feel his body transforming, clearly continuing to improve. Even though the young bear was now asleep, its progress was still ongoing. The consumption of 3 second-tier magic cores was just right for the bear, allowing it to absorb fully without issues. Thor looked around the environment again, focusing on the daily information. But as he looked, his brow suddenly furrowed, and he quickly turned his gaze toward the cave entrance. At that very moment, he looked toward the cave entrance. The once gradually brightening sky suddenly darkened at this moment. In the next instant, a bright light appeared in the dim sky. Then the light shattered into many glowing orbs, falling toward the center of the entire continent. The lights moved like shooting stars, incredibly fast. Even if someone noticed and tried to catch a glimpse, they would disappear in the blink of an eye. In the cave where Thor and Anna were, the ceiling suddenly trembled. Next, a bright light fell from the sky above. The light was swift and quickly disappeared into the cave. In the dark sky, the light scattered. It turned into countless patterns of light spreading across the sky below. At this moment, many people saw this scene. What is that? Someone exclaimed in surprise. For some reason, they suddenly felt a tremor in their heart. Others had their eyes shining, feeling a strange thrill inside. But in the wild wind sweeping through the abyss, few dared to leave their safe place and go toward the glowing orbs. Although they didn't move, many figures quickly noted where the orbs were falling. Meanwhile, about 20 miles from Thor's location, inside a cave, a group of people looked very disheveled. Milan and Smith felt like they had been unlucky lately. They had been confident when joining the Kingdom's War, but before they could show their strength, the war's pattern suddenly changed drastically. The old war mode was replaced by a new one. That wasn't all. A few days ago, Milan had found a Starmoon fruit tree and planned to take some fruit, but they encountered a 4th-tier peak monster. Almost the entire Knight group suffered heavy losses. His guard and teacher, a Sky Knight, had to draw the monster away. Before they could harvest the fruit, A terrible wind swept in. Milan saw a third-tier monster being caught in the wind, its flesh, bones, and body starting to melt away. This terrified him so much he almost fainted and ran desperately away. He ran for days until he accidentally fell into a cave, which allowed him to escape the wild wind. However, after these continuous changes, only fewer than 20 of the hundreds of knights he brought remained. The strongest beside him was only 2 Earth Knights, including himself, who was at the peak of the Earth Knight level. This made him very angry and also very unwilling. What kind of place is this? Milan Smith couldn't help but curse quietly, and at this moment, his right hand instinctively pounded on the table. Young Master Milan, this cave is very deep, and we can't explore it right now. A knight hurried over, looking respectful as he spoke. Can't explore? Then why did you come back? Milan Smith said angrily. But before he could get angry again, boom. A bright light suddenly fell from the sky above. The light spread out. Milan Smith's eyes were instantly drawn to the light, and in that moment, he felt a flicker of excitement inside. What is that? He muttered to himself, his gaze involuntarily following the falling light. At this moment, he forgot about his anger. Let's go, let's head over, Milan Smith said, about to step into the fierce wind. Young Master Milan, now's not the time. A knight beside him quickly spoke. There's nothing we can't do. The wind seems to have weakened quite a bit now. If we wait any longer, that thing might be snatched away. I have a feeling it's something good, Milan Smith replied. At this moment, his eyes shone with excitement. Ignoring the knight's advice, he directly stepped into the fierce wind. Only about a dozen knights remained behind him, exchanging glances before hurriedly following. The outside wind had indeed lessened quite a bit, even compared to yesterday. At least their movement was no longer too hindered. Although it was still difficult to move forward, they could still make progress. Meanwhile, as everyone approached the cave where Tuor was, that beam of light had already fallen into the cave in front of Tuor. A faint, earth-yellow glowing orb floated quietly in midair. What's this? The sudden appearance of the light initially startled Anna, but now, as the light fell and hovered before her, Anna's expression was filled with curiosity. This should be a fragment of the law. During this kingdom war, it is what we need to acquire. Thor softly explained and reached out to touch the law fragment. Buzz. His palm easily passed through the light, and he touched a small object about the size of a soybean. At the moment of contact, a ripple spread out instantly, and Thor's mind roared. He closed his eyes slightly, and then several glowing orbs appeared in his perception. In the dark world, countless glowing orbs appeared. At the same time, a flow of information flooded into Thor's mind. It's a law fragment of the Earth attribute. Muttering to himself, Thor opened his eyes. Now he had a clearer understanding of what he was seeing. This is a law fragment belonging to the Earth element. With this Earth law fragment, he could sense all similar fragments falling into this world. If he obtained other law fragments, he could sense those as well. Besides, law fragments of different attributes need to be very close to each other to be clearly sensed. Just like now, he could sense law fragments scattered throughout the world, whether they had been obtained by someone or not. Such a pity. He sighed lightly. Although he already knew from daily intelligence that he wouldn't get death or ice law fragments this time, he was still a bit disappointed when he confirmed it. After all, even an ice law fragment would be better than a death law fragment. Just as he was about to shake his head and put the law fragment into his pocket, Thor suddenly felt a tug at his pant leg. Instinctively looking down, he saw Clay using his chubby paws to pull at him, with bright, lively eyes staring eagerly at the law fragment in Thor's hand. Do you want it? Thor was stunned for a moment and looked at Clay with curiosity. The little head nodded vigorously, as if understanding Thor's words. Thor looked at the cave and then at the Earth law fragment in front of him, a strange expression appearing on his face. Could this thing be prepared for this big Earth bear before him? Otherwise, it is quite lucky that I fell into this cave. It seems that the Earth bear's attraction to this place is still very strong. Of course, it's strange, and Thor hesitated slightly, but he still reached out and held the law fragment in front of Clay. As Thor extended his hand to bring the law fragment before Clay, the fragment began to emit a yellowish glow again. Clay couldn't help but close his eyes. The law fragment floated up gradually and then merged into his forehead. Afterward, Clay's whole body started to glow with a yellowish light, and he swayed a little. Finally, after holding on for a moment, Clay crawled back into his grass nest and fell into sleep again. The faint yellowish light on his body gradually dimmed. At this moment, Thor clearly felt the powerful life force brought by the contract beast was still transforming his body, making his body stronger. Huh. He exhaled a deep breath and a smile appeared on Thor's face. At first, he hesitated because the Law Fragment was a precious gift to the Earthbear cub, and he was a bit reluctant to give it away. Not only could he gain more merit points from the Law Fragment, but more importantly, with this fragment, he could search for other Law Fragments. After thinking for a moment, Thor decided to give up. This was just a soil attribute Law Fragment, not an ice attribute one, so he couldn't absorb it. The Earthbear was still a cub and couldn't absorb too much. At most, it was just a small piece. Relying on the Law Fragment to find more Law Fragments was not very meaningful. If he collected enough, he might become very attractive to powerful nobles. Currently, with his strength and the knight group he led, he couldn't handle such attention. His current strength was already considered invincible in the Northern Province. But that was only in the Northern Province, which is not very significant in the entire Tulip Kingdom. Moreover, outside the Tulip Kingdom, the three major Northern Kingdoms, including the Purple Gold Kingdom, are stronger than the Tulip Kingdom. On the whole continent, there are many stronger than the Tulip Kingdom and even more powerful than him. Once he obtains a large number of fragments and cannot hide them, the consequences are almost obvious. He can no longer continue to gather more. It's better to use them directly. After all, someone will send a fragment of Ice Law to him soon. Compared to collecting Earth Law fragments, gathering Ice Law fragments is much more useful for him. He can absorb as many Ice Law fragments as he wants. Once absorbed, they can't be detected by others, ensuring his safety. Of course, Anna doesn't know what Thor is thinking right now. She is a bit shocked because those are Law fragments, and Thor actually let the Earth Wild Bear absorb one. Master, this. Anna instinctively speaks, but halfway through, she doesn't know how to express herself. It's just a Earth Law fragment, hard to use, so I might as well give it to it. Later, I hope to get an Ice Law fragment. Then you can try too. Thor smiles and explains to Anna. He's not just making empty promises. He really plans to try. There's no denying that Thor, favored by the goddess of life, seems to have some kind of cheat ability, but perhaps he isn't truly blessed. For Ryan and Anna, things are different. Ryan, in a small town, can buy a fruit of life with just a copper coin, and on the street, he can meet Neil Morton. Anna was bought by him easily, and in the Northern Land Province, near the North Ice Cap, a natural elf was born. As a natural elf, she even formed a contract with Anna, a half-elf. Normally, even forest elves might not be able to form a contract with a natural elf. It's just a rare chance. Half-elves, however, are completely unlikely to do so. For others, even those close to saint level, it's almost impossible to absorb law fragments unless they have gathered law seals and understood the power of laws, like Thor. In this continent, even in kingdoms, there may be individuals with law seals like Thor, but to understand and feel the power of laws like him is almost impossible. After all, he can gather the mark of the law because of daily intelligence, and understanding the law is due to sharing a contract with a spirit. Such conditions are not something everyone can have. The difficulty is not as simple as 1 plus 1. Probably, neither of the two great empires has such a presence. It can be said that almost no one can absorb the power of the law. But perhaps Ryan and Anna can. The former has engraved the mark of the law, and the latter has a contract with a natural spirit. Plus, being favored by the goddess of life, no one can guarantee they can't succeed. Thank you, Master. Hearing Thor's words, Anna's eyes lit up, and she spoke excitedly. Thor, Nicole wants it too. Nicole also wants a fragment of the law. Amid Anna's excitement, the ice spirit also flew out happily and spoke excitedly. All right, you can have it too. Thor nodded with a smile and agreed. Even with just a slight sense of it, he felt there were many fragments of Earth Element Law, and there should be quite a few Ice Element Law fragments as well. At his current level, even with Anna and Nicole, the number of law fragments they could absorb wouldn't be too many. After all, the three of them are at different stages. One just broke through to become an Earth Knight, currently at the late stage. Another is a third-tier mage, and the Ice Spirit, although better, is less than a year old. That should be enough. Of course, this depends on him obtaining enough Ice Element Law fragments. But while Thor, Anna, and the Ice Spirit were talking, suddenly there was a movement outside the cave. The Ice Spirit Nicole quickly entered Anna's body, and Thor furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting toward outside the cave. They're here, he whispered softly. A raging abyss wind swept through, blocking all perception. Only when Millen Smith and her group arrived outside the cave did Thor sense the presence of others. At that moment, there was a commotion, and someone appeared outside the Earthbear cave. Thor immediately thought of the lucky person from the Macedonian kingdom mentioned in the Daily Intelligence. Sizzle. The sound of footsteps crushing dry branches could be heard. Then, a figure cautiously spoke. Milan, be careful. Hurry, follow the young master. Stop wasting time. That thing must be good. Sounds of voices mixed together, growing louder as time passed. On the other side, it seemed they also sensed others inside the cave. Who are you? A cold shout was heard. Immediately after, a sword energy shot directly toward the cave where Thor and the others were. Song of Life, the call of ice and snow, listen to my summon. Ice Guardian. Anna's magic element surged, and she quickly began to chant. In the next moment, a huge wall of ice appeared in front of the two. Boom. The sword energy collided with the ice wall, producing a loud roar. Ice shards flew everywhere, but the sword energy was stopped. Someone really is here? A surprised voice sounded. Next, a group of people appeared before the two. Among them, Millen Smith quickly scanned Anna and Thor. Soon, he noticed the sleeping earth bison. What is this? Milan murmured to himself. His pupil shrank, and his breathing suddenly became heavy. He instantly recognized the sleeping little bison. It was the newly born earth bison. Sir, we mean no harm. Did you see the light just now? Next to Milan, an old man frowned slightly and softly asked Thor and the others. Shamir, now is not the time for nonsense. Milan said, drawing his knight's sword at this moment. In the Kingdom War, any noble from the Empire was an opponent. Now, they had also found a newborn earth bison, enough to form a contract. He couldn't let this information leak. Moreover, he knew there was a fragment of the law here. On his way here earlier, he had already obtained one. Although his sensing didn't detect an ice element law fragment, he saw the glow fall here. Under these circumstances, there must be a law fragment present. This is a law fragment, and he must get it no matter what. Boom. A powerful burst of life energy erupted. Millen Smith's aura clearly indicated he was a land knight, and not just any land knight, but one who had reached the peak of that level. Young Master Millen. As Millen Smith's aura surged, an elderly man nearby, called Shamir, was slightly surprised but quickly also summoned a vast amount of life energy within him, reaching the peak of the land knight level. The remaining dozen or so knights had sealed off all possible escape routes for Tor and the others. 2 peak land knights and 15 great knights. Impressive strength. Tor was somewhat surprised and furrowed his brow. He didn't expect that in this foreign world, the first noble he encountered would be so powerful. 2 peak land knights and over a dozen great knights. Such strength is rare among nobles in the Tulip Kingdom, usually at least at the level of a powerful count. It also seemed that this noble had been injured in the Abyss Storm, likely making his original strength even greater. But he only sighed inwardly. With just 2 peak land knights and 15 great knights, it no longer had much impact on him. Even Anna could handle it. Anna was currently a 3rd-level mage. Dealing with a 3rd-level land knight was quite easy. Let Anna take care of them, Tor said calmly, then stopped paying attention. He continued sensing as Klein absorbed a fragment of Earth element law, observing his own changes. Understood, Master, Anna replied respectfully and took a step forward. Arrogant. Hearing Tor's words, Millen Smith was slightly stunned, then a hint of anger appeared on his face. He heard something. This young noble before him had ordered his maid to attack and eliminate them. At that moment, he almost laughed out of frustration. But just as he was angry, the next moment, Anna raised her magic staff. Magic elements began to gather rapidly, pure and strong ice. Please, allow me to borrow your power. As she chanted, ice elements quickly gathered. The originally angry Millen Smith was momentarily stunned. A 3rd-level mage. Young Master Milan, retreat quickly. Siamir's urgent voice rang out, and in the next moment, he charged directly toward Anna. As a knight of the Smith family, he knew very well the power of a 3rd-tier mage. Even though his own strength had reached the peak of Earth Knights, young Master Milan Smith was also at the peak of Earth Knights. But against a 3rd-tier mage, he was no match. Together, they could only hold off the 3rd-tier mage for a short time. Eventually, if they fought too long, the mage would surely defeat them. Compared to them, the mage used magical elements and magic, while they relied on their own life force through cultivation. The longer the fight lasted, the less likely they were to win. As for close combat, they were still about 100 meters apart. Siamir knew he had no chance to get closer. By the time he reached, the mage's magic would probably be ready. He didn't dare think about capturing Tor now. A being with a third-tier mage as a maid, how powerful could she be? As mentioned before, in this world, status is basically equal to strength. There's no such thing as high status with weak power. At this moment, he could only hope to use his life to block the mage and give his young master a chance to escape. However, with a mage already prepared and supported by an ice spirit, even a peak Earth Knight couldn't stop her. Boom! A powerful ice element force suddenly spread out, freezing everything in its path. The chilling cold quickly expanded forward. Layers of frost spread across the ground. In the brief moment when he charged forward, Siamir's body started to stiffen. His blood began to freeze, and then layers of ice crept up from his feet, spreading across his body. How is this possible? Siamir's pupils widened in horror. Even though he knew how strong a third-tier mage was, the power Anna showed now far exceeded his expectations. Third-tier mages are terrifying, but as a peak Earth Knight, he thought he could hold her off briefly. But now, he was suddenly killed in an instant. It's over. The last thought flashed through his mind before his body was completely frozen. Not only him, but also the 15 knights who sensed something was wrong. They wanted to act, but their bodies also started to freeze. They didn't even have time to make a sound before turning into detailed ice sculptures. In comparison, Milan Smith reacted a bit faster. The moment Shamir finished speaking, he immediately retreated quickly. The cold ice hadn't spread completely yet. But at this moment, Milan Smith's face suddenly turned very pale. In a quick glance, his followers and over a dozen knights were instantly defeated. Even if Milan Smith was not very smart, he realized he had made a serious mistake. Master, this is a misunderstanding. I am willing to offer compensation. I am the eldest son of the Smith family from the Kingdom of Macedonia. I can pay gold as compensation. How about 100,000 gold coins? 200,000, 20,000 gold coins. Milan Smith spoke urgently, no longer daring to be arrogant. He quickly turned to Toll and spoke. Anna also stopped her action and looked at Toll. Kill him. Faced with Milan Smith's words and Anna's gaze, Toll simply said one more thing. Gold coins are not a problem for him now. Since this person was about to attack him, Toll didn't plan to hold back. Since he had already offended him, it was better to settle it all at once. Anyway, in this foreign world, no one else would know. Master. Milan Smith's face changed again, and he hurriedly spoke. But in the next moment, the cold ice spread again, instantly stopping his words. The ice spirit had appeared above the cave at some point. With its appearance, the power of cold ice had already covered everything. When Anna thought, Milan Smith's body was completely frozen within. Nicole, thank you. Anna smiled and said, Hee. Anna, these are bad people. Nicole doesn't like them. The ice spirit danced, singing happily. Cold air quickly retracted back into its body. Relying only on Anna's third-level mage ability, she couldn't do all this alone. But with the ice spirit, it was completely different. The cold gradually receded. In the next moment, the frozen cave slowly returned to normal. The bodies fell to the ground one after another. The frozen corpses, under gravity, shattered into many pieces. However, among them, a faint glow shimmered on one of the bodies. It was the light from Milan Smith. Anna, it seems to be the power of the law. It's the ice element of the law. Nicole fluttered excitedly and flew quickly to Milan Smith's side. Master. Anna instinctively looked at Thor. In response to Anna's words, Thor opened his eyes and stepped forward. As he approached, a mark representing the ice element of the law slowly appeared on his forehead, shining softly and floating upward. Thor raised his hand slightly, and in the next moment, the glow fell into his palm. Thor, Nicole, I want this. Nicole flew over happily and spoke excitedly. Wait a moment. Thor softly said, calming Nicole, then gently grasped the glow with his right hand. Ripples spread out, and in the next instant, Thor's mind trembled. Bright lights appeared within his mind. Like the fragments of the earth element law before, countless small light clusters appeared in his mind. Clearly, each of these light clusters represented a fragment of the ice element law. Thor closed his eyes. Nicole also quieted down immediately. Time slowly passed. After a while, Thor exhaled a breath of relief, a smile appearing on his face. The situation was just as he had imagined. Like the Earth element law fragments, there were many ice element law fragments. Thor even suspected that the falling object in the sky was a complete law, which then shattered into countless fragments and fell into this strange world. Perhaps there were not only Earth and ice law fragments, but also other kinds of law fragments. Nicole, I might still find some use for this. In a few days, I will look for more for you. Thor explained to the ice spirit. This, huh? All right then. Nicole looked a little disappointed and lowered her small head. Haha, don't worry. I can rely on this to find other ice element law fragments. Then not only you can use them, but Anna and I can too, Thor said with a smile, looking at the somewhat discouraged ice elf. Really? Can you find many? I can, Anna can, and Thor can too? Hearing Thor's words, the previously gloomy ice elf's eyes suddenly brightened, and it looked at Thor eagerly. Of course, I wouldn't lie to you. Thor nodded happily. Higi, great. We need to get lots of law fragments, the ice elf cheerfully said, and its previous unhappiness completely disappeared. They obtained an ice element law fragment. Now, it was the evening of the 14th day, less than half a day before the end of the abyssal gale. During this time, Thor did not try to leave the cave. Even though his senses indicated there was another ice law fragment about 50 miles away, he was not in a hurry. With the daily intelligence system, he planned to wait until it refreshed before acting again. Although the system involved causality, fate, and time, the closer the event, the more detailed the information. This also ensured greater safety. Night gradually fell. On the 14th day, the power of the abyssal gale diminished further. Thor and the others were inside the cave, preparing and eating the food they had brought. Clay also woke up for a while. Thor turned 3 second-tier magic cores into powder and fed it to Clay, which then fell back into deep sleep. The young Earth Bear cub needed enough energy to grow. Since it had absorbed a soil element law fragment, its energy requirements were even greater. Fortunately, in the refuge, many monsters had been hunted by Ryan and others. Although Thor hadn't brought much, it was enough to meet Clay's needs for a short time. Night slowly passed. The abyssal gale, which was sweeping across the continent, gradually subsided. It no longer spread toward the core but gathered around the outskirts. It is clear that even now, the surrounding environment still cannot support living creatures. Of course, this is not what Thor is concerned about. As time passes, a familiar mechanical sound rings in Thor's ears again. Daily intelligence has been updated. Would you like to open it? Yes. Without hesitation, Thor instinctively responds. Buzz. A ripple spreads out, and lines of text appear immediately. Daily intelligence has been updated 1. Malice from the world. The abyssal gale has stopped. 20 miles ahead, a group of earth dragons is approaching. They will arrive at the cave in 3 hours. 2. On your west side, 100 miles away, a law fragment of wind element has appeared. Its presence has caused a group of monsters to fight. A powerful noble from the Water Kingdom has discovered this wind law fragment. 3. To your north, 200 miles away, by noon tomorrow, a count from the Marlin Kingdom and a count from the Sachi Kingdom both found a water law fragment. Their conflict attracted 2 other noble families from different kingdoms, leading to a fierce battle among 4 Knight Orders. 4. To your north, 50 miles away, a group of earthbound dragons will pass by. Among their route, there is a tree bearing a high-quality divine wood fruit. 5. From 6. The Kingdom of Flames. 9. In 15 days, the Anabai family from the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom was attacked by the Macedonian Kingdom's smith during a battle with earth dragons. They suffered heavy losses, and 2 law fragments were stolen, including one with a death attribute. Lines of intelligence appear one after another. Thor's gaze slightly narrows. As he expected, with the abyssal gale stopping and the law fragments appearing, the entire core area, each kingdom and noble, has already begun to fight. In less than 10 daily intelligence reports, more than half detail conflicts among nobles. Thor even recognizes several familiar families, such as the unlucky Smith family recently dealt with by Anna, and the Jaws Anabai family. For example, consider the Campbell family. These families are either fighting or being attacked. Just seeing this, Thor can predict that the central area will soon be in chaos. The abyss wind disappears, and the power of the law descends. Right now, all nobles and all magical beasts are restricted to the core area. Even if the core area is large enough, it cannot hold so many people. Even without any combustible materials, conflicts are unavoidable, not to mention fragments of the law and the Great Kingdom Wars, which are huge triggers. This time, the severity of the Kingdom War could surpass any previous ones. The losses will be the heaviest ever. After all, even the most brutal previous Kingdom Wars rarely turned into such large-scale battles. Although nobles within each kingdom are relatively independent, during the Kingdom War, they act as a whole, sharing common interests and enemies. But this time, it's different. This time, the entire kingdom is not united. Instead, each noble is a separate entity. Every noble exists independently. This leads to inevitable internal conflicts within the kingdom, let alone conflicts outside the kingdom. Plus, with fragments of the law and space restrictions, the outcome is obvious. Thor doesn't even need to think much. This is just the beginning. As time passes, the fighting will only become fiercer. Fragments of the law are now scattered across the entire core area. Even without fighting, relying on the connections through law fragments, some can be found. But as time goes on, law fragments in the wild will become fewer and more concentrated. Eventually, they will gather in the hands of some nobles. At that point, conflicts will be at their peak. Then, clashes among the great nobles will become normal. Thor quickly scans the daily intelligence reports. Phew, still not strong enough. He mutters to himself and looks again at the law fragment of the ice attribute in his hand. Right now, this is all he can rely on. If he can acquire more ice law fragments in the future, he might have a chance to compete in the final battle. Otherwise, with his current strength, participating in the final contest is just a dream. Thoughts race through his mind, and after a moment, Thor slowly closes his eyes. Night fell quietly. That day, fragments of the law shattered and fell from the sky. Most of these fragments scattered across the wilderness, but a few lucky beings managed to find some. After realizing the existence of these law fragments, many people began to act even before the raging abyss wind stopped. When night passed and dawn arrived, after the abyss wind finally subsided, more people took action. Knights from various orders and nobles started searching for the law fragments. More fragments were found. Even those who didn't find any law fragments could faintly sense that the glowing clusters held great power. Even the slowest responders began their efforts by the next morning. This was on the west side of the core. It was here that Count Angle led the Dressrosa family knights, about 5,000 miles from Thor's location, placing it at the extreme opposite end. Thor's father, Count Angle, was relatively lucky. His group had already arrived in the core area when the chaos started. When the abyss wind swept through, they were in a temporary cave, which was very fortunate and kept them safe from danger. 15 days of continuous abyss wind left Count Angle shocked. But on the first day, when he saw a fourth-tier beast swept into the sky, he dared not move. Until yesterday, when he saw the glow falling from the sky, he felt a thrill in his heart. He gritted his teeth and decided to step out of the cave. Like Thor, he chose not to bring his knights but instead took Michael to the glowing light. Count Angle's luck was truly extraordinary. In less than 3 hours of walking through the wind, he discovered a floating, fiery red glow cluster in the air. He instinctively reached out and touched it. His mind suddenly roared, and he quickly understood what was happening. This discovery made his eyes light up instantly. It was a law fragment, indeed, a law fragment. This realization excited him greatly. After hurriedly returning to the cave, he immediately planned to gather his knights and set out to find more law fragments. However, the raging abyss wind made Count Angle worried. In the end, he clenched his teeth and decided to wait until tomorrow to see what would happen. When the long-lost sunlight shone down, Count Angle's eyes brightened, and he couldn't hold back any longer, starting to search. However, even with the sense of the law's imprint, fragments of the law were not easy to find. Along the way, Count Angle encountered many attacks. Although they weren't from other nobles, the number of magical beasts was quite large. Finally, in this forest, he found traces of the law fragment, but the area was occupied by a group of third-tier magical beasts numbering dozens. A strong, foul smell made Angle frown. "Sir, what should we do?" Cecile looked at Count Angle. Michael and a group of knights were also present. With so many third-tier magical beasts, even with their current strength, it was a bit troublesome. "Michael, Cecile, go get them. I will split up these magical beasts." Angle quickly gave the order. "Yes." The three nodded without hesitation. Soon, they began their actions. A powerful life energy burst out from Count Angle, who held the knight's sword. He stepped forward and appeared above each third-tier magical beast, with a fiery red aura spreading across his sword. Roar! The sudden appearance of a human made the magical beast's eyes flash with anger. A loud roar of the beast sounded, and the surrounding magic elements surged. The beasts, roughly the size of adult wolves, raised their heads and launched wind blades directly at Engel from the air above. The air tore with a sharp sound, and countless wind blades nearly surrounded Engel from all directions. Boom! A strong burst of life energy exploded, forming a shield, while the knight's sword was struck with powerful life energy. A loud explosion occurred, and the wind blades collided with the sword. In an instant, many wind blades shattered, but still, a large number hit the sword. Engel felt a slight heaviness in his hand. But Engel couldn't care about that now. His figure moved again. Puff, puff, puff. In midair, 3 sword lights suddenly cut through the sky, falling rapidly toward the 3-headed magical beast below. This time, Count Engelbert did not hold back. All his life energy was unleashed at once. The place where his heart's life seed resided began to glow with fiery red, causing the sky and earth to sway. This full-power attack was extremely terrifying. Even if some magical beasts tried to resist, the powerful force easily tore through their bodies, causing them to fall stiffly to the ground. Many beasts collided head-on and exploded into pieces. Even 3-stage magical beasts couldn't withstand Count Engelbert's nearly relentless, and the results were obvious. However, despite many beasts exploding, more 3-stage magical beasts remained furious. They couldn't hold back any longer and charged at Engelbert. Although they couldn't fly, their jumping ability was strong enough to reach even from hundreds of meters above. While Engelbert was controlling these beasts, Michael and Cesar had already completed their actions. They easily stepped into the chaos and obtained a fragment of the law. To their surprise, there were actually 2 fragments, one of fire attribute law and one of wind attribute law. But the Dressrosa family's good luck seemed to have run out. Just after acquiring the 2 law fragments, they faced repeated attacks from magical beasts, including an attack from a 4-stage beast. Although Count Engelbert defeated that 4-stage beast, the beast at the peak of the 4-stage level inflicted serious injuries on him, and the entire knight group suffered heavy losses. Boom! A powerful surge of life energy roared out. Count Engelbert looked grim. His right hand hung limply, and he was fighting with his knightly sword in his left hand. His nearly exhausted life energy made flying difficult for him. Apart from of luck at the beginning, the Dressrosa knight group had been unlucky ever since. First, they were attacked by a 4th-level magical beast, specifically a peak 4th-level creature. Then, they faced several waves of 3rd-level magical beasts. At this point, they could no longer hold on. Lord Count, we can hold here. You should retreat first. Michael, bleeding from his mouth, spoke anxiously. Yes, Lord Count, you must escape quickly. Only if you survive can there be hope, Michael added. His face was also very pale, and the continuous battles had caused serious injuries to both of them. Moreover, they were trapped inside a cave. Except for Earl Engel, who could fly, the others had almost no chance to escape. Be quiet. Since we came together, I can't leave alone, Earl Engel responded in a deep voice, looking very grim. The power of the life seed within him was constantly being squeezed, trying to unleash greater strength. However, fighting the peak 4th-level beast had drained him badly. Even with the pressure, he couldn't unleash much power now. Just when everyone was anxious and Earl Engel seemed hopeless, a surprising voice sounded. Lord Count, there is an underground river inside the cave. The voice was urgent, instantly bringing Earl Engel back from despair. After retreating into the cave, he had sent someone to explore deeper inside, and now there was a promising result. Everyone, retreat into the cave. I will cover the rear. Earl Engel commanded. Let's go. Michael and Cecile looked happy and immediately stopped hesitating. They led the remaining knights quickly to retreat backward. As they withdrew, the pressure on Earl Engel suddenly intensified. But it was only for a moment. The next instant, a huge burst of life energy erupted, and a sword aura suddenly struck the cave's stone wall. Boom. Rumble. The sword energy hit, causing the entire stone wall to collapse rapidly. Several 3rd-level magical beasts had no time to react and were crushed under the falling stones. The weight of the stone wall was not heavy, and the 3rd-level beast struggled desperately to get up. However, Count Engelbert did not give them more chances. Once again, sword beams that drained their life force shot forward, causing the entire cave to begin collapsing. Count Engelbert's face turned pale, and he quickly retreated. Outside, the cliff walls continued to crumble, trapping several 3rd-tier magical beasts inside, while others outside were blocked outside the stone walls. In the dark cave, Everyone relied on their strong perception to quickly retreat deeper inside. After running for more than half an hour, they finally slowed down. Thud! By this time, Count Engelbert couldn't hold back his injuries and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He staggered, nearly falling, but luckily Michael quickly caught him. "Lord Count," Michael asked, showing concern. "Don't worry, I won't die. We need to keep moving. That thing can't hold them off for long." Count Engelbert shook his head. He knew very well that the most terrifying enemy wasn't the third-tier magical beasts, but a peak fourth-tier beast. Although he had severely damaged it with a life-risking attack, the beast's healing ability was much stronger than humans, and it would catch up quickly. "All right," Michael nodded, then quickly lifted Count Engelbert onto his back. The group hurriedly moved deeper inside. Meanwhile, Cecil and several knights continued to destroy the cave. Their actions might be as dangerous as digging their own graves. If the underground Dark River had no exit, they might be trapped inside forever. But at this moment, they couldn't care less. If they didn't keep destroying the cave, the beast chasing them would leave them no way out. They moved swiftly forward. After about 15 minutes, they finally reached the Dark River. "Go down." Count Engelbert showed no hesitation and signaled everyone to enter the Dark River. The Dark River was dangerous, but entering it would surely eliminate their scent completely, allowing them to quickly leave this place. Even if a fourth-tier beast chased after them, it would be hard to catch them. But if they didn't go down, that fourth-tier beast wouldn't be far behind. Plop, plop. Sounds echoed one after another, and soon many Dries Rosa knights jumped down, including Michael, who carried Count Engelbert as he descended. The Dark River was deep and fast-flowing, but luckily everyone had strong knightly skills. Although it was tiring, they managed to hold on. They kept moving along the Dark River. Neither the time nor the distance was clear. As Count Engelbert's consciousness began to fade, a bright light appeared. The group quickly headed toward it. Half an hour later, in an underground space, Michael and Count Engelbert emerged from the Dark River, catching their breath. This isn't the exit." Michael's face changed as he looked at the dim, soil-covered underground area. Suddenly, figures appeared, and their expressions also changed. Because what was in front of them was not an exit, and the light did not mean they were outside. Instead, it was a faint glow from a huge root system ahead. They were in an underground space, surrounded entirely by soil, with no visible way out. "Go up first and rest," Count Engelbert's hoarse voice ordered as he forced himself to stay alert. Whether this was the exit or not, he knew they couldn't continue exploring in their current state. If they encountered danger, the consequences could be unpredictable. Restoring their strength was the most urgent need now. Not just him, but everyone. "Okay." Michael's face was grim, but he didn't hesitate. He quickly climbed up with Count Engelbert. The underground space had a large platform besides the Dark River Lake. Everyone reached the platform one after another. As soon as they arrived, knights immediately collapsed to the ground. After long battles, not only Count Engelbert and Michael but also Cesar had reached their limits. They were all exhausted. Count Engelbert waved his hand and distributed bottles of life potion to everyone for recovery. He took out a high-level healing potion for himself and drank it, then handed another bottle to Michael. The high-level healing potion, although more expensive than mid-level life potions, is still far less costly than top-tier recovery elixirs. One bottle is worth over 50,000 gold coins, and 2 bottles total more than 100,000 gold coins. At this moment, Count Engelbert couldn't care less about the price. In this dangerous foreign world, he must quickly restore his strength, or no one can predict what might happen next. That 4-star peak beast is still a threat. Since this isn't an exit, they might have to turn back the way they came, or even face the possibility of that 4-star beast attacking again. Ugh. He quickly drinks the high-level healing potion. A surge of life energy flows through him, and a faint green glow begins to emit from Count Engelbert. His wounds start to heal slowly. Nearby, each knight who also drank the life potion begins to recover as well. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, a day has gone by. The effects of the high-level healing potion gradually fade. He exhales a deep breath, sighing. Even the high-level healing potion is barely enough to cover his current exhaustion. It only restored his shattered right arm. The life energy he used up and the mental strength pushed to the limit cannot be fully recovered. Compared to his peak, his strength is now only about 30%. Dealing with ordinary Sky Knights or average 4-star beasts might not be a big problem, but this is just average. Facing a 4-star peak beast, especially one with some dragon bloodline, is almost impossible. Michael, how are you? Count Engelbert looks at Michael, who is also opening his eyes, and asks with concern. About 50% recovered. Even if I had another high-level healing potion, I couldn't fully recover. Michael sighs bitterly. Although he is a land knight, his injuries are no lighter than Engelbert's. Even a high-level healing potion can't completely heal his wounds. Hearing Michael's words, Engelbert shakes his head. He sighs softly. Being able to seriously injure that 4-star peak dragon beast was partly because he was risking his life, and partly because Michael played a big role in helping. Currently, neither he nor Michael has recovered. If they fight again, it's easy to imagine the outcome. Even though that peak 4th-tier beast is probably not at its strongest, its body is much stronger than a human's. Even if heavily injured, it would recover faster. Count Engelbert shook his head and slowly stood up, beginning to look around. Since fighting was impossible, he had to think of other ways. As he looked around, a look of surprise appeared on his face. What is this? He muttered softly, his gaze fixed on the large roots glowing faintly. Lord Count? Michael asked, confused by Engelbert's words. He instinctively looked where Engelbert was looking. Let's go and see, Engelbert suddenly said, his heart pounding. He quickly moved toward the center of the tangled roots. His sudden words and actions made Michael even more curious, but he followed quickly. The two of them reached the other side of the platform. Now, the scene was different. Many huge roots were intertwined, all emitting a faint glow. In the midst of this glow, a thick, lively liquid formed at the very center of the roots. What is this? Michael asked, repeating the question. At this moment, Engelbert's breathing grew heavier, and his expression showed a restrained excitement. Life essence, he whispered, a look of wonder on his face. It wasn't that he was not calm, but the sight before him made his soul tremble with excitement. 1,000-year-old ancient tree could produce divine fruit, but to produce life essence, the tree must be at least 10,000 years old. It's not enough for the tree to just be 10,000 years old. In fact, it usually takes at least 50,000 years for such a tree to produce this. Most only yield a drop, so seeing such a large mass makes it hard to imagine how old the tree that produced it must be. Of course, that's not the most important part. The key is the power of the life essence itself. As an ancient being born from a 1,000-year-old tree, the essence of life naturally carries a huge source of vitality. It is not only enough to help knights practice, but also capable of forcibly enhancing their talents and increasing their lifespan, allowing people to live longer. Even a single drop is enough to attract countless sky-level experts across the continent. Even domain-level masters or ordinary divine realm experts would not give up such a rare treasure. However, here, it appears to be a whole cluster. It looks like there are at least 20 drops or more. Down the hatch? Am I dreaming right now? Michael instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered to himself. He clearly understands what the essence of life means. It seems that this time, we are also blessed by the goddess of life, just like Thor. Count Engel, coming back to his senses from the shock, let out a light laugh. Count Engel was excited inside, and his figure quickly moved to signal Michael to approach the cluster of life essence. As they got closer, the rich vitality seemed to seep through their pores into their bodies, almost draining their exhausted bodies and even giving a slight recovery. It was hard to imagine how powerful the effects would be if they swallowed this essence of life. Michael, use your life source energy to support it. I will carry it. Count Engel spoke softly. Okay. Michael nodded without hesitation. He quickly stepped forward, wrapping some of his recently recovered life source energy around the cluster of life essence. Count Engel then took out a crystal bottle from his chest, an empty bottle left over from using a high-grade healing potion. It was just the right container for this moment. The essence of life was wrapped and slowly moved downward. Under Michael's careful operation, it gradually flowed into the crystal bottle. When the entire cluster of life essence was finally poured into the crystal bottle and secured, both of them let out a sigh of relief. With this cluster of life essence, we might gain even greater benefits this time. Looking at the crystal bottle in his hand, Count Engel couldn't help but show a faint smile. The appearance of the life essence undoubtedly lifted a heavy weight from his heart. With these 20-plus drops of life essence, he can not only fully recover, but also make further breakthroughs and greatly enhance his current knight talent. Given his talent, reaching the Sky Knight level was already near his limit, and further progress seemed unlikely. However, The appearance of the life essence is enough to push his talent to the next level. Even breaking through to become a Sacred Domain Knight now seems possible. A Sacred Domain Knight. Even just thinking about it makes him feel excited inside. Michael is also very excited. Then, the two of them return to the front. After thinking for a moment, Count Engelbert decides to use half of the 20+ drops of life essence. He plans to use 3 drops himself to see if he can reach the late Sky Knight stage. Michael will use 2 drops, Cesar will use 1, and the remaining 4 drops will be shared evenly among the surviving knights who have followed him so far. With these life medicines, he believes that these people will see significant improvements in both strength and talent, especially Michael and Cesar. Michael hopes to use the 2 drops to make a big leap into the Sky Knight level, while Cesar aims to reach the peak of the Earth Knight level and qualify for promotion to a Sky Knight. If successful, the entire Dressrosa will have 3 Sky Knights, and even compared to the top 3 marquee families, they might not be much worse. Faced with Count Engelbert's generosity, the knights, including Michael and Cesar, can't help but feel excited. Especially Michael, whose breathing becomes heavier. He never expected that he would also have a share of this life essence, and 2 drops at that. With his current level, these 2 drops are enough to give him a high chance of breaking through. Cesar, I'm giving this to you. Distribute it to ensure every knight can absorb it. Michael, come with me. Count Engelbert hands over 5 drops of life essence to Cesar, then leads Michael to another area. The two arrive again at the root of the tree. At this moment, after the life essence is taken, the faint glow gradually dims, but a few strands of life source energy still seep out. It can be expected that in 10,000 years, new life essence might be born again. Of course, for now, Count Engelbert's purpose in calling Michael over is not about this. Watch my movements. Count Engel personally spoke and then began practicing. Yes. Michael nodded, feeling a bit confused, but his gaze stayed fixed on Count Engel. However, as he watched, a look of shock appeared on Michael's face. He quickly realized that Count Engel was practicing a set of knight breathing techniques, and it was not the eagle breathing technique. Even just watching, Michael could sense the depth of this breathing method. Clearly, it was likely a top-tier knight breathing technique. Do you remember it? The practice stopped, and Count Engel looked at Michael. I remember, Lord Count. What is this? Michael nodded and hesitated before speaking. He was very familiar with the Dressrosa family. When did they have such a top-level knight breathing technique? This is what Thor gave me, called the Silver Moon breathing technique. It's still incomplete, but better than the eagle breathing technique. With 2 drops of life essence in the Silver Moon breathing technique, you should be able to quickly break through to the Sky Knight. Then I can help you advance further. Even if you don't reach the late Sky Knight stage, you should be able to reach the mid-peak stage. With our combined strength, we might even be able to deal with a 4th-tier peak magical beast. Count Engel softly explained. Understood. Thank you, Lord Count. Michael was momentarily stunned, but soon remembered the mysterious Thor. He nodded seriously and spoke. After giving his instructions, Count Engel sat cross-legged and took out a drop of life essence, swallowing it. As the life essence entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into a powerful surge of life energy, spreading through his limbs and bones. His original injuries and exhaustion healed almost visibly fast. After a moment, Count Engel let out a long breath. He opened his eyes, and that 1 drop of life essence had completely healed his injuries and increased his life force again, bringing him just 1 step away from the mid-stage Sky Knight. Without hesitation, Count Engel swallowed another drop of life essence. This time, the essence of life did not need to repair the body. A huge burst of life energy suddenly exploded, and the source of life within Engel began to grow rapidly. At the same time, the sky and earth, which had been gathering, started to solidify quickly. After a moment, boom, a powerful aura rose up. With this drop of life essence, Count Engel directly advanced to the mid-stage of the Sky Knight level. He looked at Michael in the distance, who was still meditating with his eyes closed. Engel took another drop of life essence. Time slowly passed. Unfortunately, after consuming 2 drops of life essence, its effect started to weaken. The energy kept rising but did not break through to the late stage of the Sky Knight level. Instead, it stalled at the peak of the mid-stage. Opening his eyes, Count Engel shook his head. Even though he had expected this, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. After a brief hesitation, Engel decided not to take out another drop of life essence. He knew that at most, 2 drops would be enough for him to reach the late stage of the Sky Knight level. But using more would be wasteful. A single drop of life essence was as effective as a high-level life potion. He couldn't bear to waste it like that. At this moment, boom, a powerful burst of life energy erupted. The originally surging source of life within Michael transformed into a tangible form in an instant. He broke through. Count Engel immediately looked at Michael with excitement. Even though he knew that with the Silver Moon breathing technique and 2 drops of life essence, Michael was almost certain to succeed, he still couldn't help feeling excited when the breakthrough finally happened. The Sky Knights, once again, the Dressrosa family gained a new Sky Knight. With 2 Sky Knights, the Dressrosa family was no longer just aiming to become Marquises or even powerful Marquises. If managed well, it might even be possible to advance to top-tier Marquises. Once they became top-tier Marquises, the entire Dressrosa family would have jumped several levels, truly entering the top circles of the kingdom. The resources and opportunities available in the future would be completely different. Even a powerful Marquis may not always have the chance to be born as a Sky Knight every generation. However, the 3 top Marquises are almost able to consistently produce Sky Knights, which means the Dressrosa family has fully risen. Of course, not only Michael is breaking through now. Along with the infusion of life essence, Cesar has also reached the peak of Earth Knight. Additionally, several other remaining knights are also beginning to advance. Not only are they breaking through, but their talents are also improving rapidly in a short time. Their future paths are undoubtedly broader than before. As these figures open their eyes, the hardships and terrors they faced during this period turn into excitement and joy. Many are trembling with excitement. 2 of them have even directly stepped into the Earth Knight level. That is the Earth Knight, levels they might never have reached in their entire lives. Yet, in just a moment of cultivation, they have already entered this level. This moment nearly brings them to tears with joy. Although no one else has broken into the Earth Knight level, everyone clearly feels their talents have improved. Such changes are even more exciting than their breakthroughs in cultivation. After a period of stability, about a day has passed. Count Engel and his group turn back along the way they came. Although they haven't yet reached the late stage of Sky Knight, Count Engel, who is at the mid-peak of Sky Knight, has enough confidence to defend himself against a 4th-stage peak magical beast. This is especially true with Michael, who just broke through, and Cesar, who also reached the Earth Knight peak, along with 2 more Earth Knights. They are confident they can handle the situation. That 4th-stage peak magical beast carries a fragment of the law. As long as they can deal with it, they can undoubtedly gain another fragment. The choice is obvious. While Count Engel and his team are gaining great rewards and preparing for revenge, on the other side, Thor has already begun his actions. After confirming there was no danger in the daily intelligence reports, he left with Anna the next day. He didn't choose to return to the safe haven first, but instead went to find that ice element law fragment. After all, the distance wasn't too far. The Abyssal Gale, along with the end of time, had completely come to an end. However, without the Abyssal Gale sweeping through, the 2 still face some big problems. A large number of monsters gathered in the core area, making the monster count there quite overwhelming. As soon as they stepped out of the cave, they encountered several groups of monsters. First and second-tier monsters were manageable. Once they sensed the Earthbear's aura, they retreated on their own. But third-tier monsters became even more excited when they detected the Earthbear's presence. Because a young Earthbear was enough to boost their bloodlines. A battle was unavoidable. Thorn and Anna killed more than a dozen third-tier monsters, but many still approached them. There are too many monsters. Thorn couldn't help but curse quietly. Although these third-tier monsters didn't pose much threat to him, they were still quite troublesome. Since these monsters couldn't really threaten him, and considering he had important information that wasn't listed in the daily reports, he didn't worry too much. Most importantly, he had just signed a beast contract, and the contract space for the pet was still being built. It would take a few more days to complete. That meant he couldn't even put the Earthbear into the pet space right now. So, Thorn had no choice but to change his plan and go meet with the knights. With the knights present, dealing with these monsters would be easier. Otherwise, he would have to keep killing them, and he was starting to feel a bit soft. "Anna," he called out. Anna nodded, and her magic staff lit up with a glow. In the next moment, the 2 of them soared into the air, heading straight toward the safe haven where the knights were. Flying by magic was naturally not as good as riding a Sky Knight. Fortunately, there were no obstacles or Abyssal Gale, and after about 3 hours, they returned to the safe haven. "Master," Master. Seeing Thorn return, the knights were all visibly happy. Rain and Marshall hurried to greet him. Exciting sounds of surprise rang out. After more than 2 days, even though the raging abyss wind had stopped, Thor's knights, including Rain and Marshall, couldn't help but feel a bit worried. The whole world was still unknown to them, even with Thor's strong power. They didn't know what might happen in this unfamiliar world. It wasn't until Thor returned again that they finally relaxed a little. Get ready. We're leaving soon, Thor said, nodding to everyone and giving orders to Rain and Marshall. That ice element law fragment wouldn't wait forever. Thor sensed it, and so did others who had also found ice law fragments. He needed to get it as soon as possible. Okay. Rain and Marshall looked at each other and nodded. Although they were a bit confused, they dared not ignore Thor's command. Half an hour later, the entire night group quickly finished their preparations. They set out again, aiming for that ice law fragment. Because of Thor's return journey, they were still about half a day's travel from the fragment. As they moved, the sky gradually darkened. Fortunately, before the day ended, Thor finally reached his destination. Along the way, they encountered many monsters, but with Rain, Marshall, and 54 knights, everything was relatively safe. The dark sky was dotted with stars. The hot weather had cooled a bit by the time they arrived at this place. Frost covered the leaves, and their vision focused on the most unusual spot. It was a small hill. Unlike other places, this hill was covered not only with white frost, but also with spreading ice. In the hot surrounding area, snowflakes even drifted down slowly from that spot. Thor, there seems to be a law fragment over there. Nicole flew out from Anna's body. Her small body was excited as she looked toward the distant hill. Let's go see. Thor waved his hand and led everyone toward the hill in the distance. As more people approached, the cold around them gradually turned into a biting chill. Many had to use their life energy to resist it. Soon, even their life energy was struggling to hold back the cold. Everyone else, stop here and rest. Rain, Anna, come with me. Thor frowned, but chose not to let the knights continue forward. Instead, he stayed behind with the others, leading Rain and Anna toward the surrounding ice grew thicker and colder, almost penetrating to the bone. Fortunately, Thor and Rain were both Earth Knights, with strong life energy that could withstand the cold. Thor, in particular, had mastered the Ice Law Seal, giving him a high resistance to ice. The three of them moved through the icy landscape. Nicole fluttered in the air, surrounded by swirling snow and wind. Anna was also glowing faintly white, as if resonating with the land itself. Seeing this, Thor's brow furrowed in surprise. Clearly, the previous ice law fragments didn't have this effect. Now, this piece was reacting so strongly, creating this scene. It was unclear whether the fragment had just fallen and hadn't yet influenced him, or if this particular fragment was special. Regardless of the reason, Thor quickly moved forward based on his senses. Soon, they reached the top of Thor saw the glowing, cold aura emanating from a floating light ball about 30 centimeters above the ground. Thor! Nicole excitedly called out, her small body darting toward the fragment. As Nicole flew, cold air began swirling around her, and the light ball seemed to tremble slightly. Thor's heart moved. In the next moment, he reached out his right hand, passing through the light ball to grasp the fragment. Boom! The fragment vibrated, and immediately, a surge of information flooded into his mind. At the same time, cold air around them quickly receded, retreating into the light ball. The cold and frost disappeared. The snow and wind vanished. The final piece of the law fragment quietly appeared in Thor's hand. The surrounding hillside returned to its original state. The scene of retreating surroundings caused Nicole's flying action to stop, and she looked eagerly at Thor, or more specifically, at the law fragment in Thor's hand. Here you go. Thor smiled slightly, then threw the ice element law fragment to Nicole, the ice elf. Since he promised to give the ice elf the fragment, he naturally wouldn't take it back. Especially when he realized that the scene wasn't unusual because of the fragment itself, but because the law fragment had fallen for a long time, causing the terrain around to change. There was no reason to hesitate anymore. As for absorbing it himself, he wasn't in a hurry. Currently, his perception showed that there were still many ice law fragments nearby within his range, enough for him to absorb. Thank you, Thor. Nicole took the law fragment with a small look of surprise. She quickly embraced the fragment and integrated it into Anna's body. Let's go. Today, we rest for the day. Thor glanced at them, then called out to the two, and walked down the hillside. Soon, the three of them met up with the knights. Then everyone began to look for a place to rest for the night. As night fell, a familiar mechanical voice sounded. This time, the Daily Intelligence refreshed 10 new pieces of information. After Thor read through them, his expression became serious. After a moment of thought, he fell back into a deep sleep. Night passed, and a new day arrived. Everyone resumed their actions. With the Daily Intelligence, the journey was still smooth, only encountering some attacks from third-tier monsters along the way. Compared to the first Ice Law fragment, other fragments, even if closer, still took several days to reach. On the third day, Thor and the others finally found the third Ice Law fragment. This fragment was swallowed by a second-tier swift wind rabbit. Although the rabbit couldn't absorb or digest the Law fragment, just swallowing it nearly turned the rabbit into an elemental being. In the end, Thor, Anna, and the Ice Elf worked together to defeat the swift wind rabbit and obtain the Ice Law fragment inside. This is the third fragment of the Law. Thor considered for a moment and decided to try absorbing it himself. For him, simply improving his realm was no longer enough to increase his strength. His current strength had reached the late stage of the Earth Knight, but his combat power had not increased much. To continue improving his strength, as mentioned before, he needed to better understand the power of the Law imprint. The power of the Ice Attribute Law was undoubtedly the best way to do this. Inside a cave, Thor ordered Ryan and others to stay alert. He took out an Ice Attribute Law fragment. As the fragment appeared, cold air began to spread around, and a faint Ice Law imprint appeared on Thor's forehead. It looked unreal and faint, as if resonating with some mysterious force. Thor's heart moved, and in the next moment, he slowly closed his eyes. His mental energy reached out to the Law fragment and connected with the faint Law imprint on his forehead. A soft ripple seemed to spread in the void. Suddenly, in the space of fear and emptiness, Thor felt an illusionary diamond-shaped crystal, with faint white light gathering from all directions toward it. Outside, in Thor's hand, the Law fragment, glowing softly, turned into white mist and gathered at his forehead. The faint Law imprints on his forehead emitted a hazy glow, and cold air began to spread around him. The dirt in the cave beneath him was gradually covered with white frost. This wasn't Thor releasing a different life force, but simply cold air spreading on its own. The cold was even growing stronger rapidly. The figures around Thor, originally close to him, couldn't help but step back. "Don't get too close to the Lord," Ryan shouted, his eyes showing shock. Because the cold air on Thor's body was so intense that even he felt it piercingly cold. After his words, the figures quickly retreated. The ice around Thor continued to spread further. Time slowly passed. Eventually, many knights had to retreat from the cave because the entire area was gradually filled with cold air. Only Anna remained close to Thor. Others, including Ryan, could not bear the terrifying cold anymore. Everyone looked into the cave in shock. At this moment, the cave was almost like a world of ice. Anything that entered the cave would freeze instantly. Even the source of life force could not stop this cold air. "Master," Marshall instinctively spoke, recalling the previous war with the Northern Alliance. At that time, the cold air from Thor was just like this. It froze 7 or 8 Earth Knights in an instant. Even the peak Earth Knights couldn't withstand it. "Everyone, stay alert around you. Tonight, no one is allowed to rest." Ryan was more direct. He didn't want any accidents and quickly responded. "Yes." The knights, although shocked, quickly answered. The cold air kept spreading. Even after leaving the cave, everyone had to keep retreating. They retreated about 50 meters outside the cave before the cold air stopped seeping out. Later, during the late night, the cold gradually subsided. All the frozen traces began to thaw and restore. Daily Intelligence updated. "Open now?" A familiar mechanical voice sounded, and a list appeared. But Thor was completely immersed in understanding the laws. He might not fully grasp the laws yet, but that didn't mean he couldn't resolve some of their mysteries. Especially now, with law marks and fragments, strands of law power started to seep into his source of life force. This caused his life force to begin a deeper transformation from its original foundation. And it wasn't just his own transformation. Through the shared contract, a wave of law power was also spreading over. "What's this?" Anna, who had been nervously watching Thor, suddenly felt her body tremble. Then, cold air began to spread from her body as well. Even on her forehead, it seemed as if a faint mark of the law was beginning to appear. At the same time, the magic inside him was rapidly increasing, and his mental strength was also growing. The power from the ice spirit was reflecting back onto her. Night gradually passed. Dawn's sunlight shone down. The cold air around them slowly receded. After some time, until everyone was sure it was safe, they began to return to the cave one by one. At this moment, the cave remained unchanged. Tur closed his eyes, and Anna did the same. Reen instructed everyone to prepare food, while he stayed to guard beside Tor. It wasn't until the afternoon sunlight shone through that Tor slowly opened his eyes. Phew. He exhaled a deep breath. On his forehead, a blue icy mark slowly faded away. Compared to before, the law mark was almost fully visible now. Even if he used the power of the law again, he wouldn't drain himself as much as before. More importantly, at this moment, he had gained a new ability. A fragment of an ice element law not only deepened his law mark but also brought a further, deeper improvement. Under the shared contract of the elves, Tor faintly gained some insight into the overall power of the law. This insight didn't give him the ability to control the law fully, but it caused a remarkable change within him at this moment. He moved his heart. The next moment, Tor's figure stood up. He took a step forward. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was outside the cave. Tor stood quietly outside the entrance. His eyes slowly closed. As his eyes closed, the icy blue law mark on his forehead reappeared, and a cold aura began to rise around him out of nowhere. Yes, this time the cold air was not released from Tor himself, but appeared out of nowhere in the environment. As the cold spread, layers of white frost began to form around him. Meanwhile, in the sky, the wind started to pick up gradually. With the wind sweeping through, beautiful snowflakes began to fall from the sky. What is this? Rain instinctively followed, but at this moment, his steps suddenly stopped. Right in front of him, beneath the once bright, sunny sky, an area of about 50 square meters began to be swept by snow and wind. Cold air spread from that spot. The cold air was spreading, and so was the snow and wind. Rain instinctively looked at Thor's location and then at the outside scene, where, due to the hot weather, the plants and trees looked droopy. His eyes widened with disbelief. Of course, he was not the only one surprised. Marshall, who had just come out, also opened his mouth wide in shock. "Young Master Thor, he." Marshall instinctively spoke, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief. As they reacted, the scene that appeared next made their eyes widen even more. Because in the space formed by the snow and wind ahead, Thor's figure was slowly lifting off the ground, floating in midair. Clang! Look! My goddess, the Lord is flying! A sound of something falling to the ground was heard, followed by a shout. Soon, over 50 knights rushed out, and they all saw Thor's figure soaring in the snowstorm. Everyone's eyes widened. Their breathing grew heavier. Flying. This was flying. Only sky knights or magicians could do that. What they saw was incredible. Thor was actually flying. And it was clearly not magic. The impact on everyone was unimaginable. Rain and Marshall, especially Marshall, almost bit his own tongue. The snow and wind created by Thor had already shocked him deeply, but now that Thor was soaring in the storm, he didn't know how to react. Lord Thor, he broke through. Marshall's voice trembled. It wasn't that he wasn't calm. Even when Count Engelbert broke through to become a Sky Knight, he didn't feel as shocked as he did now. Others didn't know, but Marshall knew. Thor was only 21 years old this year. He hadn't even turned 22. A 21-year-old Earth Knight is enough to shake the entire Tulip Kingdom, even attracting the attention of the three great kingdoms. As for the 21-year-old Sky Knight, the outcome is easy to imagine. Marshall has no doubt that once this news spreads, even the top figures of the two great empires will be tempted. However, at this moment, Marshall does not know that Thor has not broken through to become a Sky Knight. Although Thor did not use magic, he did utilize the power of the laws. At the moment when the law mark, or rather the ice law mark, fully formed, Thor gained an extremely powerful ability. This ability is called a pseudo-field. Unlike a true domain, which usually requires reaching the sacred realm to create, even some gifted beings without stepping into the sacred realm find it nearly impossible to do so. A pseudo-field has no such restrictions. As long as one's understanding of the laws reaches a certain level, they can influence the surrounding space with law power. This influence is not a fully independent domain but is called a pseudo-field. Compared to a real domain, a pseudo-field does not have the full capabilities of a domain. But compared to beings without a domain, a pseudo-field has incredible power. It can suppress opponents and create environments favorable to oneself. For Thor, it also serves a more important purpose. Within the pseudo-field, he can fly using the power of wind and snow, just like a Sky Knight, with no difference in ability. Of course, this is only possible when inside the pseudo-field. Once outside, such abilities are much harder to achieve. Even so, it is still astonishing. Because as long as he wishes, or more precisely, as long as there is no true sacred realm present, Thor can create a pseudo-field in just a few breaths. In theory, with the pseudo-field, he has filled in his last gap. Even when facing a real Sky Knight, he now has the ability to fight and win. Not only that, even against mid-level Sky Knights, with his current strength combined with the pseudo-field, he can manage to handle them. If he further stirs the power of the laws, he might even be able to defeat mid-level Sky Knights. The power of the law is not something that ordinary Sky Knights can touch. In midair, Thor carefully feels his own strength in the swirling wind and snow around him. After a moment, his figure slowly descends. At the same time, the law mark on his forehead gradually disappears, and the cold air spreading around begins to melt under the sunlight. In a short while, everything around him returns to normal. Only a large patch of water remains nearby. He slowly exhales a breath of air, opening his eyes. I think I can absorb at most 2 more law fragments. I wonder if, after I finish, my pseudo-domain can compete with the prototype of a half-step Saint domain? He speaks softly, a thoughtful look on his face. Every day, new intelligence appears, and Thor knows well that many people are involved in this kingdom, including some who are just one step away from reaching the Saint realm. Most of these people have grasped the prototype of a domain. Thor is very curious about these so-called domain prototypes. After all, they probably represent the strongest beings in this kingdom war. Of course, it's too early to think about that now. With his current strength, even if he masters the pseudo-domain, he probably can't fight against a peak Sky Knight. Compared to that, improving himself is the most important thing right now. He looked at the sky and suddenly had an idea. The next moment, a list of words appeared before his eyes. These were the daily intelligence updates from yesterday. As a special advantage, Thor is quite satisfied with this. Every midnight, when the daily intelligence refreshes, even if he hasn't confirmed anything, it automatically updates unless he chooses not to, and he can view it at any time during the day. Just like now. A line of intelligence quickly swept past. Thor couldn't help but wear a thoughtful expression. In the daily intelligence, he already sensed that the fight in the alien space has begun. After a few days, many powerful noble lords are starting to get impatient. Especially after learning about the law fragments, the stronger the noble lord, the more excited they become. Because these fragments are a path to the divine realm, and no one wants to give up. As for whether they can use what they gain, that can be decided later. In this situation, the fragments of the law in the wild were quickly gathered together. In just a few days, many law fragments had already converged. Feeling a sudden idea, Thor took out a fragment of the ice law from his pocket again. Buzz! A ripple spread out, and his consciousness instantly turned black. The light spots that were originally scattered around the dark space now clearly gathered in certain areas. Compared to his first perception, the number of surrounding light spots had decreased by about 70%. Only a few lonely light spots remained in one place. Most had turned into glowing orbs. Not far from Thor, there seemed to be a sizable glowing orb, containing at least 3 light spots, moving toward him. Clearly, it was impossible for all 3 ice law fragments to be together and flying toward him. The only possibility was that someone had already collected 3 ice law fragments and was now coming for his 4th. And indeed, that was the case. There was information about this in the daily intelligence reports. It was from a marquis of the Sachi Kingdom. Because of the distance and the discovery of a Thunder Law fragment nearby, they had targeted his Ice Law fragment. They planned to take both the Thunder and Ice Law fragments together. The Sachi Kingdom is a small kingdom located in the southern part of the Tulip Kingdom. Its strength is weaker than the Tulip Kingdom. However, this marquis from Sachi Kingdom is a top-tier noble, with 2 Sky Knights under his command. Although they are just beginning to become Sky Knights, that is still quite impressive. It looks like this will be a bit troublesome, Thor muttered softly, shaking his head. Honestly, he didn't want to attract too much attention for now, as his strength was still limited. That's why, after obtaining the second law fragment, he handed it directly to Nicole. He used the third one himself. When 3 law fragments gather together, it's very noticeable. Thor didn't want anyone to target him. Compared to that, having only 1 fragment reduces the chances of being noticed, especially since he hasn't collected all the fragments yet. Thor didn't expect that even a single one would attract attention. Rain. After a brief thought, Thor spoke. Master. Hearing Thor's words, Rain quickly snapped back to focus and stood up quickly. Get ready. There's a fight coming. Someone is approaching. Thor glanced at Rain and then softly said, Someone is coming. Yes. Rain was startled but quickly responded. Soon, Rain began organizing knights to prepare for action. After giving orders, Thor's gaze shifted back to the daily intelligence reports. He wasn't too worried about the upcoming fight. They were just beginner Sky Knights. Before, he might have worried. But after mastering the pseudo-domain, he wasn't afraid of these new Sky Knights. The only difference before was that they couldn't fly. Without the flying issue, his strength was already better than most beginner Sky Knights. Now, with the pseudo-domain, the flying problem was solved, and his last weakness disappeared. Meanwhile, the powerful Marquis of the Sachi Kingdom didn't know any of this. Marquis Barthélemy Biensi felt very lucky to step into this strange space. Not only did he find many rare magical plants, but he also obtained 4 fragments of the Law of Principles, 3 ice element fragments, and 1 lightning element fragment. Through sensing the fragments, he also detected 2 more fragments nearby. Without hesitation, he headed toward Thor's location. During his approach, he indeed found the lightning element law fragment. He didn't just find the lightning fragment, but also discovered a high-quality divine wood fruit growing among the trees where the fragments were embedded. Speed up. Today, I should be able to get that ice element law fragment. Barthélemy Biensi said excitedly, his eyes shining brightly. Now, he has already obtained 5 pieces of the law fragment. If he adds the one ahead, that makes 6 law fragments in total. These fragments are very important, whether they are given to the royal family of the Sachi Kingdom or kept for his own family. Many people are interested in these fragments because of their value. But he is not worried. Compared to the Bai family, they are not simple. They are allied with a duke from the Sachi Kingdom. Later, he only needs to give some of the fragments and meet with that duke's family, so there is no real danger. However, while he was on his way, he suddenly sensed the movement of a law fragment with ice attributes. What's going on? Barthélemy Bai was stopped in his tracks. He carefully sensed the surroundings. His face suddenly looked grim, because at that moment, he could feel that one law fragment was indeed moving. It was clear that someone had already taken that fragment. Barthélemy Bai hesitated, sensing again around him. But he quickly realized that only that one law fragment was nearby. All the others were at least hundreds of miles away or even farther. His expression kept changing, and finally, his eyes turned fierce. Get ready to fight. He spoke and called out to a group of knights. It was impossible for him to give up that ice law fragment now, especially since it was so close. He couldn't guarantee that the other person wouldn't come for him. So he had to go there first. If the opponent was strong enough, he would decisively give up the fragment to avoid danger. If not, he would fight back fiercely. As Barthélemy Bai spoke, the knights quickly prepared themselves. In just a few dozen miles, they arrived at the law fragment's location. Barthélemy Bai soon saw the law fragment. There was indeed a knights group there. Eagle? Which family is this? Barthélemy Bai muttered to himself, looking confused. He recognized the crest of the top noble families from the major kingdoms, but he didn't recognize the eagle crest of the family in front of him. This made him feel a bit happy, because this indicates that the current family is not one of the top families in the great kingdoms. Even if they are quite strong, they probably aren't too powerful. Especially when Barthélemy Biensi looked around and confirmed that there were only about 50 knights in front of him, his smile grew wider. Although the number of people doesn't tell everything, it's hard to deny that the size of a family often reflects its strength. Not to mention, most powerful counts usually lead more than a few hundred knights into war. Only barons or newly promoted counts might have only a few dozen knights. Even if entering this foreign land might cause some damage, combined with the unfamiliar family crest, Barthélemy Biensi was now sure of his guess. His joy spread, but he hadn't yet taken action. Suddenly, a calm voice spoke. Lord Barthélemy Biensi, hiding isn't a noble trait. The simple words came through the source of life energy. This made Barthélemy Biensi, who was smiling, suddenly startled. Not because he was caught off guard, but because someone ahead knew who he was. In shock, he also sensed movement. Barthélemy Biensi no longer hid, leading a knight group of several hundred from the forest. His gaze immediately fixed on a young figure at the front. Sir, do you know me? Who are you? I don't think I know you. Barthélemy Biensi looked surprised, and a cautious feeling crept into his heart. His initial joy faded. I don't know you, but you must be here for this. As for me, I am just a baron from the Tulip Kingdom. Naturally, Lord Bartholomew Bianchi wouldn't know me. Tur chuckled softly, raising his hand. A fragment of a law floated quietly in his palm. So, you really got this. It seems you've saved me a lot of trouble. I'll give you a chance, hand it over. Hearing Tor's identity, Bartholomew Bianchi's caution instantly disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. A baron, even if from the Tulip Kingdom, was just a baron, nothing threatening to him. This also confirmed his guess completely. At this moment, his words suddenly grew colder. No, Lord Bartholomew Bianchi, you must have misunderstood. I want this, and I want you too. Moreover, it's not that you gave me a chance, but I am giving you an opportunity. Hand over all the fragments of the law, and I will ensure your safe departure. Thorl chuckled softly, retracting the fragment of the law from his right hand. Arrogant. Boy, since you know me, you should know I am a Marquis, while you are only a Viscount. What chance do you think you have? Hearing Thorl's words, Bartholomew Bianchi couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He never expected that a mere Viscount, with only about 50 knights, would dare to challenge him. He took a step forward, releasing a powerful surge of life energy, and his figure suddenly soared into the air. Marquis Bartholomew Bianchi was clearly a Sky Knight. Not only he, but also an elder behind him rose into the air, and two strong waves of life energy suddenly pressed down on Thorl and his group. The once calm surroundings instantly whipped into fierce winds, with a strong sense of pressure spreading outward. Behind Thorl, each knight felt their bodies grow heavy. Even Ryan's expression slightly changed. Just as the pressure was about to engulf them, Thorl also took a step forward. A icy blue law mark gradually appeared between his eyebrows. What's that? A law mark. Bartholomew Bianchi looked at Thorl, initially sneering, but when the law mark appeared on Thorl's forehead, his expression subtly changed. However, he quickly realized that Thorl's aura was only that of an Earth Knight. At this moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Boy, although the law mark is powerful, it's just a law mark. It only represents your future. If you die now, there will be no future for you. His words were cold, and a murderous intent appeared in Bartholomew Bianchi's eyes. The law mark symbolized that Thorl would likely have the chance to enter the sacred realm, or even the divine realm someday. Offending such a being now, he didn't want to let the other side go. Of course, he hadn't planned to let Thorl go from the start, but at this moment, his killing intent grew even stronger. Really? Listening to the words of Bartholomew Bianchi, Tur calmly spoke. At the moment his words fell, the mark of the law on his forehead emitted a faint glow. Next instant, buzz. A ripple spread across the surrounding world. In the following moment, white frost began to spread within a 50-meter radius. The previously intense heat around them started to decrease, and some remaining water froze quickly. Not just water. The nearby flowers, grass, and trees also began to turn icy. Again, a wind swept through the area, but this time it was not a powerful force from the Sky Knights, just the natural wind of the world. The wind grew stronger. Snowflakes started to gather and drift down from the sky. Gradually, Bartholomew Bianchi, the Sky Knight, and the hundreds of people with him sensed something was wrong. What's happening? In midair, the old man beside Bartholomew Bianchi muttered in confusion, his eyes widening with disbelief. Bartholomew, retreat quickly. The old man shouted and was about to step back quickly. But at that moment, he found his body seemed frozen, moving very hard. His blood was freezing inside him. What's going on? The old man's cry alerted Bartholomew Bianchi, who soon realized that his blood, cells, bones, and muscles were covered in ice. He was shocked. He quickly tried to activate his life force, but even that seemed tinged with cold and became sluggish. He looked down instinctively. More than half of the 100-strong knight group had been turned into ice sculptures. The remaining soldiers retreated in terror, but the ice power kept spreading. Suddenly, a piercing scream sounded. A great knight watched in horror as ice spread from his feet, quickly engulfing his entire body, and even his screams were frozen. This scene shocked everyone. People instinctively wanted to run away. However, the power of the false domain, combined with the force of the law, was beyond the reach of even the highest Earth Knights. Soon, one after another, the figures turned into ice sculptures. Boom, boom. Two terrifying bursts of life energy suddenly erupted. As Sky Knights, even though they were frozen at this moment, they persisted and finally released their life energy, which instantly dispersed the cold air and ice. But at this moment, both of their pupils showed a hint of fear. A prototype of the domain. How is this possible? Bartholomew Bianchi's face completely changed. His previous pride and mockery of the situation disappeared. What he saw before him only left him with terror and curses. A prototype of the domain, something even the Peak Sky Knights could not possess. Only those who had stepped into the sacred realm might have a chance. Generally, having a prototype of the domain meant that breaking into the sacred realm was almost certain. It was only a matter of time. How could he not be terrified? As for the curses, he simply couldn't understand. A nobleman in his 20s, how could he possibly have a prototype of the domain? How could he reach beyond the Peak Sky Knights? That was simply impossible. Being in his 20s and reaching the level of a great knight was already extraordinary talent. Even the king himself would pay attention. A sacred realm in his 20s, even just half a step into the sacred realm, was utterly impossible. Master, this is a misunderstanding. This is the law fragment you wanted. Moreover, to make up for offending you, I am willing to give 10,000 gold coins as compensation. Not 20,000 gold coins. Fear was spreading in Bartolomeo Bianchi's heart, but his actions and words were very direct. With a wave of his hand, 5 law fragments appeared, and he hurriedly added, clearly, this person is much smarter than the one Tor met before. Unfortunately, Tor had no intention of letting his false domain be exposed. For him, it was a crucial trump card, at least until the very end. Moreover, he sensed the murderous intent from this person. During the Kingdom War, Tor had no reason to let the other go. Now, you want to hand it over? Isn't it a bit too late? A light, teasing laugh sounded as Thor's figure slowly rose into the air. His voice was full of amusement. Master, this is just a misunderstanding. I can offer 50,000 gold coins as ransom, and I can also help you gather fragments of the law. Bartolomeo Bianchi listened to Thor's words and quickly spoke again. At this moment, sweat was beginning to seep from his body. Even though he was a Sky Knight, he knew very well how big the gap was compared to a half-step Sacred Realm expert. However, his words only caused Thor to shake his head. This made Bartolomeo's face turn even paler. A cover made with $10 was a bit late. Snow and wind swept across the land, spreading cold air everywhere. At first, the cold only extended about 50 meters around him, but as Thor gradually floated higher, the cold air spread outward in all directions. Now, within 100 meters, the area was covered in a terrifying chill. Amidst the snow and wind, Thor's figure seemed to become the only ruler of this snowy storm, almost like a deity. Bartolomeo Bianchi's face showed more and more fear. His body was trembling. He tried to speak, but instead, he saw Thor holding a knight's longsword, stepping forward. Surrounding him was a swirling storm of snow and wind. Master! Bartolomeo Bianchi instinctively tried to speak again. But in the next moment, boom! A sword light, carrying snow and wind, suddenly shot out, directly slashing toward Bartolomeo Bianchi. He was shocked and quickly summoned powerful life energy, wielding his knight's sword to defend himself. However, at this moment, he realized he might be defeated. The power of the half-step Sacred Realm was not something he could resist. A strong burst of life energy erupted, even pushing his life seed to its limit. Bartolomeo Bianchi held his knight's sword and collided with the sword light wrapped in snow and wind. Boom! Bang! 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 When the sword light collided with another sword light, Bartolomeo Bianchi felt a terrible coldness spreading through him. His arm quickly froze, and icy tendrils spread rapidly. In midair, his figure retreated wildly. He only stopped after retreating about 10 meters. The cold aura from the knight's sword continued to spread, freezing his entire right arm, and his breath gradually turned into frost. But at this moment, Bartolomeo Bianchi was stunned. Yes, he was stunned. His initial fear turned into surprise. In the half-step holy domain, facing that sword light, Bartolomeo Bianchi had prepared himself to be defeated. However, the sword light didn't seem as strong as he had imagined. Although it caused him serious injury and froze half of his body, he was not defeated. How is this possible? Instinctively, he spoke with a look of shock, glancing at the knight's sword in his hand, then at Thor standing far away in the void. A moment of joy and shock appeared on his face. You're not a Sky Knight, Bartolomeo Bianchi said excitedly, with disbelief. The joy came from the fact that Thor didn't seem as powerful as he had thought, and the disbelief was because Thor hadn't reached the level of a Sky Knight but had actually grasped a form of domain. This is something even the Peak Sky Knights might not be able to master. Thor's talent was even more impressive than he had expected. Bartolomeo, what are you talking about? Another Sky Knight nearby, who had just reacted, asked in disbelief. He's not a Sky Knight, he's just a Land Knight. Bartolomeo Bianchi looked at him and spoke in a hoarse voice. How can that be? The old man couldn't help but blurt out. Such a thing was shocking, even to him. This is indeed impossible, but it's true. With half-step holy domain power, he can't stop it. Let's attack together and take him down, Barthélemy Biensi said. At this moment, his fear and disbelief had turned into excitement. Even with the initial power of the domain, the Earth Knight is still just an Earth Knight. With their combined strength as Sky Knights, he believes there is a way to handle it. Okay. The old man was surprised, but at this moment, he didn't think much more. He quickly nodded. In the next moment, the two of them released a powerful burst of life energy. They charged directly at Thor. As half-step saints, they had little resistance. But even as Earth Knights, with the power of a domain prototype, they weren't afraid. Have you noticed something? Thor stood in midair, watching the two rush toward him. He wasn't too surprised. He hadn't blocked the Sky Knights, so as long as he couldn't defeat them instantly, the moment they fought, they would understand his level. But he didn't care much about that. So what if they knew? His strength was only that of an Earth Knight, but he was close to a Sky Knight. Plus, with the Law Mark, even without his current pseudo-domain power, he wasn't worried about facing a true Sky Knight. Moreover, with the support of the pseudo-domain, two newcomers to the Sky Knight level couldn't be his match. Boom. A strong burst of life energy swept out, and amidst swirling wind and snow, Thor swung his knight's sword and clashed with a figure that suddenly appeared. That figure was clearly Balthazar Biensi. His eyes shone brightly, and powerful life energy poured out continuously. In his view, with his level as a Sky Knight, Thor couldn't be his match. And indeed, that was true. When the two knights' swords collided, icy layers hadn't yet spread through the swords, but were instantly dispersed by his terrifying life energy. Thor's power was suppressed by him. At the same moment the two swords clashed, a figure silently appeared behind Thor. Thor's hair stood on end at that moment. Another Sky Knight launched a surprise attack at this critical moment. And it was from the most tricky angle. Thor couldn't dodge at all. But he didn't need to dodge. This was his pseudo-domain. Although he couldn't control everything like a true domain, he had sensed the attack from that figure long ago. He just hadn't paid attention to it for now. Snow and wind swirl violently, and suddenly a wall of ice appears behind Thor. Boom. A knight's lance, carrying a terrifying power, strikes the ice wall with a loud crash. The intense life force energy instantly explodes into the wall, shattering it into countless pieces. The knight's sword movement forward also pauses briefly. But the attack does not stop. At the moment this figure strikes, Barthélemy Biensi, who had just been blocked, also makes a move again. In midair, the three of them quickly engage in a fierce battle. The snow and wind are swept away, but cold air continues to spread within that space. Below, figures look up into the sky with concern. Reen. Marshall looks at Reen and instinctively speaks. Right now, Marshall senses something is wrong. If Lord Thor has advanced to become a Sky Knight, he should have already finished the fight. It seems he hasn't broken through yet, which makes Marshall worried. After all, they are two Sky Knights. And it seems Thor is not gaining the upper hand. Rather, he appears to be somewhat suppressed. In this situation, he knows only Reen, who also bears the mark of the law, can help Thor. Hearing Marshall's words, Reen nods and prepares to move forward. But before he can act, Anna's voice suddenly rings out. Don't worry, Master will be fine. It's almost over. Anna's words are soft, but what she says surprises both of them. Almost over? Reen asks instinctively. Master's power has spread around and is growing stronger. Have you noticed? As time passes, their movements are getting slower, aren't they? Anna explains as she observes their confusion. Hearing her explanation, Marshall and Reen exchange a glance, then turn their eyes back to the sky. Looking again and recalling the initial situation, they suddenly realize that the two Sky Knights fighting Thor seem to be moving more slowly. Both of their eyes show shock. Lord Thor. Marshall instinctively opened his mouth, but halfway through his words, he didn't know what to say. The Master is now familiar with his power, otherwise, it would have ended long ago. Anna spoke again. As an elf with ice magic, Anna quickly saw the whole battle situation. And indeed, that was the case. Thor was indeed becoming familiar with his power, or more precisely, with the power of his pseudo-domain. As a Sky Knight, he was undoubtedly the best tool, especially since these two Sky Knights were still in the early stage, within Thor's control. Thor wouldn't waste the opportunity. With his law mark and the strength gained from absorbing ice element law power, he could defeat these two Sky Knights. Even if he couldn't kill them instantly, he wouldn't be stuck in a stalemate. During their continuous fights, Barthélemy Bianchi and the others sensed something was wrong. What's going on? Once again, they clashed and separated in midair. Barthélemy Bianchi's expression changed slightly. The joy on his face disappeared completely. Even he felt something was off. At first, he thought the two Sky Knights would quickly defeat Tor. But as the fight went on, Tor seemed to be getting stronger. He went from being able to suppress Tor to now being suppressed himself. This shouldn't have happened, but it was happening now. His face gradually turned ugly again. Something's wrong. It's not that he's getting stronger, it's that we're getting weaker. His face kept changing, and suddenly, a flash of insight appeared. Barthélemy Bianchi's expression changed instantly. Did you notice? Perfect timing. We can end this now. Seeing Barthélemy Bianchi's changing expression, Tor chuckled softly. Let's go? Retreat quickly. Hearing Tor's words, Barthélemy Bianchi's urgent voice rang out. A powerful burst of life force erupted from him, ready to rise swiftly into the distance. But in the next moment, his body suddenly stiffened. His expression turned to one of terror, and amidst his fear, a clear sound rang out as bright red blood splattered. In midair, it had already turned into ice crystals. The Sky Knight's body was suddenly split into two parts and fell from the high sky. Bang! Two light sounds rang out as the body shattered into pieces. Barthélemy Bianchi's pupils contracted sharply. A surge of life energy was raging, but the cold, icy aura had already spread beyond his blood, cells, bones, and even over his life force and seed of life. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move. Didn't I say to leave now? It's too late. A light, teasing voice spoke as Thor appeared. Master. With a stutter, the words came out, and icy fragments seemed to be spat out. Barthélemy Bianchi looked terrified and desperate, pleading for help. But before he could speak further, his pupils widened suddenly. His head was lifted and then flew away, crashing into the distance. His body fell straight down. In midair, his head and body were quickly covered by ice. Clang, clang, two similar sounds, and the body shattered into pieces again. Under the huge force, the lifeless body couldn't resist and was broken apart completely. Huh. Thor exhaled a breath of stale air. He raised his hand, and 5 fragments of law appeared in his palm. Meanwhile, the swirling snow and wind gradually stopped. The white frost and ice spreading on the ground quickly receded. Thor's figure slowly descended from the sky. This battle didn't drain him much. He felt that even if there were 2 more Sky Knights or 2 mid-level Sky Knights, he could handle it. After all, he hadn't yet activated his law power. Once he activated it, the fight would probably be over very quickly. Master, Master, young Master Thor. As Thor was lost in thought, figures appeared excited and happy to see him. Everyone's gaze on Thor had changed. Master, young Master Thor, Master. The voices rang out, and the expressions of those looking at Thor changed. They had seen something incredible. Those were 2 Sky Knights, and they were easily defeated by our Lord. For Marshall, this moment was undoubtedly a huge shock. Initially, Count Engelbert's breakthrough was already incredible enough. It signaled that the Dressrosa family was about to make a big leap. Then, Thor's display of strength shocked everyone further. His battle against the Earth Knight was almost unstoppable. Even when thinking back later, it still made their hair stand on end. Of course, besides the shock, they felt even more hopeful about the future of their family. With Thor around, the Dressrosa family was unlikely to decline. Even after Count Engelbert, Thor would surely take over. But no matter how boldly he thought, he didn't expect Thor's takeover to come so quickly. The 2 Sky Knights were defeated just like that by Thor. Right now, the shock wasn't only for Marshall. Everyone else, except Anna, was stunned. They had never imagined their lord could be so powerful. When Thor finally showed his strength, joy and excitement appeared on their faces. Seeing everyone's expressions, Thor smiled, then thought for a moment. He looked at Ryan, paused slightly, and then threw a fragment of a lightning element law directly to him. Sir, what is this? Ryan instinctively caught it. As he did, a law mark on his forehead flickered faintly. He felt that this light spot seemed connected to him somehow. Without thinking, he looked at Thor. This is a law fragment of the lightning element. Take a look and see if you can absorb it. Seeing Ryan's confusion, Thor explained softly. Sir. Hearing Thor's words, Ryan was startled and quickly wanted to refuse. Don't refuse. There will be big conflicts ahead. You need to improve your strength quickly to help me. Thor shook his head seriously. Yes, sir. Ryan hesitated but quickly agreed. Nicole. After giving the law fragment to Ryan, Thor looked at Anna and softly spoke. Buzz. A ripple spread out, and in the next moment, Anna emitted a faint glow. Nicole dazedly floated out. As she floated out, Nicole's confused eyes suddenly brightened. Rules, so many rules. Nicole mumbled to herself, then flew directly to Thor's side. Here, this is for you. Thor smiled and handed Nicole a fragment of a rule. Thor, you're such a good person. Thank you. Seeing a floating ice element rule fragment, Nicole's eyes lit up. She quickly took it and excitedly spoke. Hearing the little elf's words, Thor's mouth twitched slightly. Goodness, has the ice elf given him a nice guy card? Of course, such thoughts only lasted a moment. Thor then looked back at Anna. Anna, try it too. If you can't absorb it, don't force it. Thor spoke, handing one of the remaining 2 ice rule fragments to Anna. Thank you, Master. Anna sweetly replied, then took the rule fragment. Next, Thor distributed some cultivation supplies to each knight. Then, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Dealing with a powerful marquis from the Sachi Kingdom was quite a harvest. An hour later, Marshall led the knights to clean the entire battlefield. The gains were indeed significant. They not only obtained several rare magical plants and a high-quality divine wood fruit, but also received 20 bottles of intermediate life potions, 3 bottles of high-level recovery potions, and over 100 bottles of low-level life potions. Especially the high-level recovery potions, each worth over tens of thousands of gold coins. 3 bottles of these potions were worth more than 100,000 gold coins. In addition, there were various weapons and armor, totaling a value of no less than 200,000 gold coins. Thor was not stingy either. He distributed 20 bottles of intermediate life potions and over 100 low-level life potions. He even gave the divine wood fruit directly to Marshall. He only kept 3 bottles of high-level recovery potions and some of the special magical plants. The former needs no explanation. It is a powerful healing force even for Sky Knights. The latter involves special magical plants brought back to the territory and handed over to the Grand Alchemist Sinpu for research. Perhaps new magical potions can be developed from them. Even if they cannot be formulated, they will enrich the magical plant variety in Eagle Ridge. Since there is a forest and Alan is present, there is no need to worry about whether they can survive. Time slowly passes. After cleaning the battlefield, Thor did not continue forward but rested on the spot. First, both he, Ryan, Nicole, and Anna need to absorb fragments of the law. Second, there are no new law fragments around, so there is no rush at the moment. Inside the cave, Ryan and Anna are already trying to absorb the law fragments. Thor, on the other hand, is above the cave, also absorbing. Unlike Ryan and Anna, who need to experiment to see if they can absorb, Thor does not need to. After absorbing 1 law fragment, taking in a second one is no longer a big problem for him. Above the cave, Thor's eyes are closed tightly. Streams of ice element law power flow into his body. In the middle of his forehead, a blue law mark emits a faint glow. Unlike the first time, no frost spreads out now. Everything appears very calm. Only those close to Thor can feel the cold air spreading continuously. If you step back 10 steps from Thor, you can hardly feel any cold. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours have passed, and night falls deeper. Above the cave, Thor slowly opens his eyes. Indeed, the improvement isn't as obvious anymore. He mutters to himself. He shakes his head. Even though he knows that after absorbing 1 law fragment, subsequent absorption won't be as dramatic as the first, he still sighs after taking in the second. If the first law fragment increased his law mark from 2% to 10%, then the second only raised it from 10% to 12%. Such an increase clearly does not meet his expectations. He believes that the second should be at least 15%, if not 18%. Clearly, fragments of the law of attributes are difficult to complete with just law imprints. Moreover, at his current level, he may not be able to withstand much of the law's power. He previously thought he could absorb 2 law fragments, but after this absorption, he felt he could only take in 1 more. Any more, and his body might inevitably become law-formed. His thoughts raced. Thor was about to stand up, but at that moment, his eyes sharpened. In the next instant, his figure suddenly appeared inside the cave. Master! Thor's sudden appearance startled some knights, but Marshall quickly recognized him and stepped forward. Don't be nervous. Ryan's strength should have improved again. Everyone, Retreat 100 steps away. Thor waved his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Right now, in front of him, lightning flickered around Ryan. The ground had turned completely blackened. Powerful life energy surged from him. His eyes were closed, and the law imprint on his forehead, once faint, was now fully visible. However, he seemed completely unaware of everything outside. Yes, Marshall responded. He glanced at Ryan, feeling a bit envious. He hadn't forgotten that earlier today, Thor had experienced a similar scene. After that moment, Thor gained the ability to kill Sky Knights. If Ryan could improve as much as Thor did, his strength would likely increase greatly. Of course, this envy was quickly suppressed. He knew very well that his talent was not on the same level as Ryan or Thor. If he could reach the peak of the Earth Knight in this lifetime, he would be very satisfied. Even ordinary Sky Knights were beyond his reach. For Thor and Ryan, Sky Knights were definitely not their future. Their paths would be broader. Soon, the Knights withdrew one after another. In the end, only Ryan, Thor, and another person, Anna, who was also with her eyes closed, remained inside the cave. Thor did not order anyone to take Anna away. The law energy on Ryan could not affect Anna at all. At this moment, Anna's side, due to the power of the ice spirit, has almost formed a small world of ice and snow. Not to mention the power of thunder, the entire world is cut off. Thor looked around. Then, a thought occurred to him. In the next moment, a fragment of the law of thunder appeared again in his hand. He gently waved his hand. Immediately, the law fragment fell beside Rin. Buzz. As soon as the fragment landed, a ripple spread out instantly. An invisible wave expanded outward in all directions. At the same time, a flash of lightning appeared. Boom. A stronger burst of life energy erupted from Rin at this moment. The powerful life force continued to blend with the law of power. Gradually, some changes began to happen. Indeed, it works. Seeing this scene, Thor's face showed a hint of joy. As he said before, if he was blessed by the goddess because of luck, then Rin and Anna were truly favored by the goddess. For others, even with the law mark, it was nearly impossible to absorb law power. But for Rin and Anna, it might be different. The current situation proves this. Even though Rin doesn't have a contract with a natural spirit and only has the law mark, his understanding of the law is far less than Thor's. However, after obtaining the Thunder Law fragment, they still resonated with each other. Although this didn't lead to direct absorption, the resonance was already there. Absorbing it is just a matter of time. Thor believed that soon, Rin would fully absorb the Thunder Law fragment. He looked again at Anna on the other side. It seemed to be the same there. Even though Anna, unlike Rin, contracted a nature spirit and doesn't have a law mark, the Ice Law fragment was also resonating with her. The scene was almost the same as with Rin. Both of their auras were rising. With the current situation, once they started absorbing, both their mage and knight levels could be greatly improved. Time continued to pass. Thor didn't disturb them. He stayed in the cave, waiting for both of them to finish absorbing and for the daily intelligence update. He didn't know how long had passed, until the two people's breathing gradually stabilized. The familiar mechanical notification sound finally rang again. Daily intelligence updated. Would you like to open it? Open. Daily intelligence updated 1. The resonance of Ryan's thunder power, intertwining with the law of power, awakens the divine artifact belonging to the thunder god hidden in the abyss. In one day, the thunder spear will appear here. Even if it is a damaged artifact, its power far exceeds that of ordinary weapons, instantly transforming the surroundings into a thunder prison. Ryan uses the power of the thunder prison to fully merge with the law of power, reaching the peak of the Earth Knight. As the voice sounded, lines of text suddenly appeared before Thor's eyes. Just seeing the first line, Thor's gaze immediately turned to Ryan, and a look of shock appeared in his pupils at that moment. God of Thunder. Divine Artifact. Thunder Prison. He muttered to himself, and the shock on Thor's face gradually turned into a strange expression. On this continent, there are many lucky people. Sometimes, legendary stories can be heard in the bard's biographies, and these stories are not just made up, they are mostly true. Among them, Marquis Lehman is undoubtedly one. In just a few decades, without any kingdom wars, Marquis Lehman rose rapidly, elevating his family to the rank of Marquis. His legendary story is widely known throughout the Tulip Kingdom, and it has been passed down in memory since childhood. Besides him, Ryan and Anna are also among those fortunate ones. On this journey, they have gained opportunities one after another, almost rivaling those with special abilities. It's almost unbelievable. Phew. In the cave, Thor withdrew from Ryan, exhaling a long, heavy breath. He then looked again at the Daily Intelligence. Lines of text appeared once more. Daily Intelligence updated 1. The resonance of Ryan's thunder power triggers the intertwining of the law of power. The dormant divine artifact belonging to the thunder god awakens in the abyss. In one day, the thunder spear will appear here. Even if it is only a damaged artifact, its power far exceeds that of ordinary weapons, instantly transforming the surroundings into a thunder prison. Ryan uses the power of the thunder prison to fully merge with the law of power, reaching the peak of Earth Night. 2. In one day, Ryan completely merges with the law of power seal. The seal is engraved, and a thunder god divine artifact's illusion is imprinted with the thunder attribute law seal. 3. Inside the thunder prison, due to the dispersion of rules from the thunder god divine artifact, the law of power gathers, forming many thunder beasts. Killing a certain number of thunder beasts allows insight into the law of thunder. 4. Northwest, 130 miles away, in 3 days, a terrible battle will break out. A duke from the Fiery Kingdom and a duke from the Macedonian Kingdom will go to war. The Fiery Kingdom duke will be defeated, and the entire Night Order will suffer heavy losses. 5. Northeast, 300 miles away, in 6 days, a knight group from the Dressrosa family will be attacked by Spencer's Count family from the Tulip Kingdom. The knight group will suffer heavy losses and nearly be destroyed. 7. 12 days later, the Anabai family from the Violet Gold Kingdom will fight against a group of earth dragons and suffer heavy losses after being attacked by Smith from the Macedonian Kingdom. 2 law fragments will be stolen, including one with a death attribute law fragment. One row after another appears in the list. Thor is surprised that this time, the intelligence about the thunder prison in front of him exceeds 3 sources. 2 of them are about Ryan. Thor quickly scans the first 2 entries. Then his gaze settles on the third. Law of Thunder. He mutters to himself, with a puzzled expression. Even from the description in the text, Thor can feel that the Law of Thunder is clearly different from the Law of the Thunder attribute. However, this difference, even with his current knowledge, is hard to distinguish. Thoughts race through his mind as ideas flash by. Soon, Thor shakes his head and suppresses his curiosity for now. Since he cannot understand it now, he decides to wait and see what develops later. He withdraws his gaze from the 3rd entry and then notices the 5th. Just reading the content, his brow furrows involuntarily. Even if he had anticipated this, once he entered this strange world, the family night group would likely face many challenges. Yet, when the Daily Intelligence report appeared again, he couldn't help but sigh. This was still part of his daily updates. If there were no new reports, he would be even more worried. Thor had no doubt that many branches of Dressrosa had already suffered significant losses, but there was nothing he could do about it, even with the Daily Intelligence system. This system had limitations. First, it was restricted by distance. Within this strange world, the range was only 3,000 miles. Second, the reports had priorities. Usually, the most important updates were about his own experiences. Other information was random. In this situation, it was impossible to know everything. Fortunately, this time he still had a chance to act. 6 days and 300 miles was enough time to respond, even if he waited for the situation here to settle. His mind briefly flickered, and Thor's looked again at the other daily reports. After reading all the information, he sat cross-legged again to meditate. He was also waiting for the formation of what was called the Thunder Prison. Time slowly passed. Soon, the night faded into dawn, marking a new day. Rain's figure remained silent, while Anna was completely caught in a snowstorm. Both of their energies were rising. However, by the next day, obvious changes had taken place inside the cave. Lightning marks began appearing on the walls and ground of the mountain cave. At the same time, powerful bolts of lightning started weaving around the area. The air was filled with flashes of lightning. Rain's figure seemed to blend faintly with the entire world around him. Below the mountain cave, in the underground, a huge corpse, as large as a mountain, lay quietly among the lava. In front of it was a nearly sky-reaching spear, crackling with lightning, creating an illusion of a thunder prison in the lava's upper space. Suddenly, a ripple spread out, mixed with the force of the laws, penetrating deep. The thunder prison began to shake violently. Boom! Rumble! A loud roar erupted, shaking the thunder prison and causing the entire underground world to tremble. At the same time, rocks in the sky began to fall rapidly, and the power of thunder swept recklessly in all directions. In an instant, the surroundings were no longer falling but collapsing. Strangely, all the rocks near the corpse and the Thunder Prison instantly turned to dust. Surrounded by countless flashes of lightning, a terrifying Thunder Prison was formed. Outside, in the dead of night, the entire cave suddenly started to shake violently. Thor, who had been closing his eyes, opened them instantly. "Here it comes," he whispered, his expression turning serious. He understood what this moment signified. Clearly, it meant that the divine artifact from the god of thunder had awakened. Thor was very curious about what would happen next. He stood up, looked at Ryan, and then disappeared with Anna. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. The other members of the Night Group had also been moved here by him. "Master, young Lord Thor." Thor's arrival drew the attention of the knights. Marshall, seeing Ryan was not brought along, almost spoke up. "It's okay. Ryan is in a critical moment right now," Thor said, his eyes flashing. While he was thinking, loud booms echoed from afar. Suddenly, a terrifying lightning bolt shot straight into the sky, illuminating the dark surrounding sky. At the same time, the large cave and mountain collapsed. Amid the thunderous noise, countless flashes of lightning flickered, destroying everything in their path instantly. Only the figure sitting quietly at the center seemed unaffected. Instead, countless lightning forces began to swirl around Ryan. The mark of the law on his forehead became more visible. His eyes remained closed, but waves of law energy kept intertwining with his law mark. The outside world was still roaring. The cave and mountain continued to collapse. Of course, no one noticed this moment, not even those outside, like Thor and others, who couldn't see the very center where Rain was. Although they didn't notice, everyone watching the towering lightning pillar and the huge commotion ahead couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. "Young Master Thor," Marshall spoke again, his gaze shifting to Thor. "This should be a place where a divine being fell. Rain has stirred the power of a god. When we step in later, we should gain quite a bit." Seeing Marshall's look, Thor hesitated for a moment before responding. "Thud, sir, are you saying this is where a divine being fell?" Hearing Thor's words, Marshall's eyes widened again, and a nearby knight instinctively swallowed hard and stammered. "That's probably correct. Get ready. Soon, a domain of laws will form here. See if you can seize the opportunity." Thor nodded slightly and only glanced at the lightning pillar. Since the daily reports didn't indicate any problems, it was clear that even if someone noticed the pillar, they couldn't arrive quickly. Even if they could, there shouldn't be any danger or special issues for him. In this situation, there was no reason to worry. Faced with Thor's words again, the surrounding knights looked increasingly excited. A divine being, that's a legendary existence, almost only heard of in stories. Even the weakest divine knight was considered higher than most high-level divine realms. Every divine descent could cause huge waves across the continent. Now, one was right before their eyes. They even had the chance to step into the power of a divine being. This excitement was undeniable. However, Thor was not as emotional. He planned for the knights to enter together because it was a real opportunity. Even if it was nearly impossible for these knights to gather the power of laws, gaining even a small part of the divine power was enough to make their future paths smoother and further improve their strength. If some could gather the mark of the law, then his territory would definitely have strong fighters in the future. After all, as long as he gathers the law mark, there is a high chance to step into the divine realm in the future. Even if not 100%, it is very likely. Even if he cannot reach the divine realm, becoming a saint is certain. Compared to others, Thor is more eager right now. The Thunder Prison, the power of lightning. If he can still carve another law mark, then he will have 3 law marks. Since he cannot improve their quality now, having one more law mark will greatly boost his strength. Especially now, there is a chance to obtain fragments of the law. Improvement is undoubtedly easier, but whether he can succeed is uncertain. Even Thor doesn't know for sure, as he has already formed 2 law marks. The ice element and the death law mark are intertwined. It's clear that forming a new law fragment will be much harder. However, with this opportunity, he is naturally willing to try. Forming a law mark and gaining the divine projection of the Thunder God's artifact, this alone is enough to significantly increase his strength. In this strange world, every bit of strength he gains is crucial for Thor. Boom. Rumble. The mountain, the cave, and even the surrounding thousands of meters rapidly collapse. Countless lightning bolts intertwine in this collapsing world. Among these lightning bolts, fierce beasts made of lightning appear. They're illusory in form, but their eyes are lively, as if alive. Once approached, these lightning beasts turn into endless lightning, rushing toward him. The area quickly blackens with scorched marks, and the terrifying, wild power unleashes freely. In the sky, dark clouds gather intensely, and flashes of lightning flicker constantly. "Let's go, we're going in." Seeing this scene, Thor naturally understands that the Thunder Prison has formed. He doesn't hesitate. He calls out softly, his figure flickering and disappearing instantly. He steps into the Thunder Prison, and behind him, Marcel and others hesitate briefly before also entering. As soon as Thor stepped inside, he felt a dense surge of thunderous power around him. His life source energy became sluggish, and the invisible force in the air directly suppressed his vibrant life energy. Countless lightning intertwined, forming thunder beasts that appeared from the gathered lightning. His figure was quickly enveloped by these thunder beasts. At this moment, it was like when he first entered the divine ruins. There were beings shaped by the laws, and everyone was isolated from each other. The divine ruins itself is a projection of the divine realm. Here, there is a divine body, and although the divine realm has not descended, through Lean's influence, a similar divine realm-like presence has formed. Thor closed his eyes. The next moment, his figure moved, charging directly toward the thunder beasts. In the daily intelligence reports, Thor knew that to carve the laws into himself, he needed to kill enough thunder beasts. He naturally didn't hesitate now. Though his life source energy was suppressed, he had reached the level of an Earth Knight. With his contract with the Earth Blood Bear and Ice Spirit, his physical strength and soul far surpassed ordinary people. Even facing the thunder beasts, he still possessed strong fighting power. Boom! The air roared as one thunder beast was caught off guard, and its body exploded. Unlike the illusory deathly figure, the thunder beast shattered and turned into a dense mass of lightning, completely enveloping Thor. Lightning flickered around him, causing a tingling sensation all over his body. But his strong body only felt numb for a moment before quickly recovering. Thor raised his spear and charged at the second thunder beast. Boom! Boom! Rumbling thunder echoed. The battle erupted again, with waves of power pouring out. Many thunder beasts were slain, and a vast amount of lightning gathered on Thor, who seemed to absorb this mighty thunder force gradually. Time slowly passed. The setting sun in the west gradually disappeared. Night fell. Ding! Daily intelligence updated. Would you like to open it? The familiar mechanical voice sounded, but Thor had no mind to pay attention to it. His consciousness was fully immersed in the fight against the thunder beasts. Countless thunder beasts were defeated. His clothes and attire had turned completely blackened from the burns, and a faint smell of flesh began to appear on his skin. Even though his body was extremely strong, the level of the thunder beasts increased as he defeated more of them. Their power grew stronger, and even the body strengthened by the Earth Bear was beginning to show signs of strain. Meanwhile, inside the Thunder Prison, Thor led a group of knights who were also fighting non-stop. They were not as fast as Thor in killing thunder beasts. The beasts they faced were still ordinary, and although it was difficult, they kept fighting one after another. Boom! A punch was thrown, and Marshall, panting, managed to knock a thunder beast back. Is it really not enough? Looking at the retreating thunder beast, Marshall sighed. His mind involuntarily thought again of Rain and young Master Thor. Honestly, before reaching Eagle Ridge, Marshall was very confident. His talent was considered top among the Dressrosa family. Before turning 60, he was qualified to break through to become a Land Knight. After arriving at Eagle Ridge, he broke through to Land Knight in just a few months. Such an achievement made him stand out in the Dressrosa family. But compared to young Master Thor and Rain, it was not worth mentioning. He was less than 60 years old. Young Master Thor and Rain, on the other hand, were only 20 years old now. I can't give up. I must become stronger. Thoughts raced through Marshall's mind. After sighing, he clenched his teeth and his eyes showed determination again. Although he didn't understand many things, he knew that if he missed this chance, soon young Master Thor and Rain might even be out of his sight. With firm resolve in his eyes, Marshall charged again toward a thunder beast, and the battle resumed. Meanwhile, amidst the ongoing fight in the Thunder Prison, at the very center where the pillar of light shot into the sky, Rain sat cross-legged. Around him, a sea of thunder had formed, and a thunder mark on his forehead had fully appeared. If someone were present now, they would notice that Rain's aura had clearly reached the peak of the Earth Knight. Although it still flickered slightly, he had indeed reached the peak of the Earth Knight, just one step away from becoming a Sky Knight. Of course, what is even more terrifying is not just the opponent's breath, but that at this moment, the opponent seems to have completely merged into the thunder itself. It feels as if the power of the thunder law is spreading all over him. At this moment, the changes in Ryan are even greater than those experienced by Anna, who is far away and also deep in her own understanding. His aura is rising, and Ryan is quietly undergoing a transformation. However, Thor does not know any of this right now. He is still fighting fiercely, fully immersed in his battle with the Thunder Beast. The law mark on his forehead, which was hidden before, reappears. But this time, it is not the icy blue law mark, but a pure blue one, gradually starting to resemble Ryan. However, at this moment, the mark is very faint, almost invisible. Clearly, the law mark is still being engraved. Bang! The thunder and the long spear clash again. A loud roar echoes through the thunder prison. The collapsing rocks seem to be falling even more, and Thor's knight's spear appears to be reaching its limit. Cracks begin to appear along the entire length of the spear. Thor frowns, then flicks his hand. The next moment, the entire knight's spear he flicks away shatters into pieces. Truly a terrifying power. He mutters to himself, then looks again at the Thunder Beast in front of him. After continuous fighting, the Thunder Beast now appearing before him is clearly not at the same level as before. Not only is the beast larger, with more intense thunder power, but it also seems smarter. After Thor nearly defeated one Thunder Beast, this new one suddenly launched an attack. If his strength hadn't been enough, that strike could have seriously injured him. But even though he avoided serious injury, the terrifying power of the thunder still destroyed his knight's spear completely, turning into dust. You can imagine how terrifying the opponent is. Who? He exhales a breath of foul air. The next moment, a thought flashes in Thor's mind. A faint, almost negligible lightning scar appears on his forehead. Immediately after, a surge of thunder energy gathers around him, and a long spear made entirely of thunder appears in his hand. Compared to the previous spear, this one looks somewhat illusory. But in the midst of the lightning, it seems even more terrifying. Named Thor, I don't quite feel comfortable mastering lightning, he said with a light laugh. Thor held his thunder spear and charged directly at the Thunder Beast. Roar. In the void, a roar seemed to come from the large Thunder Beast. Because of Thor's charge, it became very angry, and its lightning-filled eyes locked onto him instantly. Boom. The huge Thunder Beast attacked again. The fight resumed. Thor was already quite exhausted, but as the power of the laws intertwined around him, his aura seemed to gradually strengthen. Boom, boom, rumble. The battle kept erupting, with thunderclaps and clashes of lightning. In the end, Thor nearly tore his right arm apart, but the spear of lightning he wielded exploded, destroying the Thunder Beast. Boom. The Thunder Beast shattered and instantly enveloped Thor. In that moment, a crackling sound came from Thor's body, and a stronger smell of flesh filled the air. At the same time, his hair stood on end. The power of lightning was recklessly destroying his body. But secretly, a faint lightning scar began to appear quickly on Thor's forehead. As the scar appeared, powerful lightning forces, which were destroying his body, rapidly gathered toward the scar, causing the illusory lightning to gradually turn into real lightning. However, before Thor could fully sense this, more Thunder Beasts appeared again, surrounding him completely. Good timing. He shouted softly, then once again wielded his spear of lightning and charged forward, and the battle erupted anew. Outside, time continued to pass. The members of the Night Order that Thor brought could not hold on much longer. One by one, figures retreated. Soon, only 3 people remained: Marcel, the Earth Knight, and 2 others, including Thor. The rest had all retreated from the Thunder Prison. As he emerged, Marcel immediately felt a change within himself. A faint transformation seemed to be happening to his life source energy, and the seed of life grew even more powerful. The power of thunder not only symbolizes destruction, but also carries endless life energy. Even killing a single Thunder Beast can bring great benefits. If they manage to kill several, their life energy sources can be greatly enhanced, and there is even a chance of creating new types of life energy. Has Lord Marshall not come out yet? Yes, neither the Lord nor Lord Rain has appeared. Look, Lord Marshall is coming out now. During their conversations, until evening, a disheveled figure with a smoky smell finally emerged. Marshall's breath was uneven, and his body emitted a strong smell of meat. Lord Marshall. As soon as he appeared, a knight quickly approached him. How are things? Has no one arrived yet? Marshall nodded and spoke in a deep voice to the approaching knight. Currently, no one else has been seen nearby, but there are some magical beasts seeming to approach. Should we clear them out? The knight respectfully reported the situation. Magical beasts? Yes. Once I recover, I will go and deal with them. Marshall nodded, then let out a sigh of relief. He was worried earlier about other nobles arriving because of the bright light pillar. Now it seems there are no nobles nearby, which is definitely good news. Otherwise, if it affected Lord Tuo's transformation, it would be a huge loss. He had only killed fewer than 5 thunder beasts, but he already felt his life energy source transforming. Lord Tuo had persisted for so long, and his gains would surely be even greater. He didn't want anyone to disturb him. By the way, arrange for those who are ready to continue entering. This is your chance. Everyone should try to kill thunder beasts. It will be painful, but the rewards are worth it. Marshall's mind was racing as he pondered and then spoke again to give orders. Yes. The knight respectfully nodded. Marshall then took out a mid-level life potion and drank it. A surge of rich life energy flowed through his body, quickly healing his injuries visibly. About an hour later, Marshall stood up and led more than 20 knights to deal with some approaching magical beasts. Then he allowed more than 50 knights to enter in groups. He rested for a moment and then stepped back into the scene. Thunder roared loudly, and within the Thunder Prison, the power of the laws was still fierce. Thunder beasts kept roaring nonstop. The battle was constantly happening. In the blink of an eye, it was now the 3rd day. At this moment, in the Thunder Prison, Thor's figure was almost completely black, with only a bright lightning scar standing out clearly. After continuous fights with the Thunder Beasts, the mark of the Law of Thunder was fully engraved on him, almost the same as when he was in the Divine Ruins before. As he kept fighting and killing, the surrounding Thunder Beasts gradually became fewer. The scale of lightning flashing in the Thunder Prison also started to shrink. Suddenly, a loud boom sounded. A huge Thunder Beast was once again shattered by Thor's Thunder Spear. Countless flashes of lightning surrounded him instantly, but in just a moment, the power of lightning was quickly absorbed by the lightning scar. Lightning gathered, and a powerful aura spread across the sky and earth. Thor held a spear made of lightning. At this moment, he seemed to almost control the entire Thunder Prison. Though his figure was dark, his presence was impossible to ignore, especially the lightning scar on his forehead, which was almost fully visible. Suddenly, a ripple spread out. Next moment, a terrifying beam of light shot up into the sky. Within the weaving lightning, a huge spear almost piercing through the heavens appeared, also engraved into the world. At this moment, not just a few hundred miles around, even over 1,000 miles away, people could clearly see the towering beam of light rising into the sky, with the spear of endless lightning piercing through the clouds. What is that? My goddess! Hurry! Let's go there now. The power of this lightning is so terrifying. This is a divine artifact. Oh my god, there's actually a divine artifact here. People exclaimed in shock. As more people were alarmed by the light, some had already moved closer before, and now the even more terrifying light attracted even more onlookers. Some dukes had especially bright eyes, and their breathing grew heavier. Thunder mixed with law, spreading everywhere. It was clear that this was a divine artifact. Even the lowest level divine artifact could make their hearts tremble. But more than that, the powerful noise suggested it might be a mid-level or even a high-level divine artifact. If it was a high-level divine artifact, just obtaining it could cause their family to rise again or even give them a chance to create a divine realm. A divine realm is a special area. Having one means they could enter the outer battlefield, earn great credit, and be crowned. As soon as they sensed this, they became very excited. Of course, Thor didn't know any of this now. When the pillar of light shot into the sky, he already noticed it. At the same time, he felt a pulling force coming from his body. After hesitating briefly, Thor gave up resisting. As he stopped resisting, his figure slowly floated up. At the same time, Ryan's figure also floated up, and around them, strands of thunder and lightning began to circle. The law of thunder and lightning started to weave in their foreheads, with countless lightning forces flowing into their minds. The huge Thunder Prison around them shattered, turning into pure lightning energy that also flowed into Thor's forehead. Meanwhile, within the massive pillar of light, the long spear that almost pierced the sky was surrounded by countless lightning bolts. Suddenly, the spear trembled. 2 illusionary spear images appeared and shot toward Thor and Ryan. Buzz! Buzz! The illusions moved very quickly, entering their foreheads in the blink of an eye. The moment they entered, an invisible ripple spread out in all directions, sweeping across everything. Strong life energy and lightning began to merge, causing a deeper change in their life source. A powerful aura suddenly rose. Ryan opened his eyes wide, with lightning flickering in his pupils. In the next moment, he raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning gathered in his palm. Then, countless lightning bolts intertwined, forming a lightning spear that looked just like the one in the Pillar of Light, but smaller, about the size of a normal spear. At the moment he clenched the thunder spear, Ryan's breath suddenly surged. It seemed as if he had crossed a certain level and reached a higher stage. Surrounded by countless lightning bolts, his figure calmly floated in midair. Clearly, Ryan now possessed the ability to fly. As Ryan's aura exploded, Thor also opened his eyes, feeling his life energy surge again. Besides death and coldness, a new element, thunder, had appeared within his life force. A smile appeared on Thor's face. Just as he had expected, as he understood new rules and formed new rule marks, his strength advanced to a new level. Especially now, after engraving the thunder rule mark and mastering the artifact illusion, Thor felt his level was almost surpassing the limits of a Sky Knight, reaching a higher stage. Even without activating the power of the rules, just using the thunder mark alone, his strength was probably comparable to mid-level Sky Knights. He could easily handle the two Sky Knights he faced earlier, even without their pseudo-domains. Buzz. Feeling a sudden impulse, countless lightning bolts gathered, and a long spear appeared in Thor's hand. However, after a brief sensation, he quickly let the artifact illusion disperse. He didn't continue trying. For him now, sensing the situation was enough. He looked at Ryan in the distance, hesitated for a moment, then descended to the ground. Master. Young Master Thor. As Thor descended, knights quickly came to meet him. When he looked again at his knight group members, Thor couldn't help but feel satisfied. Even with just a quick glance, he sensed that everyone's strength had improved. Although the number of Grand Knights only increased from 5 to 6, their overall power had greatly improved. More importantly, the strength of their life energy had also significantly increased. Not bad. It seems your gains this time are quite good. Thor nodded with satisfaction, especially when he looked at Maxwell. A smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he could clearly feel Maxwell's life energy fluctuations. It is clear that this person's life energy was enhanced in the Thunder Prison, almost forming a different kind of life source. Master. While Thor was observing everyone, Anna also came over. Anna, have you finished absorbing? Seeing Anna's body release cold air as she moved, Thor raised an eyebrow with a hint of surprise and spoke. Although he allowed Anna to absorb fragments of the law, he was still doubtful about whether she could fully absorb them. After all, Ryan could absorb because there was divine power here, but Anna had no such help. She could only rely on the nature spirit Nico, whose own absorption of law fragments was reaching saturation, making it unlikely to help Anna much. But now, it seemed that even without divine power or Nico's help, Anna had completed her absorption. Yes, Master, but not completely. I only absorbed a small part of the law fragments. Most of it was stored by Nico. Fully absorbing everything might take some more time, Anna explained softly to Thor. I see. But that's good enough. Anna, it looks like you'll be breaking through to the 4th tier mage soon. Congratulations. Thor nodded with understanding and smiled to offer his congratulations. With the law fragments, Anna's breakthrough to the 4th tier mage was almost certain. This would undoubtedly strengthen his knight group further. They continued their conversation. Meanwhile, Ryan's aura gradually stabilized as he flew over. Master. As he landed, Ryan spoke excitedly, looking especially energetic. He hadn't expected that absorbing the law fragments would bring so many surprises in a row. By this point, he had not only directly reached the peak of the Earth Knight, but also fully understood the power of the law and engraved the law mark. Additionally, he gained a phantom of a divine artifact. All these achievements combined gave him enough confidence to face the previous 2 Sky Knights. More importantly, given the current situation, even without any assistance, he believed he could break through to become a Sky Knight within 3 months. The Sky Knight, once an ideal level he longed for, was now within reach. Knowing that Neil Morton is a Sky Knight, he has long dreamed of becoming one himself. However, before, no matter how confident he was in his talent, Ryan felt that without decades of effort, it was almost impossible. But now, the opportunity is very close. Looks like a good harvest. Get ready, it's time to leave. Staying here any longer would cause trouble. Faced with the excited Ryan, Thor patted him on the shoulder and then smiled lightly as he spoke. He had just quickly glanced at the daily intelligence system. he noticed that many people were approaching this area. Among them were powerful nobles. Even though their strength had increased significantly, they still felt somewhat inadequate against these strong nobles. If they didn't leave now, it would be much harder to do so later. Yes. Ryan suppressed his excitement and responded quickly. One night after another began packing up swiftly. While they were preparing, Thor originally planned to review the daily intelligence again, but at this moment, the beast space finally finished being built. Within his perception, an invisible space formed. The connection between him and the Earth Berserk Bear seemed to deepen a little. Thor had a sudden idea. The Earth Berserk Bear, still sleeping nearby, disappeared instantly. In the mysterious space, the Earth Berserk Bear suddenly appeared. Thor could clearly feel the entire space and the Earth Berserk Bear inside it. If he wanted, he could summon the Earth Berserk Bear in the next moment. Looks like luck is on our side. He chuckled softly. After observing for a moment, Thor quickly gathered his thoughts. Now was not the time to focus on that. The daily intelligence was what he needed to pay attention to now. As time passed, the content of the daily intelligence became more relevant to him or the Dressrosa family. At the same time, some crises began to appear. For him, these were very important. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. In 7 hours, the Sophia Knight Order from the Sachi Kingdom will arrive at the Thunder Prison. They are excitedly searching the entire Thunder Prison for traces of the divine artifact, but find nothing in the end. 2. Duke John Kalen from the Kingdom of Macedonia will arrive here in 10 hours. He encountered the Sophia Knights, and they clashed. The Sophia Knights were defeated, and Duke John Kalen gained ownership of this place. 3. 1 day later. 5. In the northeast, 300 miles away, 6 days later, a knight group from the Dressrosa family was attacked by Count Spencer's forces from the Tulip Kingdom. The knight group suffered heavy losses and was nearly wiped out. 7. 12 days later, the Anyabai family from the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom fought against a group of earth dragons and was attacked by Smith from the Macedonia Kingdom. They suffered heavy losses, and 2 fragments of the Law of Power were stolen, including one with a death attribute. As the intelligence reports appeared one after another, the system had not been fully refreshed before. Yesterday, a bright pillar shot into the sky, suddenly causing a large increase in daily intelligence about this place. Even if Thor only glanced at it, his brow twitched slightly. These 3 pieces of intelligence involved 3 powerful nobles, and the 4th was about an upcoming strong noble. It can be expected that many powerful nobles were attracted by the bright pillar. Of course, these people are destined to be disappointed. That shadow of the pillar was indeed a divine artifact, but even Thor's daily intelligence system couldn't figure out how to obtain it. Others wanting to get it would be almost impossible, but this didn't matter much to him. After scanning the information, his gaze shifted to other messages. Meanwhile, the entire knight group quickly prepared. Thor didn't hesitate anymore and led his troops to leave quickly. About 5 hours after Thor and his group departed, a huge knight group appeared at their location. Seeing the land filled with lightning, the leading noble became excited. My goddess, this is the law of power. Lightning is the law of power belonging to lightning. A huge beam of light and a massive illusion of a divine weapon reflected across the entire sky and land. Nobles within 1,000 miles sensed this great commotion. Many powerful nobles were gathering here, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Divine weapon, that's a divine weapon. If they could obtain it, it would be the biggest reward of their journey. However, these matters were no longer related to Thor. As for the illusion of the divine weapon projected within the beam, Thor briefly felt a flicker of desire. But as previously mentioned, he had been trapped in the Thunder Prison for 2 days straight, with no information about that divine weapon. The chance of obtaining it was almost zero. Staying longer was pointless. The more trouble they caused, the fewer gains they would get. Although the first nobles to arrive in the Thunder Prison noticed signs of people, they soon lost interest as the illusion of the divine weapon persisted within the beam. Choosing what to do next was obvious. Swoosh. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the forest. A group quickly disappeared in the distance, heading toward the Dressrosa family estate mentioned in their daily intelligence reports. Meanwhile, about 200 miles from Thor's current location, a nightly group of over 100 people was exploring the forest. Father, should we really go there? A young knight in his 20s looked at the distant beam of light, feeling a bit nervous. He couldn't help but ask his father, Kane, you should know we are just a viscount. That place isn't something we can get involved in. Also, you should understand our current situation isn't good. Not just other kingdoms. Even the powerful nobles of our Tulip Kingdom wouldn't want the Dressrosa family to grow stronger. Looking at his eldest son, Glanda Dressrosa sighed as he gazed at the distant beam and the enormous thunder lance piercing the sky. He was very satisfied with his son's knightly cultivation. At only 27, his son was already a Grand Knight. With a few more decades of training, he had a good chance to become a Land Knight before turning 60, which could allow the Dressrosa family to rise to the rank of Count. But he was only a knight in training. He was still somewhat dissatisfied with his eldest son in other areas. But father, what if just in case? If we can get that magic weapon, our family will rise completely. The young knight couldn't help but speak up. There's no just in case. Cain, you must understand, right now, that place is probably filled with powerful nobles from the surrounding area. Even if we manage to get in, we won't be able to leave. Our strength isn't enough. Not just us, even Brother Engel, if he comes, wouldn't be enough. We might end up getting trapped there. As nobles, the first thing you need to do is recognize your limits. The continent isn't a storybook for bards. There isn't that much luck. Grand Dressrosa stopped walking, his expression becoming serious. Father. The young knight instinctively wanted to speak again, but seeing his father's stern look, he held back. Still, he couldn't help feeling excited inside. What your father says is true. That thing isn't something you can get involved with. But there's one thing your father got wrong, that even if you don't go, you won't survive this time. A light, teasing voice sounded. In the next moment, the forest rustled as several knights stepped out. Seeing the noble crest on their armor, Grand Dressrosa's face suddenly changed. The Spencer family. Cain, let's go. Grand Dressrosa shouted sharply. Go now? I think it's too late. The leader of the group sneered, with a hint of mockery on his face. Spencer, are you really going to make enemies of the Dressrosa family? Grand Dressrosa spoke in a deep voice. No, we're not trying to make enemies with you. It's you who are making enemies with us. Do you really think that just because someone becomes a Sky Knight, your Dressrosa family can suppress us? This time, during the Kingdom's War, your Dressrosa family won't be able to walk out. The middle-aged man leading them looked grim, his voice low and serious. Reza Spencer, as a member of the Spencer family, found the events from a few months ago to be a great shame. When the Spencer family sought Dressrosa, they ended up in trouble and were humiliated. It was almost impossible for their family to accept this. However, they had no choice but to accept it. Count Angelber's strength, along with their reckless provocation, meant they had to face the consequences. But these consequences became a source of ridicule for the Tulip nobles over the past few months. So, when the Kingdom War began, the Spencer family started to team up with other powerful marquis families to plan an attack on the Dressrosa family. Almost all of the 7 powerful marquis families agreed to this alliance. Although they were all nobles of the Tulip Kingdom, this war was different from usual. Each family fought as a whole, giving them room to maneuver. Plus, the rise of Dressrosa threatened their interests. They believed that without quickly weakening Dressrosa during the Kingdom War, once it ended and Dressrosa became a marquis family, their own benefits and living space would be greatly reduced. They could not accept such a result. So they naturally began planning a hunt. Because of the unique nature of this foreign world, everyone was separated. In such a vast area, even the 7 powerful marquis families, with all their children combined, were just a tiny drop in the ocean. The chance of encountering the Dressrosa family was extremely low. Reza Spencer did not expect that, just by following the light pillar, he would encounter a descendant of the Dressrosa family. And the opponent was not very strong, only a Viscount family with 2 great knights. If he could deal with them, he would earn many rewards from Marquis Spencer. Listening to Reza Spencer, Grand Dressrosa's expression darkened. Khan, lead the knights to retreat. Grand Dressrosa quietly ordered his son. Father. Khan instinctively wanted to speak. Remember, Khan, this is an order, not a discussion, Grand Dressrosa said in a deep voice. A powerful surge of life energy burst out at this moment. Glanda Dressrosa directly used a secret magic to continuously increase her life force. Is this Dressrosa's crazy blood magic? Unfortunately, you're only at the mid-level of the Great Knight stage. With a light laugh, Reza Spencer, with a teasing tone, immediately drew his knight's sword to confront her. Retreat. Karn felt some sadness in his heart, but he was not truly foolish. He shouted softly and, with dozens of knights, quickly retreated to the back. Don't let him escape. Reza Spencer shouted, and knights began to surround Karn and the others. But at this moment, dozens of remaining knights also emitted a blood-red aura, using their secret magic to block the knights group. For a time, the knights led by Reza Spencer were held back. Meanwhile, Karn Dressrosa, with more than 20 others, quickly moved away. Tears fell from his eyes. But at this moment, he knew that the time his father fought for was limited, and he had to escape quickly. Otherwise, his father's sacrifice would be wasted. He kept running, his figure constantly fleeing. However, it was clear that even though he desperately ran, he could not escape the pursuit of the Spencer family behind him. A day passed. Karn was exhausted, but it seemed there were still traces of figures following behind him, likely members of the Spencer family. As for his father, he probably had already been dealt with. He looked again at the distant light pillar. Karn clenched his teeth, his eyes shining with a fierce light, and then led his men to continue forward. "Sir, it seems the light pillar is ahead. We should resolve this quickly. It's not something we can handle right now." Behind him, hundreds of people followed closely. As Karn approached the light pillar, a figure couldn't help but speak. "Fine, it looks like we won't catch the big fish after all." Reza Spencer frowned, then nodded. "This old guy is useless now. Let's deal with him too." Reza Spencer looked at Glanda Dressrosa, who was being held by someone, and snorted coldly, showing some displeasure. He still hoped to rely on Karn to find other members of the Dressrosa family. Now, Karn kept running toward the light pillar. He felt a bit scared and didn't want to wait any longer. "Yes," the figure responded. Soon, they were about to take action. But quickly, from the distance, the sound of rustling jungle came. "Wait," Reza Spencer called out. When he saw the figure appearing, his expression brightened with joy. "Ha ha ha, it looks like this really works. Go. Surround them," Reza Spencer said with a big smile. He waved his hand, and several knights immediately moved to encircle Karn from afar. Meanwhile, Karn also saw the figure emerging from the jungle. At first, he was cautious, but soon he recognized the family crest of the Dressrosa family. His face changed suddenly. "Run quickly," Karn shouted anxiously. He wasn't stupid. After a day of chasing, he understood what was happening. At this moment, his anxiety grew stronger. "There are Spencer family members behind us. They want to kill us." Seeing that the figure coming out didn't move, Karn quickly spoke again. "Ha ha ha, kid, none of you will escape. You think your mere great knight can run all day?" Reza Spencer's cold voice echoed as he slowly stepped out. The knights surrounding them all closed in. Seeing this, Karn's face turned pale instantly. "Kid, you should feel honored. I brought your father here too, so we can bury him together," Reza Spencer said playfully, waving his hand. A barely alive figure was thrown out. "Father!" Karn's face turned frantic with worry as he rushed over. "Spencer family!" Tor muttered softly, shaking his head at the figure before him. He didn't know what to say. This person looked just like a villain. He was reckless and talkative. If they wanted to resolve this quickly, he might not even have time to act. But what happened next? The other side not only failed to deal with Karn, but also didn't deal with Glanda Dressrosa. It was obvious they were giving him a chance. Of course, these thoughts only lasted for a moment. Tor had no intention of learning from this person. "Marshall, take the knights and deal with them." There spoke, his gaze fixed on Marshall. The Spencer family force before him had hundreds of members, but only one early-stage Earth Knight, which was enough for Marshall. "Yes, sir." Marshall respectfully responded and then walked out directly. At the same time, more than 50 knights from the group also moved forward. "Kid, you're really arrogant." Hearing Thor's words, Reza Spencer couldn't help but laugh. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the knights in the group began to act. A knight beside him also headed straight for Marshall. Clang! The knight's sword drew out with a sharp sound. Kane's eyes carried a hint of killing intent, and he prepared to join the fight along with the others. "Rest well. Leave this to me." Thor threw a medium-level health potion to Kane, speaking calmly. "What's this?" Kane instinctively caught it, first stunned, then a look of shock appeared in his eyes. And just as he was shocked, the battle had already begun. The knight group led by Thor had already made rapid progress. In just a moment of fighting, Reza Spencer's knights were defeated. Even the Earth Knight was instantly killed by Marshall. "No, impossible." Reza Spencer's arrogance suddenly turned to shock. "No, impossible." Reza Spencer's arrogance suddenly turned to shock. He kept retreating, not expecting that his fishing attempt had actually caught a big fish, one capable of swallowing him whole. There were only about 50 knights, seemingly only a baron or viscount in strength, So how could they be so powerful? The Earth Knight from his family was quickly taken down. He was terrified, truly terrified at this moment. Young Master Thor. Marshall looked at Thor. All taken care of. Thor spoke calmly. Since these guys wanted to kill the heirs of Dressrosa, he wouldn't hold back. The head flew up, blood splattering everywhere. Reza Spencer's eyes widened in shock, showing disbelief. However, his body had already fallen stiffly to the ground. At this moment, the knights he brought with him were quickly defeated by two Aus knights, overwhelmed and eliminated one after another. Khan stared in amazement at the scene, unable to process what he was seeing. "Give this to your father to drink," two Aus said with a sigh. He looked at the figure on the ground and shook his head. Judging by the condition of the person before him, even high-level healing potions might not fully restore him. Although the cause of his injuries was unclear, it was obvious that he had been severely hurt and had used a family secret technique called Mad Blood. This technique burns blood and life energy to temporarily boost fighting power but has serious consequences. Even if he stopped using it, he would be completely ruined, and his blood might burn out entirely, leading to death. The figure had clearly been using this secret technique for some time, and his blood was nearly exhausted. Yet, he still emitted a faint aura, a remnant of his life energy. Despite this, his injuries were extremely severe. Not even high-level healing potions, or even stronger life-enhancing medicines, could easily heal him unless he could obtain the essence of life. However, Tuatha still took out such an essence. Both of them were descendants of the Dressrosa family, and Tuatha naturally wanted to help if he could. "Yes," Khan quickly responded, grateful. He hurriedly took the high-level healing potion. As soon as he opened it, a powerful wave of life energy burst out, making his pupils dilate in surprise. "What is this?" he asked instinctively, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even though he didn't recognize the potion, the intense life force radiating from it told him how precious it was. "Use it quickly, or the life energy will dissipate," Tuatha said softly, then moved to stand by the side. Upon hearing Thor's words, Kanan was still in shock, but at this moment he quickly reacted and gave the high-level healing potion to his father. As his father drank the potion, a strong wave of life energy began to spread from Glanda Dressrosa, surrounded by a faint green aura. The severe wounds on his body were healing rapidly to the eye. However, this was only on the surface. The internal bleeding and shattered life seeds were healing very slowly. It should be enough to save his life. "You should recover first, or your knightly skills might drop to the level of a regular knight." Thor looked at him, then shook his head and sighed softly. "Thank you. I am truly grateful this time." Kanan, hearing Thor speak again, did not rush to recover. Instead, he stood up and bowed to Thor with a look of gratitude. "No need to thank me. We are both descendants of the Dressrosa family. Helping each other is what we should do." Thor shook his head and spoke softly. "No, without your help, my father and I wouldn't have had a chance this time. My name is Kanan Dressrosa. This is my father, Glanda Dressrosa. We are descendants of the Dressrosa family from the southern Moon Province." Kanan hesitated for a moment before introducing himself to Thor. "My name is Thor Dressrosa, from the Northern Land Province, and I am currently a Viscount." Thor nodded with a smile and then introduced himself. "I'm Thor." Hearing Thor's words, Kanan was first stunned, then his pupils widened as he looked at Thor in surprise. "Of course, it's an honor. You must have heard my name before." Thor smiled, and facing Kanan's shock, he showed no surprise. In the past 2 years, he might not have been very prominent in the entire Tulip Kingdom, but within the Dressrosa family, he was almost a legend. He became a pioneering lord in just 2 years, not only earning the title of Baron but also advancing to a noble Viscount a few months ago. Such rapid promotion undoubtedly drove many Dressrosa descendants to explore and develop in the Northern Land Province. "I didn't expect you to be Thor's younger brother. During this time, I've heard many stories about you." Khan sighed as he spoke, recalling Thor's recent powerful defeat of Reza's Bent's Knight group. His expression showed a hint of admiration. "Ha ha, just a bit lucky. Please rest well. I won't bother you anymore." Thor nodded with a smile and then stood up to leave. As Thor departed, Khan took a deep breath and drank a mid-level health potion to quickly recover his strength. Meanwhile, Marshall had already come over. "Sir, the inventory is complete," he respectfully reported. "Good. Summarize everything. Also, have everyone set up temporary camps here. We'll rest for a few days." Thor nodded without asking what Marshall had found. Instead, he made arrangements. Currently, Khan and the others were clearly not in good shape, so Thor decided to rest here for a few days, at least until they fully recovered before moving on. He also wanted to check if there was any new information about the artifact in the daily reports. To avoid trouble, he had left early, but that didn't mean he was completely giving up. He still wanted to see if there was any chance in the daily intelligence. If there was an opportunity, he wouldn't mind getting involved. Yes. Marshall responded quickly, and then the entire night group began to prepare. As night fell, the temporary camp was built. Soon, a huge bonfire was lit, and monsters were placed around it. The sizzling sound of oil and the aroma began to spread, attracting many monsters from the jungle. However, during the patrols, these monsters could only become food on the fire. After dinner, just less than an hour into rest, distant terrifying noises suddenly sounded. The ground was rippling with waves spreading outward. Has it started? Thor whispered, raising an eyebrow. He understood what was happening clearly. The powerful noble conflict described in the daily reports had begun. It was expected that as time went on and more nobles arrived, the fighting would escalate further. Night gradually passed. The loud noises kept roaring without stopping. Fortunately, they were far enough away that the disturbance was only moderate. Everyone just glanced at it and then ignored it. Only Thor couldn't help but feel a bit hopeful about the daily intelligence report. In this hope, time quickly moved to midnight. The daily report was updated. Should he open it? Yes. A familiar mechanical voice sounded, and then a list appeared before him. Thor quickly scanned through the report. His brow furrowed slightly at first, then lifted in surprise, and finally he remained silent. Huh. He exhaled after a long moment. He let out a deep breath and withdrew his gaze. The night gradually passed. The next day, then the third day. This period of rest lasted 3 days. 3 days had gone by. The daily reports kept updating. What disappointed him was that he still couldn't reach the divine artifact. After 3 days, there was still no relevant information. The only thing he knew was the location of the Thunder Prison, where conflicts grew fiercer. Even just a small part of the situation in the report showed him how many casualties there were. Thor also gave up completely on this matter. On the morning of the 4th day, Glinda Dressrosa, who had been unconscious, finally woke up gradually after taking a high-level recovery potion. Cough, cough. She coughed urgently. Looking around at the wooden house, Glinda appeared confused. In her last memory, she had tried to use a secret spell to stop a knight from the Spencer family, but she was heavily injured instead. How could she still feel her body now? Although heavy, she was sure she was not dead. Father! Father! It seemed he heard her cough. Cain quickly entered the room, speaking with a surprised tone. Cain, are you all right? Seeing the young man, Glinda Dressrosa was even more shocked. She had only been blocked for a short time, so her son should not have escaped. Now, not only was she still alive, but her son was alive too. Father, please take this and drink it quickly. In shock, Glinda Dressrosa quickly took out a mid-level health potion. What's this? A mid-level health potion? His eyes widened in disbelief as Glinda Dressrosa spoke. This was given to you by Brother Thor. You should drink it quickly. It might help you recover some. Karn nodded and hurriedly spoke. Thor. Glinda Dressrosa looked even more confused. Although he knew Thor, at this moment, he couldn't quite understand what it all meant. Sensing his father's confusion, Karn began explaining the situation. As he listened, Glinda Dressrosa's eyes widened further, and his mouth opened in surprise. He hadn't expected his son to be so lucky. Although he didn't escape, he met Thor, who easily dealt with a member of the Spencer family. Quick, help me up. I want to thank Sir Thor. Glinda Dressrosa quickly said. Father, sir, you should drink it first. Karn looked a bit conflicted and spoke hurriedly. No, this is too precious. I know my condition. A mid-level health potion won't do much for me. Glinda Dressrosa shook his head and quickly responded. This. Karn hesitated again. Hurry up. Glinda Dressrosa couldn't help but shout angrily. Faced with his father's anger, Karn supported Glinda Dressrosa and headed toward Thor's location. Meanwhile, inside a simple wooden hut, Thor was tapping on a table, deep in thought. The daily intelligence updates over the past 3 days didn't reveal any new opportunities or possibilities, but what they did show made him look uncomfortable. As he expected, the top nobles of the Tulip Kingdom, especially the powerful marquises, were targeting the Dressrosa family. Over these days, Thor had seen 5 reports about the Dressrosa family's ambushes. The attackers included not only the Spencer family, but also the Campbell family and several other powerful Marquis families. Thor didn't need to think. He could already understand that the Dressrosa family was likely being targeted very seriously at this moment. The sudden rise of the Dressrosa family had not given others enough time to adapt, which would inevitably cause major conflicts with the existing Tulip Kingdom order. The three great dukes might not care, but those powerful marquises might feel differently. After all, the Dressrosa family would surely threaten their interests. His eyes sparkled, and a thought gradually formed in Thor's mind. Having daily intelligence gave Thor an advantage that others couldn't match. It not only allowed him to find opportunities in unexpected places, but also helped him avoid trouble and easily get through crises. And this was only passive information. If he took the initiative, the benefits would be even greater. With 10 pieces of intelligence refreshed daily, in just a few days, Thor could understand most of the surrounding situation. Since someone was trying to eliminate the Dressrosa family, Thor didn't mind giving them a little shock with his prophetic insights. For the powerful Tulip nobles, finding traces of the Dressrosa family in the vast foreign world was like searching for a needle in a haystack, purely based on luck. But for Thor, as long as he wanted, he could precisely locate any nearby noble. The only issue was time, and he currently wasn't lacking in time. Even if he still needed to obtain fragments of the law, it didn't matter much. After all, he didn't need many fragments of the law now. Thor didn't believe that these powerful nobles trying to eliminate the Dressrosa family hadn't obtained any law fragments. If they hadn't, then he could just hunt them down during his search for fragments later. He stood up. Just as Thor was about to act, Anna entered. "Master, Khan requests to see you," Anna said respectfully. "Let him in." Thor nodded slightly, stopping his movements. Anna then stepped back, and soon Khan, along with the somewhat weakened Granda Dressrosa, entered. "Uncle Granda, are you all right?" Seeing the weak Granda Dressrosa, Thor quickly stepped forward, hesitating before speaking. "Thank you, young Master Thor, for saving me. I am feeling much better now," Glinda Dressrosa said gratefully. "It's nothing. We are all members of the Dressrosa family. Helping each other is what we should do," Thor replied with a smile. No. Without your help, my son and I would have been lost to that Spencer family. From now on, if you need anything, we will definitely help," Glinda insisted. "Also, this is too generous. Even with a mid-level life potion, my body is too weak to benefit much." Glinda shook his head seriously and took out a bottle of mid-level life potion. "You are too kind," Thor said. "You should drink this as soon as possible. With the mid-level life potion, at least your life seed will be protected." Thor didn't reach out to take it but shook his head again and spoke. After a moment of hesitation, Glinda finally accepted it with a mixture of helplessness and gratitude. Once Glinda accepted the potion, Thor hesitated for a moment and then spoke again. "Uncle Glinda, we will be taking action soon. Will you follow us or go your own way?" His tone carried a hint of inquiry. "Well," Glinda hesitated slightly before asking, "Young Master Thor, what are your plans next?" Their night group had suffered heavy losses, and combined with what they had seen earlier, even Glinda was worried. But following Thor might slow them down. Thor looked at Glinda and said directly, "Those guys are trying to hunt us Dressrosa descendants, so I want to make them understand that our Dressrosa family's anger is not to be underestimated." Glinda's expression changed, and he quickly responded, "Young Master Thor, you should be careful. Although I was heavily injured earlier, I overheard that this time, it's not just the Spencer family targeting us. It is said that the 7 great marquises of the Tulip Kingdom have united to push us out." He was also worried that Thor might act impulsively. These guys only know how to use such sneaky tricks, it's really mean." Hearing his father's words, Khan couldn't help but speak angrily. "Don't worry, I know that. With my strength, I should be able to handle most nobles." Thor glanced at Khan with a strange expression but nodded and explained to Granda Dressrosa. "Young Master Thor, you might not know, but powerful nobles usually have Sky Knights. Even your father, Brother Engel, might find it hard to deal with so many strong nobles." Hearing Thor's words, Granda Dressrosa's face grew more anxious. "Uncle Granda, do you think these powerful nobles will gather together? Since we are not together, they probably won't be either. As long as we seize the right moment, we can handle it. Uncle Granda, if you're worried, maybe we should split up for now." Thor shook his head and then spoke thoughtfully. "Wow." Hearing Thor's words, Granda Dressrosa was momentarily speechless. "Young Master Thor, I didn't mean that." After a brief pause, Granda Dressrosa quickly realized and spoke up. I understand, Uncle Granda. Thor smiled and nodded. Young Master Thor, I will go with you. As Thor responded with a smile, Khan clenched his teeth and looked determined as he spoke. Khan. Granda Dressrosa was surprised and instinctively looked at his son. Father, since they dare to hunt us, we can hunt them too. I trust young Master Thor. Khan spoke firmly. Young Master Thor. Granda Dressrosa instinctively looked at Thor again. Uncle Granda, Brother Khan is right. Since they can hunt us, we can do the same. Thor nodded with a smile. At this moment, he had a slightly better impression of Khan. In their brief interactions before, he thought Khan was a bit naive, capable but somewhat inexperienced. But now, he appreciated Khan's fiery spirit. Understood. I was too cautious. Granda Dressrosa took a deep breath, calmed her shock, and then nodded. With their agreement, Thor also brought Granda Dressrosa and the remaining members of his night group, although this strength was barely enough for him. As a victim, Thor naturally didn't mind bringing these people along to seek revenge. After agreeing, the two of them were very eager. Granda Dressrosa and Khan quickly entered this strange world and began to tell what they experienced. During their stories, Thor gained a clearer understanding of the current situation in this strange world. The threat of the abyssal wind was not as serious as he had imagined. When the abyssal wind swept through, it still gave everyone a chance to escape, so most of them managed to leave the wind and reach the core area. But reaching the core was not easy. A large number of monsters gathered there, and the night group was caught in the chaos. Besides conflicts among themselves, clashes with monsters were the main danger. Many of these monsters were 3rd or even 4th level, and if they weren't careful, the night group could suffer heavy losses. Not to mention conflicts among noble knights. Granda Dressrosa and her group were lucky. They didn't encounter any particularly strong monsters or noble conflicts. Apart from one previous incident, the biggest danger they faced was a group of 2nd-level monsters, which they fortunately avoided. Listening to Granda Dressrosa and Khan's stories, the group began to move. Thor's first target was a night group from the Campbell family, located less than 100 miles from their current position. According to Daily Intelligence, this was a Count's family. It was one of the more important branches among the Campbell family members. They were quite strong, with 3 Earth Knights. As the main force, they were very suitable for the task. Only a day's travel, and they reached their destination. Ha ha ha, looks like we're lucky again, another Dressrosa rat. As they made contact, a middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and his excited voice rang out. The next moment, a group of knights quickly surrounded Thor and the others. As for the excited member of the Campbell family, Thor's response was simple. He waved his hand, and Marshall stepped forward, along with 54 knights. Including this lord, over 100 knights were all defeated in less than half an hour. Although the enemy had 3 Earth Knights, they were only in the early stage of that level. Facing Marshall now, they had almost no resistance. The 3 Earth Knights lasted less than 15 minutes before being defeated, followed by Marshall leading the knights in a slaughter. 15 minutes was enough to ensure no one escaped. Even Kane, who had witnessed everything, was deeply shocked. Granda Dressrosa was even more stunned, with his mouth wide open. He knew Thor was probably very strong, otherwise, he wouldn't have gained a noble title so quickly in the northern province. But now, seeing Thor's night group in action, he didn't know how to describe it. Sir, everything has been taken care of, Marshall respectfully reported. Let's go to the next place, Thor nodded calmly. For him, this was just the beginning. In the following days, whenever intelligence reports mentioned the 7 powerful Marquis families, Thor would lead his men to attack. With his current strength, he was confident, not just against the heirs of these Marquis families, but even against the Marquis themselves. Granda Dressrosa and Kane Dressrosa had become numb. Even though they had overestimated Thor's strength many times, his power still deeply shocked them. Once, they faced a knight group of over 800 people, including a peak Earth Knight. Despite that, they easily defeated them all. The only difference was that, initially, only Marshall fought, but now another figure joined in. With just that one young knight, seemingly no older than Thor, the entire 100-strong knight group and the peak Earth Knight were defeated in less than 30 breaths. Yes, just 30 breaths. The entire knight group had no resistance at all. At that moment, both of them realized how powerful Rain was. This young man, who looked like Thor's squire knight, was incredibly strong, almost beyond imagination. Perhaps he was no less formidable than the bloodthirsty knight Michael from the past. Allowing their narrow minds to imagine, this was already their limit of imagination. Beyond that, even they dared not think further. Of course, while fighting, Thor also saved several members of the Dressrosa family. After some thought, almost all of them chose to follow, except for one who stayed behind, having been separated from their family. His entire knight group grew from over 50 to more than 200 members as these Dressrosa heirs joined. From afar, they looked as powerful as a noble family of counts. Of course, this was just in numbers and strength. Without considering Rain, Marshall, and Anna, the group was quite uneven. Among Thor's 54 knights, all were at least knights, with 6 grand knights. Most other family members' knight groups were still apprentices. Fully qualified knights were rare, let alone grand knights. After all, the Dressrosa family was originally just an earl family. Even though they were strong among earldoms, not every branch of the scattered Dressrosa family was so powerful. But over time, through repeated battles, the strength of these knight groups quickly increased as they gained more spoils. Boom! In the jungle, powerful thunder roared. Then, 2 figures fell from the sky. Their bodies were blackened, eyes wide with disbelief. High above, the thunder dissipated, and Rain's figure slowly descended, his breath steady and calm. "Master," Rain respectfully spoke, handing over a fragment of the law. This time, Thor and the others were lucky. They encountered a knight group led by a member of one of the 7 noble families, holding a law fragment. Although the opponent was quite strong, with 2 peak Earth Knights, it was clear that such strength posed no real threat to Thor at this moment. Even with 2 peak Earth Knights, Ryan only managed to hold on for less than a quarter of an hour. This was without him fully unleashing his power. Otherwise, it would have been even faster to resolve the situation. Buzz. As he took the fragment of the law, ripples spread out. At the same time, a loud noise echoed in his mind. In the dark world within, light clusters appeared faintly. This time, he did not obtain an ice or lightning attribute law fragment, but a water attribute law fragment. However, clearly, over time, most of the ice and lightning law fragments had gathered together. The dark world in his mind had become a cluster of light, with only a few small points scattered around. After thinking for a moment, Thor decided to keep the water law fragment close to his chest. It wasn't very useful to him, but it was useful to his father. To advance to the rank of Marquis, he still needed enough merit. The most important measure of merit was acquiring law fragments. After Thor put the fragment away, the knights from the other members of the knight group returned one after another. "Master! Master! Young Master Thor!" Figures appeared one after another, especially those descendants of the Dressrosa family who had recently joined Thor's knight group. Their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Thor. Even though they had seen Thor's strength many times, this scene still shocked them again. This was a being with 2 peak Earth Knights. On the surface, they were no less than the main family of the Dressrosa family, where Count Engelbert once belonged. But Thor had easily dealt with them. The shock and impact were enormous. Of course, at this moment, they didn't know that Thor's current strength was far beyond what they saw. After nodding to everyone, Thor's gaze fixed on a piece of information that was refreshed yesterday. About 500 miles to the right, 6 days later, Marquis Spencer led the Spencer family knights to unexpectedly obtain 2 ice law fragments. After encountering and successfully defeating a 4th-rank magical beast, they gained a 3rd law fragment, this time of the Earth attribute. "Spencer, 500 miles." He whispered softly, and a flash of light crossed Thor's eyes. He was responsible for killing, but not only the children of nobles. Even if he faced these nobles, he wouldn't mind eliminating them. At this moment, the first noble appeared, and it was from the Spencer family. Naturally, he had a plan. Or rather, this time, his direction was toward the Marquis Spencer. "Get ready, we continue our journey." With his thoughts racing, Thor quickly gave the order. After the order was given, figures moved swiftly into action. An hour later, everyone headed again toward the location of Marquis Spencer. 500 miles is not a short distance. It took almost 6 days of walking before they finally reached their destination. Along the way, during daily updates of intelligence, Thor defeated 2 more powerful noble children and gained a fragment of the wind attribute law. By now, he had collected 3 law fragments, 1 ice, 1 water, and 1 wind. However, since these were 3 different attribute fragments, a single fragment didn't seem very impressive. When Thor and his group arrived at their destination, less than 20 miles away, Marquis Spencer and his knightly group finally defeated a 4th-level magical beast. But the entire knight group, over 1,000 people, suffered heavy losses. About 1/3 of the knights were killed by the beast. Even Zaporov Spencer and the Marquis looked a bit worn out. But neither of them cared much about the losses, because they had gained a lot. they had obtained another law fragment. Now, they had 3 law fragments in total. 1 ice, 1 water, and 1 wind. But since these were 3 different attribute fragments, a single fragment didn't seem very noticeable. When Thor and his group reached their destination, less than 20 miles away, Marquis Spencer and his knightly group finally defeated a 4th-level magical beast. Although the loss was significant, the entire group lost about a third of their knights. Zaporov Spencer and the Marquis looked a bit tired, but they didn't mind the losses. Because at this moment, they had gained quite a bit, another law fragment. Their total law fragments now numbered 3. Father, there's still an ice attribute law fragment ahead. If we take that one, we will have 4 in total, Marquis Spencer said with a smile, looking at his father. Other nobles didn't know, but they understood that these law fragments almost decided their success in the Kingdom War. Having enough law fragments could earn them enough merit, not only for promotion to Duke, but also to help their family produce more Sky Knights. Let's rest for a bit, then we will move out immediately. That piece was probably taken by a noble. Spencer also smiled at this moment. Then, the Spencer family knights began to rest and prepare. After about an hour, once everyone had finished resting, they set out again, heading toward the area where Thor was. Meanwhile, Thor and his group were also moving. As night fell gradually, the 2 groups finally met. Dressrosa? Under the moonlight, Marquis Spencer quickly recognized the other family's crest, which made him pause in surprise. Oh, it's Marquis Spencer. Within Thor's knight group, faces changed suddenly, and Granda Dressrosa couldn't help but shout in surprise. Young Master Thor, run. Someone couldn't hold back and spoke out. Thor? You're Thor Dressrosa. Hearing these words, Spencer's face darkened, and his gaze instantly locked onto Thor. A powerful aura suddenly rose, and his eyes filled with killing intent. Thor Dressrosa, Spencer would never forget. He was the one who killed his grandson Moravis Spencer, and because of Thor Dressrosa, he was humiliated by Count Angle. Take them down. Spencer's cold voice rang out. He quickly reacted and showed a fierce look. With a wave of his hand, several knights surrounded Thor and his group. Young Master Thor, we will hold him off. Run quickly. Someone couldn't help but shout, and others gritted their teeth, stepping forward to prepare to use secret magic. Don't. I'm here to find them. Thor waved his hand calmly and looked at the Spencer family knights. From his senses, he quickly gauged their strength. There were over 600 knights in total, including 10 peak Earth Knights, more than 30 ordinary Earth Knights, and Spencer himself was a mid-level Sky Knight. It was clear that, as a powerful Marquis, the Spencer family was indeed very strong. Even without considering the Sky Knight Zaporov Spencer, this strength alone is enough to crush most Marquis families. Among the counts, even the once powerful Assad family pales in comparison to this force. Compared to the Dressrosa family before, it was undoubtedly much stronger. However, that was in the past. Now, Thor's strength is not inferior to theirs. Rain, handle those 10 Earth Knights at the peak level. Anna, the remaining Earth Knights are yours. Uncle Marcel, take the Knights and deal with the others. Thor spoke. Yes. Understood. Got it. Rain, Anna, and Uncle Marcel quickly responded. Young Master Thor. Hearing Thor's orders, Granda, Khan, and other members of the Dressrosa family looked shocked. Someone instinctively wanted to speak. At this moment, a terrifying surge of thunderous power began to spread from Thor's body. Amid everyone's anxiousness, his figure slowly floated up. What is this? Granda's words, about to speak, suddenly stopped. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Thor. He's flying. He's flying. He couldn't believe it, and others stammered in their words. It wasn't that they couldn't stay calm, but this scene was too shocking. No matter how much they overestimated Thor's strength, they never imagined he could reach such a level. Flying is exclusive to Sky Knights. Now that Thor was flying, it clearly meant he had become a Sky Knight. And it wasn't just Thor. Rain took a step forward and began to float gently as well. He's flying too. Oh my god. This. One by one, the Dressrosa heirs stared with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Marquis Spencer and Zaporov Spencer's pupils suddenly contracted. How is this possible? Marquis Spencer blurted out. Zaporov Spencer's pupils also shrank sharply. At this moment, his heart trembled because this scene felt strangely familiar, like when he first sought trouble with the Dressrosa family and encountered Count Engelbert. The same scene, the same moment. Unlike before, this is not the Dressrosa family, but a different world. His face kept changing expressions. Boom. Rumbling sounds filled the sky. At some unknown time, dark clouds gathered in the sky. At the same time, a lightning scar slowly appeared on Thor's forehead. Countless lightning bolts intertwined, and in that moment, he held a long spear made of lightning. At this moment, Thor did not use the power of a false domain. He did not activate ice, snow, or death law powers. He only used the power of the lightning law. The lightning intertwined, and although it couldn't form a false domain, the surrounding world was subtly affected. What's this? Impossible. You are not Thor Dressrosa. Who are you? Zaporov Spencer exclaimed in shock, unable to stay calm. If the appearance of two Sky Knights was enough to shock him, then the celestial phenomenon spreading before him only filled him with fear. Influencing the surrounding world is a power of a domain. This is a power only the sacred realm can control. Being able to control it outside the sacred realm means almost having the ability to step into the sacred realm. This is far beyond the peak of ordinary Sky Knights. Even just slightly affecting the celestial phenomena is terrifying, something he couldn't do. Zaporov Spencer's face turned pale, and a huge wave of panic rose in his heart. He originally thought the Dressrosa family was powerful enough, especially after Count Engelbert showed his strong strength, which was almost on par with a powerful Marquis. But now, facing Thor, he realized he had underestimated him. The Dressrosa family's strength far exceeded his expectations. With such power, not only a powerful Marquis, but once he breaks through, he might even have a chance to become a duke. This made him feel confused. The Dressrosa family was just an ordinary Marquis family. Why are they producing such powerful individuals one after another? Count Engelbert was understandable, as he was at the peak of the Earth Knights, standing among the top levels of the Tulip Kingdom. But being able to break through to Sky Knights and possess such terrifying strength, this was something he could understand. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, seemingly in his 20s or 30s, Dressrosa's descendant. Yet, how could he possess such great power? It was hard to understand. But clearly, whether he understood or not, Thor had no intention of explaining. Lightning gathered, his aura surged, and his figure stepped into the void. A terrifying sense of pressure, like a terrible celestial event, crushed toward Zaporov Spencer. Boom. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashing. At this moment, Thor held his thunder lance. His aura rose sharply, reaching a new level instantly. Meanwhile, Ryan also gathered a terrifying amount of lightning power on him. His figure stood in the void, eyes fixed on the 10 Peak Earth Knights, including Marquis Spencer. Faced with Ryan's incredible life force, Marquis Spencer's face kept changing. Even he hadn't expected the situation to change so drastically. This was supposed to be just a pioneering knight order, yet they now had Sky Knights, 2 of them from the start. Charge together. He's just a beginner Sky Knight. We still have a chance. Marquis Spencer shouted softly, drawing his knight's longsword at this moment. Behind him, several Peak Earth Knights also gritted their teeth and drew their weapons. Even facing Sky Knights, they knew they had to fight now. Elsewhere, Anna slowly raised her magic staff. White frost spread outward, trapping 30 Earth Knights in a sealed barrier. Not good, a third-level mage. Some Earth Knights exclaimed in alarm, but by then, it was too late to retreat. Fighting a mage of the same level as a knight was almost impossible. They were on entirely different levels. Kill. 3 locations started attacking. Marshall led the knight order directly toward the remaining Spencer family knights. The battle began instantly. Boom. Rumble. Roaring sounds filled the air as powerful auras continuously shook the entire battlefield. Terrifying life forces surged everywhere. But the most striking scene at this moment was above the sky where Thor and Zaporov Spencer were fighting. 2 terrifying life energy forces continuously surge. Zaporov Spencer wields a knight's sword, while Thor holds a spear forged from lightning. They keep clashing against each other. Boom. The 2 life energies collide fiercely once again. Zaporov Spencer steps back, while Thor only pauses briefly. Although he is currently borrowing the power of the lightning law, his strength has further increased. Plus, the lightning law itself is wild, and the Earth Bear contract enhances his physical body. Now, his strength is comparable to, or even slightly stronger than, Zaporov Spencer in the mid-stage of the Sky Knight realm. In fact, he might be even stronger. After several exchanges, Zaporov Spencer, who had just relaxed slightly, quickly looked distressed again. Thor's strength is not quite at the peak of the Sky Knight realm, but he is clearly stronger than Zaporov Spencer. Who are you really? Zafarov Spencer struggles to stabilize himself in midair and can't help but ask again. Don't you already know? Thor Dressrosa. Seeing Zafarov Spencer's grim face, Thor chuckles softly. No way. How can you be Thor Dressrosa? When Zafarov Spencer hears Thor's words, he becomes even more unsettled, almost blurting out in surprise. Is this a joke? He is familiar with Thor Dressrosa. After being defeated by Count Engel, he took the time to learn about Thor Dressrosa. Although he doesn't know all the details, as the ninth son of Count Engel, he is definitely under 30 years old. A mid-stage Sky Knight under 30. That's almost unbelievable. Even within the Empire, such top geniuses are rare. How could one appear in the Dressrosa family? Nothing is impossible. Lord Zafarov Spencer. If that's all, then after this kingdom war, the Spencer Marquis family might cease to exist. Thor laughs softly, a cold gleam in his eyes. Among the 7 great noble families, Thor most wants to eliminate the Spencer family. On one hand, compared to other families, the Spencer family has already made a significant enemy of the Dressrosa family. On the other hand, the Dressrosa family wants to expand, and moving west into the Moon Province is the best choice. Once they deal with the Spencer family and his father, he can easily take over all of the Spencer family's assets. This would greatly help the future growth of the Dressrosa family. However, if there is a chance, Tuo does not mind eliminating all 7 powerful Marquis families and taking their assets. With this, the Dressrosa family could become a powerful Marquis or even a Duke. But Tuo also understands that, even with his daily intelligence system, controlling such a large territory makes it almost impossible to defeat these strong Marquis families. This time, the Spencer family was lucky, but next time, luck might not be on their side. Arrogant. Hearing Tuo's words, Zafarov Spencer's face darkened. But before he could explode again, "Father!" A loud shout rang out. Zafarov Spencer immediately looked into the distance. And when he did, his pupils shrank sharply. There, thunder roared as a figure crashed into the distance. At the same time, a scene of chaos appeared before his eyes. More importantly, in his perception, 10 Earth Knights at the peak level, and in a short time, 3 of them had already fallen. How is this possible? Zafarov Spencer's pupils contracted with shock as he looked again at the distant figure. How long will it take? At most 15 minutes, all of Spencer's knights will be defeated, Tuo said with a light laugh, but his words made Zafarov Spencer look extremely grim. Dressrosa. He slowly spoke, grinding his teeth. At the same time, a powerful, blood-red aura began to spread from his body. Is it a secret technique? Tuo's brow furrowed slightly, but he was not too surprised. The Dressrosa family has secret techniques to quickly increase their strength, and as a Marquis family, the Spencer family also has them. Moreover, from this moment, the life force emanating from Zafarov Spencer was surging continuously. This secret technique was even more powerful than the Dressrosa family's secret techniques. Amidst the rising blood-red aura, Zafarov Spencer's breath reached the late stage of Sky Knight. Vaguely, the blood-red clouds seemed to tear apart the entire sky. At this moment, Zafarov Spencer no longer cared about anything else. He knew that if he didn't act quickly, the entire Spencer family might truly be doomed. Even now, he couldn't understand what was really happening. Late-stage Sky Knight. Impressive strength, but unfortunately not enough. Let's all perish together. After a moment of feeling, Tor chuckled softly. The next moment, the thunderous power on his body receded, and a cold aura spread from his forehead. Meanwhile, within the thick clouds, a chilling wind began to rapidly spread. On the ground, frost layers quickly expanded at a visible speed. In an instant, within a 50-meter radius, everything was covered in frost. At the same time, snowflakes started falling from the sky. Dressrosa. Zafarov Spencer's eyes turned bright red, and his hoarse voice rang out, with a terrifying aura locking onto Tor instantly. The blood-red aura soared into the sky, causing the heavens to. However, he didn't realize that the snowflakes had already drifted outward at some point. Facing Zafarov Spencer, Tor had no intention of continuing to try the power of the Thunderlaw seal. Instead, he directly used his strongest current strength. Wind and snow swept in, and coldness spread everywhere. An endless storm of wind and snow gathered again in his hands into a long spear. But unlike the previous Thunder Spear, this spear was entirely formed from cold air and snowstorm. As the spear took shape, Zafarov Spencer's body suddenly halted. His life source force inside also became sluggish at this moment. In his madness, a doubt appeared in his mind. But before he could fully wonder, a sudden sense of danger emerged. Zaporov Spencer instinctively raised his hand. Boom! The spear of wind and snow collided instantly with the knight's sword. The terrifying cold power seeped through the knight's sword toward Zaporov Spencer's body, spreading layer after layer of frost. Cold air began to the sword, spreading into his arms and then to his limbs and bones. Thor's figure retreated, his breath slightly unsteady. Meanwhile, Zaporov Spencer also took a few steps back. It wasn't until a moment later that he stabilized himself. But he didn't have time to react further. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his forehead. Boom! A powerful burst of life energy exploded out, sweeping the surrounding air into a wall of wind, while the intense life force enveloped him. However, puff, sizzle, two light sounds occurred. First, the air wall shattered instantly, and then there was a sound of flesh being pierced. Even though Zaporov Spencer instinctively dodged the shot to his forehead, the spear still grazed his ear, causing his right ear to fly off. In midair, his right ear instantly turned into an ice sculpture and fell down. Humph! Zaporov Spencer grunted and instinctively took 2 steps back. His crimson pupils fully regained clarity, and his expression showed disbelief. In just one strike, he lost one ear. He had used a secret magic, reaching the late Sky Knight level, yet it still wasn't enough to stop Thor's Rosa. Moreover, after regaining consciousness from his madness, he was shocked to see that the blood, cells, and flesh inside him were beginning to be covered with a layer of white frost. A cold aura was rapidly spreading through his body, making his movements stiff. This can't be. How is this possible? Zaporov Spencer was terrified inside. Looking around, he suddenly realized that his entire surroundings had been covered by a snowstorm. The lightning had disappeared long ago. Everything around him was affected. This is the power of frost. It's a domain, he muttered in disbelief. If before it only affected the weather, now he was certain this was the power of a domain. Only a domain could create such a scene. This undoubtedly meant that the members of Thor's Rosa before him had truly reached a higher level. Such a result was almost despairing. Even at the peak of the Sky Knight level, Zaporov Spencer still believed he had hope. The power of that domain was something he could never resist. Faced with the unbelievable Zaporov Spencer, Thor's attack was already underway. The spear carried the wind and snow, and cold air kept spreading. Frost was spreading across Zaporov Spencer's body. Even though his life force was trying to dispel it, he couldn't stop the cold from spreading quickly. He instinctively tried to resist, but his body suddenly froze. And just at that moment, pop! A clear sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Zaporov Spencer's eyes widened. His body quickly stiffened, and the cold ice from the spear's wound spread across his entire body. His body instinctively struggled, but the ice held him tightly in place. Eventually, his movements completely froze. Thor gently flicked his wrist, and Zaporov Spencer's body, pierced and falling, was thrown far away. Thud! The frozen body hit the ground, breaking into pieces under the powerful impact from the height. Huff! Looking at the shattered corpse, Thor exhaled a breath of relief. A smile appeared on his face. His strength was much greater than he had expected. Even using secret magic to defeat Zaporov Spencer, who was in the middle stage of the Sky Knight realm, he had done it easily. He hadn't even used the power of the law or the divine marks of the Thunder Law. If he had, Thor felt he might even have a chance against a peak Sky Knight. Bang! The body fell apart instantly. The remaining members of the Spencer family Knight group, who were still resisting below, all became terrified at this moment. Far away, the Marquis Spencer, still struggling to hold on, suddenly turned his head and saw this scene. His figure froze, and his pupils widened instantly. How could this be? Father! The Marquis Spencer spoke, staring blankly at the falling figure in the distance. At this moment, he felt as if the world was collapsing around him. However, his dazed state undoubtedly created a huge gap in their defense. Boom! A loud roar suddenly erupted as 2 Earth Knights were struck down by a long lightning spear. The powerful force sent their bodies flying far away. Lord Marquis! Lord Marquis! The remaining 3 Earth Knights, at their peak, hurriedly called out in worry. The sudden sound made Marquis Spencer react sharply. But it was already too late. It was very difficult for 6 people to hold their ground, and now 2 more had fallen. Only 4 remained. Facing Ryan now, they had no strength left to resist. Thunder roared, and in an instant, 2 figures turned into blackened shadows, also crashing into the distance. Even Marquis Spencer only held on for a moment. Despite using secret magic, it was useless now. His heart was pierced, and the power of lightning almost instantly destroyed his life. Ugh! The lightning spear was pulled out and turned back into streaks of lightning that dispersed into the sky and earth. Marquis Spencer's body heavily hit the ground. At this moment, the area within several hundred meters was scorched black. Ryan's explosion had changed the terrain significantly, but the gains were also huge. In less than half an hour, all 10 Peak Earth Knights were defeated by Ryan. While Ryan finished off the 10 Earth Knights elsewhere in a snowy, icy world, Anna stepped out. Behind her, a frozen landscape about 100 meters wide appeared, with many figures turned into detailed ice sculptures. They exchanged a glance and then charged toward the remaining knights. With the two joining, the knight group, already shattered after the fall of the Spencer family Sky Knights, had no resistance. In less than 15 minutes, all remaining members were defeated. When the battle ended, Grandar, Khan, and the other descendants of the Dressrosa family looked at the corpses and the scorched Marquis Spencer, silent for a moment. Young Master Tor. Grandar Dressrosa spoke, but he didn't know what to say next. The others felt the same. Even though they had seen the strength of the Tor Knights during their journey, the power they displayed now was deeply shocking. This was Marquis Spencer. He is part of the powerful Marquis family in the Tulip Kingdom. Even though they were previously taught a lesson by the Dressrosa family, no one doubted their strength. The display of power earlier was enough to prove this. They had a mid-level Sky Knight, 10 Peak Earth Knights, and over 30 Earth Knights. Such strength was truly terrifying. Yet, Thor had easily dealt with all of them. Thud. Young Master Thor's strength. Has he broken through to become a Sky Knight? After a long moment, a member of the Dressrosa family swallowed hard and stammered as he spoke. However, no one responded to him. Young Master Thor is only in his early 20s, right? Seeing no reply, the speaker couldn't help but ask again. To be precise, young Master Thor is probably only 21. After a moment, Grand Dressrosa quietly muttered, 21. Young Master Thor. Hearing Grand's words, a few Dressrosa family members exchanged glances and then fell silent. At 21, they couldn't imagine what kind of talent that was. Being a formal knight at 21 was already quite impressive. If he could break through to a great knight before 30, that would be considered extraordinary talent, worthy of entering the Earth Knight rank. But now, Thor was only 21 and already had the strength of a Sky Knight. They couldn't imagine, and dared not imagine, how vast Thor's future might be. Young Master Thor's increasing strength, doesn't that mean our Dressrosa family will become stronger too? This time, our family will surely be promoted to Marquis status. Seeing everyone silent, Khan's shocked expression slightly softened, and he added, yes, Khan is right. The stronger young Master Thor is, the better it is for us. This time, our family will definitely advance to Marquis. Khan's words made the Dressrosa family members who had been silent quickly react and speak up. Of course, Thor didn't know what these people were thinking. As for exposing his strength, he didn't care much. In the Kingdom's War, his strength would inevitably be revealed. It's only a matter of time. Now, the targets being shown are all descendants of the Dressrosa family, so that's not really a problem anymore. A figure falls from the sky. The power of the false domain has completely disappeared, and his current aura is barely fluctuating. With my current strength, the power of the Thunder Law Seal should be roughly at the early stage of the Sky Knight, still a bit short of the mid-stage. If I had the Ice Attribute Law Seal and the False Domain, I should be able to handle a late-stage Sky Knight. I wonder if all my combined powers can reach the peak of the Sky Knight. No, I think I still lack a bit. My powers haven't fully merged yet, and even if I use everything, I probably won't be much stronger. The figure lands on the ground. Thor mumbles to himself, thinking about the recent battle. Fighting against a Sky Knight from the Spencer family gave him a clearer understanding of his current strength. He is very strong now, but not as strong as he imagined. He is strong because he now controls the Law Seals of Thunder, Ice, and Death, as well as a divine artifact Shadow. Even without breaking through to become a Sky Knight, he has power beyond an ordinary Sky Knight, even surpassing some late-stage Sky Knights. As for why he's not even stronger, it's because these powers haven't fully merged yet. The Ice Law Seal and the Death Law Seal can barely be integrated, and the Thunder Law Seal and the Divine Artifact Shadow probably can too. But merging these powers is almost impossible. So even if he unleashes all his strength, his power might not be much greater than when the ice and death law seals are intertwined. With his current strength, facing a powerful Marquis from the Spencer family and the Tulip Kingdom isn't a big problem. But he might still fall short against top-level Marquis families. Even with Rainer, he might still be weaker, let alone the three great Duke families. He exhales a deep breath and shakes his head. His strength is clearly still not enough. Not to mention, besides the Tulip Kingdom, other powerful kingdoms and noble states are even stronger than him. Just the three top Marquis families and the three Duke families within the Tulip Kingdom are more powerful. To compete for the law fragments, he needs to become even stronger. But reaching this level, further improvement won't be easy. Even if he breaks through to become a Sky Knight, his strength may not increase much. To improve significantly, he needs either to gather more fragments of ice element laws, especially those at different levels, or to merge these powers. However, achieving this is very difficult. Currently, many law fragments have already gathered, mostly from powerful nobles. Getting more is as hard as fighting for survival. Plus, he might not be able to absorb fragments from different levels of ice loss. Merging these powers is even more like climbing to the sky. Not just him. Even the Holy Realm might not fully combine these powers. He can't do it overnight. It takes time. After a brief pause, Thor walked toward the broken corpse. He raised his hand. In the next moment, several glowing orbs floated up. There were 3 in total. 2 were ice law fragments, and 1 was a soil law fragment. Thor sensed them carefully, then looked disappointed. The 2 ice law fragments were clearly part of the same set as previous ones. At his current level, he could probably absorb only 1 of them, and that might not give a noticeable boost. As for Anna and Nicole, Anna probably couldn't absorb any. Nicole might be able to absorb 1 fragment, but the improvement would still be small. Natural spirits also have a growth process. They can't be constantly created just from law fragments. Shaking his head, Thor kept the 3 law fragments close to his chest. Even if they couldn't improve him now, they could still be used as credits for his father. Thor remembered that his father still needed enough credits to advance to a Marquis family. He himself needed it too. After collecting the law fragments, Rain, Marshall, Anna, and the knights finished cleaning the battlefield and came over. "How is it?" Thor asked Marshall. Almost all of the Spencer family's hundreds of people were killed. Only about a dozen escaped. Our knights lost 54 people, including 7 dead and 12 seriously injured. Marshall spoke, reporting the overall battle situation to Thor. This time, the strength of the Knight Order they faced was undoubtedly the strongest. Even though Thor, Rain, and Anna held back most of the enemy forces, there were still unavoidable casualties within the Knight Order. In particular, the other heirs of the Dressrosa family suffered the most losses during the fight. Hearing this, Thor couldn't help but sigh. Recently, Thor had been trying to improve their strength, but compared to a powerful Marquis family like the Spencer family, there was still a big gap. "Please bury the 7 who died and treat the 12 seriously injured with healing potions," Thor ordered after a brief pause. "Understood." Marshall nodded and quickly went to handle it. "Rain, do you think you can handle an average Sky Knight now?" Thor asked as he waited for Marshall to leave. "I think so," Rain replied. "If I use the Thunder Spear, I should be able to fight that mid-level Sky Knight we just saw, but only if he hasn't used any secret magic. Still, I probably can't win easily." Rain nodded slightly and then spoke thoughtfully. "Good. Focus on understanding the power of the Thunder Law. See if you can weave it with the Death Law. If you can, your strength should improve." Thor nodded and then paused for a moment before speaking again. For him, it was very difficult to keep increasing his strength. But for Rain, he still had room to grow by merging 2 kinds of law powers. Once he succeeded, Rain's strength could reach the mid-level Sky Knight stage. Rain nodded in response to Thor's words. "Anna, I'm giving this to you. When Nicole wakes up, give it to her. It should be able to absorb a law fragment." Thor instructed Rain and then handed a law fragment to Anna. "Yes, Master." Anna nodded and took the law fragment directly. "All right, everyone, take some time to recover. Also, ask Uncle Marshall to lead some people to clear out the remaining enemies and try to finish everything. If they can't find all of them, then forget it." Thor waved his hand to signal that the 2 could leave. "Yes." The 2 nodded and then stepped back. Thor quickly appeared on a large rock and took out a fragment of ice element law, beginning to absorb it. A faint white frost spread out, and the ice blue law mark on his forehead became more noticeable. In just a moment, the law fragment completely merged into his body. The night grew deeper. The gentle moonlight shone down, and Thor fully absorbed the ice law fragment. Feeling the powerful life energy within him, Thor shook his head. As he had imagined, this ice law fragment did not significantly improve his strength. At the same time, cold air emanated from his forehead, spreading through his limbs and body. Clearly, the power of the law mark he carried had reached its limit. To continue weaving the law, simple ice law fragments might not be enough unless he finds other similar laws within the ice element. However, it was obvious that obtaining and understanding similar laws within the ice element was even more difficult than acquiring and familiarizing himself with law fragments. After all, whether such laws exist in this strange world is still unknown. He shook his head. Thor stood up. But before he could make his next move, a familiar mechanical voice sounded again. New lines of text appeared before him. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. The battle in the Thunder Prison has become intense. The Duke from the Purple Golden King's kingdom was defeated by the Duke from the Sachi Kingdom and suffered heavy losses. 2. About 300 miles ahead, a group of boar-like beasts will pass by. Their meat is delicious. 3. Located 500 miles to the east, there is a knightly order from the Campbell family. They are fighting fiercely against a fourth-tier magical beast, but in the end, they cannot withstand it, and the entire knightly order is wiped out. 6. A powerful duke from the Kingdom of Macedonia has now obtained many fragments of the laws. He is in fierce conflict with 2 dukes from the Kingdom of Blazing Fire. The battle quickly erupts, and the 2 dukes suffer heavy losses, forcing them to retreat. 8. 2,500 miles ahead, the Duke family leper from the Tulip Kingdom clashes with the Red Dragon Grand Duke. They fight each other, and after 15 days, unexpectedly, they involve the Engel Dre's Rosa Knight Order. 9. New intelligence appears. Thor's eyes quickly scan the information. When he sees one particular piece, his eyes brighten. It has been almost a month since he entered this foreign world, and he finally finds traces of his father. This naturally brings a look of joy to his face. Honestly, the longer he stays in this foreign world, the more daily updates of intelligence he receives. Even Thor begins to worry about his father's situation. Although the Dre's Rosa family is still relatively strong now, that strength is only within the Tulip Kingdom. Among the nobles across the entire continent, the Dre's Rosa family is not yet powerful enough. They are also facing a siege by 7 powerful nobles, which is not a good situation. During this time, while clearing the surrounding areas, he also hopes to find traces of his father and others. But along the way, despite many daily intelligence updates, there is still no news of Count Engel. Even Thor's worries grow deeper. Unexpectedly, at this moment, new intelligence is finally received. 2,500 miles. 15 days. Red Dragon Grand Duke. Leper family. Muttering to himself, Thor looks at the daily intelligence content, and his brow furrows. He knows Leper is one of the 3 great dukes of the Tulip Kingdom. As for the Red Dragon Grand Duke, even from the name, he can tell it belongs to the Grand Duchy of the Red Dragon. In noble hierarchy, the king is above the Grand Duke, so the kingdom's level is higher than that of a Grand Duchy. However, compared to the king and the Grand Duke, this does not mean that the Grand Duke of the Duchy is inferior to the Duke of the Kingdom. In fact, almost all Grand Dukes are stronger than the Dukes of Kingdoms, even those from powerful kingdoms. It is difficult for a Duke from a strong kingdom to compare with a Grand Duke. Thor did not expect that the Duke of the Tulip Kingdom would clash with the Red Dragon Duchy and even involve his father. This is not a good outcome. Whether it is the Duke of the Tulip Kingdom or the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon Duchy, both are far stronger than the Dre's Rosa family. Thor frowned, and his cheerful expression gradually faded. He even looked serious. The distance is 2,500 miles, and it takes 15 days. He wasn't sure if he could make it in time. This means traveling over 150 miles a day. Given the current state of the entire Knight Order, it seems almost impossible. Even if he only takes his own knights, the time is still too tight. His thoughts raced. Thor's mind was filled with many ideas. He did not rush to act immediately. Instead, he began to think about how to solve the problem. It wasn't until dawn that he gathered Marshall, Rain, Anna, and the heirs of the Dre's Rosa family. "Young Master Thor, do you mean we should split up for now?" Marshall asked unexpectedly. "Yes. Currently, the 7 major noble knight orders around us have been almost cleared. It's hard to gather new knight orders quickly enough to ensure safety. Also, we need to go to a place that might be dangerous for you. Splitting up is the best option for now." Thor nodded and explained to everyone. His plan was to separate from the Dressrosa heirs and his own Knight Order. He would only take Anna and Rain, and with just the two of them, they still had a good chance to reach their destination within 15 days over 2,500 miles. Danger? When Marshall and others heard Tor's words, they were surprised. Don't worry. That only means some danger for you. It doesn't apply to me. For this period, you also need to rest and recover. Take the time to digest what you've gained. Seeing their shock, Tor explained. I understand. Don't worry, young Master Tor. I will manage the Knight Order well. Marshall took a deep breath and finally nodded. He knew very well that once Thor made a decision, it was hard to change. He also understood that, in a sense, their group was starting to become a burden. Thor was too powerful, and often they had little room to act. Even during the destruction of Marquis Spencer, their role was not as important as they had thought. In fact, even without them, Thor and his two companions could easily handle the Spencer family. The outcome would have been the same. Remember, stay away from the Thunder Prison area. You are not allowed to investigate there for now. Also, when encountering the 7 noble families, try to protect yourselves. Thor nodded and gave some instructions. As for leaving these people behind, he was not too worried. With Marshall present, safety was assured. Moreover, the surrounding 7 noble knight groups that posed threats had mostly been eliminated. Other powerful nobles had gathered in the distant central area or at the Thunder Prison. As long as Marshall and the others didn't act recklessly, there was little danger. Thor agreed with Marshall's decision, and the other heirs of Dressrosa also had no objections. Soon, the 3 of them set out, heading toward Count Engelbert's location. They moved quickly, especially with Anna's magic helping. The 3 of them soared into the sky, increasing their speed. On the first day, they traveled over 100 miles, even with some delays. Without those, they could have reached 200 miles in a day. This speed was already enough. In 15 days, barring any accidents, they should reach their destination. Night gradually passed. The familiar mechanical alert sounded again. Compared to yesterday, today's daily report showed little change, only that they were slightly closer to Count Engelbert. Over the next 3 or 4 days, this continued. As they pushed forward, they covered 600 or 700 miles, getting closer to Engelbert's area. Along the way, they encountered more monsters and nobles. Just like before, Thor quickly dealt with the noble knights of the Tulip 7, who were powerful marquises. He, Rain, and Anna moved swiftly to eliminate them. Although the 7 great nobles had many heirs, their presence in this vast central area was not very noticeable. On their journey, Thor only encountered 2 knight groups. Most of the time, they faced knights from other kingdoms, and sometimes they saw the Tulip Kingdom's knights far away in the sky, quickly retreating. Most opponents chose to back down when they saw flying sky knights. Flying knights are not rare in other kingdoms either. Having 3 sky knights with them proved that Thor and his team were strong. Recklessly provoking them would only cause trouble. Nobles know when to retreat, but monsters do not. While flying in the air, the 3 soon faced attacks from flying monsters, including some 4th-level beasts. It was clear that with the raging abyss wind, the monsters in the core area had become very powerful, both in number and strength. There were many 4th-level monsters along the way. Without Sky Knights, crossing this area was impossible. Even ordinary Sky Knights might have been in danger with just one mistake, because the monsters were so numerous. Only the strongest monsters or those with special traits had survived until now. However, Thor and his team, though not Sky Knights, were still far stronger than ordinary ones. Even when encountering monster swarms, they easily avoided them thanks to daily intelligence reports. Normal 4th-level monsters, and those from the 3 worlds became their food. Their combined strength meant only a peak Sky Knight, a giant Earth Bear, or a dragon with a powerful bloodline could pose a real threat. Otherwise, even a few ordinary 4th-level monsters wouldn't cause much trouble. As they kept moving forward, they attracted many looks. Many nobles from other kingdoms, as well as nobles from the Tulip Kingdom, watched them. Some people noticed the badge on Thor and immediately showed a flicker in their eyes. Engel de Rosas. Dressrosa. In a canyon, a knight reported, and Marquis Campbell's eyes sparkled. He didn't expect to encounter Count Engel in this vast foreign world. Since the badge was flying and belonged to the Dressrosa clan, his first thought was of Count Engel. Send someone 30 miles to the right to contact Marquis Ceres and Marquis Fort. Marquis Campbell thought for a moment, then quickly ordered. Yes. The knight responded and left swiftly. Meanwhile, Marquis Campbell's eyes continued to flicker, a fierce light spreading within. Of course, Thor didn't know any of this at the moment. He paid little attention to these glances. His mind was entirely focused on traveling forward. They had been on the road for about 12 days. During these 10 days, even though they took some detours to avoid danger, they were less than 700 miles from Count Engel's location. At their current speed, a 3-day detour would be enough to reach him. But clearly, Thor's luck hadn't been so good. On the 11th day, his figure stopped outside a mountain range. His face slightly changed. Because the Daily Intelligence reported that a group of powerful earthbound dragons lived in the valley ahead, and the fastest way to reach Count Engel was to cross the entire mountain range, which would inevitably lead to conflicts with the earthbound dragons. After a brief pause, Thor decided not to rush directly into the mountains. Instead, he turned sideways with 3 others and circled around to the other side of the mountain range. However, after several days of circling, a few knights from the Order suddenly charged straight into the mountains. Thor and the 3 others were flying at high speed. The Campbell family, the Ceres family, and the Ford family followed behind, and for a while, they couldn't catch up. Their families did have Sky Knights, especially the Campbell and Ceres families, which even had 2 Sky Knights each. But even so, they still lagged far behind. The reason is that, on one hand, they received the news with a sense of urgency, and on the other hand, Thor and the others' speed was not slower than that of ordinary Sky Knights. Everyone naturally couldn't keep up. Even the 3 Sky Knight families, who abandoned their own knight orders to chase, couldn't catch them. Where is he? In the sky, an old man looked upset, scanning around quickly with his eyes and sensing the area to find any trace of Thor. But he still found nothing. Campbell, they should have entered that mountain range. We probably exposed ourselves. Another old man spoke in a deep voice, his gaze turning toward the distant mountain range. Yes, about a month ago, around 700 miles from here, there were signs of the Dressrosa family. Maybe Engel went there. As he spoke, a Sky Knight from the Ford family also added, "Let's go." Looking at the distant mountains, the leading Sky Knight of the Campbell family clenched his teeth and made a decision. Faced with his decision, the other Sky Knights nodded in agreement. Since they planned to work together against the Dressrosa family, and now had a chance, they naturally didn't want to give up. Plus, with their strength, they believed defeating Engel wouldn't be a problem. Besides the 2 Sky Knights from the Campbell family, the Ceres family also had 2 Sky Knights. However, one of the Campbell Sky Knights was in the mid-stage of the Sky Knight level, while the Ceres family's 2 Sky Knights were only beginners. Even so, the 3 families had a total of 5 Sky Knights, including one in the mid-stage. No matter how strong Count Engel was, they still felt confident. After everyone agreed, the Sky Knight from the Campbell family led the charge into the mountain range. The other Sky Knights followed closely behind. At this moment, they didn't realize that they weren't chasing Count Engel, but Thor Dressrosa. More importantly, Thor Dressrosa hadn't entered the mountains but chose a longer detour. Although this meant traveling a bit further, it was better than running into a group of earthbound dragons. As a beast with dragon bloodline, the earthbound dragon's strength is extremely powerful. Usually, the leader of the earthbound dragons can reach the peak of the 4th rank, or even beyond. Thor is unsure of how strong the earthbound dragons in the mountains truly are. Even the most common earthbound dragons are 4th rank, and with their dragon bloodline, they can easily deal with ordinary Sky Knights. Such strength can easily cause big problems. Like the 5 Sky Knights who just entered the mountains now. At first, when they just arrived, the 3 family Sky Knights didn't sense anything unusual. They were only searching for Thor's traces. Unfortunately, whether Thor erased all traces or never entered, they didn't notice anything wrong. They had no choice but to split up the next day to explore further. As they explored, they gradually sensed something was wrong. On the 3rd day, one of the Sky Knights from the Campbell family suddenly shouted, "Stop." After only a short while of deep exploration, one of the Campbell Sky Knights' expressions changed suddenly, and he spoke anxiously. "What's wrong, elder brother?" The other Sky Knight looked at his brother with confusion, as if trying to explain. Suddenly, a huge beast roar sounded, and a terrifying energy burst out from afar. The entire forest trembled violently. "It's the Ford family member." The first knight's face immediately showed shock as he looked toward the distance. "Run quickly. This is the territory of the earthbound dragon." The other Campbell Sky Knight shouted softly, then immediately took to the air. The figure was startled but quickly reacted, also soaring into the sky. However, at the moment they lifted off, an enormous pressure suddenly enveloped them. A mighty roar of a beast echoed again, and an invisible sound wave swept outward instantly. Just now, two figures suddenly leapt into the air. One staggered and almost fell from the sky, crashing down. Splash! Not far away, in a large lake, the water was parted as a huge creature, as big as 3 mammoths, emerged from the water. It had a rhino-like body, looking heavy and sturdy, with thick legs. Its head had a large, strong horn between the eyebrows, and behind the skull, there were big bone plates extending backward, forming a neck shield. Above its beak, there was a short horn, and above the eye sockets, 2 long horns. The moment this huge body appeared, its bright red eyes locked onto Campbell and his companion. It's an adult earthbound dragon. His voice trembled with fear, and his face turned very pale. What made him even more scared was that in the jungle, there were shaking ground sounds, clearly indicating that more earthbound dragons were approaching. Both of them were sweating coldly on their foreheads. Not far away, 2 other places also erupted into fierce battles. They could hear familiar shouts and roars. Boom. Rumble. The fight quickly resumed. The Campbell family was attacked by 3 earthbound dragons, while the Ford and Ceres families also faced several of these creatures. The entire forest was trembling. Powerful life energy and dragon breath swept through the mountains, and soon, fierce flames started burning. In the distance, Thor and his group, who had originally taken a detour, also stopped. They looked toward the faraway scene. "Sir, it seems a battle is happening over there," Ryan said curiously. "Let's go. We need to speed up," Thor replied. Thor glanced at the scene but then ignored it and continued on his detour toward Count Engelbert's location. They were now several hundred miles away, and with nearly 1,000 miles remaining, if they didn't move faster, they might not make it in time. The 3 figures quickly disappeared into the distance. Until a day later, 3 battered figures rushed out of the mountain range. They looked exhausted, with torn clothes and heavy breathing. Most importantly, of the original 5 people, only 3 remained. Clearly, the other 2 had been completely lost in the mountains. Dressrosa. One of them gritted his teeth, eyes burning with anger. "Let's go," another shouted sharply. At this moment, they had not yet fully left the area. If they didn't leave quickly, once the group of earthbound dragons spotted them again, they truly wouldn't be able to escape. The 3 of them exchanged a glance and could only leave with regret. Thor, of course, didn't know any of this right now. Although daily intelligence updates provide 10 pieces of information each day, these 3 families had no interaction with him in the causal chain. Plus, as more important intelligence about entering this region emerged, it naturally didn't appear in his daily reports. He also didn't realize that the 3 powerful Marquis family Sky Knights almost got trapped and killed in that mountain range because of him. His figure was still rushing forward rapidly. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Thor and his companions, while taking detours, gradually approached the conflict zone between the Tulip Kingdom's leper and the Red Dragon Grand Duke. At the same time, more noble conflicts appeared in the daily intelligence reports. In his sensing, many points of light turned into glowing clusters. Clearly, this place was almost at the very core of the alien world. Most likely, the strongest nobles would gather here eventually, since large fragments of laws served as the best attractors. Along the way, Thor's collection of law fragments increased significantly. He now possessed 1 ice attribute law fragment, 2 earth attribute law fragments, and also 1 each of wind, lightning, and water attribute law fragments. Although he didn't have many law fragments of the same type, he had a good variety. Naturally, this attracted the attention of some nobles in this core area. After all, possessing law fragments of multiple attributes was not exclusive to Thor alone. It had been some time since the law fragments descended, and even though most couldn't absorb or utilize them, they still gained some understanding of these fragments. Through sensing, many nobles guessed Thor's situation. For example, about 100 miles from where Thor and his companions were, there was the temporary base of the Kirk family, a top-level Marquis family in the Wrecked Kingdom. Compared to the Tulip Kingdom, the Wrecked Duchy was somewhat weaker, but only slightly. As a top-level Marquis of Wrecked, the Kirk family had 3 Sky Knights, including 1 late-stage Sky Knight. Haha, it seems our luck is good. Within 100 miles, there is a fragment of the law, wind, ice, and water attributes. Marquis Ricard Kirk's eyes sparkled with excitement. As he sensed, he discovered several bright spots within less than 100 miles. At this time, only a few light points appeared, which suggests that the opponents are not too strong. He dared not touch the large glowing spheres, but this might really be an opportunity. If he can take them, he could gain more law fragments. More importantly, the fragments the opponents hold are of various attributes, which can help him stay less noticeable. As long as he obtains these fragments and quickly leaves this core area, he still has a good chance to escape safely. However, before he could act, the movement of one of the light spots in his perception suddenly made his eyes widen. "Oh my God, what is he doing?" A surprised voice rang out, and Marquis Ricard Kirk could no longer stay calm, because the light spot was moving toward 3 huge glowing spheres. Especially 2 of those spheres. Even just a glance made his scalp tingle. Clearly, those 2 large glowing spheres are likely controlled by very powerful nobles. At this time, only 2 such strong nobles could have spheres this big. He had been carefully watching those 2 large spheres, afraid they would approach him. Whenever they moved even slightly toward him, he would quickly run away. But now he saw something shocking. That small light spot was rushing straight toward those 2 large spheres. This scene left him stunned. He didn't know how to react. Meanwhile, Thor was unaware that over 100 miles away, a top-level noble was so frightened he was stunned. His figure dove into one of the glowing spheres, heading toward the smallest of the 3. In the daily intelligence report, that was where his father was. Thor was a bit surprised. His father actually held many law fragments. He probably understood why his father was caught up in the conflict between the Duke of Tulip Kingdom and the Grand Dragon. There's no other way. There are simply too many law fragments. Thor felt that even with the fragments of law he had added, which he hadn't used before, they might not compare to the law fragments mastered by his father now. So many law fragments would likely attract the interest of any noble. Thor shook his head. As his figure drew closer, his gaze began to scan the new information that kept appearing over the past few days. Along with his approach to Count Engelbert, more details about him surfaced, 3 or 4 pieces of intelligence in total. Marquis Ricard Kirk was shocked, and other nobles who tracked Thor's movements also looked surprised. Some nobles who knew what was happening far away showed strange expressions because it involved the Tulip Kingdom's Lapua family and the Red Dragon Grand Duke. At this moment, when a noble intervened, many people thought it was interesting to watch the show. Thor didn't know what these people were thinking, but he sensed something different. As he got closer to his goal, the figures that had been following him started to disappear, no longer continuing to follow. They chose not to follow anymore. Daily intelligence also showed related information. In the sky, Thor glanced over the daily reports and then fell into slight thought. The Lapua family and the Red Dragon Grand Duke both had very strong power. Even from the simple descriptions in the daily reports, Thor could feel their strength. The Lapua family alone had 2 Peak Sky Knights and a half-step Sacred Realm expert. The Red Dragon Grand Duke was even stronger. He was already a half-step Sacred Realm expert and led 3 Peak Sky Knights. Honestly, such strength far exceeded that of the Dressrosa family. Even Thor's father and he himself were somewhat inadequate compared to any of these. More precisely, any one of them could easily crush the Dressrosa family now. For the Dressrosa family to get involved in this would be very difficult. Honestly, Thor thought it might be possible, but he didn't want to interfere. However, the problem was that, according to the daily intelligence, neither Thor himself nor the entire Dressrosa family had many options. Because the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon has already fought against the Knight Order led by his father, Count Engelbert. His father even killed a Sky Knight under the Grand Duke's command. The conflict between them has already been settled. It's not something he can avoid just by choosing not to participate. Once Count Engelbert withdraws, the forces under the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, who are currently restrained, will be fully unleashed. At that point, the Lepuyer family will have no chance to resist. As long as the Lepuyer family is dealt with, the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon will surely focus on the Dressrosa family. Such trouble. Whispering to himself, Thor shook his head and sighed. He didn't expect that, this time, the first challenge he would face would be a Grand Duke. This is a more powerful figure than the Duchess of the Tulip Kingdom. Their current strength is even slightly weaker than the top Marquises of the Tulip Kingdom. Of course, Thor just sighed and quickly refocused. He, along with Ryan and Anna, swiftly headed toward Count Engelbert's location. No matter how dangerous it is, Thor has no intention of giving up on his father, and they might still have a chance. The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon is very strong, indeed more powerful than the Lepuyer family, but this strength isn't absolute. He only has one peak Sky Knight and 3 ordinary Sky Knights. Currently, Count Engelbert has already taken down 1 Sky Knight. The gap now is just 1 peak Sky Knight versus 2 ordinary Sky Knights. The peak Sky Knight is very powerful, but Thor believes that with himself, Ryan, and Anna working together, they might have a chance to counter a peak Sky Knight. As long as they can hold back 1 peak Sky Knight, Thor believes his father should be able to handle the other 2 Sky Knights. The balance between them would return to the original state. Of course, this depends on whether the Lepuyer family is trustworthy. If not, Thor has no intention of forcing himself in. With daily intelligence reports, as long as he can meet Count Engelbert, he can handle the upcoming problems. Thor quickly moved closer toward Count Engelbert's location. Meanwhile, in a canyon, the battle had already become intense. The Lepuyer family's Knight Order had clashed with the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon's Knights. 2 half-step sanctuaries, with their domains spreading out, fought fiercely over an area more than 3,000 meters high. 1 kilometer below, a collision occurred between 2 Sky Knights. At this moment, the entire battlefield is divided into 4 areas. Battle between half-step saints and half-step saints. Battle between peak Sky Knights and peak Sky Knights. Battle between ordinary Sky Knights and ordinary Sky Knights. And battle between Earth Knights beneath Sky Knights and ordinary Knights. 3,000 meters above, 2 faint domains constantly intertwine, and no one can tell what the final outcome will be. Below, both sides are composed of 2 peak Sky Knights, and there is no clear result. As for ordinary Sky Knights, it is even harder to determine the outcome. Even if the number of Sky Knights from the Lepuyer family is reduced by 1, it is unlikely to make a big difference. Terrible life energy keeps intertwining. Strong fighters are fighting and clashing constantly. Boom. Rumble. The world roars, and the ground around trembles violently. At 3,000 meters high, 2 figures stand tall. Terrifying domain powers spread, intertwine, and collide, while their aura continues to rise. Ha ha. Lepuyer, it seems you gained quite a lot from the last Divine Awakening. You can actually hold your ground. But do you really think your noble family from the Tulip Kingdom will give you a chance? An old man with a red beard laughs loudly, looking at a thin old man nearby, with a hint of mockery in his voice. As the Duke of the Red Dragon, he has established a duchy, which means he has fought in battles outside the realm and earned many merits. Compared to the royal families of the kingdoms, he still feels somewhat lacking, but he is confident in the duchies within these kingdoms. Even though the Red Dragon Duchy was founded only 100 years ago, he remains confident. Facing the words of the Duke of the Red Dragon, the thin old man remains silent. He does not speak, but inside, he feels a slight unease. Lepuyer knows very well that relying solely on Count Engelbert and the Dressrosa family to keep the Red Dragon Duke in check is almost impossible. If the 2 Sky Knights of the Red Dragon Duke deal with the Dressrosa family, their troubles will only grow. But what does it matter? All his strength has already been gathered. Only if the other 2 dukes of the Tulip Kingdom arrive might there be hope. But those 2 dukes are over 5,000 miles away. It would take at least half a month to reach here, and by then, everything would be over. Count Leper's face kept changing. In the end, he said nothing and continued to expand his domain prototype, constantly colliding with the domain prototype of the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon. On the other side of the valley, about 50 miles away from here, Count Engel and others looked a bit battered. Michael's right hand had completely disappeared. Even Count Engel had a huge, deep wound on his body, with blood slowly seeping out. The entire Knight group, originally dozens of people, now only Count Engel, Michael, and Cecil remained. The others weren't all defeated. After the conflict with the Red Dragon Duke, Count Engel decisively disbanded the Knight group, leaving only these 3 as bait. They were the most useful among the knights, and also the ones attracting the most fire. Facing the presence of the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, Count Engel, no matter how confident he was, couldn't be sure he would survive. He had to be fully prepared. Michael, Cecil, you 2 must leave immediately. Take the Knight group and go find Tor. Remember, head west. There shouldn't be any other powerful nobles there. Count Engel, exhausted, gave orders to Michael and Cecil during their rest. Count, I think Cecil should go. I can't leave. Michael sighed bitterly, lifting his sword with his left hand and shaking his head. Hey. Hearing Michael's words, Count Engel instinctively wanted to speak. Count, don't forget, I was the one who last fought that Sky Knight. The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon won't let me go. Cecil has no problem. And with me, Your Excellency, we still have a small chance against that Peak Sky Knight. Without me, you have no chance at all. Michael shook his head softly. Michael, you should know there's no hope if you stay. Don't forget, you have your daughter too. Count Engel's hoarse voice spoke, his gaze fixed on Michael. Lord Count, you should know who I am. Michael chuckled softly, speaking quite calmly. Even when Engel Count mentioned her daughter, he only paused briefly. Lord Count. Hearing Engel Count and Michael speak, Cecile, panting slightly, instinctively wanted to speak but was interrupted by Engel Count. Cecile, staying here won't be helpful. The Dressrosa family needs a spark. Engel Count spoke seriously. I understand. Cecile's expression changed slightly, then he took a long breath and nodded firmly. Engel Count then took out a bottle of life essence he had previously obtained. It originally had about 10 drops left, but after using some along the way, only 5 remained by now. He paused briefly, then took out 2 drops and handed the rest to Cecile. Give this to Tor. Tell him to work hard. He's the eagle of our Dressrosa family. Engel Count said with a smile. Understood. Cecile nodded heavily, then quickly took the crystal bottle and hurriedly headed into the distance. Here, at the peak of Sky Knight, let's see if I can solve this. Engel Count threw 1 drop of life essence to Michael, speaking with a light smile. Indeed, I haven't fought the Sky Knight at the peak level yet. If I win, those old guys will dare say I lack talent. Michael also nodded and laughed loudly. The two quickly swallowed the drop of life essence, and rich life energy burst out from their bodies. Their injuries healed at an almost visible speed. Michael's arm didn't fully recover, but the nearly exhausted life energy within him was revived. Meanwhile, the nearly pierced wounds on Engel Count's body also healed rapidly. Just as the two had recovered, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the sky above. They instinctively looked up and saw 2 figures in midair. They were 2 elderly men, their hair already gray, one with a face full of wrinkles. But at this moment, Engel Count and Michael instantly became very serious, because it was just this one wrinkled old man who was hit once. Both of them were nearly seriously injured. In the end, Count Engel and Michael barely escaped by using secret magic, but they only just managed to escape. Neither of them caused any harm to the other, but Count Engel was heavily wounded and almost cut in half, and Michael's right arm was directly severed. Oh, it seems you have quite a few good things on you. The side effects of the blood frenzy secret technique and the injuries on your bodies surprisingly recovered so quickly. The old man's light, amused voice sounded, and his gaze naturally turned downward to the 2 figures below. Good stuff. Of course, we have plenty of it. If you have the skill, come and take it. At the peak of Sky Knight, I haven't been defeated yet. Michael chuckled softly and spoke. Then the 2 figures began to float upward gradually, and the life energy they had just recovered started to surge wildly. Facing the peak of Sky Knight, neither dared to hold back at all. Especially after witnessing the terrifying strength of the other, both quickly used secret magic again in an instant. Blood began to spread, and their life energy gradually turned red. Boom! A terrifying aura rose up. At this moment, facing a Sky Knight peak and a Sky Knight, both Count Engel and Michael immediately used secret magic, and their life energies instantly turned fiery red. Blood spread out, and the fiery red glow reflected across the entire sky. At this moment, both of their auras reached a limit. Blood frenzy secret technique? Unfortunately, it's not enough. The old man's calm voice spoke. In midair, a powerful, even more intense life energy than that of Engel and Michael surged out from his body. Boom. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded, and the entire sky was covered with dark clouds. The peak of Sky Knight could already influence the outside world to some extent, and the dark clouds covering the sky now clearly indicated that the old man's cultivation was more than just an ordinary Sky Knight peak. He was only 1 step away from forming a domain, nearly a half-step Saint Realm. Red Dragon Duke. As a noble title granted for meritorious deeds, the power of this duchy is much stronger than that of an ordinary duke. Even when entering a foreign world, its overall strength far exceeds that of most top-level kingdoms' dukes. Not to mention the Lupuier family of the Tulip Kingdom or the Anubi family of the Purple Gold Kingdom, both of which are significantly weaker than a Grand Duke with a Red Dragon title. Honestly, in Kingdom Wars, a Grand Duke with a Red Dragon title even has the right not to participate. Other nobles do not have this privilege. Feeling the dark clouds spreading across the sky, Count Engelbert and Michael's faces slightly changed. But at this moment, they had no choice but to move forward. Both drew their knightly swords and charged at the old man. The clouds gathered, and cold air spread out. The old man gently clenched his right hand, and suddenly, countless flames rose up. Next, a fiery red knight's lance appeared in his hand. As he grasped the lance, the surrounding temperature rapidly increased. Below, flowers, grass, and trees began to wither quickly. Both Count Engelbert and Michael felt a wave of intense heat. And in the next moment, before they could react, the old man vanished instantly. Not good. Count Engelbert and Michael's faces changed again. They instinctively tried to dodge. But it was too late. The old man's speed was too fast, surpassing their senses. Suddenly, he appeared beside Michael. Be careful. Noticing the old man's figure in his peripheral vision, Engelbert spoke quickly. Michael instinctively raised his knight's sword. Boom! A lance suddenly struck down from the sky. Flames rose in the air, and Michael felt as if he was hit by a giant dragon's attack, with his internal organs violently shaken and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He could only hold on for a moment before his figure was propelled like a cannonball and crashed far away. Orville McGill, take him out. Watching the falling figure, the old man then spoke in a deep voice toward another figure not far away. Yes. The figure responded and immediately charged toward Michael's falling body. Count Engel instinctively wanted to move. However, before he could act, a powerful force completely locked his body in place. A cold sweat seeped down Count Engel's forehead, and he involuntarily stopped his movement. He knew very well that if he dared to move now, the next moment would bring the old man's fierce attack. In midair, Count Engel exhaled a long, heavy breath. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. His smile made the old man frown. And just as he frowned, it seemed he sensed something and instinctively looked toward the distant figure of Michael, who had just fallen. Boom! A mighty blaze of fire swept through the area. Old guy, I've been waiting for you. A loud laugh rang out, and with it, endless flames covered the entire forest. A figure almost turned into a shape made of fire, with a blood-red aura that nearly obscured the whole area. Michael's aura surged again, reaching mid-level of the Sky Knight realm. Within the flames, a charred figure was thrown out. It was another Sky Knight of the Red Dragon Duke. But at this moment, the flames wrapped around his body, and a huge hole suddenly appeared in his chest. His last breath of life was quickly fading away. His blackened body showed a look of disbelief and shock. He was originally at the peak of the early Sky Knight stage, and even if he was not a match, he shouldn't have been defeated so quickly or so easily. Michael, who had been heavily injured by the old man, was supposed to be easily dealt with, but he surprisingly still retained his strength. You all. The old man's face instantly turned grim. He looked down below and then glanced at Engel. At this moment, an unavoidable anger spread through him. He didn't expect that, in Count Engel's small kingdom, they would keep having problems again and again. The previous Sky Knight was killed instantly, which he hadn't expected. But now, with him personally taking action, one Sky Knight was still taken down. Even for the Red Dragon Duke, a Sky Knight was extremely important. In this brief moment, 2 lives were lost on Count Engelbert's watch, which is almost impossible to accept. Come on, old man. You don't think you've really got us figured out. Laughter echoes from below as Michael's body is engulfed in endless flames. Crimson energy intertwines throughout the sky and earth. His figure steps forward, and compared to when he first became a Sky Knight, he has clearly changed a lot. As a Blood Knight, Michael is one of the top fighters in the Tulip Kingdom and even in the entire Northern 3 Kingdoms. He is not without skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the title of Blood Knight. In fact, not only Michael, but Count Engelbert is also at this level. Boom! A sea of fire sweeps out as Michael suddenly charges at the old man again. At this moment, Count Engelbert is also surrounded by terrifying flames, with blood-red light spreading across the sky. His aura has risen from mid to late Sky Knight level to the peak of the late Sky Knight stage, just one step away from reaching the highest level. Even more frightening is that their flames merge, turning the entire sky into a sea of fire. When they were young, the two explored a relic from the southern moon. They gained many treasures there, including stepping into the Earth Knight level and obtaining a top-secret magic inheritance. This inheritance is from the legendary Phoenix family. Using this secret magic, they could forcibly increase their level. At the peak of the Earth Knight stage, their use of this secret magic made them comparable to ordinary Sky Knights. As long as they could defeat their opponent, this magic could also cause their blood and bodies to undergo further transformation. Because of this, they had absolute strength at the peak of the Earth Knight level. Boom! A sea of fire spreads out with intense heat, and both figures turn into flames at this moment. Boom! The old man's aura rises sharply, trying to tear through the fire sea, but faced with Michael and Count Engelbert's full use of secret magic, he is temporarily caught in the flames. Boom! Rumble! The battle continues with constant explosions, as three figures clash repeatedly within the sea of fire. The situation has completely changed. The once one-sided dominance has now reached a balance between both sides. The old man cannot tear through the flames. Even Michael and Count Engelbert find it hard to gain the upper hand, despite using secret magic. This is because the old man's strength has already reached the peak of a Sky Knight, just one step away from reaching the semi-sacred realm and forming a domain. As the battle continues, the surrounding jungle is quickly set ablaze. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing everything around. These flames are gradually pulled by the fire sea above the sky, causing the fire to spread even further. Count Engelbert and Michael seem to be burning as well. No, it's not just a feeling, they're truly burning. The secret magic of the Phoenix family can indeed quickly boost a person's power, but it comes with a cost. If the burning continues for too long, even the user will be consumed by the flames. Right now, although both sides are evenly matched, if the burning persists, Michael and Engelbert might be consumed as well. The old man quickly notices this. His furious expression gradually softens. He even begins to slow down his attack. Since there's a better way to resolve this, he doesn't intend to fight to the death. Of course, others may not realize this scene. The terrifying fire sea spreads across the sky, and even from dozens of miles away, the aura of the Sky Knights can be clearly felt. In the valley, the battle continues. At this moment, figures seem to have seen something and immediately look toward the distant sky. Especially the figures above the sky are the same. At 3,000 meters high in the sky, boom, the terrifying domain prototypes collide repeatedly. In midair, two figures instantly separate. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency the Grand Duke. It seems things are not as you described. Those two Sky Knights of yours now only have one left. Leopard, the old Duke, glanced at the distant scene and couldn't help but laugh loudly, his previously gloomy expression momentarily easing. Meanwhile, the face of the Red Dragon Grand Duke turns grim instantly. He clearly senses the situation in the battlefield just a few dozen miles away. There was only one figure there, while the other Sky Knight had disappeared. On such a battlefield, disappearance almost certainly meant the outcome. Two Sky Knights, two powerful warriors, made even his face turn grim. In contrast, Duke Lepouiller's smile grew wider. Lepouiller, it's just a secret technique. Do you think they can hold on for long? Croix will soon deal with them. Taking a deep breath, the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon snorted coldly, quickly suppressing his thoughts. Really? That's not certain. Duke Lepouiller spoke with a half-smile in his voice. His expression made the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon slightly change his face. But at this moment, he could only glance and then continue to expand his domain's emerging power. He couldn't stop now. Stopping was impossible. He had to deal with the Lepouiller family right now. Only then could he recover his losses. Boom. Rumble. A loud explosion echoed as the two figures clashed again, their domain's power reaching its peak. What made the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon feel even more uncomfortable was that the opponent's strength was clearly stronger than most half-step Saint Realm Kings. Even he seemed unable to overpower him. It even felt like the opponent was about to step into the Saint Realm. No, it wasn't just a feeling, he was truly about to enter. The last divine event had caused heavy losses to the Lepouiller family, but they also gained many benefits. Facing the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon, other half-step Saint Realm families might find it difficult, but for the Lepouiller family, there were ways to cope. The battle in the valley continued to erupt. As the flames rose higher, the fight intensified further. The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon began to fight without holding back, letting his domain spread completely. Duke Lepouiller did the same. This kind of battle naturally drew the attention of many top nobles nearby, some even watching eagerly, waiting for the outcome. If both sides were to suffer heavy losses, it would be their chance. As long as one family was defeated, their gains from this trip would quickly grow. Both families hold a large number of law fragments. Even in the core area, the Leper family and the Red Dragon Grand Duke have quite a few. As the battle intensifies, Thor's figure also fully joins the fight. Boom. Flames sweep across the sky, turning the entire heaven into a sea of fire. Even from dozens of miles away, Thor can feel the powerful life energy in two very familiar auras in the distance. Father, Uncle Michael. Thor whispers to himself, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the distance, showing a look of shock. This is the Count. At this moment, Thor senses the aura of Earl Engel and Michael. It's not only Thor who notices. Rain also feels it. His pupils dilate, and his expression shows surprise. The rapid progress Rain has made recently makes him feel confident. But at this moment, seeing the powerful life energy from afar, Rain opens his mouth in shock, unsure of what to say. Master, the Count must be using some secret technique. His life force is burning rapidly. It won't last long. In their shock, Anna's voice suddenly sounds. Secret technique. Not good. Hearing Anna's words, Thor is startled but quickly reacts. He doesn't know exactly what level of secret technique Earl Engel and Michael are using now or what their situation is. But it's clear that the consequences are serious. Otherwise, Anna wouldn't sense that their father and Uncle Michael's life forces are burning. Elves have the strongest perception, so if they sense it, there must be a problem. Let's go. He whispers sharply, and in the next moment, a powerful burst of life energy erupts from Thor. His brow shows the mark of the Thunder Law, and he suddenly steps into the void. Bang! The air instantly roars with a loud explosion. In the next moment, Thor's figure shoots forward like a lightning bolt. Sir, Rain calls out. Without hesitation, he also activates his law mark and follows closely behind Thor. The ice element in space, gather your power onto me, and grant me the ability to soar in the sky, Ice Wings. Anna's rich magic energy surges around her, and her singing quickly completes. A pair of ice wings, formed entirely from ice, appear on her back. The ice wings tremble, and in the next moment, her figure follows closely behind. Her speed is surprisingly comparable to Thor and Rain, who unleash their powers through law. Boom! In the midst of a sea of fire, three figures clash, and then separate. Count, this can't go on. I'll do it. Michael speaks with determination in his eyes. At this moment, he feels his body beginning to strain. The flames are not only burning his flesh, but seem to be faintly consuming his soul. If this continues, in just 20 breaths, he will be completely consumed by the fire. Not only him, but Count Engel is also in the same danger. The flames have already ignited his body. He won't last much longer. Rather than ending like this, he has decided to make a final breakthrough. With a sudden burst of fire, he hopes to severely damage the Sky Knight at the peak of his power and give Count Engel a chance. Stop! Count Engel softly commands. Within the flames, his face is covered by fire. But at this moment, he directly stops Michael. You have no chance. This high-level secret magic is indeed powerful, but your strength is still not enough. The old man speaks calmly. His figure stands amidst the fire, some parts of his body already ignited, yet he remains remarkably calm. Even the surrounding flames seem to be influenced by him. Clearly, his domain's prototype is taking shape. Once completed, the old man's strength will surely advance into the half-step saint realm. Count. Michael, anxious, instinctively tries to speak again. Suddenly, a shadow of a firebird appears on Count Engel. Count. The huge firebird manifests, and Michael's face changes. What shocks him even more is that the flames on him are being pulled away. The destructive power that was about to burn everything has been forcibly halted. Boom. A powerful blaze suddenly erupted from Count Engelbert. If you want to come, I will be the one to do it. Michael, your strength isn't enough. From now on, our family depends on you. Count Engelbert laughed loudly as he spoke, his eyes showing determination at this moment. After the brief battle, Engelbert already knew that even with secret magic and burning everything, they couldn't be a match for the peak Sky Knight before them. The opponent was almost at the half-step Holy Realm, and their domain was forming. Even with secret magic, their strength was barely enough to match a typical peak Sky Knight, let alone someone of this level. As for the earlier call to stop, it was because Count Engelbert didn't want Michael to sacrifice himself. Stop. Engel, you're crazy. Your family doesn't matter anymore. Michael's face changed drastically, and he didn't even call Engelbert Count anymore. But it was already too late. A huge firestorm swept over. Boom. A giant pillar of flames shot straight into the sky, illuminating the surrounding sky even more deeply. Count Engelbert's body, life force, and soul began to burn rapidly. This high-level secret magic had one last move, to burn everything for a moment of transcendence. Because he was at the peak Sky Knight level, and the secret magic pushed him close to that level. This moment of transcendence gave Engelbert confidence to severely injure his opponent, even if he couldn't defeat the peak Sky Knight directly. And that was enough. At this moment, even the old man's face changed when he sensed the overwhelming aura from Engelbert. What is this? His pupils widened in disbelief. He didn't expect that this secret magic could still be further enhanced under the current circumstances. Even just feeling that terrifying aura, he sensed a deadly threat all around him. The surrounding flames grew hotter. Even the flames he had previously suppressed began to spread over him now. But before he could make his next move, Engelbert's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared right above his head. The knight's sword had long turned into part of the flames. Count Engel clenched his palm tightly and suddenly struck the old man with a powerful punch. The old man instinctively tried to block, but he had just raised his weapon. In the next moment, an endless sea of fire engulfed his body. Boom! The fire burst out, sweeping with boundless flames. Spurt. Crimson blood splattered and instantly evaporated upon appearance. The old man's figure quickly retreated, and his face suddenly turned very pale. In just one strike, he was injured. Count Engel's strength, after reaching the peak, had advanced to a new level. Boom. Rumble. Within the sea of fire, the battle resumed, this time with much faster pace. But unlike before, the old man was completely suppressed by Count Engel. His figure kept falling from the air, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, evaporating quickly, and his breathing became rapid and uneven. He was completely powerless to fight back now. As the fight continued, Engel's aura also began to weaken. Even at the peak of his power, he couldn't sustain this level of intensity for long. You can't hold on. You'll die first. The old man steadied his body, now filled with anger. After barely stabilizing himself, he shouted coldly. But facing him was Count Engel, who continued to unleash a storm of flames and overwhelming power. There were also wounds appearing all over his body, and even a faint smell of flesh, caused by the flames burning him. Boom! Another punch, flames sweeping out again. The old man's figure was knocked far away. Meanwhile, Count Engel's body hovered in midair, flames flickering and beginning to waver. His form even started to fade into illusion. Is this the limit? Count Engel sighed softly, glancing into the distance. Then his figure was about to turn into a blazing fire and fall downward, chasing the retreating figure. Even if he couldn't finish the fight, he had to deal a heavy. Otherwise, the Dressrosa family would face serious trouble next. But just at this moment, a ripple spread out suddenly, and a burst of cold air quickly began to spread across the entire blazing fire. Is someone there? Count Engel's face changed. What is this? His expression showed shock. Just as he was stunned, a terrifying icy force expanded directly throughout the world. The flames, which were already flickering due to their magic reaching its limit, started to extinguish rapidly. The scorched land, flowers, and trees were covered with a layer of white frost spreading quickly. Layers of ice spread out, turning the surrounding 50 meters into a world of white frost in an instant. Wind and snow began to swirl in the air. The mighty, flickering flames on Engel's body were quickly suppressed. Engel instinctively wanted to unleash more power. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Father. Worry was in the voice, causing Count Engel's pupils to widen instantly as he looked into the distance. Seeing this, his inner tension suddenly disappeared. Thor. Count Engel whispered, looking surprised and almost thinking he was imagining things. Until the familiar voice rang out again. Father, stop the magic quickly, or your body won't hold out much longer. Thor spoke with a serious expression, and a law mark appeared on his forehead, spreading a cold aura that tried to cover the entire world. Nicole. Anna. After addressing Engel, his gaze quickly shifted to Anna. Understood. Got it, Thor. Two voices responded. Next, Anna raised her magic staff. Frozen elements in the space, gather your power into my hands. Freeze the earth, turn the mountains to ice, and cover everything in white. Anna's chant began quickly, and a stronger, colder aura started to spread across the whole world. Nicole, the ice spirit, began to fly around. As she danced, snow and wind started to grow rapidly around her. In the blink of an eye, the coldness deepened, the surrounding flames extinguished completely, and the hot energy gradually turned into icy coldness. Even the flames on Count Engel gradually dimmed. What's this? Feeling the sharp cold quickly suppress the secret magic, Count Engel's eyes widened. But he soon reacted and stopped the magic. The cold spread further, sealing in the burning blood, cells, soul, and life force inside him, until Count Engel's figure fully appeared in the flames. Thor finally let out a small sigh of relief. At the moment he rushed in, Thor was also startled. Even without the elf's sensing ability, he could feel Count Engel's life force rapidly weakening. So he didn't hesitate and used the power of his fake domain to freeze the surrounding fire. However, even his fake domain's power was barely able to suppress such terrifying flames. If this continued, Count Engel might burn out in less than 10 breaths. Fortunately, he brought Anna and the Ice Spirit this time. With Anna's third-level magic, Frozen World, and the power of the Ice Spirit Nicole, they managed to barely suppress the flames. This prevented Count Engel's body from burning completely. But at this moment, Engel's breath was very weak, and his body, including his head, was completely blackened. His life force was almost shattered, and even his soul was visibly affected. "Father, please take these two first." Thor hesitated briefly, then threw him a high-grade life potion and a high-grade recovery potion that Count Engel had given him before. The cold air spread out, with frost covering the entire world. Thor's fake domain, combined with Anna's Frozen World magic and the Ice Spirit's power, caused the cold to cover not just a 50-meter radius but over a kilometer around. Snow and wind swept through. The rising heat gradually receded. The burning flames on Count Engel's body slowly came under control. Looking at the high-level recovery potion and high-level life potion Thor threw him, Count Engel was momentarily stunned, almost not reacting. "Father, you should take them quickly," Thor said again. "All right." Count Engelbert took a deep breath and no longer refused. Instead, he opened a high-grade life potion and drank it. As he consumed the potion, a strong surge of vitality began to flow through his body. The severe damage caused by the secret magic was rapidly healing at a visible speed. However, just one bottle of high-grade life potion was hardly enough to fully recover him. Even adding a high-grade recovery potion made it difficult. But one bottle of recovery potion was barely enough to gradually heal some of Count Engelbert's injuries. The remaining injuries, especially those on his soul, would not be easy to heal overnight. Count Engelbert looked at the high-grade recovery potion in his hand. His figure suddenly moved and fell nearby. Michael had already managed to stand up there. At this moment, he was also a bit shocked. The flames burning inside him and the flames outside were calming down under Count Engelbert's extraction, even in the freezing snow and ice. "Young Master Thor." Seeing Count Engelbert falling down and then Thor following closely behind, Michael couldn't help but speak. "Michael, take this and drink it quickly." Count Engelbert glanced at his son, then threw the high-grade recovery potion to Michael. "Here." Michael instinctively caught it and was about to speak. "Drink it. Your injuries are not lighter than mine. If you don't stabilize, you might not even get the essence of life," Count Engelbert said irritably. "Essence of life?" Thor raised his eyebrows. He wasn't too surprised by his father's decision, but he was surprised by the other word Count Engelbert mentioned. Seeing Thor's confusion, Count Engelbert smiled and explained. "Thor, it's not just you who has gained something. We've already collected quite a bit of essence of life before. Without a high-grade recovery potion, just one drop of essence of life could probably restore some of your injuries." As Count Engelbert explained, Thor understood what was happening. His expression showed a hint of shock. Even he hadn't expected that his father would have such a big harvest. The essence of life is much more valuable than high-level life potions. Usually, only ancient trees over 10,000 years old can produce it. Just one drop contains powerful life energy, which can replace high-level potions and also heal itself. Even Thor, who receives daily intelligence, hasn't obtained a single drop recently. However, his father seems to have gained quite a bit. This is truly incredible. "Father, you all," Thor instinctively spoke, unsure of what to say at this moment. But before the father and son could continue their conversation, suddenly, a strong burst of life energy erupted. Thor's eyes immediately looked toward the distance. Count Engel and Michael did the same. At that moment, a figure shot straight into the sky, fleeing rapidly into the distant sky. "That guy?" Michael's face changed, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Humph, he's really fast." Count Engel also snorted coldly. Even with just initial contact, the brief display made him realize that his son's current strength might not be much weaker than his own, possibly even stronger. Plus, after taking a high-level life potion and a high-level recovery potion, Both of them had mostly recovered. Together, they might really be able to take him down. But unexpectedly, that guy simply ran away. At this moment, Croix was filled with terror. The spreading icy world almost instantly froze him. If it weren't for the figure that arrived and didn't attack, Croix felt he might have been finished in that moment. Now that he had a chance to escape, he naturally chose to retreat quickly. The domain, that's the power of a domain. Even though he is called the closest to a half-step saint realm, he has not yet broken through to the saint realm. Facing a half-step saint with a prototype domain, he had no chance at all. If he didn't seize this opportunity to leave, no one knew what might happen next. Boom. His step stomped the void, and Croix's figure pushed to the limit, even using secret techniques to rush toward the valley. Really cautious. That's a pity. Thor also couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't missed the opportunity earlier, but his domain was spreading, making it hard to act. Later, when he saw Croix frozen in ice, he didn't pay much attention and was waiting for the situation to end before launching another attack. Unexpectedly, Croix took advantage of this chance and rushed out directly. By the time Thor wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. By the way, Thor, could you please find Caesar? I asked him to leave earlier. The Leopard family and the Red Dragon Grand Duke are fighting now, and we need to prevent Caesar from getting involved again. Caesar went to the west. Count Engel snorted, then seemed to realize something and quickly spoke to Thor. Uncle Caesar? I understand. Rain. Thor nodded and then called out to Ray in the high sky nearby. I understand. Rain nodded, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared instantly. It was obvious he was going to find Caesar. Until Ray's figure completely vanished, Michael and Count Engel exchanged a surprised look. Even though they had already sensed Thor's strength earlier, especially now that everything around was frozen and cold air was spreading everywhere, all of this proved how powerful Thor was at this moment. But now, seeing Ray soaring in the sky with a powerful source of life energy on him, their hearts couldn't help but be shaken. Young Master Thor, you and Ray, Michael couldn't help but look at Thor with some hesitation and ask, we haven't broken through to become Sky Knights yet. We're only at the peak of Earth Knights. Michael's question wasn't finished, but Thor understood what he meant and explained with a smile. Peak of Earth Knights, huh? Hearing Thor's words, Michael was stunned and looked up at the sky again. Although only a short time had passed, both Thor and Ray, even Anna and others, could see that they were flying in the sky. Unlike Anna, Thor and Ray showed no sign of magic. This is the power of the law. Ray and I have already begun to grasp the power of law imprints. Thor added another comment. Rule? Young Master Thor, are you saying you have mastered the power of the rule mark? Engel's eyes widened as he immediately looked at Thor, feeling a surge of excitement inside. Yes, we have a preliminary grasp of it now, but we are still far from full control. Thor naturally understood why his father was so excited. He nodded again to confirm and spoke. Good, that's great. Thor, ha ha ha. Hearing Thor's confident words, Count Engel's eyes lit up completely, and he spoke with excitement. Mastering the power of the rule mark means Thor is likely to break through to the sacred realm, as long as nothing unexpected happens. The sacred realm, that's a very high level. If the Dressrosa family produces a sacred realm expert, the whole family can rise to the rank of duke. With enough luck, they might even establish a duchy. Compared to a marquis, a duke is a whole new level. At this moment, not only Count Engel but even Michael felt an unprecedented excitement and thrill. Then the two began asking Thor about the rule mark and related matters. Thor didn't hide anything from his father or Michael. He told them about the state of the rule mark and his experiences during this time. Listening to Thor, both Count Engel and Michael's eyes shone even brighter. Laughter kept ringing out, never stopping. After Thor finished his story, he also started asking about his father's eye condition and recent experiences. Honestly, Thor was very curious about his father and Michael. Even just sensing them lightly, he could tell his father had advanced to the mid-Sky Knight level, and Michael had officially become a Sky Knight. Such progress was not much behind his own. Seeing Thor's curiosity, Count Engel and Michael exchanged a look. Then Engel smiled and began to explain the situation they had encountered on the way, telling Thor slowly. Listening to his father's story, Thor's eyes widened in surprise. He almost couldn't help but curse out loud. Unfortunately, my father's experience was extremely lucky. He directly entered the core area, which is remarkable. Just wandering around, he could find fragments of the law. Even when attacked by a 4th-level monster, he still gained life essence. This luck, or perhaps the favor of the goddess of life, made Thor feel that even Ryan and Anna might find it difficult to match. "Father," Thor instinctively spoke, unsure of what to say. "Ha ha ha, isn't it incredible? I also find it amazing. This time, I was blessed by the goddess of life, just like you." Engel looked at Thor's wide eyes, feeling somewhat satisfied inside, and he laughed happily. Listening to Engel's hearty laughter, Thor opened his mouth to speak. He wanted to say that it wasn't the goddess of life's blessing, but his own special talent. However, the words didn't come out. Meanwhile, Ryan had already returned with Caesar. "Young Master Thor, Count Engel." Seeing that Count Engel was unharmed, Michael and Caesar couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They quickly took out the life essence. Looking at Caesar now, Thor also raised his eyebrows. Caesar's aura was now no less than Michael's, clearly reaching the peak of the Earth Knight level. This made Thor even more interested in the life essence his father had obtained. Just one drop of life essence could reach this level. It's truly incredible. His gaze naturally fell on the bottle Caesar was holding. "Thor, this was originally for you, but now I need to use a little more," Count Engel said with a smile. He directly took the life essence, took out 2 drops, and left 1 drop for Thor. His original plan was to give 2 drops of life essence to his son and keep 1 for the family. He wondered if anyone in the family might have a chance to break through to the Sky Knight level in the future. But now, plans had to change. He and Michael used secret techniques. Even though their bodies were maintained by high-level life and recovery potions, without the life essence, recovery was impossible. Currently, Count Engelbert clearly understands that he cannot remain in this state. The war across the kingdom is about to begin. He must quickly regain his strength to achieve his previous plans. As for giving something to Thor, that will depend on other factors. "Thank you, Father." Thor took it and nodded slightly. He didn't pay much attention to this. Compared to gaining life essence, Thor was more curious about the essence itself. In his father's explanation, just 1 drop of this substance could be more effective than high-level life potions. It also has other effects, but its main purpose is to heal wounds and restore vitality. Thor was very curious about how well this essence could heal injuries and replenish life energy. While Thor was examining the essence and feeling it carefully, suddenly, a ripple suddenly spread out. In the next moment, a burst of intense heat hit him, instantly dispelling the surrounding cold air. Thor was startled and immediately looked at his father. In his forehead, the power of the law mark almost instinctively began to activate. But in just a moment, Thor's actions suddenly stopped. His pupils widened, and his expression showed disbelief. Because at this moment, Count Engelbert was once again engulfed in flames. Unlike before, the flames were not spreading from his soul but from his body. Moreover, they were not burning his body but merging with it. A dense life force surrounded the flames. It seemed as if the flames were beginning to transform subtly. If the previous flames were destructive and wild, now they carried a vitality that made all things sprout. On Engelbert's body, the wounds were healing rapidly, almost visibly, within the flames. At the same time, fragments of law that had been on Engelbert also lit up at this moment. The fiery red light shone outward. A high temperature spread around. The pseudo-domain Thor created, and his icy environment, and even the cold from the ice spirit Nicole were almost visibly retreating. A clear cracking sound rang out as a fragment of the law shattered instantly into a pure flame, which suddenly burst onto Count Engelbert's flames. With this burst of fire, the flames surrounding Count Engelbert spread further. At the same time, high temperatures increased rapidly, visible to the eye. Even Thor's steps involuntarily retreated backward, because at this moment, the intense heat emanating from Count Engelbert was becoming hard for even him to bear. Around Engelbert, the icy cold that had just frozen everything was melting away quickly, almost visibly. The snow and wind in the sky were also swirling back in reverse. In a moment, the sound of breaking again echoed. At this point, 2 red law fragments shattered in quick succession. The 2 flames merged back into Count Engelbert. Chirp! A crisp sound faintly rang out, and next, a huge fiery bird shadow appeared on Engelbert. As the firebird appeared, boom! A more suffocating wave of heat burst out from Engelbert, spreading in all directions. This moment, not only around Engelbert, but also within 100 meters, countless icy cold and snow began melting rapidly. "Retreat!" Thor shouted softly, his figure flashing as he appeared beside Michael. He and Michael quickly moved backward together. Thor's sudden movement made Michael snap back to awareness, but when he saw it was Thor, he let out a small sigh of relief. Soon, the group retreated 200 meters away. Master. Reen instinctively looked at Thor, hesitating. Uncle Michael, my father, what is happening? Thor looked at Michael with curiosity and asked. Although he arrived a bit late, he knew that his father and Michael used the same secret technique. In this current situation, only Michael might know some details. Thanks to the consumption of life essence, Michael had almost recovered now. However, his right arm was still broken. Restoring a whole arm would take more than just a few drops of life essence, at least 20 or more. However, at this moment, Michael had no mind to pay attention to these details. His eyes were fixed on the fiery being ahead, and he felt a surge of excitement inside. Seeing Michael's expression, Thor couldn't help but feel a change in his heart. It was clear that Michael knew something important. Lord Thor, 20 years ago, I and the Count discovered a high-level secret technique in an ancient ruin. Michael slowly spoke, recounting an experience from 20 years ago. Listening to Michael's story, Thor's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected that his father and Michael had such a remarkable encounter. The power of this high-level secret technique was even more incredible than he had imagined. Using this secret technique would burn everything about oneself, but it could unleash strength far beyond one's level. For example, during the time of the Earth Night, the two of them, with the help of the secret technique, were comparable to ordinary Sky Knights, and now they could even suppress beings close to the half-step sacred realm. Furthermore, after extreme refinement, using the secret technique might trigger an immortality trait, allowing oneself to undergo a transformation. At this moment, Count Engelbert had clearly activated the immortality trait of the secret technique, beginning his transformation within the flames. However, this time, it seemed that not only the flames of the secret technique were involved, but also fragments of fire attribute laws, elevating this transformation to a new level. For Thor, who had now gained insight, his mouth twitched again. Earlier, during Count Engelbert's story, he already felt that his father's luck was extraordinary. But he hadn't expected that was just the beginning. Now, luck was even better. First, in the midst of extreme burning, he happened to arrive just in time, freezing everything and stopping his father in an impossible situation. Honestly, such extreme refinement would be impossible to stop even with third or fourth tier magic users. Thor was able to halt it because of the combined power of a pseudo-domain and his extreme icy environment, and the Ice Elf's strength, three forces working together, all of which were ice attributes. Without that, relying on any single one alone wouldn't be enough to suppress such extreme flames. His father was incredibly lucky to have this advantage. And that was not even counting the high-level healing potions and the timely replenishment of life essence. Within Engel's body, new life began to emerge, which triggered the awakening of his undead trait. Honestly, luck alone couldn't have brought about all of this. But strange as it was, Thor looked forward to seeing how much his father's strength would improve after this awakening. Currently, his father's power had reached the mid-peak of the Sky Knight level. This awakening should bring a significant boost, possibly reaching the peak of the Sky Knight or even higher. His eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze ahead. At this moment, the Sea of Fire had expanded to a radius of hundreds of meters around him. Even though there was nothing left to burn, the flames continued to spread across the entire area. In the void, it seemed as if even the air could ignite. At the center of the flames stood Count Engel, whose aura was steadily rising. Suddenly, the fire surged violently. In an instant, Engel's aura leapt to a new level, reaching the late stage of the Sky Knight. His aura was still rising, and terrifying life energy radiated from him, causing the flames to sweep outward. A huge fiery bird illusion appeared, spreading its power around. The flames continued to expand, and the cold air nearby began to dissipate further. Thor had already withdrawn his domain. Clearly, the power of a false domain couldn't withstand such extreme heat and the raging fire. Time slowly passed. In just over an hour, the area ahead had turned completely into a sea of fire, and the cold air had vanished without a trace. Engel's aura had reached the late stage of the Sky Knight, only one step away from the peak. This improvement was comparable to Thor's and Rain's previous progress. Besides the aura increase, Engel seemed to be undergoing a transformation. A strong sense of vitality was rising within the flames, as if he was beginning to undergo a rebirth. 100,000 years ago, there was a legendary firebird on the continent. Every 500 years or so, it would gather various fire element magical plants, ignite them with its flames, and set itself on fire. Through this fiery rebirth, its strength would be greatly enhanced. Right now, Count Engel seems to be undergoing this kind of fiery rebirth. A strong life force almost seems to seep out from the flames, even more intense than high-level life potions and life essence. Uncle Michael, you should be able to further heal your wounds if you go over there. After observing for a moment, Thor looked directly at Michael. Really? Hearing Thor's words, Michael hesitated slightly. Don't worry. I've checked. The strong life energy is escaping, but it won't affect your father. Plus, you also possess a high-level secret technique that should help complement your father's power. When you arrive, try using the secret technique. If it doesn't work or can't help your father, you can stop immediately. Thor said. Okay. Michael's heart moved, and he nodded. In the next moment, his figure flew quickly toward the distance. Soon, Michael's figure landed in the sea of flames. Boom. As soon as he fell into the fire, Michael felt a powerful surge of life energy rushing toward him. The broken part of his right arm itched intensely as the connection was severed. Flames wrapped around his body. Without hesitation, Michael activated his secret technique again. The flames swept over him, but unlike before, this time the fire did not burn away all of his body. Instead, a dense, life force-infused fire enveloped him completely. Even with high-level life potions and life essence, his injuries had not fully healed. Although he did not reach the ultimate level of transformation like Count Engel, his strength was weaker, and he had used his secret technique longer. His injuries were not much lighter than Engel's. Even with high-level potions and essence, his body only recovered about 50%. But now, with the fiery flames filled with endless vitality wrapping around him, his injuries were healing at a visible speed. As flickering flames swept through, some hidden dangers within his body were quickly being repaired. Michael's reignited flames caused Count Engel's potential to suddenly advance to a new level. Boom. In an instant, a huge pillar of fire shot into the sky, and a powerful aura immediately rose. Count Engel's level suddenly rose to the peak of Sky Knight. Not only did his Knight cultivation break through to the peak of Sky Knight, but more importantly, a huge fiery bird shadow appeared on Engel at this moment, almost solidifying into reality. The sea of fire seemed to become part of Engel himself. The flames engulfed him, wrapping around his body. At this moment, Count Engel seemed to gain a divine, sacred aura. He looked like a god of fire, standing amidst the blazing flames. The entire sea of fire was under his control. An invisible ripple spread around him, as if he was about to form his own domain power. However, that ripple ultimately did not fully take shape. The fragments of the laws swayed but did not break apart again. Indeed, feeling Engel's transformation, Thor in the distance quietly whispered. He felt a surge of excitement inside. This time, his father had truly made a complete leap. His strength not only reached the peak of Sky Knight, but was also just one step away from forming a domain prototype.